You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
All right, everybody, welcome to In the Can. My name is Leo Costello, and we don't have Jared here today. We're doing something a little bit different. I'm interviewing one of the professors in the radio, TV, film program at UW Oshkosh. I have with me Dr. Caryn Murphy.
Hello.
Why don't you say hello?
Yeah, I'm happy to be able to be a guest on the program. This is exciting.
Yeah, I've been wanting to have somebody who's more of a professional in the field have sort of a educated take on things instead of just me and Jared sharing our bullshit. So,
all right, I hope I can fill that role.
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember exactly which classes I took. I think it was radio, TV, film, and possibly a film criticism class, although I think I dropped out of school at that time.
Okay.
I remember I wrote one of my favorite essays on campus here about my favorite movie, Harold and Maude.
Okay.
You probably don't remember it, but it was a lot of fun to write.
Okay, I do not necessarily remember your essay, but I remember...
No, I wouldn't expect you to.
I remember a semester where I showed Harold and Maude.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so that apparently was not your semester.
I think you showed one of the
Graduate, maybe?
French Way, yeah, Graduate.
Something like Breathless or 400 Blows.
Or not. Isn't the Graduate? Isn't that like is that considered new wave? American New Wave. Yeah. Graduate. Maybe it was Bonnie and Clyde, something like that. So.
All right.
Yeah. So I think that's around the time where Harold and Maude became my favorite. So I was really into it at that time.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. So normally we talk about what we've been watching, but that's sort of a thing that me and Jared sort of catch up on each other. But I guess I'll ask you: have you been watching anything recently that?
Well, it has been the end of the semester, and so I probably haven't been watching as much as I normally would. Mm-hmm. But I would also say, because I teach film and television, I also watch a lot of TV. Yeah. And so, I mean, recently I've probably sampled a couple of shows that are new to me. So in terms of movies, the last movie that I saw in the movie theater is Long Shot, the Seth Rogen, Charlize Theron movie.
I've heard good things about that, actually.
It is really well done. It doesn't seem like it generated very much interest or attention at all.
It wasn't marketed very well, which is surprising because it's Seth Rogen, and he's basically doing the Adam Sandler thing.
Kind of thing, or that's how it would seem from a standard marketing campaign, right? So one of the things that is interesting is that Hollywood studios have basically given up this territory that they used to have a big stake in, which is the romantic comedy. So romantic comedies could be produced for a fairly modest budget, even if you have a big name, usually a female star, because big name actors, they don't do them. So if you have a big name female star like a Sandra Bullock, you can still make one of those movies for $35 million, right? And they would be a reliable, a studio would call it counter-programming, where it's we're going to put out, John Wick 3, and the same weekend we'll put out something like Long Shot.
A Dog's Journey.
Right? and you have the expectation that, maybe men and women go to the theater together, and he goes to see John Wick 3, and she goes to see Long Shot, and then you have, a really healthy box office for this. Okay. Mm-hmm. So they had a long string of failed romantic comedies, or performing below expectations would be a better way to put it, right?
I would jump in and say that comedies in general haven't been doing that well.
Yeah.
The Hangover was the last big comedy that we've had, really.
Oh, can that be true?
Maybe. I can't think of any other tentpole comedies. They don't. Yeah. Maybe 21 Jump Street or something.
Oh, those movies make a lot of money. Yeah.
They did, but those are more satirical than something like The Hangover is, which is I personally think that the improv heavy comedy movies have really sort of soured the market a bit.
Well, think about just like Seth Rogen. Neighbors was really big. I don't think that Neighbors 2 did very well, but Neighbors warranted a sequel because that's a movie that made a ton of money. The Judd Apatow style comedy, what's the most recent one of those movies? This is 40. What's more recent than that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, even though Neighbors made a lot of money, people don't really talk about it. People still talk about The Hangover.
But I mean, in terms of a studio justification for saying, like, we're going to do another one of these movies, like, comedy is considered, like, Melissa McCarthy is an industry unto herself. Like, comedy is considered, we're going to continue making comedies because we can generate box office. Romantic comedy is a territory that I would argue studios have basically ceded to Netflix. Netflix is making super low budget teen romantic comedies. And over the past more than, it's like maybe about 13, 14 months, they've had a huge spate of them. And studios don't make those movies at all anymore. Long Shot is unusual. And it's not a teen romantic comedy. It's an adult's story. But it's unusual because it's an atypical Hollywood studio film. These days, the emphasis is on action.
Well, romantic comedies are usually geared towards like date night sort of a thing, right?
Maybe.
So maybe the date night has sort of moved into the living room.
Watching movies on Netflix.
Yeah.
I think it has way more to do with the global market and the idea, like, well, you can make this movie that, let's say, I'm picturing the successful ones. We have to go back like 10 years, okay? You can make the proposal and it stars Sandra Bullock, and that's going to be great in the United States, but you're not going to sell that in China. The Avengers, that's going to play in China.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, studios have their eye on how to profit at the box office. And I think in the present day, I listened to one of the previous podcast episodes, and you guys were sort of having a discussion about this. When you go to the movie theater, you often see there aren't really that many other people at the movies. People are going to turn up and watch something like John Wick 3 because they want to see it on a big screen. They're going to turn up and watch The Avengers because they want to know what happened before anybody tells them what happened.
It's more of an event.
And you can't make the same justification for something like Long Shot, where plenty of people will look at that marketing campaign and they will say, I can watch that at home in 3 months.
Yeah. It's not visual candy, like those other ones are.
Precisely.
Yeah. So do you have sort of a, not cynical, but do you feel like that's a negative thing? Do you think movie theater should be promoting more things like romantic comedies, or what's your take on the current state of that?
I would say, I feel personally, because I'm the type of person who likes to go to the movies once a week, and I can't do it if there's nothing playing. I'm not going to go to Pokemon. I mean, it's not
your thing.
No way.
You're not the demo.
I would prefer to go once a week, and so I would like for there to be something for me to see once a week. And it just definitely hasn't been that way in 2019.
Okay.
And so this year, I would say I've probably seen fewer movies at the theater than in any prior year. And last year I had Movie Pass, and so I basically saw everything. Exactly.
I've had that too for like 6 months.
Totally wonderful. Okay.
It was for a little while.
Yeah. But in 2019 thus far, and maybe like everything's about to change, right? 2019 thus far just has not really been that interesting to me in terms of brand new movies that are playing at the theater for me to go see.
Okay.
And so I would say like the industry turn towards action spectacle has been going on for a very, very long period of time. Like we would, like in terms of like a historical discussion of it, people would say like the big blockbuster turn sort of originates to Jaws in the mid-1970s, right? It's been going on forever. People have been complaining about it forever. In the 80s, there was this huge critique of like, the blockbuster-focused Hollywood that's all Rambo movies and spectacles that are aimed at teenage kids, blah, blah, blah. I just don't really like action spectacles, and those movies give me the feeling of sitting next to somebody who is playing a video game and watching that person play a video game. Like that's my level of interest.
How I equated it is like Avengers Endgame. It's fine it's good for what it is, but it's not really a movie. It's like I call it like a WrestleMania event.
Yeah.
You're just there to root for your team and see who comes out on top.
Yeah.
You know? There's not a lot of nuance or anything. Yeah.
I have trouble, like everybody's, cognitive functions are different. I have trouble really getting invested in and following like on-screen action. And so I did not see the Avengers, but I did see Captain Marvel. And I would not say that I would say like in one eye and out the other. Do you know what I mean? Like I couldn't take a quiz on Captain Marvel. If you were to say like, did this happen or this happen or this happen, I would have difficulty. And I saw that movie like maybe 6 weeks ago.
Do you think part of that is the way it's filmed?
Yeah.
Like John Wick, I just saw John Wick 3. Yeah. I really liked it. I'm not much of an action person either.
It's great. Yeah.
But the thing is, in John Wick, they play a lot of long takes, a lot of wide shots. So you get to totally see everything happening. Yeah.
I feel like I have no investment in something, in something like.
And something like Under the
Marvel was the example that I did.
And something like Under the Silver Lake, which has a lot of depth, a lot of complexity.
Yeah, it has a lot going on.
A24 didn't know how to market this thing, so they just dumped it out on VOD.
I wonder about that. I wonder if the discussion was, would we be able to get theater owners to book this?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, what do you sell this as? We'll talk about it, but it's got a little bit of everything, but it's not for everybody at the same time.
Coming back to Netflix, and I'm not saying Netflix is going to be the buyer necessarily. It could be somebody like Amazon. In the present day, for a distributor, that can be a really good deal.
Yeah.
So let's say you're A24 and you've got the rights to Under the Silver Lake. You cut a deal with Amazon, then they say, oh, we will, pay you X amount for the rights to stream this movie. That could be a bigger take for the film than it would have playing in 50 theaters around the country. Like, I think theatrical exhibition for a movie like this is difficult. I can imagine myself going to see it in the theater and being the only person in the theater watching this movie.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's very, Under the Silver Lake is very divisive. If you look at, do you know what Letterboxd? Yeah. If you look at Letterboxd reviews, it's all like 1-star or 5-star reviews.
Yeah.
People either love it or hate it. But back to Long Shot.
Right. Back to Long Shot.
Yeah. Romantic comedies, sometimes they do well financially, but they're not critically received very well most of the time. This one is. So what do you agree, or what stood out about this one?
Here's what I would say. I really feel like what happened to the romantic comedy in terms of like the downfall, the lack of interest that people had in going to see these movies, there was a long string of real mean ones. And I would immediately point to what I think is the meanest one of all, The Ugly Truth with Katherine Heigl and Gerard Butler.
What do you mean by mean?
I mean, people want romance from a romantic comedy, but there was like a hard turn towards making these movies kind of like a mix of romantic comedy elements and raunch. And so you have a female heroine and she's always fallen down or something gross is happening. And so she's getting humiliated. And it's supposed to be part of, she's this, like uptight professional and she has to be taken down a peg. She's getting humiliated, and that's going to lead to her eventually falling in love with this guy who is presented, like in the case of The Ugly Truth, as somebody who is like an old school chauvinist who you would not necessarily root for her to be with, but they have this, terrible dynamic that's supposed to be chemistry. And I think audiences said, like, I really don't consider that romance. It's just it's more gross than it is appealing. Like the reason that people like these movies is that they're like enjoyable fantasy movies, and something like The Ugly Truth is not an enjoyable fantasy. I could give you more examples. Jennifer Lopez in The Backup Plan, where she gets inseminated and she's pregnant with like twins or triplets, and so she's going through all this like hardcore pregnancy stuff at the same time she embarks on a new relationship and is involved in humiliating scenario after humiliating scenario, usually covered in food. She's like slopping down, pot of chili from off the stove, and she's just,
so they're definitely trying to bank off the Judd Apatow gross out comedy thing. Yeah. But then, those movies usually have a heart to them and a romantic element to them.
Emotional realism, yeah.
But these ones, it seems like you're saying they're leaning into the romance side of it, but then the gross out part doesn't mix.
I think the women get treated really badly. And I like the movie Knocked Up. Katherine Heigl made very public comments about not liking the role that she played in Knocked Up and having to, like, again, play the role of, like, I'm the adult in the picture, the one who ruins the fun for all the guys. Yeah. This is a really limited, kind of, like, stereotypical whatever. And Knocked Up was a huge hit. Like, that was a long time ago, 2004, 2005, right? Yeah. So anyway, here's what's great about Long Shot. The things that work about it are that Seth Rogen and the other people who made this movie, his writing partner Evan Goldberg, they seem to understand what it was that people used to like about romantic comedies. So you have a female heroine, and it's Charlize Theron, and she's professionally adept, and she doesn't fall down, and she's not embarrassing herself. The person who is in that role is Seth Rogen, and, you know, I mean, it's a character that Seth Rogen plays in basically almost every movie that Seth Rogen ever makes, and so it makes perfect sense. And there is no question or doubt as to the fact that he has strong, genuine romantic feelings for Charlize Theron. So, like, as a romance, it's about this guy who really likes this girl, and they play out that story in terms of the two of them being at different points in their life and having different backgrounds and having different attitudes about how to make political change. I mean, there's legitimate obstacle in terms of the difference between the two of them, but the obstacle is not you're so goofy or you're so awful or, you know, you humiliate yourself all the time.
Sure.
Stuff like that.
Interesting.
It's more legitimately romantic,
okay.
I would say.
Cool.
I also think that the dynamic, like, I think that Seth Rogen thinks about this a lot, okay?
Okay.
I think that the dynamic between Seth Rogen and Rose Byrne in Neighbors, super progressive, and you've seen Neighbors.
I have not.
Oh,
sorry.
All right, because I referenced it before, and
it's okay.
I shouldn't have just, okay.
I know about it.
And so
I know the premise.
There's an early version of Neighbors that they scripted where, like, there's the goofy husband, and then there's the wife who's like, how come you're always being so goofy? Why do we always have to, you know, like, have these difficulties? And can't we just be grown-ups and, okay? And I think Rose Byrne maybe had a hand in saying, you know, it would be way better if the couple were on the same page.
Yeah.
Like, what if they were both sort of an adolescent sensibility?
Okay.
Why does one person have to be the grown-up who's dragging the child along? Wouldn't a better dynamic for a couple to be we're a little bit more like each other than we are different? Which I think it makes Neighbors a fun movie. She's just as adolescent in sensibility as he is. And it's fun.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you're a fan of when the male and the female counterparts are put at equal levels.
I would say I'm not a fan of the constantly reiterated women are so uptight. If anybody's going to come around and, like, put a stop to the fun, it's mom. You know what I mean? She's the uptight single professional who can't stand any fun. She's the mother of three who can't stand any fun. Like, it's just a very sort of like a situation comedy conception.
Even though it wasn't received very well, I think that Amy Schumer's Trainwreck was maybe a response to that.
Yeah. So you would say Trainwreck wasn't received very well?
I mean, it made a lot of money, but I think it's pretty low on the tomato meter.
It has that, like, typical Judd Apatow problem of being maybe like 25 minutes too long. It's got a lot of, like, unnecessary stuff in it. And it also has the same sort of character development trajectory that he has in every movie that he ever made about a male protagonist, which is, you know, somebody who is perhaps not so settled down in life. I'm
mistaken. It has an 85.
There you go.
It must be the small group of people that I follow that didn't like it, I guess. Interesting. Okay.
I'm not saying it's a great movie, but, you know, I don't think it's terrible either.
Okay. Well, let's talk about you for a bit, Caryn. So what's your background in film? What was the earliest moment that you realized that film was something that you were really interested in?
Yeah, I was approximately 12 when my parents took me to see The Silence of the Lambs.
Oh.
It came out, is that unexpected? It came out on Valentine's Day weekend, and
I think that came out like right around the time I was born, which is February of 91. Not to make you feel old or anything.
Not at all.
Yeah. Okay.
My parents took me to see it, and it was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I'd seen horror movies. I mean, my parents were horror movie fans, or at least my dad was. And so it wasn't like, oh, it was the grossest thing I'd ever seen. But I would say this comes back to gender. It had a central female character, Clarice Starling, and she was undertaking the hero's journey. And the movies that I had ever seen in which you're following a character who's undertaking the hero's journey, those are always movies about guys. And so when I was in junior high with plenty of people who said, like, oh, you know, I like Silence of the Lambs, and, like, I want to work for the FBI someday. Like, you know, I like that movie. I want to get a job at the FBI. And I was like, I like that movie, and I think I'd like to study movies.
That's
so
cool.
It made me interested in a whole lot of stuff because I had seen Silence of the Lambs and I liked it. Then when I was like 13, I was watching Taxi Driver, and then I was watching all the Martin Scorsese movies, especially from the 1970s time period. But
Jared had me watch Raging Bull for the first time. I had not gotten around to see it, and I really enjoyed it a lot. He was talking about he's really good at looking through things and a similar perspective you do.
Yeah.
And he was talking to me. It's something I didn't catch on because I'm kind of a dummy when it comes to that stuff. That kind of perspective doesn't come easily to me. I'm still getting better at it.
Yeah.
But he was talking to me about how a lot of it's about like toxic masculinity and how he's sort of a prisoner of that system.
Yeah.
And it really made me and because when I just got done seeing the movie, I'm like, okay, this is a movie about a boxer that's an asshole until the movie ends.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then as I thought about it, I realized that was sort of the point.
Yeah.
So when I have an interesting little trivia fact about Silence of the Lambs.
Okay.
You might already know this, but I just learned recently that Buffalo Bill, he has that long hair.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's wearing like a woman's scalp the whole time.
Oh. Okay, because it's part of his...
It was on the movie detail subreddit. I was like, oh, interesting. I didn't catch on to that. But yeah. So what led you to go into teaching film academically?
Yeah. It sort of progressed. So when I was an undergraduate, I was at UW Stevens Point, and I was a business major and a double major in communication because I wanted to study film. And at the time, they had a film emphasis in the comm department. And so I just kind of started taking film classes, and I took like Intro to the Art of Film. I took a class in the films of Alfred Hitchcock. I took a class in film genres. I took a couple of different histories. I think it was split into like early history and later history. So just a bunch of, I would call it like a kind of like a 1970s curriculum approach to studying film, which is in no way a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
This was in the 1990s, and it was the idea that like you study film as art, it's an aesthetic object kind of a thing. And when I finished my undergraduate degree, I knew that I wanted to keep studying film, and so I looked for a graduate program where I could do that. Mm-hmm. And I went to the University of North Texas in part because they had a master's degree only kind of program. And I wasn't thinking like, oh, I want to, graduate from school and I want to be teaching. Mm-hmm. I didn't have any of that kind of in mind. Mm-hmm. I just had only been an undergraduate for 3 years, and I just still wanted to be in school was a big part of it, I guess.
You just wanted to consume information.
Exactly. Okay. I still wanted to be a student. So when I started at North Texas, I was definitely only invested in film. And if you had said to me, this was 1999, if you had said to me like, oh, don't you think there's a lot of interesting things going on TV? I would say, not really. I mean, right? And
there was a new golden age for the sitcom essentially going on right then, right?
Sure.
With Friends and
I didn't watch any of that stuff.
Right.
I still am not a fan of Friends. My current students love Friends, but nope, not for me.
Yeah. I'm just saying that was you said it was the late 90s, so that's
Totally.
sort of what was going on, right?
I watched The Simpsons and I loved it. I would watch and rewatch episodes. I watched Saturday Night Live, but the idea of like studying television as an object of study, it was the opposite of the way that I thought and felt about film. I mean, my idea was like, I'm a very 90s person. Like we are going through this like independent cinema revolution, and everything going on in film is so absolutely fascinating. And there's all this like, boundary pushing and groundbreaking stuff and characters and storytelling like American film has never seen before.
I'm thinking Kevin Smith, Tarantino.
Absolutely. Yeah. Richard Linklater, like, David O. Russell. And I guess I would say I had a snobby attitude towards television, which is a point to make because then at North Texas, I started working with professors. I was a research assistant and I was a teaching assistant for classes, and they had a very different attitude about television as a cultural object. And so then I started to see more the possibility of like, oh, it could be interesting to study TV.
So now you mentioned earlier that you're really into television now.
Oh, totally.
So when did that change? Do you think it partly had to do with how you viewed it, or did it have to do more with what was happening with television?
I think, both things. Both things are true. TV was really changing, and I think, a couple of central things that really changed TV were definitely The Sopranos premiered in 1999. And Sex and the City started on HBO before that, and I watched Sex and the City, but certainly when that was a brand new show, I did not think of it as changing television storytelling or like changing people's attitudes about what kind of story could be told on TV. And The Sopranos, once I got into it, I definitely thought of that show in that way. Like, this will make even more people who are primarily drawn to, for lack of a better phrase, cinematic storytelling. It will make them want to work in the medium of television, which opens up so many possibilities for telling a long-form story.
I think you probably hesitate to say that because, I mean, no TV show is bound by what it can do, but at the same time, it didn't look like a TV show. It looks like a movie, and which started. Correct me if I'm wrong. Which started sort of the new golden age of television that we've been in since then.
All of these other shows that clearly show its influence.
Breaking Bad.
And I would definitely, and Mad Men, which is one of my other favorites, right? And I would definitely, now, in the present day, I would definitely not say like, oh, the film is better than TV. People used to make those arguments all the time. And so you would have like, oh, an Entertainment Weekly special issue that's about the 10 ways that TV is better than film. It was sort of a debate that people had. I don't see them as incredibly separate in the present day, beyond the fact that movies have the blockbuster storytelling emphasis, which dictates if you're going to spend $250 million to make a movie, that has to be a movie that's going to play all over the world. And television has gone to, I would call it an opposite extreme, where you make these shows that are destined to never be seen by more than 1 million people. So, I mean, for example, The Handmaid's Tale on Hulu, at the time that it won the Emmy for Best Drama, it had an audience of approximately 1 million viewers.
Whoa, that's real low.
We live in a country, and Hulu doesn't give their exact numbers, right? Yeah. And so it's hard to estimate. Well, but the cultural penetration of that is very, very low.
That, and also, there's just so much content now that it's not realistic to have as high of numbers than anything anymore. Yeah.
Exactly.
So that totally makes sense. Plus, I mean, I don't really know anybody that even has like a Hulu subscription. So it's like, oh yeah, there you go.
Me. Yeah.
They had the Criterion Collection for a little while, didn't they?
Did they?
I'm pretty sure they
very
did.
Possibly.
But now Criterion's got their own thing going on.
Everybody's gonna have their own thing going on.
Disney Plus is gonna change the game for sure. I mean, they're going to take a whole bunch of stuff off of Netflix and people are not going to be happy. So what about, as a broad question, what about film do you like? What about it appeals to you? Is it the art form or is it more of its cultural artifactiness?
Yeah. I would say there are a whole bunch of different aspects to it that are appealing. And so something that I like about it is ritual. I like going to a theater and being in like the lowest possible distraction environment. To like noise and like people on their phones in the theater drives me crazy.
Oh my God.
So like,
tell me about it.
Going to the theater to watch the movie and it's on the big screen and it's in front of me and I can see all the detail and I can just like be with it. I like the idea of like getting totally invested in character. I am a movie crier. I get emotional very, very easily. I like the emotion of the experience.
I don't get emotional in the theater very often, but when I do, I love it so much.
Yeah.
When I saw 500 Days of Summer, I had just gotten out of had gotten dumped in high school.
Yeah.
And I watched it and it just completely destroyed me. And I was just enjoying myself so much, just feeling all of that. It's such a good feeling
to be able to experience emotions and it doesn't have to be
vulnerable.
Sadness. Yeah. And I have a different relationship to TV than that. You know what I mean? Like movies are different. So part of it is that, and then part of it is the economy of the storytelling, wherein, you know, a really complex story can be completely involving and you just forget about everything else for the hour and 45 minutes that you're engaged in this. and experiencing other people's lives and trials and tribulations. And so like there's absolutely a much, much larger subset of moviegoers who love action extravaganza, right? Did you ever listen to or see the Steven Soderbergh keynote speech that he gave?
No.
This is from maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, and it's amazing. And he starts with, like, he was seated on a plane next to somebody who had a laptop where he was watching a movie. And Soderbergh realizes that it actually wasn't a movie. It was a supercut of just like the violent action climaxes.
Oh, yes, I have heard of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's a subset of moviegoers who like, that's their thing.
Just, yeah.
The thing that I like are the stories that are like human dramas about people interacting with each other in a way that is recognizable to me, and it involves me, and I care about it, and I, I have a kind of catharsis in engaging with it. I love it. I love to study it.
I'm on totally the same page with you there. There was a YouTuber I was watching, and he was talking about how like the story in Marvel movies aren't that great, and he's like, they should just make it just a 35-minute long action scene and charge full ticket price, and people will still go to see it. Yeah, totally agreed. I mean, John Wick, like I mentioned before, I mean, the only story really there is that somebody kills his dog and he's going to get revenge. But I mean, all that movie really is the vaguest amount of story you need to just have action set piece after action set piece. Yeah.
And I'm not against it. I would watch it. Okay.
Yeah.
I would start at John Wick 1, and I would watch it.
Sure.
But it just,
But it's not your thing.
It has enough fans. It has so many fans. It doesn't need me.
Interesting. Okay. So do you seek out things that don't have a lot of fans?
Well, I mean, I think, I would say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're probably starved for like a small art house theater in this area, aren't you?
I try to go to see as much as I possibly can. And so like of the past year of like, let's say like 2018, one of my favorite movies was definitely Front Runner. And I feel like
Is that the Hugh Jackman? I saw a lot of hype about that, but then nobody talked about it.
Exactly. I feel like not that many people saw it. I feel like it didn't play very widely.
From what I saw, it seemed like a little bit of an Oscar baity political drama sort of thing.
It just didn't turn out that way. And it was certainly a super fascinating investigation of the Gary Hart scandal and how that played out. Hugh Jackman's performance is really great. It has, a kind of a commentary that it wants to make about contemporary politics by focusing on, the late 1980s and what we thought about private lives and politics then. I thought that was great.
Okay.
The Paul Dano movie, Wildlife, I feel like that's my...
I haven't heard of that, but I love Paul Dano, so I'm on board.
He directed it. He's not in it. He directed it. It's Jake Gyllenhaal and Carey Mulligan.
I'm definitely going to look that up.
And it's, it's like a beautiful...
When did that come out? Just a couple...
2018. So November 2018.
Okay. I'll look that up later.
It was really great. So
okay.
just, those are the ones that I still think about later and care about later.
Do you seek them out because they don't have a small audience, or does it just turn out that way?
I would say I think it's just like kind of coincidental.
Okay.
Especially over the past 3 years, because I go to the movies a lot. Over the past 3 years, if it is not like $5 Tuesday, I have often thought to myself, wow, there's no one at the movies.
Yeah.
Pretty quiet in here.
I mean, I was just there. I mean, I saw a 4:00 show of John Wick, and John Wick is, very popular. It beat out Endgame for #1 box office. I saw it at 4:00 on a Tuesday, which is the day people go to the theater the most around here.
Right.
There was maybe 15 people in the theater. Yeah. And I would have loved to see that in a big theater, because the action, like I said, I'm not into action just as you aren't, but the action set pieces are they're not bloody, but they're just brutal. Like, you can just feel every punch. Totally. There were a few times when I heard audience members just audibly go, "Oh!" like that. And that would have been really fun to experience with like a full crowd. Yeah. It was so odd. But yeah, I partially think that it's because of the ticket prices, but I mean, even with the $5 movie days, it's still relatively low. Right. Yeah, and the reasons for that are complicated, I guess. So what classes do you normally teach?
I normally teach history of cinema, radio, and TV, And that is an overview that kind of goes from the beginning of cinema up to like approximately the present day, except for, just because it's hard to cover, that much material in the course of a, semester. I never really get that present in the present day. At the very end of the semester, we're talking about like the advent of the internet and new media implications, but briefly, right? Every semester I teach race, class, and gender in American media. And that's a course that looks at both film and television, but in terms of student work and things that they do, they can bring in other forms of media. I focus on film for a little bit more than half the semester, and then TV for the approximately second half of the semester.
Okay.
But students might do projects that involve, let's say, if they have an interest in video games, they have an interest in comic books, or they have an interest in studying advertising.
They can look at like how women are portrayed in video games or something like that.
Totally. Absolutely. Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of interesting stuff going on there.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are the two primary ones you teach?
That I teach almost every semester. And so on a less regular basis, I teach the art of criticism, where for the past few times I've taught it, we've really focused on television because I think so many interesting things are going on in television.
Yeah.
That's part of it. But part of it is also television is a little bit more bite-sized, so that when you're taking a class, you can look at a 20-minute or a 40-minute episode of something together. And that's harder to negotiate when it comes to like having a class that's focused on film and finding a screening time.
Yeah.
And I think
I completely agree with that, because when I was battling my depression at the worst state, I took that class and I ended up dropping out of school that semester. Yeah. But I remember having a tough time with that class because it was so TV oriented, because I really love film criticism. It's an art form I really enjoy, so I was really excited to take a class on it.
Yeah.
But then when it was like focused on TV, I remember we had to choose, I don't know if you still do this, but we had to choose a new TV show and follow it throughout the course of the semester.
Yes, I still do it, but it doesn't have to be new anymore.
Okay.
Do you remember what you picked?
I'm glad you changed that, because I was really disappointed with the lineup that I had to choose with.
Yeah.
And I ended up choosing a show called Blue Bloods.
Okay.
Which was...
It's still on.
I know, it's crazy, because when I was watching, I thought it was like the most boring cliche show on the planet. I was like, I really have to watch this for a whole semester?
The show is still on.
And it's still on. I can't imagine why that is. What's the demographic for that show?
The magic of CBS. The demographic is 55 plus.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I don't know. I thought so. You're saying it's more difficult to structure the class around film criticism?
Well, no. It's just I have felt the past few times that I taught it, I have felt that there are so many interesting things going on in television, just in terms of like what's called peak TV. And so we're at the state now, we're producing more scripted television than ever before in American history. It's like 500 shows each year. And so that means for people who are studying TV, you can look at it in terms of broadcast production or basic cable production or premium cable production or production for streaming outlets like Netflix and Hulu and Amazon. There's so much storytelling going on. And all that storytelling definitely means that people are getting to tell stories who have never been able to make movies of a similar voice.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of new television shows coming out right now that are very much about disenfranchised groups of people, transgender, all sorts of. There's a lot of them coming out of the woodwork right now. Yeah,
absolutely.
And those stories wouldn't really make it to the big screen right now. Yeah.
It's not exactly the same as what was going on in the 90s with the independent cinema movement, but it's not completely removed from that either. Like, it's an exciting time in TV because there are all of these examples of shows that are not intended to appeal to a wide audience. And they are experimental and they're different. And, if you get invested in them, they introduce you to somebody's life that's very different from your own that you otherwise would not experience.
It's very difficult for me to get into a new TV show now, because if I like a TV show, I get hooked into it, and I have to watch all of it. So I'm very, very picky with what I choose for. So I can't remember the last time I watched a TV show that I watched all the way through. I think the last one was the Netflix show Love,
which I haven't seen, but I do know it.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it has from what I understand from what you've told me, I think it does have that idealized idea of romance that the romantic comedies had, because it's very funny, but the characters have really good chemistry, and you understand why they're attracted to each other. Yeah. And they're both flawed in their own ways. But it's not like one of them is like the schlubby. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. One of them is like a nerd, and the other one's kind of like a rebel. So there's a little bit of oil and water going on there, but it's still really good. Still good. Yeah. I was looking at, you mentioned that your couple of your favorite movies last year, and I'm looking at my top 10 favorites for 2018. I'm trying to think of any of them that I imagine that you would really like. Did you see First Reformed?
I loved First Reformed. I cried and cried.
I knew it.
I had a very emotional experience watching that movie. I'm almost afraid to watch it again, and I kind of I don't necessarily think much of Paul Schrader. I love Taxi Driver, which I told you that I watched when I was like 13 years old for the first time. But in terms of like my opinion of Paul Schrader as a Hollywood guy or as a filmmaker, I wouldn't say that I'm a fan of his by any means.
You mean as a person?
Yeah. Okay. No. I mean, I don't know him as a person. Sure. I would say in terms of his work, body of work.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were insinuating that he had some sort of scandal or something like that.
Well, I mean, I think he has
like a Woody Allen or something.
Well, not that type of scandal. Right. I think he has a sort of general level of personal affiliation that many 1970s filmmakers do.
I see what you're saying.
And then a few years ago, he had that Lindsay Lohan movie that he made with a porn star who is... What is the guy's name? He's like the porn guy.
The long hair guy with the greasy...
maybe. And so, it sort of seemed like he was moving in a different direction that was a little bit more towards, I don't know, like cinematic exploitation or desperation or something. There was a really fascinating journalistic sort of like take on the filming of that movie. And I was just like, oh, Paul Schrader's a creep. I'm not a fan. And when I watched First Reformed, I was like, well, maybe I have to reassess everything. Like... Here's this guy who has this very intellectual approach to a very emotional story, and it just, like, it hits me on so many levels. And I think that he is somebody who thinks very academically about film. He is associated with, like, introducing the concept of film noir in the United States, and I don't know, just more interesting than I'd given him credit for, I feel like would be the best way for me to sum up.
Okay. Well, I think I'm starting to understand what sort of things you value and things, because I nailed that one right on the head. Should we talk about Under the Silver Lake?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Who moves out in the middle of the night?
Nothing strange about it. She wanted to leave. How does that not make sense?
I don't understand why she didn't tell me.
Maybe she didn't like you. Maybe she knows you're poor and haven't paid your rent.
I found some kind of code or like secret message in her apartment.
It means stay quiet. Our world is filled with codes, subliminal messages, from Silver Lake to the Hollywood Hills.
Could any of this be connected to Sarah?
I know this girl.
There's a message in the music.
Really think you're gonna find a hidden message in a pop song? 1, 2, 3. Can't quite see it, but I'm close.
Honey, how are you?
Mom, I'm fine. Mostly fine.
Why do we assume that all of this information is what we're told it is?
Maybe there are people out there who are more important than us, more powerful, communicating things in the world that are meant for only them and not for us.
Yeah.
Oh, you think that's weird?
A little.
Okay, so, I insisted that you choose a movie because I always have the guest choose one. Okay. But then you insisted that I choose one.
Yeah.
So, based on what you told me about what you like to look at in film, especially with the gender studies, Under the Silver Lake was on my mind because of how divisive it is, and I had just seen it a couple weeks ago, and it was on my mind, and I think it has a lot to say about Hollywood and how it treats its women.
Yeah.
So I was really curious what you thought about this movie. So I guess I'll just introduce the movie. Okay. It's about a guy named Sam, played by Andrew Garfield, and he's sort of a loser living in the outskirts of Los Angeles, and he's like very rear window-esque. He's like spying on the women in his apartment, and he sees this beautiful young woman, and he spends a night with her. He doesn't have sex, but they have a little moment, and she goes missing the next day. And the movie is all about him following these clues to figure out what happens. And it gets weirder and weirder as it goes along. And there's also a dog killer on the loose. There's a lot of strands in this movie. But I really enjoyed it the more I thought about it. So I'm just really curious, what are your overall thoughts, your first reactions?
One of the things, I was taking notes as I watched it, in part because I was kind of trying to keep track of references. And then like the more I was kind of taking notes, the more I was keeping track of more like plot points in terms of trying to put together how one thing is supposed to like fit together with the next.
You start becoming Sam where you're writing down like notes, symbols and stuff.
It's true. And I think that, it can be a very frustrating experience. The polarized reaction does not surprise me, because I think that it can be a frustrating experience when you're watching something that doesn't cohere the way that you expect it to.
Sure.
And so,
do you mean in terms of its structure?
I mean, in terms of like the actual plot and the story it's telling. It is a mystery, and he is attempting to solve this mystery, and in a sense he does, but there are also parts of the mystery that remain unsolved and unaddressed.
Yes,
and
there's some red herrings for sure.
There are red herrings, but also, I mean, I think the central thing that you're following is this person whose life is definitely deteriorating, and you called him, did you say kind of a loser?
He's a bit of a loser and a creep.
Okay, he's a bit of a loser and a creep. He has no evident job and no desire to get one.
He's being evicted from his apartment. You find out later on why he's not getting a job. It has something to do with his former relationship. I guess real quick,
go ahead.
Since this movie is somewhat new,
right?
Let's talk about it non-spoilerly. Then we'll do a spoiler warning.
Right.
We usually only do that for movies that are new,
right?
Otherwise, we talk about it outright. So that's just tiptoe around it a little bit.
In a way, and I'm not exactly sure, like, what could be spoiled about this, unless you want to, like, we don't want to talk about
the reveal,
the eventual outcome. Okay, that's fine. So I would say the attention-getting thing about the movie is like the flash of it, and the flash is the spate of pop culture references and allusions. It's making reference to a huge number of movies, and it made a big list. But beyond that, I mean, it's also full of...
The movie's about pop culture and how we look at and how we idealize celebrities.
And so the movie is saying, you have a sense, or the movie seems to be saying, you have a sense that this is supposed to have some larger meaning, that as you engage with popular culture in comic books and music and movies, that it has some larger meaning. And the movie seems to conclude, well, I suppose I would say that is a big question mark. Like, is it all just a waste of time? And I think that we used to in film studies talk about the concept of postmodernism. I'm sure there are still people who do. I just haven't read any of that work very recently. The concept of, making a movie that has all these references and allusions to other movies. And then the question becomes, like, is this more than just those references? And so, for example, a great example would be like Indiana Jones. Like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, they used to love those 1930s serials.
Yeah.
Exactly. They used to love the serials that they were. Okay, so they make a movie that is their own version that has all these references to the stuff they used to love as a kid, watching Gunga Din and all that.
Sure.
Okay, so is the movie's story more than just these series of references and allusions?
Well, you're asking, is there a point to these references? And I would say that there is. Okay. Because I think the movie is analyzing, is showing us that, I mean, all the characters in the movie, they're all living in Los Angeles, so they're all obsessed with pop culture. They got dolls of Marilyn Monroe, and even the dog's named Coca-Cola, and it's so the references to these older films is sort of reflecting how the characters in the movie are constantly referencing older films. So.
And the movie is using those things as signifiers to allow you to judge these characters as being vacant and having empty lives. She has dolls of the characters from How to Marry a Millionaire because she's a young woman who would like to marry a millionaire.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happens. Yeah, interesting. I didn't realize that was the name of the movie they were watching. Okay.
And so, so she has the poster on the wall and she has the dolls and they're watching How to Marry a Millionaire. Which, like, the movie's interest in classic Hollywood is certainly, like, super fascinating, I think.
And you also have, I think, an incredible score that's very much inspired by Hitchcock, Bernard Herrmann's music. What do you think of the score? Is great, right?
I like the score. I was particularly impressed with the scene in which Sam interacts with a songwriter who is taking him through a medley of songs that the songwriter has supposedly composed.
That's definitely where the movie starts to take a sharp left turn.
Exactly. But it's an incredibly varied list of songs that the songwriter rattles off, including like Ode to Joy and I Love Rock and Roll. I mean...
I guess we should get into spoilers, because if we talk about the songwriter a little bit more, I think we should. So here's your spoiler warning for Under the Silver Lake. So the songwriter is revealed to be an old guy who's like, it's obviously a guy in old age makeup, because they couldn't find a 90-something-year-old who could be that energetic, I guess. And it's revealed that he was the one, he writes all of your favorite songs, everything from the Cheers theme song to In Sync, Backstreet Boys, you know, everything. And he puts hidden messages for, it's a little vague on what the reason why he's putting these messages in there, but Sam, he confronts him and he's like, everything that you love was done by my design, and you don't even know why I made them. So what did you think about that scene in general? Because I mean, Sam, he idolizes Kurt Cobain in particular. He has a he likes him so much that he's looking at his picture while he's having sex with a woman.
Right.
And he has the songwriter has Kurt Cobain's guitar in his room, and he's like, "Oh, you have Kurt Cobain's guitar." Then he finds out that he wrote "Smells Like Teen Spirit." Yeah. He bashes him over the head with the guitar in a very gruesome scene. So, what was your take on that reveal?
I think it's about cultural exhaustion, and again, like, these are like big questions posed by postmodernism. Like, have all of the stories been told? Have all of the songs been written? Is it all over? And like, now we're just rehashing. We just like warm it up and we serve it again, right?
Yeah.
The movie as a whole, because of the way that it cobbles together all of these elements of these, you know, different pop cultural pieces, I think it bespeaks this exhaustion. The characters are exhausted. Sam is exhausted. These other people who he runs into again and again and again at varying locations, nobody's living some sort of vibrant life in which they're energized and making new artistic product.
They're all just fueled by nostalgia. So much that they have that... there's a movie screening, and the movie screening is at a cemetery, and right next to, they're leaning on Hitchcock's grave. They go to a music venue with a bunch of hipsters, and it's at like a morgue or something. And then underground, they're literally eating on tables that are made out of gravestones of famous people. Everything is just fueled by nostalgia.
The first club that they go to is called Purgatory, and so I mean, this idea of like, you know, an afterlife or
that is the first time it's really hinted at. So, and the first hint of the songwriter scene comes from one of my favorite scenes where he's in the bathtub and he's talking to his on and off girlfriend. He's talking about, do you really?
Is a strong word.
He's talking about like there has to be more to life. There has to be more to media than what we see.
We long for meaning.
Yeah, I think there's a few very strong themes in this movie, and I think one of them is searching for meaning.
Yeah.
I mean, from the very beginning of the movie, he's wondering who this dog killer is. He's trying to figure out what happened to this girl.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the movie, after he's found out all of his answers, he goes to the bird lady because he wants to figure out what the heck that bird's saying. You know, the whole movie's about trying to find meaning in something.
Right.
Yeah. And also this idea that the rich elite, the wealthy, they have access to things that we don't. We don't even know it, which I think this film is commenting on too. And then that starts to unravel with the with the songwriter scene.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not saying so. Now you have mentioned the end scene, and so I'm not saying that I disagree that he's trying to find out what the bird is saying.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of the movie, in approximately the second scene where he's introduced, he is spying on this woman who is naked and has a bird, and he's spying on her in shots that are taken directly from her window, and he has, let's say, missed the boat on the other woman who he was spying on in the same scene. She's not available to be his sexual partner, and so he's reverted to option one. I mean,
sure.
I did not read it as he wanted to get in that apartment to figure out what the bird is saying.
Well, it's not just because of that. Right. That's just a part of it.
I mean, he seems to be almost totally aimless beyond pursuing women. Well,
yeah. Well, I'm sure
for one of the women, and that quest came to an end, and so he went back to, I would say, option one.
Well, I'm sure you would agree that just if your main protagonist is a sexist or a misogynist, that doesn't necessarily mean the movie is misogynist or sexist.
Oh, this is interesting to discuss in terms of what's going on here. Yes.
I'm curious what your thoughts are on that idea.
My thoughts are,
because I've heard some people online call this movie sexist or misogynistic, and I'm thinking, I'm not sure you're understanding the point of this movie's trying to say.
Well, because the point of the movie is that he is not an admirable character. He is not a heroic protagonist in any way, shape, or form. And so the movie does seem to be commenting on the male gaze in that it frames the male gaze in such a way that the viewer might notice it and feel uncomfortable. For example, in the scene that I just referenced, which is approximately like the second scene in the movie, where Sam is using binoculars to spy on the neighbor who is naked, you're not just clocking him doing it. It kind of takes a while to unfold, and he's clearly a voyeur, and it gives the viewer a chance to think about this and sort of assess, what's up with this guy?
Yeah, especially, there's some lingering scenes that are designed to make you feel uncomfortable. Like when he's trying to figure out, he's frustrated because he can't figure out this mystery, and he starts masturbating, and he's looking at the images of all the women that you've seen so far in the film.
Right.
And it goes on for kind of a long time.
Absolutely.
And it's meant to make you feel kind of gross.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a scene where he's following a woman down the street, and it's framed so that he's staring at her ass. And you, the viewer, are looking as he looks, and you see a number of similarly dressed young women all converging on a point.
And then it turns out they're all auditioning for this scummy guy who's making a movie, supposedly.
Absolutely.
Definitely commenting on Hollywood in general.
Absolutely. And so it doesn't make the movie sexist.
Yeah.
However, I would say that as I watched it, I thought the movie seems to be congratulating itself on knowing better, being smarter, while doing the thing that is the thing. I mean,
see what you're saying.
It's not a feminist movie. I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not. I mean, it's made by a man, so it's really impossible to not have that male perspective, I guess.
Okay.
And I think I'm trying to think of a way to word this without me sounding like an asshole. I think there are ways to tell these messages about misogyny that don't also show misogyny.
Right. Oh, I agree.
But I think it's easy if you're a male and you're making a story about this, it's easy to be able to do that. But then you have to rely on the audience to be smart enough to realize what they're doing. But I think if you are smart enough, then I think the message becomes more powerful from my perspective personally, because like the scene where he's hanging out with his friend, and his friend has this drone, and he's going to spy on this woman. He's like, oh, you gotta check this woman out. She's like a model or something.
Absolutely.
I think this is a very important scene in the movie, because it's the setup of like a typical like Porky scene where they're spying on a woman, and they're spying on, and ironically he says like, everybody's so paranoid these days. I see spying on somebody.
Yeah.
And
they should be paranoid.
Yeah. And So the woman, she sits down. She doesn't know she's being recorded by this drone, and she takes off her shirt and she just starts crying, like maybe she's had an awful day or something. And it makes you feel kind of uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. But they don't seem too fazed by it. But it's sort of
gets up and leaves.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
I mean, Topher Grace doesn't seem fazed by it, but Sam.
Oh, but Sam does.
Gets up and leaves.
But I feel like the movie is sort of being like, no, fuck you. She's a person. Like gotcha, and it's not sexy, Mm-mm. So I think that's a very important scene to show what the movie's trying to say about these sort of about the ways that he looks at women.
I would say from my notes, here's what I put. Topher Grace has a drone and is using it to spy on women. The woman he and Sam are spying on takes off her blouse and is crying. And then in parentheses, I've written, again, this is a filmmaker saying, look at how smart I am.
Yeah.
Which is not, I'm not trying to say that the movie is bad mm-hmm. or should be rejected on this basis.
Sure.
I'm just...
Do you feel like it's a little bit like look how woke I am kind of a thing?
I definitely would not argue that this movie is woke. I would say, like, at the same time that the movie wants to point up, like, oh, women are objectified, and Los Angeles is a culture in which, like, women participate in their own objectification. Mm-hmm. That's all the women who are flocking to the audition scene that we talked about earlier, right? At the same time that the movie wants to point that up, the movie doesn't want to tell a story about any female character that would in any way contradict or be more complicated than that narrative. I mean, there are no women in the movie who have their own story that you get to see or get a sense of beyond.
Well, Sam is a bit of he's literally a voyeur for these women, mm-hmm. but he's also a voyeur he's finding out the truth of how Los Angeles, I think this movie is also a movie about how Los Angeles and Hollywood sort of just spits up and chews out women in a way. And I think it's him sort of discovering the level to which that's happening. In this movie, the billionaires are literally burying themselves in tombs mm-hmm. with these women and are having like cult-like virgin sacrifices because they think they're higher beings and they deserve more because they understand more or something.
And the women consented. And they knew what they were doing. Mm-hmm. They made their decision. They wanted to be rich.
Yeah, ways to
how to marry a millionaire.
So are you saying that the film might be saying that women want this anyways?
Literally, he has a conversation with this woman who mm-hmm. he has been hunting the entire movie. He's the detective, mm-hmm. and he has been on the trail. He's going to save this woman who needs saving. And it turns out, she says, well, I knew exactly what I was doing, and here I am. Like, this is where I wanted mm-hmm. to be.
Well, perhaps she's just a victim of I'm just thinking out loud here. Perhaps
she's
just a victim.
She's not.
But perhaps she's a victim. Maybe she's unaware of it, but she's a victim of a system where it leads certain women to believe that.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking out loud here, so I'm not sure. I'm glad you have this perspective, though.
So from my perspective, mm-hmm. because the movie is made up of all of these allusions to everything that you could possibly identify. Mm-hmm. His character is Sam, which is Sam Spade, like hard-boiled detective character.
Sure.
And so it makes all of these references to film noir and particularly detective fiction. Like, he's not literally a detective.
No.
But he is playing a detective's role because he's on the case and he's pursuing this mystery over the course of the movie.
And it's shown in the beginning that he's interested in code. He's been interested in like code breaking and stuff and hidden messages and things. So that sort of pairs with the detective aspect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So he is Sam, the detective who is on the trail of this mystery. And in terms of the references that it makes, I would definitely point to the Robert Altman movie, The Long Goodbye. And the sort of hook of The Long Goodbye is that the Philip Marlowe detective character was like a hard-boiled, like 1940s Humphrey Bogart style hard-boiled detective. Mm-hmm. He's played by Elliot Gould in the Robert Altman Long Goodbye. But he's like a 1940s character. He just happens to be living in 1970s Los Angeles. And so he's like a man out of step with his time, right? Mm-hmm. Sam, in Under the Silver Lake, is a 90s guy. he loves Nirvana.
And he loves Nirvana and
Nintendo.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he is a man out of step with the time. It is...
Well, he also likes older stuff, too. He's constantly watching old black and white films and things, so he's a bit of an old soul as well.
In the movie...
Maybe partially because of his mom. His mom has always recommended these old movies to him.
In the movie, it's like 2011. References are made to 2011. And he's like a 90s guy. He's like a 90s...
He's a hipster.
sort of a grunge... unemployed guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any of his own goals, things that he wants to do that we can see. His ambition is to find this woman. And the landlord says to him, when he says to the landlord, oh, what happened to this woman who was here last night? What is her name? Sarah. What happened to Sarah? Where is she? And the landlord says, maybe she didn't want to date a homeless guy.
Yeah. Maybe she realized you were broke and didn't want to date a homeless guy.
Which is an explanation that he rejects. I mean, he seems really certain that, she's in some kind of danger or trouble and he's going to find her and she's going to want to be with him.
It's interesting to point out that the one woman he becomes sort of obsessed with is the one woman who he doesn't have sex with.
Yeah.
The woman that gets away.
Right.
And that's sort of a signal for how he sort of is viewing her.
The movie references The Great Gatsby, and Gatsby was obsessed with the one who got away. He wanted to be with Daisy, right? Yeah. And so one of the references that I liked is Sam is obsessed with a billboard, and the billboard is for optique contact lenses.
I can see clearly now, and there's a woman on the billboard.
Exactly. Yeah. And so he's staring at the billboard, and I made a note to myself, like, well, this seems like a reference to Great Gatsby, because in Gatsby there's the billboard with eyes, right? And later... someone literally mentions Great Gatsby, and then I'm like, oh, definitely then.
When did they mention Great Gatsby? Okay. I don't remember
this
that.
This is in my notes. He is talking to...
Excuse me.
That's the billboard reference. He is talking to the balloon girl, maybe?
Oh, yeah. The Miley Cyrus. I thought she looked like Miley Cyrus.
Later he calls a hooker from the Shooting Star service. When the hooker comes over, she is the one who literally mentions Gatsby.
Oh, okay.
And later, in terms of
the short-haired redhead,
narrative purpose, it turns out that Sam was staring at the billboard because, of course, it stars his ex-girlfriend who he is obsessed with.
Yeah.
And so,
I like that you don't find out who that is until later at the party scene. That's a nice touch. You referenced the hooker, the... What do they call themselves in the movie? The
Shooting Star?
Yeah, Shooting Stars. So I think another maybe obvious idea of how Hollywood treats its women is that the actresses, the working class actresses in this movie, are so appreciated that they're selling their bodies on the side. So they're... Go ahead.
But you could not argue that the movie is presenting that as some sort of a tragedy or a bad thing. Like, there is no... this is not a woman who is crying.
You're saying...
She literally tells him how great it is.
Yeah, but she doesn't... She says it, but I don't see it in her eyes, though. I know. Am I grasping for straws? I don't know. I know what you're saying.
I think that, some part of the main character's psyche is that he thinks that, women are victims and victimized. I don't think he interacts with any woman who is expressing that. And the Shooting Stars thing, I think, is a reference to LA Confidential and the fleur-de-lis. Did you ever see LA Confidential?
No, I haven't.
It's a really great movie. You have to see it. And so
I'll put it on my watch list.
It's another neo-noir, and so it's like a contemporary movie told in the style of film noir.
I do remember somebody on Letterboxd said it reminded them of that movie.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
They
said something like every generation needs its LA Confidential.
It has it's a 90s movie in which there is an escort service, and it's called Fleur de Lis, and it's a central part of the criminal operation in that story.
Okay, maybe this is a better way of saying what I was trying to say. Is that in the scene where he finds out that actress is a call girl, and he calls her up, and she recognizes him. The way the actress, she says that, hey, you want to, you know, fuck the next it girl, you know, just call shooting star. And
right.
She verbalizes that she's satisfied with this setup. However, the way that her character looks, the way she carries herself, the way the actress sells the performance, it makes you feel uncomfortable. Yeah. And I think maybe that's the point.
Okay.
Where the movie is sort of incepting that idea in your head, even though the characters aren't expressing or feeling that. Do you know what I'm saying? Kind of like victims of abuse sometimes aren't aware of what's going on is necessarily abuse. It's not that they're dumb, you know, like the girls who are being controlled by R. Kelly, some of them probably think that they enjoy being a slave, essentially. You know what I mean?
Right.
So maybe it's commenting on that a little bit. Again, I'm thinking out loud here.
I just don't know why you would read that into it. Like, what cues would cause you to read that into it? I
think it's all based on the performance, because from what it seems like correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're saying that maybe the movie is saying that women are marginalized in Hollywood and they're happy about it, or they deserve it. Do you think that's what the movie is saying?
I think that the women who are presented in this movie are presented as commodities. And with the Sarah character, who is the central focus, that is absolutely literalized. She sold herself, all of herself, as in she's got less than 6 months left. Yeah. If you're with me, right?
Yeah. Well, I read it more as she's been roped into this cult. Okay. You know, she's a victim.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm wrong? I'm glad we're having this debate.
But we didn't see anybody get roped into a cult. She gets on the phone with him on the screen, and she has this conversation, and she says, "This is my thing that I chose."
Well, she doubts it.
Yeah, she says, "Oh, do you think
I made the wrong choice?" Yeah. Do you think I made the wrong choice? I don't know. Maybe.
I just wonder. I think that as we're having this debate, I think that the reason that I feel some hesitance about your point of view is I just wonder if you would point to male movie characters in this movie or any other movie who you would say, like, oh, well, essentially, you know, this is somebody who can't make his own decisions because, like, he doesn't really know what's happening to him, and he's basically, like, being puppeted by other people. Like, the idea of, like, a person not having enough agency to make choices responsibly and know what they're doing, and so, like, Sam must know better. Why would Sam know better? He's an unemployed, about to be evicted, absolutely disgusting human being.
No,
he's so gross.
I totally.
Why would his decisions be superior? Like, you know.
No, I understand. I completely understand what you're saying, and you're right to hold me to that. To be able to look at male characters the same way.
Yeah.
However, I'm not saying that the women in this movie don't have agency necessarily. I don't know. It's complicated. You've made me think about it in a different way. That is a good question. But I don't know.
I think part of the point of it, to keep this going, I think part of the point of it is that he has whatever romantic ideal that he has based on his assumption that she has been taken. She must have been taken if she didn't continue to be in contact with him after they had their so-called special night together. Okay?
Yeah.
She must have been taken, and so he has to get her back, and that is his quest.
Can I comment on that?
Go ahead.
So that is his quest, and obviously that's not a great idea for a quest because he barely knows her. And, you know, he's expecting to be able to rescue her.
Yes.
You know, to rescue the princess. That's what he wants to do.
Exactly.
And when he finally finds out... Yeah. And when he finally finds out that she's alive, he's so excited. He's like, I've been looking for you. And her reaction is just, you barely know me.
Yeah. What?
Which is, I think, a great payoff. And she's stuck down there, and he doesn't really. He's sort of happy that he found her, but at this point he's just so confused because of all of this other stuff that has been going on. But I think that's a really important scene where she's just like, you barely know me, because I imagine if she would have been excited to see him, you probably would have had an issue with that, and I would probably as well. Yeah.
Come rescue me.
Yeah. Finally, you found me.
That would be very surprising.
Yeah. What did you think of the overall, the messages aside for now, putting that on the back burner?
Yeah.
What did you think of the filmmaking? Because I think this is a very ambitious film, the way it's done.
Yeah.
And I think it's very confident, does a lot of interesting things, and I think it's really well executed.
I agree. I think that it has this contemporary concept of film noir that, like LA is a sunlit and, kind of gorgeous place. I think that it's beautifully shot, and I enjoyed the look of it the entire time. I think it has a great aesthetic.
I think this is sort of like the anti La La Land. Like La La Land is like, look how wonderful Hollywood is. This is like this is like Hollywood has some fucked up shit going on underneath the surface, literally.
Yeah.
And I really like the dream sequences were so odd with all the barking. There's the it's a bit of a red herring with the dog killer, don't you think? And the owl killer.
And so which again, I mean, that is gender stuff. The barking is gender stuff. So let's take this piece by piece. There is a repeated motif with the barking. So first, Zasha Mamet, not in a dream but in actual life, Zasha Mamet beats him up a little bit in a bathroom. He's followed her into the women's bathroom, and she gives him a punch to the gut, and he's down on the ground, right?
Punch to the balls.
Oh, punch to the balls, and he's down on the ground. And so then a group of 3 women enter the bathroom, and from his perspective, they're barking like dogs. And the signification there is definitely gendered. He later has a dream in which Sarah is in the pool, and as Sarah
a shot referencing Marilyn Monroe.
Absolutely. As Sarah opens her mouth to speak to him, and she's barking like a dog. And I guess this coincides with the storyline about beware the dog killer.
I'm not exactly quite sure where that plot thread went. Maybe nowhere.
And that is a trait of film noir, to have unresolved stories.
Oh, okay.
And so, for example,
I think the broad thing we're supposed to be getting away with, there's this supposed dog killer on the loose,
right?
And also he carries around dog treats because it reminds him of his girlfriend.
Yep.
So he has sort of a the dog killer, or maybe he's the dog. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking either him or the hobo king was.
Yeah. He's a violent guy.
Oh, yeah, he beats up that kid.
Yeah. He's a violent guy. The homeless king.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that because of the references to Sam being homeless. Maybe she didn't want to date a homeless guy.
And also, he hates homeless people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking, the homeless king has a little bit to do with
also there's
where he's headed.
Also, there's also, it's interesting. There's also something to say there about, I'm not exactly sure what the message is, but there's definitely something that the director's trying to say about class when the homeless king is literally directing people into these tombs for the highly elite, highly rich. I'm not exactly sure what that message is, but it is interesting, at least visually.
Yeah.
And then there's the really neat symbolism of the Egyptian symbols and stuff, celebrities and idols. They are our new pharaohs. We idolize them. And this is sort of taking that literally, which is interesting. Also, did you see It Follows?
I did.
Okay. Did you like It Follows?
I liked it. I liked it while I watched it. I watched it once in the theater and never again. I liked it while I watched it, and then in the aftermath, the most interesting thing was that Quentin Tarantino gave that interview maybe to Vulture or New York Magazine, where he said that he doesn't really watch contemporary movies, but he had seen It Follows, and he kind of went on and on about how he would do it if it were his movie. Well, there's a plot hole here, and I would do this.
Oh, okay.
Blah blah blah.
But
I liked It Follows. It's a a fear of sex movie, and
it's taking the trope of the one who has sex is the one who gets killed, and taking that literally. And this movie and the follow up Under the Silver Lake, I think, I think the director focuses a lot on tone and mood and how it makes you feel.
Yeah.
And you could see, the reason why I bring it up is because you could see some of his traits in that movie, in this one. Like I think of the sequence where he thinks it's the dream sequence where he thinks he sees Sarah eating the carcass of a dog.
Right.
And then you see the body like go like that.
Yeah.
Like I love little like visual flourishes like that. And I also think this movie is like really well edited, and the pace is slow, but it's just slow enough. I think what if anything, this movie maybe could have been cut maybe 5-10 minutes, because it is a bit long.
Would be great. I very much enjoyed watching it. Like I don't, I would not put myself in the camp of like having a pure negative reaction to this in any way, shape, or form. Like I enjoyed thinking about it, but I guess I would like go back to, I think that the movie is participating a little bit more in regressive ideas about gender or the male gaze than it thinks it is.
What would you change about the screenplay if you could? Like, what would you have preferred to see, or is that not a fair question?
Okay, I feel like that's not a fair question, and so I would not like in my critical mode, I'm not like correcting somebody's paper when I see a movie, right? But I would say this. Part of the point of it is that we've seen this story before. Like part of the point of the movie is that you've seen this detective movie and this detective movie, and like it's literally make it to Chinatown and LA Confidential and The Big Sleep and Long Goodbye and on and on and on. Okay, and so I feel like the actual critique that people productively make about representations is, do you understand that we tell the same story over and over again, and it's about this white guy who goes on a quest? And so, like, if you wanted to tell a different story, you would tell someone else's story. Why is there the assumption that you would be interested in the experiences of this unemployed, near homeless white guy? Like,
can I ask you a little bit of a triggering question? Is there still room for movies about white guys going on quests?
Tons of room.
Okay.
I mean, it's almost all we make.
No. What I'm saying is that on its own a fault?
Oh, I wouldn't say that on its own is a fault. No, I wouldn't say that. But I would say that people always have the impression that like things are really changing or things are getting a lot different or a lot better. And when you look at the numbers, that's definitely false. And so I feel like people often say to me, because they know that I teach about like race and gender and representations. And so people will say to me like, oh, but things are getting so much better. And I will say, you can look at like any longitudinal study, the quantitative data on our representations, and you'll see that it actually doesn't change that much.
Well, I think it's being introduced to the culture more. I think people are noticing it more.
People are more aware of it, like as a critique to offer?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what does that do? Creates conversations on Twitter?
Well, it's something.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's something.
If 80% of the movie, if 80% of the movies being made were very progressive and diverse and everything, but people weren't seeing them or talking about them, then what's the point of that?
It's okay. So no, I totally agree with you, because that is the real issue. And so if we were to look at the numbers, we would see that of the major movies that came out, and we could go back like 10 years, but let's pretend we're talking about last year, okay? So like the top 100 Hollywood movies, 8 out of 10 of them would have a male protagonist. And somewhere like 8.5 would have like a white male protagonist. And that's a pretty hefty percentage. Sometimes it's mixed, where you have like a male and female protagonist. Sometimes you have a female protagonist. Something like Long Shot would be mixed, I would say. Seth Rogen is really the central character, but they both are. They both have arcs. So something like Long Shot would be mixed, and something else that we've discussed today.
Looking for something
a Melissa McCarthy movie would be like a female protagonist movie. Yeah. That one that she made last year where she went back to school, whatever that was. Life of the Party, where Melissa McCarthy goes back. She's the protagonist, right? Most movies, however, have a male protagonist by a lot. It's like 80%. Most movies have a white protagonist. And that doesn't mean in and of itself that there's something wrong with them. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Sure.
The bad thing is our cultural assumption that those movies about a singular experience, a white male experience, are for everybody. Whereas if you make the movie about Melissa McCarthy, well, that's a movie for women.
Yeah, it reminds me of the thing that, what's his name, Kumail Nanjiani said at the Oscars. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, he said something, he was giving some sort of speech, and he was like, he said, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, white people, you can watch a movie starring a brown person and be able to empathize with them. It's easy. I've been doing it my whole life. Or I've been watching movies with white people my whole life, and I've been able to, so you know how I said I have trouble looking at things through this lens? I think it's partially because when I watch a movie, I don't really, it's kind of, I don't try hard to do this, I just do this naturally, but I tend not to look at characters, okay, this is the black character, this is the female character, this is the male character.
Right.
How are these characters interacting? I'm like, okay, these are characters. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if a character is punched in a face in a movie, I'm like, okay, who is the race and gender of the person being punched? Who is the race and gender of, what does that mean? I'm like, okay, a person was punched.
You're a white guy.
I know.
We literally,
I'm sorry.
no. I mean, I'm just saying, we literally watched a movie that, I mean, the assumption of transparent identification is like everybody could watch Under the Silver Lake and transparently identify. Mm-hmm. How often do you watch movies that have female protagonists? I
watched Suspiria last week.
All right. And while you were watching it, did you think about it having a female protagonist, or just the thing that you just
not necessarily? I'm like, that movie's a little bit different because almost all the characters in the movie are women, and the one male character is played by a woman, so it's really hard not to do that in that case.
Yeah.
But like something like Lady Bird or something like that,
yeah.
I'm not consciously thinking, okay, this is the female's experience of growing up in California and not being happy. I'm like, this is a teenager who's not very happy with her life.
Right.
You know, I find it easy to do that.
Okay, which is totally fair.
Sure.
But one of the first things you said when I started talking about how the stats don't change is, are we supposed to make a bunch of movies about other people that nobody goes to see? And so clearly you are aware that Lady Bird has absolutely no chance of being as box office successful as something like, say, John Wick 3.
Sure. No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a heavy percentage of people, like we could do like man on the street interviews. I think there's a heavy percentage of people that would tell you, I wouldn't go see Long Shot because it's a girl movie.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in the end, there's always that chicken and egg conversation of is it the culture or is it the industry? You know what I mean? Because it's all about what is it called? What people want versus what people. What is it called? What people want versus what people get. My brain's leaving my brain right now.
Have you ever seen? let me just do. I feel like we came to a point of agreement, but I still want to add like one more thing.
No. I'm glad having these debates because I'm always trying harder to broaden my lens, and these kind of things don't always come easily to me, and I'm trying.
Have you ever seen any sort of news coverage of any kind about the Iraq War vets who are Gilmore Girls fans? And you laugh immediately.
I know.
Okay, and you laugh immediately because you know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I don't actually.
What's the laugh reaction then? What's funny?
It came out of left field. I didn't. I was expecting Gilmore Girls to come out of your mouth. That's all.
Just an unexpected phrase?
Well, I mean, I would have probably laughed. Okay. Tell me, what's your point?
They're Iraq War vets, and they call themselves the Gilmore Guys.
Okay.
And the reason that I know of them is that they were on a morning news show, something like Good Morning America or The Today Show. And the reason that they're featured on a morning news magazine is that it's considered so bizarre in our culture for men to have a fandom of a story that's about women that it makes the news.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah,
okay?
yeah, I agree with that. That's not why I laughed. Mm-hmm. I didn't laugh because war veterans like Gilmore Girls. That's not why I laughed.
The most masculine guys that the television viewer could possibly imagine. Yeah. And guess what? They love watching Gilmore Girls. Ha ha ha. Right? Yeah. That's our culture.
I don't think that's why I laughed though.
Okay. That's really no. I mean, the news magazine.
I know what you're saying.
Is assuming
this
is going to be some sort of a surprising or heartwarming experience for the people who are watching the Today Show. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you just wouldn't.
Well, on the other hand, couldn't you also argue that it's good that they're being featured because they're showing people? Look, you can like Gilmore Girls and be a war vet. Yeah. I mean, you could spin it that way too.
You could, but the interview is all about. Don't you think it's unusual that you like Gilmore Girls?
Okay.
I mean, what is the purpose of talking to these guys about their Gilmore Girls fandom?
No, what you're saying.
The point is to say, like, do you get that this is a real unusual story?
Yeah, it's kind of like
we could find 5 guys
it's kind of like those.
Gilmore Girls,
it's kind of like the bronies.
And you're not gay?
Yeah.
Really? You like this show?
Are you sure about that?
We have very, very clear gender ideas as a society, and I feel like the more you talk to people, like move outside the university environment, and the more you talk to people who are just like living their lives, going to the movies, the more you would hear, well, I'm gonna pay money to go see the Avengers, and I would never pay money to go see Crazy Rich Asians. That's for girls.
Yeah, and the thought I have on diversity and representation and stuff, I'm all for it. I want to see that. The thing that makes me cringe a little bit is when something is being on the opposite end of the spectrum as the Gilmore Girls thing. Yeah. Is I cringe a little bit when I see people like boasting a movie because it stars an LGBTQ character, or this movie is good because it's an all Asian cast. I think, hold on, what does that say about the quality of the work, though? You know what I mean? Like, I did see Crazy Rich Asians, and I didn't really like it, but that's just because I don't really like those kinds of movies. But I was a little hesitant to see it because it just, all the marketing was like, look how Asian this cast is. I'm like,
sell a movie,
and it wasn't like, I don't want to watch an all Asian cast. It was like, I was like, what about the movie though?
Right.
You know what I mean?
What about the story? Selling the story and not some kind of a hook.
Yeah. That it rubs me. I mean, it's good, but it rubs me the wrong way a little bit. It seems a little pandering. I would prefer to see something more natural, and that's a lot harder to do.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've had people. It doesn't happen often, but in the past I've had people call me like sexist or something because I'll be like this, like I was like online, I wrote a review for like Captain Marvel or something. I'm like, she barely has any character at all, and I thought it was really boring. She's kind of like a blank slate,
kind of robotic.
Yeah, and people were like, you just don't like women. I was like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. Oh, you saw Captain Marvel, right? I did. Yeah, the point at the beginning, you're like, you gotta control your emotions, and then she never shows any emotions throughout the whole movie. I'm like, you're painting her as this character that can't control her emotions, but I'm not seeing that. But yeah, so that's always a dicey subject. Any other thoughts on Under the Silver Lake? Would you recommend this to people?
I think that I would recommend it to some people. I would recommend it to movie fans. Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's kind of a treat, like as a movie to watch in terms of, pop culture references. I think that it's a treat.
I was watching this with Rachel, and maybe it was because you know Rachel, right? Rachel. So, and maybe it's because we were watching it really late at night, but she was so bored by this movie. Yeah. And she, I think, I don't want to speak for her, but I think she thought the movie was a bit sexist. She was constantly commenting on, like, look how misogynistic this character is. Yeah. And I kept on wanting to be like, just watch the end. Right. There's a point to it. Right. The movie knows he's not,
I would agree with you that the movie knows. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. I think that about wraps it up.
I feel like this was a really good conversation. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Me too. Did you get through all your notes there?
I think I did.
I didn't even look at mine, but I do think I got to everything I wanted to mention. I think overall this movie has a lot of. I think it's a really ambitious movie that's trying to say a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily hit everything quite square in the head, but at least gives it a good old college try.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thanks for coming on the show. I appreciate
for having me.
Yeah. We're here together, like shooby-da-doop, ba-da-ba-ba-da-doop-da-doop. This is in the can.
Here we go.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
In the person.
What? What the hell?
Here we are together.
We're here. I see what you're saying. In person.
In person, yeah.
Yes.
Take 15.
Take 15. Welcome to In the Can. My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And this is the second time we've been in the same location, so woohoo!
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, you're visiting for Memorial Day weekend, so yeah. Last episode we did something a little different. I interviewed one of my professors, and you said you listened to some of it in the car on the way here.
Yeah, up to when you talked about the movie, because I have not seen Under the Silver Lake.
So what did you think? How did you think that went?
Good. I liked it a lot. I'd like to meet her, honestly.
Okay.
She sounds like she's got really interesting ideas, and it's funny because I too went to school to study film.
What university did you go to again?
University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. I was a Golden Gopher. Still am,
really?
Once a gopher, always a gopher.
Yeah. She teaches the race, class, and gender in the media, so she was able to really look at the movie through that perspective, and you're pretty good at that too.
Well, I was trained.
Yeah.
And it was funny. I told Kayla this on the car ride. But listening to her talk made me kind of miss some of those academic discussions because I'm so used to that discourse,
And that's something I'm not too used to, so it was nice to be able to have the kind of debate that I got to have with her because, we didn't really get into the nitty-gritty from what you listened to, but it gets a little heated.
Does it?
A little bit. There were some opinions I had about the movie that she did not agree with, and we kind of had a little debate, so it was fun.
Do you feel like we get heated?
We should get heated more.
Yeah, let's get more angry. I need to pick more divisive things. Yeah, I think
divisive.
Yeah,
I always say divisive. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
Potato.
Have you been watching anything? This is a little weird because we're gonna be releasing this episode in a week later. So it's the timing's a little weird. But have you been watching anything since the last time I saw you?
So I've been at work. I've been having to work really late at night for various reasons. So it's really hard for me to find the energy to watch a lot of movies lately.
Yeah.
But I've been watching a ton of reality TV.
Oh no, you're one of those guys?
I love reality. A lot of people I would watch reality TV 100 times over watching kind of junky Hollywood movies.
What do you mean by junky Hollywood movies?
I'd watch reality TV before I would watch a Will Ferrell comedy.
Oh, okay.
When I want to kind of go when I don't want to watch something I can think about, I'd rather watch reality TV.
I see what you're saying. So what kind of reality TV do you watch? Because the only reality TV show that I can handle is Nathan For You, which is sort of an anti-reality TV show.
And that's a little scripted.
Yeah.
So we've been watching. So one of them is called 90 Day Fiancé, and the story of that is these people.
Is this on TLC?
It's on Hulu for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's on TLC, but it's these. Yeah, it is. It definitely is.
Those TLC shows are so fascinating.
They're beautiful. This one is like, so these people, they meet people from foreign countries online, and the people from a foreign country get a K-1 visa, and they have to come to America, and they have 90 days to get married, or they get sent back.
I've heard about the show a lot from H3H3, the YouTube channel. They talk about it all the time because they're obsessed with it. Because, like, the guys on these shows are such interesting characters, right?
It's a super interesting show. And, like, a lot of it, you know, is, like, how do the parents kind of, like, relate to it? How does the family... Because so many people are like, oh, they're here for the green card. But you, like, watch it, and, like, I would say a solid 90% of the couples, like, really authentically love each other.
Really?
And it's sweet. It's really sweet. And there's, like, a really interesting, like... Like, the first season, there were, like, 4 or 5 couples, and we looked it up afterwards. That was 5 years ago. Every single one of them still together. Like... So it's like a cool show. The other show we've been watching is called, I think it's called Love Lockdown. And it's a story about people who, on dating websites, found people who are in prison. So
Weird.
Yeah, so they're in relationships.
Kayla's here too, listening. Kayla, do you like these shows too?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. I was just curious if you was just there watching it with you.
Oh, they're great. Yeah, we both like them. They're like...
I know they have, like, basically TLC. It's called the Learning Channel, even though, like, all of their episodes, all their shows are all about, like, finding people who live weird lives and just filming them.
Yeah.
There was a show about, like, gay men who are married to women and are, like, happy about it. And they're, like, they hang out with, like, other gay men on the side.
I love it. Yeah.
It's so weird.
That's like some of my favorite kind of, you know, because... I feel like when people say, like, oh, great television, they're thinking of these very sort of, like, cinematic,
Breaking
like,
Bad.
movie-like TV shows.
Yeah.
To me, some of my favorite television is, like, that kind of reality TV.
Would you call that, like, a guilty pleasure?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But, you know, I don't like things like Jersey Shore or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't dig that. But
yeah.
But these kinds of shows they're fascinating.
I think the reason why you watch reality TV is reason why I watch YouTube. Like, when I don't want to think, I just put on YouTube videos, like, when I'm trying to sleep and stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Because there's a ton of different YouTube channels that I follow.
That's interesting, because I watch a good amount of YouTube, but I watch political YouTube. So a lot of times when I watch YouTube, it's to think.
Most of the YouTube channels that I follow are commentary channels. People that find weird things and, like, make commentary about it. I love that kind of stuff. Like, H3H3 was one. There's a guy, Drew Gooden. There's a guy named Gus Johnson, who's really, really funny. He's from Wisconsin.
Oh, sure.
And he's like, he has over 1 million subscribers now, and he's going up the ranks in the YouTube field. And he's a guy I could definitely see SNL hiring, because he does, like, a lot of sketch comedy too, but he has a podcast.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah, I like watch a lot of leftist videos on YouTube. That's like almost all of my YouTube intake. And sports.
You might cringe a little bit, but I tend to watch a lot of centrist stuff just out of curiosity. Like sometimes I listen to, like, Joe Rogan, and you kind of have to take what he says with a grain of salt a lot of times.
Yeah.
But I really like how he interviews people on the far left and the far right. I just find that really fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so you've just been watching, like, reality TV?
Yeah, that's kind of been my main thing right now.
I watched a few things. I'll try to be brief with them, I guess, because it is more than you. But we were going to watch John Wick for this episode, but Kayla didn't want to see it, which is fine. So we watched Fantastic Mr. Fox instead, but I did go see John Wick. And you had said before that you really like action movies that just put the plot aside and just give me the action, right?
Yeah. Don't try to, like, take me with something else. Just give me what I went there for.
Yeah, and John Wick is, like, the vaguest plot possible to just have set piece after set piece after set piece, you know? And John Wick 3 is so freaking fun. Good. I talked about it a little bit on the episode with Dr. Murphy, but I guess I could talk a little bit more about it here. I watched, like, the first, like, act of John Wick, the first one, after I saw John Wick 3, and it's like child's play compared to John Wick 3.
Really?
Like, John Wick 3, the choreography of the action sequences is so freaking good, and it's, like, all shot in wides, all long takes. It's beautiful. And there's are many shots that must be CGI because it's not possible, but it looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like my favorite sequence in the movie is there's this knife fight, and they're in this hallway with like these glass shelves that have knives in them, and the whole fight it's like John Wick against 3 different guys, and the whole time they're like breaking these glass cases and throwing knives in each other. It's so entertaining.
I think the thing I like about John Wick too, compared to like
John Wick as well.
TOO, yeah, as well, not TWO. I really like action movies that don't. A lot of the action movies that really kind of turn me off are ones that kind of like feel like they're pushing like a mythology with it.
What do you mean?
Like action movies that are like, oh, look at the good Americans fighting the bad this or that, and like it kind of has this sort of like very like almost like militaristic sort of like. Do you know what I mean? This kind
Can
of.
you give
like,
me an example?
Think of any like war movie that's
Sure.
like action heavy, like Benghazi. What was that movie? The John Krasinski was in it.
I know what you're saying. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, it was like the song of Benghazi.
Yeah.
But that always feels like it has an agenda.
Yeah.
Whereas like John Wick and that kind of action movie, and like for that instance too, like samurai movies and like old like spaghetti westerns.
Sure.
They feel like they're there just for the fun of it. Yeah. And they're not there to like push something down your throat.
Well, what turns me off most of all is our action movies that just have lots and lots of cutting. Like it's just super cheap.
Like Jason Bourne.
Yeah, because Jason Bourne is a little bit different because that's sort of the style it's going for. But a lot of times, like they'll cut on like when somebody punches somebody, they'll cut on the hit, and it doesn't. You don't feel any of the impact, and you don't really get to see what's happening.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they're really darkly shot. It's just really lazy.
Yeah.
And you can tell that. If you film somebody punching another person and it doesn't sell well, you cut around it to make it feel like it sells well. But in John Wick, they spend so much time choreographing these things that they just want to let you see it, and it's glorious.
Did you ever see those old Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers movies?
What do you think?
When they did?
No,
no, you haven't.
No.
I don't know if they showed you in like your film classes, but they were like these movies. They were like romance movies, and they would dance a lot in them.
Oh yeah,
and John Wick feels like those movies to me.
It's like a ballet.
It's literally like a really good dance movie.
And there's a scene in John Wick 3 where there literally is a ballet.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. It's that's what it feels more like that to me than it feels like a Jason Bourne or something like that. There's something also so beautiful about
there is a sequence in John Wick 3 where Halle Berry's character, she has these 2 dogs that are trained. And she gives them commands, and they go do these crazy things.
Wait, Halle Berry's in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's great. And the choreography of these dogs is incredible. It was so good, I started tearing up because I was enjoying it so much. And there's something cathartic about it. I can't really say what it is without spoiling it. You'll have to see. But it was a hell of a lot of fun.
You know what the beautiful thing about those movies too are? Before we go on to whatever the next thing is, they're mid-budget. These are not $200 million budget movies. Uh-huh. They're movies that are doing it on a regular mid-level budget.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. The first John Wick movie, I think, was it was either $15 or $35 million.
This one definitely has a much higher production value.
Does it?
It's really gorgeous looking, and the lighting and the cinema. It reminded me of Skyfall, of how gorgeously it's shot.
Roger Deakins shot Skyfall.
I know.
Yeah.
That tells you how good this one is.
Yeah.
And this isn't really spoiling anything, but John Wick 3 sets up a sequel that I'm really excited for.
Okay.
So, yeah. Also, the sound editing or sound mixing is really amazing. They really put the this is just a minor thing, but it really makes a big difference. Every single gunshot is put really high up on the mix. You almost feel every gunshot with how loud they are.
Interesting.
This sounds scary, but it almost sounds like there's gunshots happening in the theater because it's just so loud.
Well, now I'm gonna go watch that in the theater alone because I told you. That. Yeah. It freaks me out, dude.
Yeah, I know.
It does.
But it's so good. One thing I wanted to bring up because Rachel mentioned it because I was asking her if she saw John Wick. We don't have to get into this too much.
Yeah,
I'm just curious what you think.
This is a whole rabbit hole.
I'm just curious what you think about this. She's like, that's the movie where the guy goes on a revenge spree just because somebody kills his dog, right? I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
And she was complaining about how in a movie a man
can have like a revenge story just because his dog gets killed, but in Kill Bill she has to get like raped and tortured. You know what I mean?
There's a really good point to that.
I think there is, but at the same time, John Wick is not meant to be telling this like grand revenge story. It's sort of just like the vaguest idea for a plot. Plus,
I do see what she's saying, though.
Yeah, I do too, but I think there's a lot more baggage behind just, you know, he killed the dog. It's what the dog represents, and also he's got like a lot of this baggage with this assassin world and everything.
Well, and the dog thing is kind of tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
Like, it's a joke.
Speaking of jokes, John Wick 3 is like hilarious. There's a lot of really, really funny moments.
Well, both of those, the first two movies are both... It's pretty funny.
Yeah, the first act in this one specifically, I was laughing out loud.
Okay.
Yeah. You know that cliche where like it's like three people pointing a gun at each other and they're both out of bullets?
Yeah.
There's this great moment where three people are doing that and then they all race to reload their guns to see who dies. And another thing real quick before I go on is it really bothers me in action movies where like they're constantly firing bullets and never reloading, like their guns just have unlimited ammo. I love how in these John Wick movies they're just constantly reloading all the time, and it makes it more visually interesting. You know what I mean? Instead of just constantly shooting.
Were you the one? Did you tell me you met Keanu Reeves once at a motorcycle show?
Yeah.
Can you just talk about that quick?
Just a little. I mean, I didn't like have a good long conversation with him, but I was living in La Crosse for a year, and he's really into motorcycles, and La Crosse has this big motorcycle rally every year.
Yeah.
And I was working for News 8 at the time, so I had to cover it, and I saw Keanu Reeves there, and he was very chill, very relaxed. People in La Crosse are used to him showing up there, so, like, people don't come up to him all the time.
Right.
But I said, hi, hey, Keanu. He goes, hey. And I said, I just want to let you know, I really loved your work, and I especially love Bill and Ted. And he goes, all right, cool. We're working on a third one. I'm like, I really hope you guys nail it.
Oh, that's so sincere.
Yeah.
That's like so nice.
Yeah. He's a nice guy.
That's cool.
So then I saw this other weird thing that I was not expecting. The Lonely Island dropped this 30-minute like rap album essentially on Netflix without anybody knowing. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't.
So it's called the Unauthorized Bash Brothers Experience, and it's basically 30 minutes of a series of rap music videos where they play Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco in the 1980s and rap about baseball and doing steroids and stuff. Yeah. And to be honest, I don't think it really was for me because I don't know that much about baseball. So.
Wait, Andy Samberg was in it, right?
Was
he Jose
Samberg.
Canseco?
Yeah. And then Akiva, I think his last name is Schrafer or something like that.
Yeah. He's
one of the other Lonely Island guys. He plays Mark McGuire. And it was pretty funny. I laughed a few times, but I don't think it was really for me.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of baseball references.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. I kind of miss the old Lonely Island because I think the production value is too high now. Like I loved it when they just shot with a VHS camcorder.
Yeah.
And also like I think they rely too much on like what's it called? Where they modulate the voices afterwards.
Auto-tune.
Yeah, I think they rely on that too much.
And it's not really... I feel like when they were doing that when we were younger, it was funny because auto-tune was so prevalent.
Yeah.
Whereas now it doesn't feel...
It feels a little
prevalent
cheap now.
anymore. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's as much of a joke.
Yeah, and like I personally think that most of the songs in this sounded the same because they're all kind of shouting their rap lyrics.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like they're getting a little bit less creative, but I mean, you might disagree. But I feel like most of these songs and most of like the most recent Lonely Island stuff, sounds more like epic rap battles of history on that YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a bummer, but it's worth checking out. I mean, it's only 30 minutes.
Samberg isn't making movies right now, right?
Sometimes he makes a movie with Adam Sandler or something, but
oh, does he?
He made a movie called That's My Boy where he played his son.
Oh, that was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like 4 years ago, around there.
I mean, I've said this before, though. Andy Samberg is the Adam Sandler of our generation.
Oh, for sure.
He totally is.
100%.
Like, the whole shtick is, like, almost exactly the same.
Yeah. And also, my favorite Lonely Island member is Jorma Taccone. He's usually the one behind the camera, but when he shows up, he's so funny. And he only shows up at the end of this one, and it's my favorite part.
Really?
Yeah. I think he's the most talented one, because he's usually like the brains behind. He's usually like the writer of a lot of their stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And like they made this movie, I don't think you've seen it, called Hot Rod.
I've seen it. Yeah, Kayla showed it to me.
I freaking love Hot Rod.
It's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Did you see that recently?
I saw it about... Oh, if I had to put a time to it, I'd say 3 months ago.
That movie reminds me of like early Adam Sandler movies where they're just like unabashedly silly and stupid.
Well, there's a feeling it's almost like they just like accidentally got permission for it, you know?
You know what's
doing
weird?
Like kind of whatever
you know
they
what's
want.
weird is the script feels like it was written by them, but apparently it wasn't. They picked it up.
Really?
Yeah. I might be wrong, but I'm like 90% sure that it was written by somebody else.
That feels like completely up their alley.
Yeah. I think that just shows you how well they stylized it to really fit their personality.
That was one. The only thing I didn't like about that movie, actually, funny enough, considering last week's episode, the only thing I didn't like about that movie was how the relationship was written. It felt a little too forced.
You mean between the main character and the female?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's meant to be sort of cheesy.
You think? It felt like affected. For sure. Like it didn't...
Yeah.
You know what
I think
mean?
the movie... Yeah, I think they could have done something better. But I do love that moment where she leaves her boyfriend and Will what's his name? Will Arnett's just like, babe, wait! Babe, no, wait! Babe, no, babe! It's hilarious.
Yeah.
That movie's so quotable. So then I saw Aladdin.
How hot?
Actually, before
wait, 1 to 10, rate Will Ferrell.
Before I mention Aladdin, I just want to talk about something else real quick. Is you're somewhat familiar with the Nostalgia Critic, right?
Yeah.
So I met him before I interviewed him, and I think his content has kind of gone downhill over the past few years. But he recently uploaded a video that I thought was really interesting. He talked about Man on the Moon, the Jim Carrey Andy Kaufman movie, and you've seen that movie, right?
Yeah.
I like that movie a lot.
Man on the Moon?
Yeah.
It's great.
But he was making the case that it's not very good, and it's not a good movie for Andy Kaufman, and he brought up one specific thing that I thought was a really great point. So, in the beginning of the movie, it's Andy Kaufman, and he's like, "This is my movie."
Yeah.
And then he's like, "In fact, we cut out all the baloney. In fact, it's so short, this is the end of the movie." And he puts the needle on the recorder and the credits start scrolling, right?
Yeah.
But then he like shuts the recorder. It like the credits stop, and then there's like 10 minutes of silence, and then Andy peeks out of the corner. He's like, "I was just trying to get rid of everybody who wouldn't understand me. Now the movie can actually begin."
Yeah.
So the Nostalgia Critic had like an issue with that. He's like, that's not what Andy Kaufman would have done. Andy Kaufman would have played the credits to their completion, had all of the movie theaters put the lights up, then wait 5 more minutes, and then peek his head out. Yeah. That's how far Andy Kaufman would have gone.
Right.
And I was like, oh, that would have been so cool if they were able to pull that off.
The scene in that movie where he's pitching his idea for a show and they're putting fake static, and he's like, all the people will get up and they'll try to adjust their TV sets and nothing will change.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, how's that funny? And he's like, it's funny to me. That is like, that put a whole different definition on like what comedy is.
Oh, yeah.
For me.
Because he's just doing whatever makes him laugh.
Genius.
And honestly, most of the time, if you try to do what you would enjoy, you're going to end up being more successful in general.
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
If you try doing stuff that you think what's going to make other people laugh, you're not going to be as successful.
Yep.
And I think that movie is sort of a commentary on that. But I just thought that point was really interesting of how the movie could have gone a lot further too. He also mentioned like some of the historical changes that they made to fit the story. But Andy Kaufman's actual story is a lot more interesting than the changes they made.
Sure.
So he was confused why they did that.
Sure.
So, anyways, I thought that was interesting to know. Okay, so Aladdin.
Will Smith.
1
to 10.
4. It is a little Uncanny Valley-esque, I have to admit. And I was hearing a few good things about the movie going in from people I trust. So I was thinking, okay, maybe this isn't going to be as bad as I thought it would be. So I went into it optimistically. I wasn't going in wanting to hate it or anything.
Sure.
And I was let down.
Aww.
I don't even know where to begin with this, because I talk all the time about these live-action remakes.
Yeah.
So I've said everything that I always say before, but it's really just a shadow of the original.
Yeah.
And the only redeeming factor I think this movie has is, I think I'm fine for what this movie is. I think if the original Aladdin didn't exist, I think this movie would be fine.
Yeah.
It would be passable.
Interesting.
It's not awful.
Interesting, yeah.
But the original just has so much more character.
Yeah.
And style to it.
Were you like an Aladdin head?
Oh, I was really. That probably was my favorite Disney movie growing up.
Okay.
I think it's partly because Aladdin it has a male lead instead of the typical princess lead.
Sure.
So it was sort of geared towards me,
sure.
I guess. But I loved. I love the original Aladdin. But I guess I'm fine with this movie existing as long as Disney doesn't push this to be like a replacement for the original.
Sure.
I mean, if you view this movie as an alternative, kind of like the Aladdin Broadway musical or something, then I think this movie's fine.
Sure.
But it would break my heart if I saw a parent who's showing the live action movie to their kids and not
instead of the animated cartoon.
That would drive me nuts.
Right.
And I hope to God that doesn't happen.
Well, and it's funny, like, because when I was little, I had Aladdin 3, which is a direct-to-VHS movie.
Is that the
It's when he meets his dad.
Yeah, that was one where they actually got Robin Williams back.
Yeah. The
I
Hand
really
of
liked
Midas.
that movie.
I loved it.
Yeah. What is it called?
It's The Hand of Midas, maybe? No. Prince of Thieves?
I think that might be it.
Aladdin, King of Thieves. Prince of Thieves?
Yeah, he meets his dad, who's
Something
like the ultimate
Thieves.
trickster or something.
Yeah. I loved it. I had it on VHS. I watched it probably once a week.
I remember when I was a kid, when I went to the beach, I would ask my mom to wrap the towel around me like Aladdin's dad. Because he had that like cloak around him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how much I liked that movie. But anyway, so the changes... So, the original Aladdin's like an hour and a half. Like a typical kids movie. This movie's 2 hours, so they had to add something.
Sure.
So the main thing that they added, I was actually a little bit of a fan of. Because they made Jasmine more of a well-rounded character.
Cool.
They made her want to be the Sultan. They gave her a little bit more agency. She's not just the princess.
Cool.
Which is good.
Yeah.
If you're going to add another half hour, that's a good way to do it. But then, I'm just going to spoil this movie because who gives a shit what they changed?
Yeah, I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah. So, they gave the genie a love interest.
Yes! Yes!
They gave the genie a love interest, and it's one of Jasmine's handmaidens.
Yes!
And instead of wishing to be free, he wishes to be human.
Yes!
When he gets set free, he turns human. And there's like this really weird scene where like he's been flirting with this handmaiden as the genie the whole movie.
Yeah.
And then when he turns into a human at the end, he's like, well, I was thinking maybe I could ask out this handmaid. And she goes, yes, also I want babies. And it's like, what? Because in the beginning of the movie, you know how I think it's a reference to, in the original, Robin Williams plays the voice of that merchant.
Yeah.
Who tells the story of Aladdin.
Yeah.
So this movie begins with Will Smith as a human being telling the story of Aladdin to his children. And then as soon as the genie said, I want to be human, I go, oh, it's actually the genie in the beginning of the movie. And he's telling it to his kids.
Yeah, with the babies.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, so it was weird how she's like, yes, and also I want children. It was weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird changes to the plot too. But my biggest issue was that this remake is nowhere near as visually interesting. Think of any of the most visually interesting moments from the original. It's not in here. Like, for instance, there's this... I love this, like, little moment where Jafar, when he sends him to that area with all the snow...
Yeah.
He, like, ties him to, like, this pillar, and then he, like, acts like he's hitting a golf ball with his cane.
Yeah.
And he shoots off, you know? In this movie, he just kind of teleports him.
This is no good.
Yeah, it's no good.
Yeah.
It's no good. And, like, he doesn't turn into a giant snake.
He doesn't turn into a giant snake?
He doesn't turn into a giant snake.
That was, like, one of the most, like, memorable moments for me in the original.
He doesn't put Jasmine in, like, a big hourglass. Like, all these visually cool moments, not in there.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's such a letdown. And, like, they totally, even though it's a small plot point, I always liked the little gems that he puts together and turns into like a bug and it turns into the eyes.
Yeah.
That's not cool. There. It's just
is the big tiger thing in the beginning there?
It is, but it's not. It doesn't form out of sand. It's just like a rock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really.
Well, and this is kind of going to your point of like all these really, really cool visual things that can happen in animation.
Yeah.
These live action movies can't quite capture it.
Well, they could at least try because there's CGI. If they would have committed to it, they could have had him turn into a giant snake. But it's just. Yeah, it's really a letdown. It kind of feels like it feels like it was written and made by a guy who watched Aladdin as a kid, grew up, and then for some reason, all of the copies of Aladdin got burned up and they didn't exist. And they're like, we need somebody to recreate it so we can at least have the memory of Aladdin. And then they made this movie. That's what it feels like. It feels like somebody who watched Aladdin as a kid but hasn't watched it since.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
That's funny.
So I was pretty let down by it. And one other thing I wanted to mention was the music. They add a couple songs, which are fine. They give Jasmine 2 more songs, which is fine. But this might be just a personal preference. Other people might like this. But I really couldn't stand the... I don't know what the technical term is. I think it's the composition or the arrangement. Basically, the musical score behind the vocals. They're like overly produced, like way too many instruments.
That's an arrangement.
Yeah. They have way too many instruments.
Yeah.
And it's way too high up on the track in terms of volume. Like it's at the same level of the vocals.
Yeah.
And it makes it sound like I was watching. I felt like I was watching the Broadway musical.
Interesting.
Yeah, like the way it was mixed, I felt like I could like lean up over my seat and see like a pit orchestra.
Yeah.
So I wanted to show that, like, prove it to you because I have this loaded up already. I have One Jump ahead of the something that song. I have it loaded up from the original and the remake, and I want you to hear the difference.
Sure.
So here, take a listen to this.
Sure.
Gotta keep one jump ahead of the breadline, one swing ahead of the sword. I steal only what I can afford. That's everything. One jump ahead of the lawmen. That's all, and that's no joke. These guys don't appreciate I'm broke.
Riff-raff, straight rat, scoundrel, take that!
Just a little snack, guys.
So you can hear the vocals really clearly. You can just barely make out the instruments,
They're
right?
there, yeah.
But it's just there enough to give you the establishment.
Sure.
And they have like sound effects to sell the physical actions that are happening.
Sure.
And everything's on the beat. It's really nice, right?
Yeah.
Now listen to this. Tell me whether or not you think this sounds better or worse, and tell me if you think it sounds like a Broadway musical. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Gotta keep one jump ahead of the bread line, one swing ahead of the sword. I steal only what I can afford, and that's everything. One jump ahead of the lawmen, that's all, and that's no joke. These guys don't appreciate I'm broke.
Street rat, scoundrel.
Take that, try a different tack, guys.
No, totally. And you don't even hear the like...
You don't hear sound effects like sword swinging.
And it doesn't feel as like musical. Like it literally doesn't.
Doesn't it sound like you're listening to like a Broadway recording?
Yeah, it doesn't sound very good.
And I'm fine with Broadway musicals, but the thing is, if I'm thinking of a Broadway musical, it makes me feel like I'm watching somebody recreate something instead of it actually existing.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it feels like a cover album.
Yeah.
Essentially, and it every time a song started, just took me completely out of the movie.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like the action didn't feel as integrated as the music. The balancing was really weird. It felt like a Nickelback album, like where everything kind of feels the same. Like I feel like a lot of I said, like modern rock, kind of has like
instruments and the vocals
same.
are on the same level.
Exactly. It feels like there's no sort of like panache or
and
like
some people might like that,
it.
but I didn't.
I think there's a lot of people who wouldn't think about that.
I know, but I don't know. I feel like you notice it subconsciously though.
Well, you obviously did, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess we talked quite a bit about what we were watching. Let's talk a little bit about kids movies, or I'm sorry, animated films.
Yeah.
So this week we're watching Fantastic Mr. Fox,
which is our second animated film, right? Perfect Blue.
Yeah. Yep. So you had said in the past that you have trouble watching animated films. You want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. So, and this is kind of, and also I kind of want to disclaim this just by saying, like, when I was a kid, I loved animated movies.
Okay.
Like I watched the Batman animated series a lot. I watched those Disney movies a ton with my sister. We, like, loved those movies.
And Hannah still loves them.
Oh, Hannah still loves them.
She's a Disney freak.
And we had those VHSs. We watched them so often together.
The white case ones?
Oh, they were great. Mm-hmm. And the Rugrats movie. So, like, when I was a kid, I loved it. It was so good. But I think what kind of happened is as I evolved in my film taste, the most important thing to me now when I watch a movie, the thing that, like, really hooks me into a movie is the acting.
Yeah.
And not even necessarily, it's not like the writing or like how they deliver their lines, but it's like subtle facial expression and like how their face kind of correlates with the reality of their character.
Yeah.
Which is something I never feel like I get in cartoons, because cartoons literally exaggerate facial expression to like overdo it.
What do you think about like the Polar Express or movies that have like
they're terrifying.
Okay, well, newer ones that aren't as terrifying, or like motion capture stuff, like Planet of the Apes or something, Rise of the Planet of the Apes.
Do the like Gollum and the Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, well, motion capture. The reason why I say that is because supposedly you can see the facial expressions of the actors underneath there.
Sure.
So
a lot of those performances are still kind of hammy, though. They're not very, like, subtle. I don't think.
I think the best version of that, I think I mentioned this before, but I think the best version of that we've seen is Hulk in Endgame.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
Yeah, I think you could really see a lot of subtleties in his facial expressions.
You can see a little bit. It's like, to me at least, it's not quite as good as Ruffalo's actual work.
Okay.
And I like Ruffalo a lot. He's a really good American actor. But I just don't... because I emotionally connect the most in films with the acting.
Yeah.
Like, really, really, like top-notch acting. And I just feel like animated movies don't give me that.
It's definitely harder to sell a performance because you really have to create it from scratch. But what I think one thing I like about animation, and I'm not like an animation junkie, but I do like a great animated film when they come along. But what I really like about animation is that you can literally do anything you want. There's literally no limits.
Yeah.
And, you know, you don't... It's not... Obviously, animation is expensive, but you can... If you're making a movie that takes place in a house and a movie that takes place in a space volcano, you know what I mean? It costs the same amount of money because you can do whatever you want. So I find that really interesting.
I think there's a thing, though, too, with animation for me where, like, a lot of... So think of, like all those... this is the first thing that came to my head. Taxi Driver, the You Talking to Me scene.
Yeah.
This is because, like, there was a very vague thing in the script, and De Niro and Scorsese had some time to just kind of play around and something spontaneously happened.
Yeah.
That spontaneity doesn't exist in animation because you're drawing it.
Because everything is super planned
Exactly.
out.
So that like spark of life that happens in live action doesn't ever exist in animation because everything is so to the book in animation.
Yeah. So I'm curious... obviously, most people, I think, equate animated movies to kids' movies.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what you think about that, because I think it's really a shame that has happened, because you can do a lot of things in animation that apply to everybody, not just kids, you know? But I understand why kids' movies tend to be animated, because, you know, colorful and bright.
Well, name the last adult animated movie that did well at the box office in America.
That's a good point.
I think that's why it is that way. And I don't think there's really... I'm interested to see how, like, Netflix or maybe other things, streaming services could open the door for adult animation.
There was Love, Death, and Robots, which was all about adult animation.
That's true.
And that was incredible.
And that's gonna be the way it happens here if it does happen.
Yeah.
Because I think, you know, Japan especially has a much more robust adult audience to animation.
Yeah, because of anime.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, that's Japan, but still.
Yeah. And I think I think here it just was never a possibility because the animation movies that make money in America are children's movies.
Okay.
So I'm interested to see if streaming services can open that door up.
Also, there's so many different types of animation because you got the 2D hand-drawn animation, you have the 3D stuff that's really popular now. I really want 2D to kind of come back because I love that art form and then how everything is just hand-drawn. I really like that. You can, I mean, animation is always expensive, but cheap animated movies today are just so lazy to me, and I could spot them a mile away. Like, did you ever see that movie Sing?
I didn't. No. Is that like crummy?
Yeah, it is. But like, one thing that really bothered me when I saw that is like they like reuse the same character models over and over and over again.
Sure.
Like every alligator looks exactly the same, and it just comes off to me as super cheap. Like they're literally just like copying and pasting them.
Yeah.
And that really annoys me.
There was like I think it was like Something of the North. It was like this
Norma of the North.
That's like the quintessential cheap ass animation movie. That is like grossly bad.
I think those Madagascar movies look pretty awful too.
Do they?
I think it might just be a style thing. Like I don't like the character designs.
That was kind of like early 3D animation though, right?
Not really.
No?
I mean, they've made like 4 of them. So I guess they evolved. Well, I mean, like, it really doesn't matter how old it is, because, like, you can make an animated movie look good no matter what. Like, Toy Story was, like, the first live-action...
Looks great.
Toy Story was the first...
Computer-generated
feature film, and it still looks great.
That's so true.
I mean, except for, like, the human characters and the dog.
Yeah.
But they could really replicate textures of, like, plastic really well, which is why they went with the toy thing. And it still looks great. You know, it just depends on the amount of effort that you go through. And apparently, I might be wrong on this, but I think I heard once that the technology for animation hasn't really gone too far, but the technique has. Like, especially like old age restoration, like on people, it hasn't really changed. People have just gotten better at it.
Interesting.
Yeah, so like the Curious Case of Benjamin Button or something, which looked really great. People thought it was makeup on Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
You know? It's just, it wasn't new technology. They just got better at the craft of being able to do that, which is interesting.
It is interesting. I taught, when I was my second year in AmeriCorps, I taught like teen filmmaking classes, and one of the classes we taught was animation.
Oh, you taught an animation
class? I taught an animation class.
How did you do that?
So I know how to do it. We had the Adobe Suite, and Adobe Animate is one of them in there.
Was this 2D or 3D animation?
2D.
Okay.
We were doing, it was called like character design or something like that. It's a very new Adobe thing, and we were playing with 3D animation in that. So, but we were doing mostly 2D. So we watched, like 12 Principles of Animation written by the Disney people.
Oh yeah, I hear about that all the time.
Yeah, and
I've never been interested in being an animator or anything, but I find videos about animation and the craft of it really, really fascinating.
It's and there's like there are some kids, like there were kids in that class that were maybe 12 years old, fantastically talented at it.
Yeah, really.
Incredible.
That's hard stuff to do.
Really good.
Yeah.
Like there are some kids who really go toward it, and it can be really beautiful. Like kids who like it and go through it, but me personally, like when I was doing it, you have to learn it a little bit to be able to teach it.
Yeah.
It's really tough. I don't have the patience for it.
I always heard about this exercise that early Disney animators would do. They think they call it the sandbag test, where you're supposed to be able to animate a sandbag and give it character. Just you take a sandbag and just the way you're able to move it with squash and stretch and everything like that. Can you make it look like the sandbag is feeling an emotion?
Yeah.
And I always think of like the magic carpet from Aladdin.
Yeah.
That carpet has so much personality.
Right.
And talking about the remake, I mean, the carpet has a little bit of character in here, but not nearly as much as it does in the animated film. It doesn't seem like they're trying as hard to give inanimate objects as much character in like 3D as they are in 2D.
Interesting.
You just got this. It's like a challenge. You take this flat object, see if you can give it personality, and I find that really interesting.
No, I really like that a lot. That's cool. And those are the places where there's nothing really, I think, in live action that you could do to do that.
Yeah, I think you would agree with me that there are certain stories that can only be told in animation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's certain stories that you only could be really told in live action. Like I can't picture like I don't know. Schindler's. Oh, I guess Schindler's doesn't work in. I was just trying to think of like a movie that. What's a movie that really wouldn't work in animation?
I feel I'm like a lot
Roma
of like
or something where it's all about the city. I mean,
Yeah.
not all about, but the city, the actual city plays a big part of it.
I think things that like really focus on
Acting.
and
yeah.
things that are very realistic.
Yeah.
Because there's a sense of realism you get with certain stories that just wouldn't work with. Like, did you see The Wrestler by Darren Aronofsky?
Yeah.
That would not work in animation.
Oh yeah, because
you
it's
need
all
to
a
see
character
this.
piece.
Yeah, you need to see this really like human body, old kind of washed up guy in this like New Jersey kind of place. Like, it depends on a sort of like sense of presence and reality.
And on the other end, like Fantasia wouldn't work in live action because
No.
the whole point of Fantasia is they basically gave the best Disney animators like, go do your own thing. We're gonna tie them all together, and that's what it's all
That's
about.
like a big animation flex.
Yeah.
That's like what a Fantasia
I
is.
call it an exercise, but a flex is fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, also there's like Fantastic Mr. Fox. There's also stop motion animation. What are your thoughts on stop motion?
Stop motion's wild.
I love it.
In the class, it's actually the animation I liked teaching the most because I could apply my live action stuff more so to it.
Yeah.
Because it still applies to lighting and
stop
composition.
motion is probably the easiest thing to learn how to do because all you need is a camera and some clay or an action figure.
And there's some really good programs that kind of, they onion skin it, so they show you the frame beforehand so you can kind of see what you're doing and you can watch it back easily. But we did a stop motion video. It was about these like robbers who robbed a donut shop and then ended up crashing into a wall and they like went in flames. This was the stop motion. And it was maybe like 20 seconds, the whole thing. And we had budgeted a week and it took us 6 weeks to finish it.
That process takes
so long.
I think most people just don't understand how much work animation
and
is.
we were like a little mini studio when we did that because we had people who were shooting the actual like chase scene, we had people who were shooting the robbery scene, we had people who were shooting the clouds in the backgrounds. Like, we had to like divvy it up into groups because it's so much work and everything had to be separate.
I'm gonna butcher these numbers, but the behind the scenes of Fantastic Mr. Fox, I think Wes Anderson had like 12 or something teams around the whole world working on the project at the same time.
Yeah.
And it still took like 3 years.
Yeah.
I think like 1 minute of animation in stop motion usually takes like I think it's like 1 hour for every 10 seconds or something like that.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But I think something I really like about stop motion is that because they're actual objects, you really get the sense that you get that physical presence that you do in live action.
Yeah.
Especially when you do it right. It feels like they're actually there. And when you do the animation really well, it kind of makes you feel like you're like playing with action figures in your bedroom or something like that, which is why I think kids' movies work so well in stop motion, especially Fantastic Mr. Fox, which we'll get into. But like, did you ever see Kubo and the Two Strings?
Beautiful.
Yeah, well, that one is a little bit different because they use CGI as well.
Yeah,
they basically use stop motion characters with a green screen background, so it's a blurring of the two.
Okay.
And also, instead of using clay
that probably
or
saved
toys,
a lot of time.
They use 3D printed, like every face is a 3D printed thing.
Oh,
and they just kind of swap them with
yeah. I see this a lot.
Yeah, but that movie's gorgeous.
Yeah,
and it's not really a cheat to use CGI for the backgrounds. It's just a style thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that movie, I might be wrong, but I think that movie has the record for the largest stop motion puppet in a movie, which was that skeleton. It's like 15 feet tall.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, they show it in the credits, remember? They have like a...
Yeah. It's interesting too, though, like, So there's a lot of, and this is a hard, because like this is interesting, the Wes Anderson Fantastic Mr. Fox thing, because you usually associate the Disney team with an animated movie. It's not,
which is a shame, I think,
because it's not a thing that you usually think of auteurs with. You don't think of this like great mind behind it.
Well, there was also Anomalisa. Did you see that one?
Yeah, Kaufman.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Lloyd Kaufman, right? No,
Charlie.
Charlie Kaufman. I always get my Kaufmans confused. Andy Kaufman, Lloyd Kaufman, Charlie Kaufman.
Yeah.
But that's a movie that could probably be done live action because it's so realistic.
Yes, definitely.
But there's like one key scene that, where the dream sequence with the face.
Did you like that movie more than his live action stuff? Because I didn't.
No, but I appreciated the effort. I thought it was a little pretentious.
Because I think his style, because it's like, absurd and a little surreal and a little intellectual.
Yeah.
I think it works better when all of that sort of weirdness can be grounded in a real world. Whereas like when you take all that sort of like strangeness that he has to his style and then you apply it to an unreal world, it almost feels too unreal.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of need that reality in the characters and in the places to ground the strange shit he's doing. Do you know what I mean?
I think so. I think I understand what you're saying. But I think that's just I think that's just an example of a realistic way to do stop motion that's not like fantastical.
Yeah.
And like they're trying to really ground that in reality, which is interesting. I mean, it's not Nightmare Before Christmas,
No, it's not. Yeah.
But I think, Disney, obviously Disney makes some of the best animated stuff ever, but they've kind of, in my opinion, I think they've kind of spoiled animation slightly because everybody just tries to do what Disney's doing, so there's not a whole lot of variety when it comes to mainstream animation.
Yeah, definitely.
Everything just sort of looks the same.
Yeah.
There was a YouTuber I follow, and he always complains how, like, whenever you make an animated animal, they don't have to have realistic looking fur. Like, you don't have to flex and show, like, look how realistic our fur looks.
Yeah.
Characters can have, like, smooth designs. You can do all sorts of different ways to design characters, but they all kind of look the same usually.
Yeah. Well, and that's especially kind of like sad in a way because like what you were talking about where you can do literally anything in animation. Mm-hmm. Like have some fun with it. Be like weird with it.
Yeah. Like in Zootopia.
Yeah.
Did you see Zootopia?
I did. Yeah.
So like the characters with fur there, it's not like hyper realistic where it's like 10 million strands of fur on every character. It's just enough to sell the idea of fur.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But a lot of times in these, ironically, it's in the cheap animated films, they always have this need to like do really meticulous fur. Like it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's weird. Like it doesn't seem like a whole lot of effort goes into character design as much as they used to.
Detail for detail's sake is kind of what seems to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Just because they can.
Well, and that seems to be the sort of... This is kind of what people, like, go to first when they talk about animated movies, And this is kind of why Wes Anderson makes so much sense making animated movies, because you're like, oh, look at all the little details they had to intentionally put in, Because there's nothing...
And Wes Anderson's all about the little details.
Exactly. His world is kind of animated.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that he kind of finds a home in stop motion animation.
Yeah. I mean, it works so well. But overall, I think animation is a wonderful medium, but I think ever since like Shrek, I think in terms of what's popular, I think the animation medium has sort of been in a transitional stage, a little bit of a rut, because I think animation works best when they're limited. Like there's what's considered like the dark age of Disney, and that was the era, I think it was like in the 70s, where they made my favorite like Disney movies. Like Robin Hood is one of my favorite. I love the way that movie looks.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like a super cheap movie because it was like in the dark ages of Disney, and they didn't have a lot of resources to do all these crazy things, so they like reused a lot of animations and stuff. Even though I was complaining earlier about how I don't like cheap looking animation, they made a way to make it look authentic while also being limited. I I mean, it's a classic thing of like the more power you get, like the Star Wars prequels, for instance. Once you have the ability to do anything, you kind of
you kind of need limitations to allow creativity to kick in.
Yeah, and I think like Netflix, like Love, Death and Robots or something like that. I think those are, and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which I bring up all the time on this podcast. I think those are projects that I think are starting to sort of push the medium back to more creative aspects, which I think is nice. Like you look at Toy Story 4 and it just looks like a more polished version of Toy Story, and it's not. Yeah. It's getting kind of tiring. Yeah. I think personally.
And it's interesting too, like a lot of recent stuff. Like I was thinking about this when I went and saw Avengers. Yeah. I would see screens, for a while, and I was like, all of this is computer generated. This is animation.
Oh yeah, and like the Lion King remake.
I'm watching an animated movie.
The Lion King remake, people are calling it the live action Lion King.
It's computer generated.
Yeah, it's animated.
Yeah, so it's like even so many of these live action movies are starting to become essentially animated movies.
I'm gonna make my prediction is that the more hyper realistic, I think we're eventually gonna get to a point where animation is gonna get so hyper realistic that it looks like real life. And then people are going to eventually get tired of that, and we're going to start seeing some more creative stuff. I think we're in the middle of that right now because of, like, Spider-Verse. Like, Spider-Verse was the first, like, mainstream movie in a long time that I saw the animation for, and I thought, whoa, this looks like something I've never seen before. Yeah. I want to see more of that.
Which I think studios always underrate. They go with what is the same because they know what makes money before.
They know what sells.
But novelty can sell just as much as...
Oh, for sure.
If something really great new comes out, people love it. People love novelty.
It's just more of a risk. Yeah. I mean, Spider-Verse made so much money.
Yeah. People really enjoy new, interesting, original things.
But you know what also sells a lot of money? Happy Meals. Yeah. And I think that's what most animated kids movies are. Just Happy Meals. Yeah. Here's your chicken McNuggets. Go eat.
Well, and this is like a thing. This is like wild because I feel like a lot of animated movies are always marketed toward children. Yeah. A lot of live action movies are marketed toward teenagers. Uh-huh. And that's why you don't get
what
like
those
adults
kind
get? Why do the adults get? Yeah, exactly. What do we get? But it's like a lot of adult movies are like raunchy. Really, an adult movie in America is usually marked by like, oh, they say fuck in this movie. This is what you guys get. You get to hear the F word. Yeah. As if it was some like gift, But
I think the best animated kids movies are ones that are made for kids and adults, and it's not just because we can appreciate them. Right. It's because the movie's not insulting your intelligence or pandering to kids. Right. I think the worst kids movies are just the equivalent of like shaking keys in front of them. They're more of a distraction. They're not meant to do anything. Like pretty much every kids movie ends now with like a dance sequence.
Yes.
It's just,
over the credits in some way, kind of thing. Or?
Sometimes not. Sometimes they just start dancing. Yeah. Yeah. It's like this weird trend where it's just kids love dancing. And another trend that you see all the times in trailers for kids movies is just like dumb references to stuff. Yeah. When I saw Aladdin, there was this trailer for this upcoming like kid. It's a live action kids movie with the guy who plays Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy. What's his name? Dave Bautista.
Oh yeah. It's WWE.
It's a movie that's been made 100 times with the big macho guy who's like a CIA officer, and he has to look after this little kid, and they have shenanigans together.
Are you telling me Dave Bautista is starting to steal roles from The Rock? Yeah. Oh, man.
That is what I'm telling you.
Now, this is going to be the new WrestleMania fight.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you stole my movie.
Yeah.
But, okay, rock bottom you.
It's the premise you've seen a bunch of times. And in the trailer, there's a dance sequence, like there is in all kids' movies, and he's, like, dancing like a dad, And Kristen Shaw's in the movie, and she goes, this is weird. It's like... This is like the wedding from Shrek. And that's like this weird reference.
Oh, it is weird.
But then all the kids in the theater started laughing. And I kind of wanted to be an asshole in the theater and go, ha ha ha, I remember Shrek. Yeah. Because that's like that's the extent of the joke. Is just, hey, remember Shrek?
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. But let's get into Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Who am I, Kylie? Why a fox? Why not a horse or a beetle or a bald eagle? I'm saying this more as, like, existentialism, you know?
I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds illegal.
Wes Anderson creates a triumph in animated storytelling.
Honey, I'm 7 non-Fox years old now. My father died at 7.5. I don't want to live in a hole anymore, and I'm going to do something about it.
Don't buy this tree, Foxy. This is Bogus, Bunce, and Bean, 3 of the meanest, nastiest, ugliest farmers in this valley. You're moving into the most dangerous neighborhood for someone of your type of species.
Your comments are valuable, but I'm going to ignore your advice.
The cuss you are.
Are you cussing with me?
No, you cussing with me?
Don't cuss and point
You're
at
gonna
me.
cuss with someone, you're not gonna...
Just buy the tree.
Okay.
All right, Jared. So, speaking of animation, we watched Wes Anderson's Fantastic Mr. Fox this week.
We watched it like 10 minutes ago.
We just watched it. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
An hour ago.
About an hour ago, exactly. Yeah.
So, Fantastic Mr. Fox is in my top 10 favorite movies.
Really?
It's number 7. I love this movie so much. And I'm a big fan of Wes Anderson, as are you. And I like almost all of his movies. And this is my favorite one of his. I think it's the most complete. I think it's the most accessible, I'd say. And I just really love it. So I'll just introduce it real quick. So Fantastic Mr. Fox is a movie made in 2009 about Mr. Fox. I think that's just his name. Yeah. Mr. Fox. And he sort of misses his glory days of being a fox catcher, and he has a kid, and he wants to become a fox catcher again. He doesn't want to live in a hole in the ground anymore, and it causes a lot of problems. Also, he has a son who's a bit odd, and a wife that is sort of kind of growing tired of him, maybe. And they get into some trouble with some farmers, and it affects the whole community. So, you saw Isle of Dogs. So you've seen some of Wes Anderson's stop motion work. Yeah. Isle of Dogs was made after this one.
Yes.
So what did you think of Fantastic Mr. Fox in general, and how do you think it compares to Wes Anderson's other movies, especially Isle of Dogs?
Yeah. Well, and like you said before, I love Wes Anderson's movies. Visually, it has that like really wonderful sort of visual meticulousness. It's weird though, because I notice as a filmmaker in Fantastic Mr. Fox and Isle of Dogs, because he shoots all of his live action stuff in anamorphic. So I can tell by the wide angle and the way it's squeezed, I can tell that the live action or the stop motion is not anamorphic. So sometimes like there's like a very small thing in my head that makes me like double think that it's a Wes Anderson movie.
Oh.
Because just the way he like renders space through those lenses.
Interesting.
Like, yeah, so it's like a little different.
I think visually, Isle of Dogs is much different looking than Fantastic Mr. Fox, because Fantastic Mr. Fox, a lot of characters have this fur, and also Isle of Dogs has a lot of cold colors.
Yes.
A lot of blues.
This
and
is
grays.
like very yellow, very red.
Yeah, very warm colors.
Yes.
Lots of yellows and reds and stuff. So
Yeah.
what did you think of the movie? Did you like it?
Oh yeah,
You
I
were
liked it a
laughing
lot.
all the time.
It's really funny.
It's a very funny movie.
I think Anderson, he does that like deadpan thing, you know.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of his like humor kind of comes from people almost stating exactly what's going on, and like very little things. He's like a funnier Ernest Hemingway almost to me.
Interesting.
Because it's all very like, and even like the kind of like
his characters do say what they're feeling.
They're saying exactly what they're feeling. Yeah. It's all on the surface, and even like a lot of the things I love with Hemingway is sort of like how like overt the love stuff is, and that happens too in Wes Anderson. They kind of like look in each other's eyes and they cry and they just like say like I love you, and it's like everything is said there.
And I think that works so well for a kids movie because it doesn't talk down to kids. It doesn't pander to them.
Right.
But at the same time, it makes things really clear to them of what's happening, which I think is really nice. I think this movie's a really great because Isle of Dogs is sort of an adult movie. There's some kind of dark imagery in there.
Yeah.
But I think Wes Anderson is like a great example of of how Wes Anderson's style fits so well for like a kids movie, because everything is so clean. It's like I said before, it's like you're playing with dolls or something.
Yeah. Well, and it plays into like a lot of the things, because almost all of Wes Anderson's movies have a family at the center of it. There's some sort of dysfunction.
There's always a character with daddy issues.
Oh, every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's always this sort of like, there's like a big, huge fight for recognition in it, usually.
Yeah. I mean, this movie's basically, there's sort of two stories going on here. I think primarily the main themes of the story of this movie is a man going through a midlife crisis, which is Fantastic Mr. Fox, and a boy who feels different and is jealous of his cousin who's better than him at everything.
Right. So it's like the Rushmore. It's
so
like...
I think this movie probably appeals best to people who are going through a little bit of an existential midlife crisis, like Mr. Fox, and also kids who just feel a little different.
Yeah.
One thing that I really love in this movie is they do that little... Every single time he goes, I think he's just different, they do this little hand motion, like a little
yeah.
And it's super cheesy, but I really like it, because like I imagine like a kid that gets picked on a lot in school watching this, you know, with his parents, and having the kid be able to adopt that, you know, I'm just a little different, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it's great.
And that's like an interesting thing with like Anderson's work in general, is like there's this sort of feeling of like everything's a little put on and theatrical and a little ironic, but everything is also at the same time so sincere.
Yeah.
So he's so great, I think, at balancing this sort of like distant theatrical style with really like sincere characters and like authentic feelings, and like there's like a really like quiet beauty to his work.
Yeah.
He actually reminds me a lot of... You've never seen any Ozu movies, have you?
I don't think so.
He's a Japanese filmmaker. There's like almost all of those movies are family related, and they're like related to family drama, and they're very slow, and they're all super symmetrical, always shot with a 50mm lens. And like it's just people kind of like talking about their life, and then like a character will say like, isn't life sad? And it's like heart-wrenching.
Yeah.
And like Anderson kind of has a similar thing where like everything feels a little affected. The aesthetics are very like particular, but the like human characters are just so simple and so like it's so easy to connect to them.
And I think some people get turned off by Wes Anderson because of that stilted dialogue that he has, but it works so well for a kid's movie.
Yeah.
Like the line where he's like, why am I a fox? Why not a beetle or a bald eagle? I'm thinking more of existentialism, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if a human said that, it would feel kind of stilted and odd, but even though those aren't the direct words in the book that it's based on, those lines feel like they're straight out of a kid's movie.
Yeah.
I mean, straight out of a children's book, which I love so much.
Right.
I think the script is just like perfect. It's like a perfect balance between something a kid can understand without talking down to them, and something a parent can relate to as well.
Yeah, definitely. And it's cool. Like you were talking about a lot of like the dance scene at the end. Like it's like a lot of those animated movies are made just so they can entertain kids.
Yeah.
And this movie is made to like enrich someone's life.
Oh yeah.
You know?
This movie, I can see a kid watching this movie and having it have a very special emotional connection with them.
Yeah.
Growing up.
And it can like bring new ideas to their head, you know.
And this movie does end with a dance sequence, but it's a little bit different because usually
it does. That's right.
Because the dance sequences I'm talking about, like these cheapo animated movies, it's more just like distracting your kid, like, yay, they're dancing, yay, dancing. But here it's more of like a celebratory thing, and it's at the very end of the movie.
Yeah.
And it's not meant to be like entertaining, it's more cathartic.
And they're celebrating, you know, L'chaim, to life.
Yeah.
Literally, you know, that's what they're doing. They're like celebrating to life.
And speaking of the end of the movie, one thing I really love about this movie is it doesn't necessarily end on a happy ending, because they're living under the ground in fear
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it doesn't
they're happy. They're only celebrating because they found a food source.
And I said at the end, that's it.
Yeah.
That was how I felt like it ended, because it wasn't all wrapped up and every problem was not solved.
And I love that a kids movie is willing to do that.
Yeah.
And also,
still end in celebration.
Yes.
That is like
that's such a positive message.
That's incredibly bold to end not wrapping up everything and still say like this is a happy ending. That's like defiantly pleasant.
It's like we're still hiding in the ground in fear from being killed by these farmers, but we found a food source. We're gonna live, and let's be happy with what we got.
Yeah,
that's such a great message.
It's like something very beautiful about that, and that's like interesting to kind of go on a little tangent.
Yeah,
like the timing of this in 2009, you know, like America was a year into the recession. To have like a story about that, you know, when you really think about that and contextualize it, think of all those families, you know, who are maybe like struggling and like strapping together. Like I'm sure a lot of families that went to see this with their kid, it was a huge financial decision to go spend, you know, $8 a ticket on like 3-4 people, you know, to like send a message like that to like, we're just getting by. This is worth celebrating, you know.
So this movie was nominated for 2 Oscars. Best Animated Film of the Year. I don't remember what it lost against. And it also was nominated for Best Original Score. And I love the score of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Some of Alexandre Desplat's best work, I think. He's a really well... Are you familiar with...
No, tell me what he did.
Let me look it up real quick. Why don't you talk about something else? Do you think like what did you think of the character design and just like the animation in general?
So again, like
I just want to set up. It is a little bit odd because these animals, they're all bipedal, even though they're foxes and stuff. They're all standing on 2 feet. They wear clothes. Yeah. They're all about the same height.
It has a very like homemade quality to it though, and like the little like Oxford shirts they wear, you know, and the little ties.
And
like
the humans can understand the animals, and the animals can understand the humans. It works on that sort of child.
Well, and that's something I want to talk to you. We'll talk to you a little bit about that, but understanding and language is like a huge theme in this movie.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think
on that?
Sure. All right, we'll do it now. I think the most important scene to me in this whole movie is the wolf scene.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that because so many people, and I thought this when I first saw the movie, was what's up with that wolf scene? Can you?
It's the most important scene in the movie.
Can you set it up for?
Yeah.
So, the setup basically is that towards the beginning of the movie, Mr. Fox says he has a phobia of wolves, right?
Yeah.
And also, there's this idea that these characters are more sophisticated than wild animals because they talk and they walk and then towards the end of the movie he realizes that he's just like a wild animal.
Yeah.
So I want to take it from there.
So yeah, and the phobia builds up, and he names all of his friends with their Latin names too, which is important for this.
Yeah.
And he sees a wolf. And this wolf looks like a wild animal, a little raggedy,
it's on all fours.
Like a stray. Yeah, it's the only animal we've seen on all fours. It's got like kind of the like feral fur, and he tries to talk to it in English. He tries to name it in Latin. He says it doesn't speak in Latin or English. He tries to speak to it in French, and it doesn't respond.
It's a wild animal.
It's a wild animal. But what does he do? He raises his fist, and the wolf raises the fist back. And I think it's one of the most beautiful images of solidarity I've ever seen in a film.
And like a recognition, you're one of me.
Despite all of this otherness, despite all of these like cultural markers that would say like you're completely different than me, there's this like, and there's like a beautiful sort of thing like in film too, this visual recognition of like I can do this thing visually, and you can understand what I'm saying, you know.
To me, it's also a symbol of completing Mr. Fox's arc of his midlife crisis, because he misses his days of being sort of a wild animal and catching chickens and and his wife wants to live in safety to raise a family, so he becomes a writer at a newspaper and but he wants to catch these foxes on the side or he wants to catch these chickens on the side. And I think that scene is sort of him acknowledging that deep down he still is a wild animal. You know what I mean?
So you see him like a psychological point of view.
Yeah. I think it stands for multiple things.
Oh, definitely.
I think it's a scene that
it's a good read.
I think it's a scene that I think might confuse kids because they're not sure what it means, but then upon revisiting it, will get a deeper meaning from it.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that I think this movie does really well. I also like something I really like in kids movies are movies that work on a kid's level without dumbing it down, like kid logic, like the fact that the animals wear clothes and they can talk to the humans and they don't have to explain it or anything.
Right.
And also there's a lot of like little silly things that I like the fact that the sewers are to scale for the foxes, even though it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine, you know?
Yeah.
Kids aren't going to think, why are the sewers the size of the animals
and
not the humans?
I was thinking of that too. I was thinking of the scale during the movie. And I was thinking of the idea of like questioning the scale, and all I could think about was, who cares?
Yeah.
You know?
And also, like, I think the silliest thing in the movie happens right at the end, or towards the end. You don't even notice it. But when they're escaping, also the fact that like they escape on this motorcycle, they go behind the motorcycle and there's a miniature motorcycle behind it,
yeah,
which is great. That's like the kind of logic, like kid logic, that I just love so much.
Yeah,
that's something that this movie and Paddington have too. That sort of kid logic, so when they escape the farm, when the farmers are trying to kill them, they jump off of this ramp that's like a Evel Knievel ramp that has like a little paper thing that they burst through. There's like no reason for it to be there. It's just so charming.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it's like there just to like be like fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also on the other side of that coin, another thing this movie does that I love in kids movies is it gives the characters some serious stakes. Mr. Fox loses his tail permanently. Yeah. The villains in the movie, the farmers, they have guns and they're literally trying to kill them.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't shy away from things.
Well,
which, to go back to Aladdin real quick for a second, you know how in the original Aladdin, when Jasmine steals the apple, the merchant like threatens to chop her arm off, and he like takes the sword out of his sheath and he raises it up, and Aladdin stops him. You know, that's like kind of a scary moment for a kid, you know?
Yeah.
But in the remake, he just kind of yells at her, and Aladdin's like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, it's not
kind of like dumbed down.
Yeah. And like they're afraid to scare kids a little bit. I mean, kids should be allowed to be frightened a little bit.
Oh, definitely.
And I think the performances in this movie are really good. There's that moment where the farmers start digging up the tree that they live in, and there's a line where the mom, what's the mom's name? Felicity.
Meryl
Streep. Felicity. She goes, they'll kill the children, and like you can tell in her voice, like she sounds choked. It sounds like a really good line read.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that. Like it sounds like there's actually people coming for their children. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Speaking of performances, you said that performances usually don't come through in animation. What did you think of the vocal performances here? Because you got George Clooney, you got Meryl Streep, Bill Murray.
Yeah.
The whole gang.
They're great for what they are.
Sure.
You know, like there's nothing about those performances that I disliked. I think they're really good. Mm-hmm. Like, and again, what I was trying to say with the performances,
you can't see the faces.
I'm talking about a different kind of performance.
Yeah.
Like, because there can be really great animated performances, and it's something different than like being on screen. You know? And I'm not trying to like disqualify one or the other. I'm just talking about what I personally like enjoy.
Uh-huh.
And it's good, and it's really like fits in well with this story, you know?
I think for what these animated puppets are, they're super expressive, and they have like little eye ducts for when they tear up, and all these little twitches and things that I think are really nice touches.
Yeah, I can only imagine how hard it is.
Yeah,
to like make some of those things.
At any point in time, you can tell exactly what a character's thinking.
Yeah,
which is so hard to do, especially with stop motion.
Well, and there were so many times I laughed during this movie where the only thing I was laughing at was the face the character was making reacting to something.
Do you mean because it looks silly, or the face, or it was like a good performance?
It was a good performance.
Right.
It was like really funny.
One thing you always laughed at is they do this thing. There's this character, I think his name is Kylie or something, and every time he gets confused, they have his eyes have like these asterisks
every
in them.
Time it was hilarious.
Yeah. He's like, Kylie, can you understand what I'm saying?
He's got the little like swirls in his eyes.
It's so funny. Yeah.
and that's a thing. That's a thing that would be really hard to play in live action.
Yeah. Because what are you gonna do? Have them cross-eyed or something?
As funny as it would be to like literally have little swirls in someone's live action eyes, it would be really creepy. So like that's a thing where like animation owns something like that, you know?
Yeah. So would you agree with me that this movie is like just? It's mostly it's the midlife crisis and also wanting to be or about being different and trying to be yourself. That's sort of what the main messages of this movie are.
So I think Mr. Fox, his like whole thing is like, I feel like a big thing.
Days.
I think
he was like a star in high school he was like an athletic star in high school. I think
it's like him and his son have like alternate things. Is like Mr. Fox needs to grow up but wants to relive his youth, and the son wants to grow up but
and be his dad,
right? But isn't just being himself.
Yeah.
So I think there's almost like a reverse thing going there.
When he has to sort of face effectively.
Right.
Not really an athlete.
But again, going to it, the like third undertone theme I think that was going on that I was most interested in is the thing epitomized by the wolf scene, and it's like solidarity because you have foxes, badgers, moles, like and even the rat at the end. Every animal is in complete solidarity with each other.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of gets them along. And that's even the thing, you all have your own you all have your own name, you all have your own special abilities. All of you will be important to go through all of this.
Yeah.
And that's such an important thing, and especially considering it's interesting because like Isle of Dogs 2 is like pretty political because it literally is dealing with the government. But his
I think this is a whole different conversation, but I think Isle of Dogs is all about language and translation.
This movie too is a lot about language.
Yeah.
Like his animated movies seem to be more political than his live action movies.
That's for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and they seem to like carry this message of this one does of solidarity, of being together, like finding the differences between people and banding together regardless.
Yeah.
There's a real sort of sense of like
all
camaraderie.
Being super digestible.
Absolutely. There's never a moment where it doesn't feel like pedantic or it doesn't feel like it's being preachy to you. It's like
all supernatural. Very natural.
Very no ghosts. Yeah.
The adjectives that come to mind when I think of this movie is like warm, charming. That it's just so. I don't know. I want to cuddle up with it.
Yeah.
It's just I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
Real quick, Alexandre Desplat, that composer, he did The King's Speech, The Queen, Argo. He's been nominated. He won 2 Oscars. He was not. Look how many times look at this. Look how many times he was nominated.
Wow.
Yeah, and he won for Grand Budapest Hotel, which is also Wes Anderson, and The Imitation Game.
Wes Anderson, just to kind of go like on this tangent, Wes Anderson's never won Best Director. He doesn't get nominated
I don't think he's ever been nominated for Best Director.
He doesn't get nominated for a lot.
His movies always get nominated for like production.
For like 5-6 Oscars for other things.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I think he's still just a little too odd for the mainstream. I think that's really what I think. I think Grand Budapest Hotel really put him on the map as like a mainstream director, though. Not mainstream, but like everybody knows who he is. I think Grand Budapest Hotel is probably his most Wes Anderson-y movie ever.
Do you think he's the most well-known director outside of Tarantino in America?
No.
Who do you think? Well, Spielberg, but he doesn't really make movies that much anymore.
To the average person, I don't think the average person knows who Wes Anderson is.
No.
I don't think so.
Do you think the average person knows who Tarantino is?
I think Christopher Nolan is probably the most well-known.
You think?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, besides the classics, like Spielberg and stuff.
Do you think people know who Spielberg is now?
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows who Spielberg is.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think Spielberg is probably the most well-known director out there.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you're the next Spielberg or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's like the standard.
Yeah, he's the go-to movie director when you want to list movie directors. I want to talk about real quick about a little bit behind the scenes about how this movie was made. One specific thing is that I want to bring up is one thing that bothers me a lot in animated films, especially in ones where there's an animated character in a live action movie. This isn't the case in all of them, but in a lot of them, the mix of the audio level for the animated character is just like on the top of the on top of the soundtrack, and it just makes it sound like you're listening to an actor in a studio. Like when I watched Detective Pikachu, like no matter where Pikachu was located in the frame or what environment he was in, it always just sounded like Ryan Reynolds' voice on the top track. You know what I mean?
Wait, Pikachu is Ryan Reynolds' voice?
Right, yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen the movie yet.
Oh, I thought you knew that. I was like, did I get the name wrong?
No, that's just wild.
But like, so you never get this. To me, it doesn't feel like the voice is actually inhabiting the character. It feels like the voice is just put on top of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But you never feel that way in this movie.
No, absolutely not.
And it's because you're gonna think this is really interesting. I don't think there's any movie ever that's done this, but the way they recorded the audio here, they didn't record in sound booths. They went outside and in the environment and recorded it as if it was like a live action.
Really?
Yeah. So when if they're in like a tin shack in the movie, they're recording in a tin shack. So you have all the natural reverb and everything. Like when they're down inside their hole, when they're in the farmhouse, the reverb that you hear is not done in post. It's all 100% natural. You can find footage of them recording, and it's like George Clooney like rolling around in the grass recording his lines. It's awesome. So when the characters are far away from the screen, they're actually far away from the microphone. When they're far away, their actors are always like far apart from each other in real life as they are, and it makes it really feel like the characters were actually there.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
That's so cool.
And in a way, it's harder to do because you actually have to go out and do the work.
Oh, 100%. You're not having people just go in and like.
But you're saving yourself a lot of effort in post.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Because to be able to sell that the character is far away and in an echoey room, you could do that in post, but it's going to take a lot more effort than if you actually just do it.
Yeah.
And that might be one of my favorite things about how this movie is made.
And that makes like so much sense with Wes Anderson too, because everything he does feels so intentional.
Yeah.
You know?
And this movie's all about the meticulous detail. Yeah. Because like we said before, anything that's on screen in an animated film is done there by design. Yeah. You know, when you go to a set on a film set, you know, you record, if you go record in the woods, you don't get the place where the trees are. Right. You know what I mean? You have to work with what you're given. Right. But in animation, you literally create it from scratch.
Why do you think... So you think the whole, like, Wes Anderson... Sorry, just to go into this quick again. But, it's okay. You think the whole, like, Wes Anderson not getting Oscar nominations is because he's... like not seen as like mainstream enough, or
wait, what was the first half of the question?
Why Wes Anderson doesn't get Best Director nominations?
Oh, I mean the reasons for that are complicated, and he probably just doesn't market himself enough, to be honest.
You think? Yeah.
I mean that's a lot of what it is, but I mean think about it. Most of the people who vote for the Academy are like old geezers. Yeah. So maybe I think more stylistic directors typically don't, you know, make the Oscars. Yeah. You know, think of any other like really stylistic directors that make the Oscars. There's not many.
Tarantino hasn't won a Best Director.
But he's not, I mean, he definitely has a unique style, but it's not as extreme as like Wes Anderson. You can look at any frame of a Wes Anderson movie and be able to tell. Made it. Yeah, you can't really do that with Tarantino.
No.
You can't do
it. You would have to hear it. Because Tarantino's style, a lot of it is in the dialogue.
Speaking of hearing, that's a good transition into the music here. I really like, Wes Anderson, he likes to put a lot of Rolling Stones, David Bowie, 60s and 70s rock and roll in his music. Yeah. And he does it in this movie too, and I'm curious if you think that really worked, because I think it did. I mean, the score's really great, but there's also music in the movie, and it ranges from like old folk tunes to Rolling Stones, and there's a few Beach Boys songs in here too.
Mm-hmm.
So
my favorite.
What do you think of that?
So my favorite use of old '60s music. So is the
Oh wait, hold on, real quick. Look at the side-by-side clip of them recording. So they're on the motorcycle in the movie, and then when they're recording it, they're literally on the motorcycle. It's so cool. Like they record outside and on location, and it really makes a big difference because it sounds different than any other animated movie I've seen. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
That's so cool,
right? So what were you saying about the music choices?
It didn't. There were like.
Was there any that took you out of the movie? Let me put it that way.
So there was nothing that took me out of the movie, but there weren't any choices with the music that elevated me into that other level, that genius level of filmmaking.
Okay.
Like that scene in the Royal Tenenbaums when Gwyneth Paltrow's character is like, she gets off the Green Light bus, she was late, and she comes out and it's in slow motion, and These Days by Nico is playing.
Oh yeah, that's like perfect.
That's transcendent. And there wasn't any moment in this film for me that had those moments of like transcendence.
I had
with music.
one moment in that at the very end of the movie when they find the shopping center and it plays I think it's a Beach Boys song, the Old Man River.
Yeah.
I think that's a really great moment.
That's a great.
I've never really liked the Beach Boys. This movie made me like the Beach Boys.
Really?
Because, I almost choked on some saliva. There's been a few times in my life where I'm not really into a band, but then I hear one of their songs in the right context, and it's like a light bulb that clicks in my head.
Yeah.
So I've never really been a big fan of the Beach Boys, and then the way that Wes Anderson uses their music in this movie, it made me go, I get it.
Yeah.
I understand the Beach Boys music now, and now I like the Beach Boys.
Interesting.
You know that the Everything is a Remix video?
Yeah.
The way they use Led Zeppelin, he edits the Led Zeppelin music in there, made me like Led Zeppelin.
Really?
Yeah. Just the way he uses it and fades in and fades out of the songs.
That's so interesting to me.
So I think the use of music in this movie is really, really special.
It definitely never took me out of it, and my favorite musical moment was when they were coming with the like construction, like the cranes, and the Rolling Stones song was playing.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is I love the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
But it like really fits into that scene.
And, you know, another thing that really bothers me about like modern kids movies is they just shove in pop songs everywhere.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times they just partner with like a pop musician to write a song.
Yeah.
And that's what sells the movie.
Yeah.
It's just so cynical to me, and it's kind of disgusting, I think.
Yeah.
But in this, they're playing music from the 60s and 70s and like old like it starts with Davy Crockett, like this old
King of
folk
the
song.
Wild Frontier. Yeah.
That's not stuff kids listen to, but
right.
I think if you include songs that kids aren't listening to, it's going to stick in their head a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Like, I know that from Fantastic Mr. Fox.
And kids tend to like good things and not really care where it comes from.
Yeah.
You know?
I have little cousins, and I've seen a lot of movies with them, and most of the stuff that their parents have them watch is just, garbage. And their kids are like on their iPads like the whole time, not paying attention. There's been as a social experiment, I've introduced them to a few movies, and every time they're glued to the television.
Yep.
I showed them Fantastic Mr. Fox. They put their phones down. Their eyes are glued to the television the whole time. Same thing with Paddington. It's because kids want they might not know it, but they really respond to really high quality stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And that's even why a lot of those Disney things from like the 30s and 40s.
Uh-huh.
I mean, when I was a kid, every time I was at my grandparents' house, I watched The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, yeah.
It's from 1939.
We're thinking about doing an episode where we watch movies that we liked as kids but haven't watched since we were children. I think that's going to be really fun. But I asked my mom to give me like a list of movies that I watched all the time as a kid, and one of them was Wizard of Oz. I was really into the Tin Man.
But it doesn't when you're that young.
Yeah.
I never thought about the age.
Yeah.
It didn't mean anything.
You don't
to
notice
me.
the matte paintings
it meant
or anything?
nothing to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is real random. Speaking of matte paintings, there's a matte painting in Under the Silver Lake.
Really?
And it's gorgeous. And so
I like it.
Yeah. Anyways, even though you haven't read the book, this movie very much feels like, more than pretty much any movie I can think of, it feels like a kid's book brought to life. Everything, it like starts with like that little poem about Bogus Bunsen Bean.
Yeah.
And like there's like little title cards.
Yep.
And the way everything
like a
is
chapter.
framed. Yeah. You know, I think in it kind of makes me want to read this movie in a weird way. You know what I mean? Like I think if a kid watched this and they heard it was from a kid's book, I can imagine them wanting to read the book.
Yeah.
You know how a lot of times a movie is made that's based on a book and then they reprint the book with like a frame from the movie on the title, and then they put images from the movie in the book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is like the one time that I think it would work really well, where you could take a frame from the movie and put it into the book, and it wouldn't look like it's contrasting at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 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 No, definitely.
Yeah. And the writer of the book is Roald Dahl, who wrote like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and The Big Fucking Giant.
The Big Fucking Giant.
And it definitely has that aesthetic to it.
Yeah.
I should have looked up what Roald Dahl thought of this book, because I think he was alive when it was made. But I imagine he approved of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you couldn't.
Well, and he's like, a great children's writer. And that kind of works with like Wes Anderson's aesthetic, this like blend of sincerity and seriousness.
Also, real quick before I forget, after it shows the poem, there's that shot of somebody holding up the Fantastic Mr. Fox book. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then the movie starts.
Yeah.
So the movie's telling you right up front, this is a book. This is not a fairy tale, but this is a
and Anderson does that a lot. He does a lot of... You've heard of Brecht?
He does a lot of insert shots like that.
Yeah.
What's
Have you heard of Brecht? He was a German playwright. His essential thing was like always making people aware that what they were watching was a film or a play, or like he was a big believer in like, don't make people think that they're going to a different world. Remind them they're watching an artifice.
See the guy who made Dogtown?
Dogville.
Or Dogville?
That's Von Trier.
Okay.
Brecht was from like the 60s, 40s.
Oh, okay.
But he kind of started that kind of thing, like a Dogville. Mm-hmm. But Anderson does this a lot. He started Grand Budapest with someone going to a grave to read a book that...
Yeah.
He
frames his movies
He frames his movies in artifice. You never think they're anything other than artificial, but they still hit all of those emotional things. You know?
The feeling of watching this movie is like reading a really good book.
Yeah.
It makes me... I bet if I watched this movie, if I was really cold, I bet I feel warm. It's like warm and cuddly, this movie.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to ask you what you thought about Meryl Streep's character, the wife. What's her name again? I can't... Felicity.
Felicity. That's what I thought.
So, Mr. Fox has a character arc. Ash, the son, has a character arc. There's something going on with the wife, and I'm not, because she wants Mr. Fox to protect their family, and she doesn't like that he's going behind her back to catch these foxes, and she's painting. She has this motif where she's constantly painting thunderstorms all the time.
Lightning.
Yeah, lightning. So I'm curious if you read anything into that, because I'm not quite sure what the reasoning for the. I didn't quite get a reading from like these lightning paintings that she's always drawing. Did you read anything from that? Because it can't be anything. It can't be just as simple as like a character quirk. There's got to be something more to it.
Something to it. Well, it's kind of reflecting... I think there's a sense... It's like Mr. Fox and the son and like these people, they're always trying to make actions to like progress the story forward and like do things. Mm-hmm. And she's kind of serving as this like... She's reflecting on what's happening.
Yeah.
She's the sort of character who captures the feeling of what's going on and is almost in the moment of it, whereas everybody else is trying to get out of it.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good way to look at it.
You know what I mean?
I think one of the
She's the artist.
Yeah, I think one of the most powerful scenes in the movie is when they dig down underground and the farmers are after them, and she pulls them away, and there's like, I don't know what it's supposed to be, but there's this water. It looks like a waterfall in the background.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous shot.
Beautiful.
I don't know how they did that in stop motion, but I don't know what they used for that.
It's
but
hard to get really
like
organic things in stop motion.
Yeah, because they use like cotton for smoke and stuff. But I don't know what they did for this, but it was gorgeous. But it's a great moment where he sort of apologizes, and she's like, you've sort of failed me as a husband. You said you would keep us safe, and we're down here in the dirt. And then there's I think one of the most powerful lines in the movie, and something that you never see in kids' movies, is she says something like, I forgive you, and I still love you, but I shouldn't have married you.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit.
And he doesn't protest.
No. He's like, you're right.
Yeah.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really fascinating line, because that shows so much of her character, that she's upset with him, but she's not going to just be like, oh, you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you and your shenanigans. She's like, I made a mistake marrying you because I knew you would go back to your old ways or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really powerful moment. Shazam, the movie Shazam, did something kind of similar.
Really?
Yeah. I'll spoil this movie a little bit. So Shazam did something like a gut punch like that I really appreciated. So the main character, I forgot what his name is. Let's just call him Mark. I forgot what his first name is. Anyways, he's a foster kid. He got separated from his mom when he was really young at like a carnival. Like he lost her, and so he's in a foster home, and he doesn't like being in a foster home, you know. And he's throughout the movie he's looking for his mom, and towards the end of the movie he finds his mom. He finds out that she still lived under her maiden. She switched back to her maiden name or something like that. And he goes to her apartment. She's living in the shitty apartment, and she looks at him like, "Oh, you found me?" And he goes like, I finally found you. It's me. It's your son. And she goes, I know. I saw you at the carnival, and I didn't want to have you. You were kind of a mistake, and I couldn't handle being a mother, and so I just let the police take care of you. She basically says, I don't love you and I didn't want you.
Yeah.
And to like have a big budget like DC movie where the mom says, I don't love you and I didn't want you, is such like a powerful thing that I'm so glad that the movie had the balls to do that. And then the movie ends up being like pro like foster family, like he found a new family sort of a thing. So that was like a really interesting move, and I think they did something similar in Fantastic Mr. Fox with that message, and also with the fact that it doesn't end on like a super happy ending.
Well, it's interesting too that it did the whole like I shouldn't have married you thing. But it also never problematizes their relationship.
What do you mean?
It doesn't become a plot point that she wants to leave him or something.
Oh, yeah. She stays in the relationship.
And it's never even a question that she would or wouldn't. There's like something really cool and like powerful to that too.
Yeah.
That sort of like thing of like, because I think like everybody's like, oh, relationships have to be perfection and all this stuff. And there's not that silliness to it. You know, there's just like, there's like problems to this, but like we're this together, you know?
Switching topics for a second, another thing I really like that this movie did that I think kids get a kick out of, my little cousins got a kick out of this, is how they use the word cuss to swear. Yeah. You cuss at me.
Every single swear
like,
word.
What the cuss are you talking about? And I think it's like, it makes kids laugh. It makes adults laugh. Yeah. It's so clever. It's such a simple solution.
What a great way to solve that problem.
And also, it could potentially make kids swear less if they swear. Because, like, saying cuss is funny. Because, like, haha, you think, it's like, you think I'm swearing, but I'm not. You can't get me in trouble.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know if you saw it, but there's a shot when they show the town. There's like a graffiti thing and it just says cuss on it. It's so funny. Like,
it's so good.
It's like a great way to make the movie wholesome but also slightly edgy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's so funny. Yeah. And also, like, I like the subplot between Ash and Christopherson. Christopherson is his cousin who's good at everything. And then Ash becomes content with not being exactly what he wanted to be. And there is that moment where he does pull off like an athletic stunt.
Yeah.
So I kind of, if I could change anything, I might have removed that, because like he learned that he doesn't have to be an athlete, he can be himself. But then he does like an athletic act, and his dad calls him an athlete. So it's like he's like earning his dad's respect.
Yeah.
But I kind of like that message that he didn't have to be as good as Christopherson.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's like funny too, like it's like again the like sort of like screenplay of it just like puts it completely on the open. It's like I want to be an athlete. You know, which is like the most like generic version of a kid wanting to like fit in.
And not only is he jealous because of his cousin, because he's an athlete, but also his dad kind of prefers the cousin to him.
Yeah.
There's the part where Ash he sneaks with his dad to do like the robbery with him, and his dad's like, "What are you doing? This isn't safe. Go back." And then Christopherson comes in. And he's like, "Oh, you're here." Like he invited his nephew instead of his son, and his son is jealous because it's more like his son is jealous of his cousin, not because he's an athlete, but because his dad approves of the cousin
That's
more.
the only reason he wants to do anything athletic. He doesn't. Yeah, he just wants to do the approval because he's like trying hard to do it. But he's not a natural like the son, which is funny because like the natural doesn't care as much about the recognition because the natural knows they're good.
Yeah.
You know, whereas the
and he's
son,
humble about it too.
Exactly.
He's not like breaking.
Yeah.
Which makes it even worse for the son.
Exactly.
Because he's, you know.
Exactly.
And also, I like, there's these little, sometimes Wes Anderson does these creative flourishes that don't really have a reason. Like, I mean, they're nice stylistically, but there's no reason for it. But in this movie, there usually is a reason. The thing I'm thinking about specifically, which might help, you're giving me a confused look. Is there's that moment where the coach is teaching how to play this whack bat.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Whack bat?
Yeah.
And it's like this over the top, like bird's eye view of the thing. And there's like arrows going around. It's like put the thing off the crosswalk. It's like a very Wes Anderson, very stylized thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes in Wes Anderson movies, they have this over-the-top stylized thing just to be quirky. But I think in this movie, the reason why they're doing that is to establish how complicated the rules are for this game.
Yeah.
And how quickly Christopherson gets it. That's the payoff.
Yeah.
You know? And I think that was just like a fun moment.
Yeah.
Because I can imagine Wes Anderson doing, like, explaining the rules, but then not having a payoff just because it's like, it's a thing. It's like a thing I like to do.
Right.
You know, where you over-explain things.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But here it had like a payoff, which is really nice.
Right.
Yeah.
And it kind of comes back too, because there's like the drawing of when Felicity is like showing what's happening, and she's drawing on her mural that she made.
Oh, because she makes like a map.
Yeah.
Of
So the drawing,
war plan.
like drawing onto those images, kind of comes back too in that way.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I didn't think about it that way. Yeah, I was trying to read into her thunderstorm drawings as like maybe has this anger within her or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then towards the end of the movie, she's still drawing the thunderstorms, which is interesting. Maybe showing that she still is angry at her husband. If you were to read anything, that's maybe what I would read into the thunderstorm thing.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that visual storytelling of when he like robs the chicken and you just see her hand. She goes, huh. And then the whole cabinet is full of chickens. She goes, huh.
Yeah.
It's like a great little moment. I think this movie, it doesn't dumb down to kids, but the messages are clear to kids. But also, like, what other movie can you think of that's like an existentialist kids movie?
Yeah.
That's sort of what this is.
The Lion King.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's like the first one that I would think of as far as like a kids movie that problematizes deep meanings and like truly like actual life choices, you know, of like what am I going to be?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that movie, it's just Hamlet.
Yeah. Yeah, existentialism before existentialism, you know? Hamlet.
Yeah.
So probably that, but yeah, it's like it's serious, you know, and it doesn't try to dumb down anything.
I think this is a perfect kids movie because it's great for everybody. It doesn't dumb down for adults or kids. Doesn't have any pandering moments, but it's digestible. It has some really important and rare messages that you don't see in kids movies.
Yeah.
And it's all done in a visually dynamic way.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, it was probably 2 stars better than Isle of Dogs.
I think Isle of Dogs is a much colder movie, both in terms of how it's told and what it's about.
Yeah.
You know, it's yeah. So were you a big were you kind of on the fence with Isle of Dogs, or did Isle of Dogs make you want to see Fantastic Mr. Fox, or like make you kind of indifferent about it?
I mean, Fantastic Mr. Fox is the only Wes Anderson movie I hadn't seen.
Oh, really? So now you've seen all of them?
I've seen all of them.
All right.
And I never was avoiding Fantastic Mr. Fox. I just don't like animation that much.
Yeah.
So I was never seeking it out.
But you like the animation in this one, clearly.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
And Isle of Dogs had, it was good, but it wasn't making me search out for this right away.
What was the first Wes Anderson movie that came out after you became aware of him?
So Grand Budapest Hotel, I had never heard of him before.
Really?
I saw
so
that
you're
movie,
sort of new on the Wes Anderson train.
Yeah, I saw that movie in theaters.
Okay.
With my sister and my family.
Okay.
This was my aunt, my sister, my mom, and I. And my aunt liked it in parts, and my mom didn't really like it. But my sister and I thought it was the funniest fucking thing. We caught...
That movie is so goddamn funny.
And I didn't know who he was. I didn't know anything about him. And I just thought the style was so funny, and it was so tongue-in-cheek, and I just really, really enjoyed it.
You know what my favorite part of that movie is? It's the skiing chase sequence with Willem Dafoe. It's so cartoon. It's like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah.
And then he's giving this speech when he's hanging off the cliff. He's like, just tell my family whatever. And then the kid kicks off the cliff, and he just holy shit, you got him. It's so funny.
Yeah, so I totally had no preconceived notions of him before then. Even.
Interesting. So I'm actually a little ahead of you on this one. I am I'm 2 movies ahead of you, because I became aware of Wes Anderson in between the Darjeeling Limited and Fantastic Mr. Fox. Okay. So I saw Fantastic Mr. Fox in theaters a week or 2 after I discovered him. So I don't know how I came into. I think I watched a video essay on the Royal Tenenbaums or something, and then I got really into it. And then it was a week or 2 after I discovered Wes Anderson, Fantastic Mr. Fox came out, and I just loved it so much. What's your favorite Wes Anderson movie now that you've seen them all?
Royal Tenenbaums.
That's my favorite too.
It's the best movie he has. Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah, it's the most complete movie, I think, and it's the movie where he I think has the best of each character. Feels super full.
Mm-hmm.
And
that movie's kind of gross, but in a good way.
Yeah. I
mean, gross in terms of it's such a broken family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost a little hard to watch.
I like that movie a lot.
Yeah. That's a good one.
That's his top.
Yeah.
He's made so far.
I think Grand Budapest is probably his most polished.
Yeah. Well,
movie.
he's kind of with each one
gotten more stylistic.
I would love to see him not do a Wes Anderson movie.
You would like to see him kind of burst out of his style and do something a little different?
I would like to see him make a movie that was...
Would you say that about any other directors? Would you like... would you like to see David Lynch do a non-David Lynch movie? You know what I mean?
He did The Straight Story, which is one of my favorite movies of his, which is a non-David Lynch movie.
Okay.
It's a sentimental Disney movie of there's no weirdness to it. There's some weirdness, but...
But I think his style is so much a part of him that if he tried to deviate from that, he wouldn't be being honest with himself.
I think there's to kind of go back into film history, Fellini kind of starting La Dolce Vita in 8.5 started the Fellini style hardcore. He had movies before that really did it, but he got so into his style that the last 5 movies of his literally was Fellini's Casanova, Fellini's Roma. He would say Fellini's whatever title, and there's a point I think where you do that you almost become a parody of yourself.
Yeah, and you've probably seen a lot of Wes Anderson parodies on SNL,
exactly,
or something like that. But the thing is, even though they're good parodies, they feel different than Wes Anderson's actual work.
Sure, and I'm not saying his work is bad. Yeah. I would just love to see what he would come up with if he wanted to do something completely different.
The only movie I can think of that's like almost a self-parody is Moonrise Kingdom. Because
Yeah.
Moonrise Kingdom almost feels like an experiment to see if he can make the most symmetrical movie ever made.
And it's literally like, yeah, it's like on Super 16.
Almost every frame of that movie is like symmetrical. And that's sort of the point of that movie.
Mm-hmm.
I actually made a YouTube video called like Moonrise Kingdom, but it's actually symmetrical. Where I just took the trailer and I flipped half of it so it's perfectly symmetrical, and it doesn't look too much different.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody watched that video though, but it's funny. Look it up. Yeah. Do you have any other thoughts on Fantastic Mr. Fox? What would you give this for a star rating?
For what it is, 5 stars.
Yeah, me too. 5 stars.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's my second. I mean, yeah, I will have to do probably a little bit more thinking of it, but it's probably my second favorite animated movie behind Lion King.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, it's a good one. Wow, that's high praise. Yeah, I couldn't recommend this movie more. I think it's perfect. I always like to rate things for what they are too, but to an extent.
Yeah.
I rate things by genre.
Yeah.
Because if you rate things by what they are, then you could give the Emoji Movie 5 stars because it's meant to sell advertising. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you gotta do it by genre.
Yeah, yeah, and when I said about what it is, I meant like kids animated movie.
Yeah.
You know.
And I would recommend this movie to anybody, but especially to parents with kids that are a little awkward or weird or get bullied or something, and also parents who are going through a midlife crisis. Like I think this movie will speak most to that.
Yeah.
I can very much see this like a kid who doesn't have any friends and who's a little odd watching this movie and holding it very close to their heart.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And I think it's really important for movies to be made for kids like that.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right. That's fantastic, Mr. Fox. Do you have a movie choice for next episode, or do you want to do the kids nostalgia thing for next time? Your choice. What do you want to do?
Let me give you one more movie.
Okay. Let's do your choice, and then after that we'll do the nostalgia thing.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. But first, if you have any questions for us or any comments, send us an email over at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. If you like this episode, promote it, share it with people on Facebook. And if you really like this podcast, please take a moment to give us a rating on iTunes. It only takes a minute, especially like a comment or two would be really nice. That really helps us pop up in the search results. We have like 4 of them now.
Hey.
You know, the more the better,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So, so what do you got for me for next week, Jared?
So I'm going to take you back to Europe, and I'm going to take you back to black and white.
Okay. You said you're going to give me something weird, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one's a little funky.
All right.
I'm going to pick 8.5 by Fellini.
Okay.
For this next one. Have you seen a Fellini movie?
I don't think so, but I 8.5 has been on my list for a while. I think there's some really popular imagery from that movie, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is that the movie with what's like the most well-known image from that movie that I would recognize? I'm trying to remember
maybe
exactly
the
what it
guy up in the sky trying to be pulled down by a balloon string.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Of. Isn't there a reference to that in that Bob Dylan movie?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why. Because I was thinking guy in the sky being pulled down. Like and then I thought, wait a minute.
And that Bob Dylan movie was made by Scorsese, right?
Yeah.
Fellini is Scorsese's favorite filmmaker.
Yeah. Okay.
He funded one of Fellini's last films. He helped fund it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm excited to see that. All right. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Jared.
Yeah, it's good to do it in person.
No delay this time. Caryn Murphy said that we kind of sound like NPR a little bit because we don't speak over each other and we're very slow and meticulous with our dialogue.
Yeah.
I said to her, that wouldn't be the case if we were next to each other. We're only polite because we're miles away. Which will be the case next week. So we'll see you guys next week with 8.5.
See you then.
Bye.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in.
to write files.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
All right, welcome to In the Can.
Take 16.
My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And so for the listeners, it's only been a week, but for us, we took a little bit of a 2-week break because we recorded 2 episodes kind of right in a row. So it's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, it's been a second. How you been doing?
I've been okay. Like I told you before we started recording, it kind of hurt my back. So I'm in a little bit of a pain right now. And also, I think I finally discovered one of the worst things about being an adult. And that's that I can't enjoy pizza as much as I used to.
Like you feel like bad after you eat it?
I ate some pizza yesterday and now I feel just awful.
I know. It's like crazy how much I feel like now food, you just like actually feel the kind of food you eat now. Whereas when we were younger, it was like you never noticed it, you know?
Yeah, when I was in high school, I remember I drank like a 2-liter bottle of Coke and I ate like a large Papa John's pizza and I was fine.
Yeah.
I could eat like 4 plates at a buffet. But now that's not an option.
I know. Well, in the reverse, I think is true. Like if you just eat like broccoli or whatever, you feel so good the rest of the day. You feel
that's true.
It really like makes you feel a lot better. I think.
Yeah, eat your veggies, kids. If there's anything in the can is useful for, it's teaching kids to eat their veggies.
Absolutely. I mean, that was really my goal this whole time. It's like quiet PSAs throughout this whole podcast is the reason I started it. So.
Oh yeah. So Jared, since it's been 2 weeks, we've had some time to watch some stuff, and I've watched a handful of things. But you said that you've been working a lot, so you haven't really had a whole lot of time.
Yeah,
right.
We're covering all these high school graduations where I work, so I've been doing a lot of high school graduations the last few weeks.
On Reddit, I've been seeing a lot of high school like graduations. How do you pronounce it? Valedictorian.
Yeah, valedictorian.
A lot of valedictorian speeches where they're just like calling out shitty things that their school is doing. I think one student did it, and I've seen like 4 of them since then. Like one of them was like, our teachers are not doing their job, you know, this kind of thing. It was really cool.
I love it.
I really like a lot of really ballsy high schools.
Yeah, I really like the kids who are graduating right now. They seem pretty like a good group, a good generation. These up and comers are. I have a lot of faith in them.
Let's hope so. Yeah, it's their job to fix up the planet. So
absolutely, yeah, Zoomers for life.
So, what did you get around to watching in that time?
So I checked out. So I have the Criterion channel, as you know, and I saw The Double Life of Veronique. It's another Kieslowski movie. It's the same person who is in Red. The same star, Irene Jacobs, is the lead in it, and it's about essentially. So it's one of them is they're both named Veronique, but one's Polish and one's French, and they're like played by the same character, and they're kind of like living a double life. So it's a very like kind of dreamy movie that kind of like you don't necessarily know if everything you see is like reality. Some of it's like fantasy, and it kind of like is more about evoking these emotions than like the sort of coherent plot. So it was really cool, really interesting. They used like a yellow filter on the whole movie, so it all had this kind of golden tint to it that was really pretty. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Otherwise, yeah, I've just been so busy. It's been hard for me to catch. Oh, one other thing, since we haven't talked in 2 weeks, I rewatched Pickpocket on the Criterion channel, which is like this old French movie by a guy named Robert Bresson, and his whole thing is like very austere, sort of minimalism. And I just hadn't watched it for a while, but I really enjoyed that. It's very like stripped down and sort of only the necessary things are there, and he sort of tells a storyline not through like the story, but like almost like movement. It's really it's like kind of hard to explain, but it's not hard to watch, I guess. But really good stuff. Cool. But yeah, that's about what I've been watching. What about you? Oh, actually, one more thing quick, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot that this was the day after we recorded the podcast. I saw Booksmart in theaters.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. That was going to be the first one that I brought up.
Oh really? Yeah, that was really good.
I liked it too. I call it feminist Superbad.
Yeah, and honestly,
and I mean that
ways,
in a positive way.
In a good way. Yeah, it's honestly in a lot of ways better than Superbad, I think. Like.
Yeah, I think Superbad and a lot of those movies are just like crass for the sake of being crass, and I don't mind crass stuff, but I don't know. There's not a lot of, I don't know. There's not a lot of substance to it. Yeah. But I really liked the characters in Booksmart. I don't think it's a great movie, but I think it's gonna be a really important movie for like high school kids and the generation of the kids that graduated at the high schools that you were filming at.
Yeah, I think it'll be like a sort of like a benchmark, sort of like coming of age movie for a certain generation. One thing I really liked about all the characters in it is there were no bad guys. Like, even the people who were kind of set up, like the really popular guy, you know, and like some of these people who you thought maybe were kind of crummy actually like totally surprised you with their character, you know, and like I really enjoyed that.
The movie does do one cliche that might be my least favorite cliche of all time, and it happens in almost every single like studio comedy where the main characters hate each other and at the very end of the second act, and then 5 minutes later they're back together again.
Oh, every time.
I hate that so much. It's the dumbest thing in the world. I hate it.
And they're like kind of like reunion is so quick. Like it's just.
I was watching the movie with my roommates, and I was like, they're gonna be back together in 5 minutes. Yep.
Every single time that happens.
Do you think it's fair to compare this movie to Lady Bird, because they're both coming of age movies that are very modern about young women, and they're directed by women? Are those two movies fair to compare?
I think they're like similar in all of the things you just said, but they seem to have very different projects. Like, I think Lady Bird was much more of like a intense kind of, not intense, but a character study, and it kind of took more than one night as its duration, you know. It was kind of like that whole last year for Lady Bird almost, whereas like this movie is much more in like the Superbad vein of like, we're here for graduation night and it's about two people, you know. But there's similarities, I guess, but it doesn't necessarily feel like the same kind of coming of age movie, but there definitely are similarities, I would say. And Beanie Feldstein is in both of them. That's like a big she's one of the leads here. And I think, did you know she's Jonah Hill's sister? She's Jonah Hill's sister.
I didn't know that, but I'm looking at a picture, the poster right now, and yeah, she looks just like him. But yeah, I think the main characters are very likable, and they seem like real characters. But I feel like all of the other students in the movie seem like cartoon characters, like really over the top stereotypes. But I think that's sort of what they were going for.
Well, and there's moments when those stereotypes are broken down, I think. Like the popular dude or whatever, like class president at the party, he's like really nice to her, and like the really popular girl, like she has she has her own little turn, like in the bathroom. I feel like every character has a sort of like archetype thing, but then when they actually interact with the main characters, there's like a much more nuanced person behind it who kind of doesn't really live up to any stereotypes. I mean, even like right when they get to the party, you know, that like one guy who said all that crummy shit about her in the bathroom just like greets him and is like happy to see him. Like it never really, they never like indulge in a sort of like mean sort of archetype, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess I liked the movie, but most of my complaints about it are sort of minor things that added up, like the thing I said before about that cliche. And also like the general story of this has been kind of done to death.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, it's almost like a genre.
And I almost really couldn't stand the music choices like half the time. But that's just a personal thing. And I I like the idea of that stop motion like drug trip sequence, but I found the dolls like really creepy looking. Like it was supposed to be funny, but I was just unsettled throughout the whole thing.
Yeah. It was good. I feel like that was part of the humor of it, you know.
I don't know. I think they were going to make it look like cute and funny, but it just looked like Uncanny Valley.
That's funny.
Yeah. I gave that movie 3 stars. I thought it was good.
Yeah, I would probably give it 3.5. Probably same.
Yeah.
What else you been watching?
Well, real quick, I rewatched a few movies. I went to see John Wick 3 again in the theater with my roommate because he wanted to go see it. And I only want to bring it up again because I still think John Wick 3 is a great action movie. But when I first saw it, I saw it in screen 1, which has the biggest and the brightest projector and like a really nice sound system. And it really immersed me into the action. And I felt like every punch, heard every gunshot. Like, I think I brought this up when I originally talked about it. Like, but every like gunshot was like really high up on the mix. So it really, and like, you really feel like you're watching stuff go down. Right. And the second time I saw it, it was in like screen 4 because it was like a week later. Right. And I felt like I was watching it in like a friend's garage. It felt like it was still a good movie, but it felt like a completely different movie.
Yeah.
Like, the scenes that I felt really tense during, I felt no tension at all. And I think it's all because of the quality of the sound. So I thought that was really interesting. That makes a bigger difference.
That makes a bigger difference than people think. I think people are so used to watching a screen on anywhere, anytime, in any sort of medium, but they don't realize how much more a movie will affect them in like the proper sort of environment, you know?
Yeah, I went up to my roommate after the movie and I was like, what did you think? He goes, it was good. And I go, you really should have seen it a week ago. It's so much better than what that was just now. And it made me wonder how many more movies I would like if I had seen them in the theater the first time around.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of them. I mean, even that's a thing with like older movies I see when they get shown at different theaters around here. When I see them in the theater, it's a whole different experience, I think.
Yeah. There's the Time Community Theater here in Oshkosh.
Yeah.
So it's this small little community theater, and they screen older movies. And every once in a while, they'll screen some classics that I haven't seen. But I don't go to see it there because the projector's not that great and the sound is really echoey and it just completely ruins like a first time experience. So the only movies, especially like really old movies where the sound is a little muffled, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I went to go see one movie called it was like one of those old B movies. Like I think it was called Ghost Train. Like a murder mystery sort of thing.
Sure.
But it was this really old movie, so the sound is already kind of muffled. And with this echoey room, I couldn't hear half of what the characters
It's just like being in a garbage can or something.
Yeah.
The one thing I kind of like some of those old movies sound. I don't know if this is weird. I kind of like that like very quiet hiss underneath it. It's kind of like a crackle. Do you know what I mean? It's
that
like in those
old
mind. Movies. I kind of like it. It's got like a quality.
That I don't mind, but what bothers me is with the sound. They kind of sound like this when they're talking sometimes.
Yeah, that's terrible. I mean? Yeah, definitely.
Or especially the music a lot of times is like really, really loud.
Yeah, they haven't figured out how to sound mix yet at that point in cinema history. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I imagine in a proper screening, it probably sounded fine, but if you're watching it, it just blares.
Yeah, definitely.
So I was listening to some other podcasts, and they were talking about, one of them was somebody recommended the movie Rushmore, Wes Anderson's second film, and I was like, they were talking about a bunch of things that I didn't think about that movie, and I was like, man, I forgot how good Rushmore is. So I went and rewatched it. I don't have a lot to say about it, but it's great. It probably went up a couple tiers in my like list of favorite Wes Anderson movies.
Yeah, so. I think I have that one. That one, like maybe just below Royal Tenenbaums. That's a great movie. That's. Like,
I think it has one of Wes Anderson's strongest scripts, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really good. So if you haven't seen Rushmore, go check it out. It's not about Mount Rushmore.
Doesn't even make an appearance.
Yeah. Oh, and they were talking about a little bit about the history of that movie, and apparently, Bill Murray wanted to be in that movie so bad that he worked for scale, and he only made about $2,000.
Really?
Yeah, and that sort of launched his new career, Bill Murray 2.0, because he was known as just the raunchy comedy guy until that point.
Huh. I heard a story, because Tenenbaums was the next movie he made, and I heard a story that, like, Gene Hackman was, like, super difficult to work with and, like, really disrespectful to Wes Anderson.
He's notoriously one of the worst guys to work with, I hear.
Yeah, and I heard, like, Bill Murray came on set to sort of, like, keep Gene Hackman in line, because, like, he just, like, respected him, you know? They both have a similar, like, stature in Hollywood, and Bill Murray would just be on the set, and if he would, like, start acting up, Bill Murray would be like, no, don't do that, you know?
No, you don't need to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's funny. And then I rewatched The Matrix because there was a podcast I was listening to, and they were doing a 20-year retrospective because The Matrix is 20 years old this year. That's crazy to me.
That's wild. I didn't see it when it came out in theaters. Did you?
I didn't see it in the theaters. I saw it on DVD. I am 99% sure that it was the first R-rated movie I ever saw.
Oh, okay. You would have been, what, like around 8?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that movie was just like a bombshell to me. I mean, I was obsessed with it for so long, like so many people. Mm-hmm. And it's still good. And I watched like this HDR 4K version where they fixed the color grading a little bit. It's a little bit less green than it used to be. Mm-hmm. And it makes it a little bit easier on the eyes. And it's still a great movie, but and the action sequences are still great, but they don't have nearly as much as of a punch to them as they used to because so many movies have, you know,
right.
So The Matrix is one of the few like major tentpole films that Hollywood tried to recreate for years and years. I mean, it changed everything.
It did, yeah. It got duplicated and parodied ad nauseum. It's like kind of just like almost like common Hollywood film grammar now.
It's also one of the first movies where the camera moved in ways that you couldn't move a camera in like an action movie.
Yeah. Well, did you ever see the behind the scenes of how they did the like bullet time thing?
Oh yeah, where they set up all those DSLRs.
All those DSLRs. Yeah, like 100 of them all in a row. It's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, if you can find that 4K HDR version and you're able to play it, I recommend watching it because it feels like a brand new movie.
Mm-hmm. Do you watch these on your laptop or on your TV when you see them? Can your TV handle 4K HDR?
My TV can't, but I did watch it on... My TV is pretty good, but it's not 4K. My computer screen can do 4K, but I don't know. I prefer sitting on my couch. Yeah. I watched some of the key scenes on my laptop just so I could experience that. But, I mean, the color grading alone was pretty cool.
Cool.
And, you know, people have been... I've been wanting Endgame to beat Avatar for highest grossing movie of all time. Mostly, not because I think it's a better movie, although I think it is, but it's more because Avatar is, like, not culturally relevant at all. Right. You don't see anybody quote it or reference it. No. It was like a flash in the pan, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it has like no cultural stature anymore.
When I was rewatching The Matrix, every single scene has something that I've seen like parodied or referenced. It's just, it's so burned into my brain.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like, even like little moments like when Neo's fighting the agent and he like punches him, but he can't reach him, and then he sticks out his fingers and he chokes him.
Yeah,
Do you remember that?
A classic.
Yeah, it's like 15 frames, but everybody remembers that little moment.
Yeah, yeah.
There's like a lot of little things like that. That's great. I don't know if this will count as something I watched, but you know that YouTube channel, Your Movie Sucks, that I really like?
Yeah.
Every once in a while, he releases commentary tracks where him and his friends watch a movie, like a bad movie, and joke around with it. And I watched a commentary track he did on a movie called I Know Who Killed Me, which is with Lindsay Lohan. And it's like, it's an embarrassingly bad movie, but it was really fun to watch that commentary. It's like she plays a twin. She plays two characters, kind of like in The Parent Trap, but one of them was murdered, and then the other one can like feel the pain of the other.
Is this like post kind of all of her like problems, or is this before all that happened?
I think this is right in the middle.
Oh, really?
I think this is like peak Lindsay Lohan alcoholic. This is like 4 years after Mean Girls, but she looks like she aged 20. Yeah. It's
Poor
like,
Lindsay.
yikes. Yeah.
Poor Lindsay.
The funniest part to me, though, is that, you know, it's like this scummy, low-budget movie, and one of her characters is a stripper, and there's this scene that comes out of nowhere. It's like an 8-minute long strip scene, but she didn't want to take her top off. So it's like an 8-minute long strip scene that comes out of nowhere, and she doesn't even like take off any clothes. And I'm not like I want to see her naked. It's just like it comes off so awkward because it's just like this really padded out, and like they're trying to exploit her sexually, but she's not being sexually exploited to the degree which they wanted to. It's really weird and uncomfortable to watch.
Oh, that's so strange. Didn't your professor, when you interviewed her, she brought up The Canyons, that Paul Schrader movie that Lindsay Lohan was in? I think she made some. Yeah, when you were talking about Paul Schrader, because you were talking about First Reform.
Oh,
Paul Schrader made this movie called The Canyons with Lindsay Lohan a few years ago. That is really stupid. Like,
yeah,
don't watch it. But
yeah, that was kind of fun to watch. If you like listening to the commentary tracks, I would recommend that one. And I got two more things I wanted to bring up. I watched Rocket Man, the Elton John musical biopic.
Yeah,
and it's worth watching. It's a great. I think it was great, and I can't wait for you to watch it because I really just want to gush about how much better that movie is compared to Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah,
like I feel like all the people who defended Bohemian Rhapsody are gonna see Rocket Man and be like, "Oh, this is how you do a musical biopic." And I think no matter like how hard you try to break free of the musical biopic formula, you can't really break free of the structure, because a lot of rock stars have a similar story where it's a rags to riches story where they struggle with drugs and alcohol. You know, they're all kind of the same.
Sure.
But what Rocket Man does is that it doesn't take itself too seriously. It intentionally takes some artistic liberties and lets you know that it's doing that, because it's like a full-on musical. There's musical numbers, dancing. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's a really great balance between like fantasy and telling like the true story. And I also really like how you know how in Bohemian Rhapsody it's like really washed out of him being like a sex addict, Freddie Mercury being like a sex addict or a drug addict or anything like that.
Yeah.
The very first scene of Rocket Man is him and Rehab going, I'm a sex addict, I'm a drug addict, I've taken every drug. Like, he's admitting to it, like, right out of the gate.
Yeah.
And that was, like, really... The whole movie was just really refreshing in that sense.
Huh. Was there a scene... There was, like, a scene of, like, him writing music at all? Like, one of the things I remember... Did you ever see that movie? I think it was called Love and Mercy.
Love and Mercy?
Like Beach Boys. There's that great scene where he's, like, trying to...
I just posted about it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
The scene where he's, like, trying to write the music, and it's, like... He's like, it's like not like a greatest hits montage. It's like he's like really actually struggling with like trying to create the music.
Yes,
I love that.
Yes. I love
was
that
there anything
too.
like that in this movie?
There's one scene where you see him making the song, and it's not necessarily easy, but the movie is intentionally trying to be a little bit of a fantasy, so I can accept when they jump to him, you know, being a rock star all of a sudden. But it is more gradual than in Bohemian Rhapsody.
Okay.
So what you're referring to is in the movie Love and Mercy, there's this really nice long scene where, like in Bohemian Rhapsody, it's like they come up with all of their hit songs like immediately. Like they're already composed in their head, and it's just they got it. But in Love and Mercy, it's the Beach Boys that they're writing Good Vibrations, and it's this long scene of them trying things out and it's not working. And it's like showing the real hard craft that it takes to write a hit song, which I think I agree with you is really important. So Rocket Man does have a scene like that. And Elton John didn't write his own lyrics. I didn't know that.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I can easily see a movie where they completely ignored that and pretended that he did write his songs.
Right.
But one of the main plot points of the movie is his writing partner who wrote all of his songs for him. And I really appreciate that the movie is like forward in expressing that he didn't write these songs. You know, he composed them, and it's really neat.
Right. That's cool.
So a lot of it is about his relationship with his songwriter, which is really neat.
Huh.
And then the last thing that I watched was, I think it's season 5 of Black Mirror. Do you like Black Mirror?
Honestly, I'm a little hit or miss with it. I mean, I've seen a few of them just kind of being like tentpole-y, like people talk about it thing, but like as far as like watching a ton in a row, I never really got into it enough to watch a bunch in a row of it.
I can't get enough of Black Mirror. I love it so much.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I love that show. It's so great. There's maybe 1 or 2 episodes I would consider bad, but I think they're all most of them are great. And there's only 3 episodes in this new season, and they're all great. I would recommend them all.
Only 3 episodes? Are they all like 2 hours long or something?
They're an hour long.
Okay.
I mean, Black Mirror is definitely all about quality over quantity for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I always liked like how they looked, and I always thought the stories were pretty interesting, but yeah.
The acting in the second one in particular is incredible. The lead actor, I can't remember his name. I just know him from he played Moriarty in the Sherlock show.
Oh,
I don't remember his name, but he was really good. But yeah, have you seen San Junipero? The episode San Junipero about the lesbian couple.
Yeah, I did see that.
That episode, I think that's their best episode, and maybe their most optimistic one.
Yeah, that was always kind of my problem with Black Mirror is they often showed it in such a negative light, and that was one of those few episodes that like offered some optimism to like the discussion, which I like.
Most of them are pretty dreary, and I like that kind of thing if it's done well.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty much what I've been watching. So, there's some new movies coming down the road that I can't wait for. Midsummer is just right around the corner.
Yep, and
I've been hearing really great things about that.
Cool. And all those movies that were in Cannes, I can't wait for them to get a theatrical release. Tarantino's new movie, Terrence Malick's new movie, the movie The Lighthouse with Willem Dafoe and Pattinson. It was directed by the guy who made The Witch.
I've heard more than one person say that Willem Dafoe's performance in The Lighthouse is like the best acting performance they've ever seen. I've heard more than one person say that.
Have you seen the stills from the movie?
Yeah,
it looks beautiful. Really, it looks so pretty. It's like that black and white.
It's black and white, right?
Yeah. It's like a really like
very high contrast.
Yeah, very beautiful. So I'm really excited for it.
Cool. All right. Well, I thought today I thought we'd talk a little bit about film criticism as a whole, because it's something obviously we do here on the show, and it's something I think I have a little bit more of a background than you do. So I'm just curious what you think about what do you think about film criticism as a whole as somebody who makes stuff? Do you think it's a fair thing to do?
It's like interesting because a lot of this, especially, so I'm like more into film theory, I guess, than criticism, but like through film history, a lot of really great filmmakers started out as critics. Like a lot of great French filmmakers especially started out as critics, like Jean-Luc Godard and Truffaut and Eric Rohmer. Paul Schrader was also a critic before he was a filmmaker, kind of going back to the discussion you had with your professor, he actually wrote a theory book beforehand. So I actually think criticism is a really great way to like, for filmmakers, as a filmmaker, to like cut your teeth and like think about filmmaking and like pay attention to the things that actually make up the making of a film. I think film criticism can be, like, from your perspective, I don't know how you would do film criticism with a lot of movies now, because so many of them are so similar. I feel like you would almost have the same thing to say about so many different movies. So I would find that challenging, I think.
Can you give me an example of like 2 movies that I would have like the same problems with?
Well, like a lot of just like generic comedies or like generic action movies, like you know what I mean? So much of American cinema is about genre. So I just feel like they would all have very similar things to talk about. Sort of like similar beats and
yeah, I guess
things like that.
I guess so, but I mean, there's details to every film, so there's always going to be something different to say.
Sure. Do you feel like when you, as a critic, do you feel like you value certain things over other things, or do you kind of like approach every film as it is, or do you kind of come in with your own sort of like ideas of what you want to see?
Well, I always try to be optimistic, but I try not to go into a movie like wanting to hate it or anything like that. And I always try to look at a film based on its genre, you know? Like, I gave John Wick 3 4 stars, even though I wouldn't consider it one of the greatest movies of all time, but it's a great action movie, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on the genre for me. Like, I rate films based on its genre and its structure, if it makes sense, you know, that kind of thing.
Do you find that star rating?
Basically, what I try to do is see, like, to me, the biggest things that make a movie like bad for me is when I could tell there's not a lot of effort. If it's lazy and dumb, those are the worst qualities a movie can have for me.
Right. So, do you find like the star rating helpful as a critic? And as a critic, so are you like reviewing it so people who might go see the movie want to know what they're getting in for? Would you be writing for people after they've seen the movie? Like, what's kind of your intended reading audience when you're thinking about like film criticism?
Well, let me put it this way. Like, when I look at reviews of other people, like, I don't really like, I like looking at like the Rotten Tomatoes tomato meter, and a lot of people have criticisms of that, but I think most people don't really understand what the tomato meter is. If a movie is 72%, that doesn't mean it's 72% good. It just means that 72% of critics give it a thumbs up over a thumbs down.
Right.
And I like looking at that as sort of a way to see how people feel about a movie in general. And I also like looking at how the audience score compares to the critic score, because I always find movies where like the critic score is really high and the audience score is really low, and vice versa. I find those movies to be really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and those are always kind of like, you can always just understand like which ones beforehand are like that, you know, like more like art film kind of movies usually have a high critic score, low audience score, and then like the big blockbuster movies have a low critic score, high audience score. Yeah,
exactly. And I've gotten to the point now where if you tell me a movie, I can usually guess what the tomato meter percentage is within like 5%.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I feel like I have a good feel on how critics sort of value different movies. But for the reviews that I take seriously, it's just like a small pool of film critics that I actually like really listen to. And I trust their opinions, not because I think they're right or wrong, but because I like those people. And I like knowing what they have to say.
Yeah.
And that will help influence whether I'm going to see it. And sometimes it helps influence what I feel about a movie. Like, I'll like review a movie and then I'll watch a couple reviews of people that I like. And if I agree with a few of their points that I didn't think about, I adopt that into my own reading of the film, and I don't think that's a dishonest thing to do. I think some people might think that it is, but if somebody just brings attention to something that you didn't think about and you agree with it, then I think it's fair to consider that your own opinion as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's like, you do the exact same thing if you're in a class. Like, if you watch a movie in a class and you didn't think about things, but a fellow student or the teacher brings up something you didn't think about. I mean, that's just called learning, you know? You don't need to have, like, a baked-in idea of everything right after you saw it. Like, there'd be no point for discussion or learning if you had to be, like, 100% pure after you saw a movie, you know?
Yeah. And I think critics do serve an important service because even though, you know, for like, let's say a movie gets like a 15% on Rotten Tomatoes or something like that, there may have been hundreds, if not thousands, of people that worked on this movie, and to have all that work just be shut down by people who aren't even like filmmakers and stuff, it can really hurt the filmmakers' feelings, you know. But yeah. I think the critics just are expressing what kind of impact that the film had on a culture, and I hope that people are smart enough to be able to see it like a negative review and not take a critic's word for it and go see it for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's the thing too. And there seems to be sometimes, I think a problem sometimes too is like, sometimes it seems like some critics are out to get certain filmmakers, you know?
Yeah.
Or they just like, and the opposite is true, where some will just gush over whatever they make. And a lot of those critics are friends with those filmmakers, you know? So like sometimes that kind of gets in the way of things, I think. I think it's too like, so what do you think as a critic? Do you think you hope to be kind of close to the ideas of like what that audience score would be, or the general audience, or you really only care like, I just want to say what I would say about this. Like, I don't want to try to look at this movie through an audience.
I just say my honest thoughts, and typically I agree with like the tomato meter score, so I guess I'm not very different from a whole lot of people. But I try to not let other people's opinions sway me too much. I mean, I always there's been films that I like that the majority doesn't, and vice versa, you know. But I always have reasons for it. One of my biggest pet peeves, just in general, is when somebody says they like something or doesn't like something, but they can't give me a specific reason why.
Right.
Yeah, like
that
one of my roommates.
That might be hard though sometimes, because sometimes the reason you don't like a movie isn't like one pinpointed reason. Like sometimes maybe it's just like it didn't like strike me emotionally, you know, or I didn't like vibe with the overall feel or look of the movie. Like,
but that's at least something. Like,
yeah,
I have a roommate.
True.
I have a roommate who I asked her if she's seen Lady Bird, and she said that was the dumbest, most boring movie she's ever seen in her life. And I was like, really? She goes, yeah, it was stupid. I'm like, why? She goes, the characters were stupid. I'm like, how are they stupid? And she goes, I don't know, they just were. Like, that kind of thing just bothers the crap out of me. Like, there's gotta give me something more tangible here.
yeah, something real. Yeah, I honestly think it's like the idea of criticism as a general thing should be something maybe even people who don't want to be critics should become more aware of, and like, because it helps you learn how to talk about film, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's a good skill in general, I think, to have, and to be able to understand different kinds of films in different ways and like think about movies differently. Like, I think it can be really helpful for people to sort of like not just have that sort of like, because a lot of people go to movies to like sort of shut down their brains, you know?
Yeah.
And like they just see it as like escapism for a while, or like as like something to do with like just background noise to turn off your head. But like the critic can really
I feel
help
like
people.
I feel like a lot of general audiences will like a movie based on what it's about and what's happening on screen, and not necessarily how it's happening.
Right.
Like, there's a lot of general audience members who like Beauty and the Beauty and the Beast remake as much as the original, because the same things are happening, you know, but they're not thinking critically about how it's happening.
Right.
Does that make sense? And I feel like that's
definitely.
going to happen with the Lion King movie. Like they're just looking at what's happening, but they're not really thinking critically about like the expressions and the characters' faces or things like that, because it's already baked in with the previous version. You know, that kind of thing.
Right.
And
yeah.
Did you ever notice that trend in some movies where like whenever there's like a critic character, they're always like the most evil person?
Yeah. Well, that's in the movie we're going to be talking about later in 8.5.
Yeah.
There's that writer critic who gets hung.
Yeah.
I think
and like in Birdman there was that evil critic lady, and there was a character like that in that M. Night Shyamalan movie, Lady in the Water.
Yeah.
You know, it's all over the place. But I don't think critics are evil. They're just go ahead. Say your
I was
thing.
going to say, as like from a filmmaker's perspective, I don't know if it's necessary. I think one of the problems is when you're trying to do something and there are critics who just don't like the kinds of things you're interested in, it almost feels like a review in bad faith, you know? It's like, well, what I'm trying to do and what you enjoy, we're just like not meeting here. And so like for you to like thrash my movie or whatever, like is crummy, because you have like said you're kind of like an antagonist to these kinds of films, you know, and then to come out and like do it, it's like who would expect anything else, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that really only happens between, it seems like filmmakers who really care about the work they're making and like critics who just like hate it, you know, like
because like I assume filmmakers look down on critics and be like, who do you think you are, you know, when they're just one member of a pool of population that are giving. And I think the reason why critics share their opinions and not other people is because the good ones have a clear voice and a consistent voice, and people enjoy that voice, and they're also usually well researched, educated, and can think critically. You know what I mean?
So how do you see criticism as different from theory, like what your professor does, you know, where she really brings feminist theory to the movies? Like, how do you see that as different than criticism?
That's a good question, and I think it all has to do with how you look at a film through different perspectives. Because I think a lot of people like review a film with these perspectives, and I think that's more of a theoretical thing, because you're putting a perspective onto the movie that's not necessarily needed, but it's still okay to do. And I try my best to look at a movie as objectively as possible, you know? Like somebody would look at, there's some critics who look at like that Ghostbusters remake with the all-female cast, and they give it a positive review because, you know, finally, you know, female audiences have, you know, female comedians to look up to, and it's great that we have this female representation stuff, and they're looking at it through that lens. But me personally, I'm like, okay, that doesn't say anything about the movie though. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to look at just the movie itself, and I personally try not to put any perspectives on it, and it bothers me personally a little bit when somebody writes a review and they're putting like these political or any other kind of like perspectives on the review that skew what they might actually think of the movie itself.
Sure. I think so. When I went to school, we did a lot of like, not necessarily like criticism, but a lot of theory. And we did a lot of like Marxist reading onto movies, and also a lot of Freudian reading onto movies. And I think it's interesting sometimes to take some of those perspectives, because I think the idea of like, I don't think what is in a film, which is valid for a film, is only what the filmmaker intended. Because like human beings, you know, we live in a culture, we live in society, we like bake things into our thoughts that we think are like natural or like not just us, when in reality they're cultural. So I think that theory thing and that bringing in stuff when you're not necessarily just looking at what the filmmaker was trying to do can be really interesting, because the filmmaker, you can illuminate things about the culture the filmmaker is within while not necessarily having that filmmaker directly doing that stuff. You know, it's...
And I think that stuff is important to educate yourself, but I'm not necessarily sure if it's a good thing for criticism. Like, so the original Aladdin, you know, the 90s animated version, you know, it's still a classic and a great movie, one of my favorites. But I mean, looking at it in a modern context, you could find a lot of politically or culturally insensitive things, like the fact that they're like all voiced by white people, or, you know, its view on Middle Eastern cultures, all this sort of stuff. You can look at it and be like, no, that's not acceptable. And I've seen people saying that you shouldn't show your kids the original Aladdin, you should show them this new one because it's a lot more woke or whatever. And I'm like, well, the first one's still a better movie. You know, kids, when I was a kid, you know, I mean, you could argue that this stuff goes on subconsciously in your brain, but like when I was a kid watching Aladdin, I never thought that I could fly a plane to the Middle East and there would be a place like Agrabah. I knew that it was like a fantasy, you know?
Right. That's so, and that's like for kids, right? But then like thinking about it, because I think that's an interesting thing, because that's sort of criticizing it in light of what our children should watch, right? Whereas I feel like theory is like the adult, like you think as an adult onto the movie. So you like have created this sort of like system of knowledge you have, and now you kind of read that onto films. So like for me, the discussion with Aladdin, if I was, this is kind of totally off the top of my head, you know, so it's not a super thought through thought, but if I was like reading Aladdin through like a Marxist critique, like I would be asking maybe like, why is this really poor person? Why is his one fantasy just to pretend to become a rich prince? Like, why does he kind of not care about all of those things that put him in that place he is? And why is his total wish fulfillment just sort of this, like, it's just me, rags to riches. Like, I'm not trying to change anything that put me as like a street rat, you know? So like, there's like that underlying cultural story about this rags to riches. One person lifts themselves up while never actually changing the reality that created those, like his situation in the first place, you know, which is a very different discussion than like, oh, should our kids watch it? It's like reading on like these cultural stories and theorizing about how our cultural artifacts like reflect our culture back to us, you know? And like, how would Aladdin be different if it wasn't about like pretending to be a prince to get a princess, but it was about like using this sort of love story to like make actual like political change in Agrabah, you know, which is a whole different kind of like possibility, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think theory and criticism can go well together if that's the thing you like. I think it all just goes down to the individual, because like me personally, if I see a review and it's heavily looked at through a specific lens or through a specific filter, I'm like, yeah, that's fine and all, but look at it through your own eyes. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and a review is different than a paper. You know, if you're to read like, I'm reviewing this movie to tell you the merits of it, versus like you're reading a paper, you know, called like, you know, whatever thing, and it's specifically laying itself out as like, this is not a review, this is a sort of theoretical viewing of this film, which is different than criticism, you know? It's just like, I think it's like not trying to say like this is a 4-star movie, it's saying like this is a thing I see in this movie, which isn't saying it's good or bad, it's saying this is a thing I'm noticing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think those are different, which is why I think I can see where you're getting frustrated, where you're finding theory kind of getting mixed up with like reviewing the movie. I think that might be.
And I think that can be problematic, because you're putting something onto the movie that's not already there if you're looking at it through a specific lens. Like for instance, like we need to talk about Kevin.
Yeah.
The movie in the movie's world, it's positing that there is such thing as truly evil people, right?
I would say, yeah.
Right. That's what's happening in the movie's world. You could believe, personally, that nobody's born evil. And if you aren't willing to accept that people are born evil, just for the movie's sake, your perspective of the movie is going to be skewed, because you could be like, oh, that mother was awful because that child was awful. Because I know that there's no such thing as... You have to be willing to embrace the movies and the movie's world, the movie's premise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to set aside that kind of that baggage that you have and be able to accept, you know, the world that you're experiencing. Which is why I review movies based on like their genre. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you look at all of my 5-star reviews, I feel vastly different about many of them. I wouldn't put them all at the same level.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know though, and just like to kind of go back to a thing you said, I'm not sure. I can see what you're saying on the level of reviewing. It's not helpful to like try to take things more than what the film is doing. But I think I don't know if the only things that exist in a piece of art is just the intention behind it. You know, like I think art can speak in ways beyond its intentions. You know what I mean? I don't know if it only exists just as its intentions. I think and like, you know, we all have subconsciouses and we do things without necessarily meaning them. Like they can be there. And that's the thing when I create too, like a lot of the most interesting things I've seen in things I've created are like things I was never consciously intentive of, but after like watching it or in the editing room, I'm like, oh, I did this. And I had no clue I was doing that. So I think there's always a level of like, of mystery or possibility in artworks that exist, regardless of what the director was trying to do, you know?
Yeah. And an interesting thing about criticism is there's really no right way to do it. For me personally, when I approach critiquing a film, I try my best to be as objective as possible, take my subjectivity out of it, and it's an impossible thing to do, but you can at least try. Yeah. Which ties into a question I had for you is, do you think there's such thing as an objectively good or bad film? Or is it all subjective across the board? Because that's where I personally struggle, because I think it's like, I think there's a gray area. I think there is such thing as objectively good and objectively bad film, but I think subjectivity weighs more heavily than objectivity. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, it totally does. That's a really interesting question. And I think there's an underlying sort of supposition to that question, I think. And that's like, I feel like if you're trying to look at a film objectively, you're almost like scientifically analyzing it, which I don't know if that's the best way to watch a film, because like a movie isn't the same thing as like biological cells, you know? I don't think you can like analyze art the same way you can analyze like science. So that the point of art, I think, is subjectivity, you know? What were you going to say?
Yeah, you're right. But the point of it, I think what separates critics from like normal moviegoers is I think critics have the ability to be like, this movie's great, but I didn't like it. Or this movie's awful, but I loved it. You know what I mean? That's not something I hear many normal moviegoers say.
Yeah.
Like I can look at Game of Thrones, at least the good seasons, and be like, okay, this is really well made. The acting's superb. The writing is very intricate, but it's not my thing. I don't like it.
Right.
You know?
Right. So you're just saying like critics are sort of, you're aware of more than just sort of your reaction. You're also aware of the form and the craft, and you can see the craft of a film regardless of how you feel about it. Right?
Yes.
And that's where your objectivity, subjectivity is. The objectivity that you're discussing is the actual creation, the craft of the making. The subjectivity is how you feel about it.
I feel like a lot of people would say that it's completely subjective. And then I would say like a movie... Hi, Kayla.
Leo says hi.
I would say a movie that is completely out of focus from beginning to end, and the characters aren't in frame. I would say that's an objectively bad movie. I mean, you could be a devil's advocate and say, well, maybe that's what they were trying to do. But
yeah, I feel like Andy Warhol would would make something like that.
I think the filmmaker's intent does tie a lot into it to a degree.
So, and that's an interesting, so then where we're getting, and we'll use that out of focus thing, because that's a great example. Because there's a difference between like what you said, which like, honestly, that could be, you know, like maybe a student filmmaker tried to make a movie, but never actually checked the camera and accidentally shot everything out of focus, right? Which is just objectively bad. But if like a filmmaker for one scene was trying to evoke like a dreamy mood, maybe he moves the actor close enough that they're out of focus. Which is a different thing, because they're trying to use that out of focus as part of their craft, you know?
Right. So, like, for instance, maybe there's a movie that makes me feel really sick and uneasy.
Yeah.
But that's the intention of the film. And if it does it well, then I'll be like, okay, that was great. You did a good job.
Right.
But at the same time, there are certain intentions that I don't buy into. Like the Emoji Movie, for instance. It's just meant to be a product to sell advertising, and it's like a super cynical way of looking at what a movie can be. And I don't go like, well, let's think about what this movie is. It's an advertising, and it does a great job promoting its products. I'm like, fuck that. You know what I mean? So you have to draw a line somewhere.
Could I give you an example of something I'm sort of interested in along these lines?
Yeah.
So like, what if part of your story was the character is like living kind of like a lonely life, and they're very like distant and bored. And to show that, you show this like very long shot that's kind of distant and like cool to them, and they're not doing much. Now that could objectively, after a while as a watcher, you'd be like, I'm not entertained by what I'm watching, but it does completely put across that point of that character feels this way. So like, how do you sort of balance that sort of like, as a watcher, I don't feel ultra entertained by this, but also on the level of craft, the filmmaker is telling me exactly what they want to about this character.
What you just said, I think, almost completely invokes how I feel about 8.5.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we can get it. I think that's a good transition into it, so we can get into it now if you want.
Okay.
Did you have anything else to say about criticism? Because I think this is going to tie really well into this film discussion, because I think we're gonna have a lot of differing opinions, and a lot of the things I said just now is gonna be echoed in what I have to say about 8.5.
Excellent. No, I'm excited for this. I think we'll learn a lot about each other through this. Okay. So yeah, let's get into it.
All right. So we're gonna play a clip from the trailer for 8.5, starting now.
Mi sembrava di avere le idee così chiare. Volevo fare un film onesto, senza bugie di nessun genere. Un film che potesse essere utile un po' a tutti, che aiutasse a seppellire per sempre tutto quello che di morto ci portiamo dentro. A che punto avrò sbagliato strada?
Guido! E bravo Guido, che stai preparando? Qualcosa di bello?
Guido! Guido! Dove corri, disgraziato?
Guido! Vuoi salire, no? Vieni qua, buffone.
Ma allora è una parte che devo fare. Mi hai preso per una delle tue...
All right, Jared. So we're gonna try mixing up our formula a little bit here. We're gonna try going a little bit chronologically. And since this is your movie pick, I'm going to have you sort of lead the discussion on this. So This time around, let's give like an overall thought on what we think of the movie. Mm-hmm. We're gonna kind of go. You're gonna take us chronologically, kind of beat for beat through the film, and then we'll give our final thoughts.
So want to start?
Why don't you introduce the film first here?
Okay, and then say how I feel about it, or
yeah.
Okay, let's do that. So 8.5 is a movie from 1963 by Federico Fellini. It's an Italian movie. It was made right after he sort of had his huge international recognition from the movie La Dolce Vita. And so this movie is called 8.5 because it's sort of the half of the movie he's making, because it's a movie about him trying to make the movie that's being made as you see it. So up to that point, he had made these movies. He finally just got international acclaim, and his 8th movie was his one, and there's this sort of, for Fellini, it's like, well, what do I have to say now? And now I have all this pressure on me to say something big because now I'm an acclaimed international director. I have all of these people from all these different sides who sort of wants access to me now because I'm famous. And the movie is really about him trying to make something, I think, authentic and true and about his life and trying to say something, but also realizing maybe it's not about him trying to say something. It's about trying to evoke his feelings and like sort of create a confession. And so the reason I really love this movie is I think it hits all of those things. It sort of encapsulates that feeling of confusion, and it drifts in and out of reality and fantasy and memory seamlessly. He can kind of live in all of those worlds with just one small camera movement, and he's unafraid to sort of go between those worlds. I think on the level of form and craft, it's masterful. There's like, he makes a frame more alive through camera movement than any director I've ever seen. He'll like start it with a face and it drifts, and a face comes from a different angle and they'll leave, and from another angle a different face will come in, and he can just crowd a shot, and sort of one really rich shot will fall into being another really rich shot through camera movement and just composition. Like, and I think his blocking and directing is masterful in that way. I think the music of this whole movie does such a good job of evoking the feelings of the characters and sort of blending that fantasy and reality. And I just feel like there's so many moments too of this movie that just on a pure mood level just make you react so quickly, and the characters are so sort of like strange, and they do little things, they'll like kind of skip or a little bit when they walk, or they'll like click their shoes, kind of like there's so much like almost like excess of character and reality in it, and the movie I feel just like kind of gushes with life. So those are really kind of the reasons I love it and why I wanted to show it. And I know it's not necessarily like, and actually watching it again, I didn't feel it was, the plot's pretty simple. It's a guy's trying to make a movie, and there's all these things, and it never really strays into weirdness too much, really. It's just like kind of drifting into memories or drifting into flashbacks or dreams, but it's never so much so that it doesn't go back to him in reality making the movie. It's not necessarily like a classically composed linear plot, but I don't think it ever gets super out there. I think you can kind of figure out what's going on pretty much the whole time. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. So then I'll leave it there and then go to you on this.
All right. I guess this is welcome to a new segment of Leo Looks Like an Ignorant Moron for Not Understanding Old Art Films. So what we were talking so because like just like what we were saying about film criticism, this is a movie where I see the art and craft, I see that there's mastery at work here, but I had a really hard time grasping it. And just like I've echoed in other episodes where we have talked about foreign films, I'm not sure how much of it has to do with the cultural disconnect I have because I haven't seen a lot of foreign films, or me not being able to keep up with what's happening on screen and the dialogue. I don't know how much of it has to do with that. But I will say that I was intrigued by like the first few opening shots of the movie. And then throughout pretty much the whole film, I'd say like 70% of the time, I was like horribly confused on what was happening. And like what I was supposed to be following, what people were talking about. And I felt it was a little like way too heavily reliant on dialogue. There wasn't a whole lot besides the blocking and the lighting and the cinematography. There wasn't a whole lot of interesting things happening visually for me to really connect with. So I had to rely on what people were saying, and because I wasn't exactly following what was happening very well, I got just very lost. I definitely feel like after this discussion that we have, and knowing what the film was going for, upon a rewatch, I'm probably going to like it a lot more. But on the first watch, I was generally just very confused until the end, where I sort of was beginning to figure out what they were doing. You said that the movie sometimes drifts into a memory or into a dream sequence or something like that. And me personally, I have a little bit of an issue with that because I'm not used to this film style. I didn't figure out that we were in a dream sequence or a flashback until like 3 or 4 minutes into the scene. I was like, oh, okay, we're in a dream sequence now, or something like that. It wasn't very clear to me of when it was doing that sort of a thing. And by the end of the film, I was like, okay, what's this movie about? Movie's about I'm a director and I'm sad and I don't want to make movies anymore. That's like what I sort of got out of it after watching it. So I'm not saying that I didn't like it. I was just I was mostly just sort of lost throughout the majority of it. So what do you think about those thoughts?
Well,
is that what you were expecting me to say?
There are some surprising things in it. One of them is, I think, visually, it's a much more visual film than it is. I mean, there's a lot of people talking, but I think things are being more expressed visually. Like just the way people are placed in the frame and the way light hits people and the way the camera moves. Because it's not necessarily like, I'll give you an example. So in the opening dream sequence, right?
Of him being suffocated in the car?
Yeah. Let's start at the beginning and we'll kind of go through it chronologically, I guess, like you're saying. So I think those choices of the way the camera moves and stuff, and it even pauses on still frame sometimes, you know?
Because I was streaming this from my computer, I wasn't sure if that was because of that, but then I realized that because that stopped happening, I was like, okay, that was intentional for that to do. And that is something that's a little jarring if you're not used to it. But I was a little used to it because like Harold and Maude does that a couple times. Yeah. So that was something I was used to. So I did like that. I would say that that opening sequence I really enjoyed because I really like the way the camera moved. There's a nice matte painting of a freeway in the background.
Yeah. Well, and it kind of, and I think too that opening scene is sort of, I think it's kind of a primer for the visual style because the camera's moving and it doesn't really have a perspective. It's moving solely for emotional purposes, you know, and it stops and pauses on a face because the face is kind of sinister and terrifying, and it's like a sinister and terrifying scene. So the face it's about emotion, you know, and like the kids with all the arms hanging out of the school bus, like that's just to evoke the emotion he's feeling, you know. And that like feeling at that opening scene it's kind of creating the whole tension of the whole movie, because in one sense he's completely trapped and suffocated by all of these people and all of these things. Yeah. And in the other sense, what he really wants to do is he kind of wants to fly and be free and just like explore his own head and explore his thoughts and feelings. And that's what that next one, you know. And then it goes into the scene where there's two people who are literally trying to bring him back down to earth, you know. And they have him tied up, and all he wants to do is sort of be liberated from all of these expectations people have on him and be an artist and explore himself through his craft. Yeah. But at the same time, all these people are like, come back down, you know, give us something. And they pull him down, and his arm shoots up, and we realized he was in a dream, and he has that reaction. We're in reality now, right? Because like when you're falling in a dream, that's literally what your body does. You like jolt awake, you know? So it's like doing that. It's like we're in it.
I really like that opening bit. It really got my attention, and I understood generally what the filmmaker was trying to say there. I find it interesting that the visual thing that people remember most from this movie is him like a balloon up there in the sky. And I was surprised to see that was in like the first few minutes of the movie. I thought we were going to come back to it or something, because I was like, that can't be it. That's, you know,
but it kind of encapsulates.
Not that I was dissatisfied.
Sure.
Not that I was dissatisfied, but I was like, really? I was just surprised that it was that short of a segment.
Right.
You know? I thought it would be this long thing.
And to me, I think it's so famous because it's such a perfect image of what the movie's saying. Is like he wants to be free and liberated, and there's these things tugging him down. Like he wants to
Was it a religious figure that was trying to pull him down?
It was two people. I think it was a religious figure and one of the like producers, one of the financiers of the movie. So it was like people.
There is a motif in this movie of religious figures. I think it's mostly Catholic figures.
Yeah, Fellini was a Catholic.
Okay. And it seemed like he had a little bit of a disdain for how the Catholic figures were sort of controlling his life a little bit. Would that be accurate? That's sort of the feeling that I got.
Let's
go cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, let's go through the plot and we'll get there. So after that opening dream sequence, we open up and we find out all these people are coming in his room, you know, and he's getting a massage, and we find out that what's up?
Sorry, I wanted to bring up something real quick, also that I noticed in the beginning and throughout the whole film, and I was wondering if this was an artistic thing, or I'm guessing it was a budgetary or technical issue or technical thing, but like a lot of other Italian movies made, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that all of the audio is done in post.
Mm-hmm. That's
like
not
the dialogue.
Yeah, that's not a technical or a budgetary issue. That's just how they do it in Italy. Like
weird.
All of those old spaghetti westerns, they do it. The reason they do it is, Fellini likes talking to his actors while the scene's going on. So he'll be talking discussions with them. He'll be telling them how they're feeling. He'll be telling them how to move. He'll be telling them like thoughts as it goes on. And he likes that liberation of being able to talk directly with his actors and like build up that scene. A big thing they also do in Italy is like, so we'll actually go to this next scene. So he's at a spa, right? And he's trying to relax to like kind of almost like get his mind untangled. And that scene where the music is playing through and it's panning through all those people at the spa getting their like mineral water and stuff and the Wagner thing. So what Fellini did, and a lot of Italian filmmakers would do, is if there was music in a scene, they would blast the music while they're filming. So people would march in tune with the music, and everybody would sort of physically embody the music, so it would feel more connected. So they kind of just, from an artistic standpoint, they kind of just valued those abilities more than they valued getting the audio on site.
And I've seen a couple of movies like that before, but it's still such a new thing for me to experience. It almost makes me feel like I'm watching like a dubbed foreign film. And then
you are, in a way.
I mean, technically I am, but you're dubbed into a different. It feels like I'm watching it dubbed into a different language.
Sure.
And it was a little hard for me to notice most times because I was focusing on the text a lot of times. Because you said you're able to look at the subtitles and the visuals at the same time, and I still struggle with that. I kind of have to jump back and forth a little bit. But the only times that took me out of the movie was when there were a few actresses. There were a few actors who clearly weren't trying to like match their lips to what they were saying, and I guess you get used to it, but it was a little jarring at first.
Yeah, there's like, I mean, a lot of spaghetti westerns do that. That was kind of just the way they shot in Italy. There's actually a story that who was it? I can't remember what director it was, but they hired an Italian crew for an American film, and Italian crew members are used to everything being dubbed in post. So while a scene was going on, these crew members would be talking to each other in the background. And the American director would have to be like, "Shut up! Stop talking! Like we're doing a take right now. What are you doing?" And the Italians, they just never record audio on site. So it was like jarring for them. Yeah, but that's just the way they do it in Italy, especially at this time.
You also referenced this, but I like that the cure for his ailment is holy water and a mud bath. That'll do the trick.
Well, and so let's go into it then. So we learn that he's a director who's having trouble making his movie, and he's at this sort of like spa, and all these people are there pressuring him or trying to give him advice. So we go into this shot where it's the spa, and it's all these people, like the camera's kind of just drifting through the whole area, and people are looking at the camera and waving and stuff.
Is that the shot that's like super bright white?
Yeah, and it's like,
or is that later on
through everybody? It's the one with the da over it. I'm trying to go chronologically. Yeah.
Sure.
And that whole shot, actually, there's a visual thing. So like, it always goes white, black, white, black, white, black for what the characters are wearing. So every single moment you're panning through, and all of them are so syncopated that it goes character dressed in white and black, and sometimes it's like way in the background. Like there's a part of the shot where there's two old women sitting on a bench, and they're both wearing white right next to each other. But right at the moment the camera frames them, you see someone who you saw before far in the background wearing all black walking right between them. So it's like perfectly orchestrated to be black and white.
I completely missed that 100%.
Mm-hmm. And that's like an example.
I'm not sure if that's because maybe I was focusing on the subtitles, or maybe it's just not something I was expecting.
Right.
But it seems like something. It seems like something that if I caught, I would have been like really intrigued by. But for some reason, I just didn't catch that the first time around.
Right. And it's hard to catch. I mean, these movies, this is maybe the 4th or 5th time I've watched it. So like you build some of these up on a second viewing. But anyway, so the camera goes to him in the line, and this is sort of catching up that thing, right? He's walking and he like lowers his sunglasses. And that's another thing with the visual, just that like image of him lowering his sunglasses.
That's probably my favorite shot in the movie.
It's such a it automatically makes you feel a thing. And it's going in, and there's that woman, and she's like kind of walking through, and it gets a little tighter, and she just kind of glides, and she gives him water, but then it cuts to reality, and it's someone else giving him water. So that's kind of like the way he just blends fantasy in with reality, and it's not shot in this like extremely different way, but it just kind of like changes mid-break.
Yeah, that really was jarring to me, just because I wasn't really ready for it. And later on in the film, there are parts where characters that from the dreams or from the past just show up
in dreams
later
or
on.
Fantasy. Yeah. Like there's the scene where he's having a dream with his mother and father in it, and it's like sort of like a nightmare, and they're like talking about where they're buried and like how they don't like it, and then his wife comes in, and you haven't met the wife yet in the actual real plot, but she's like there in his dream before we meet her. But again, it's not confusing, because she literally says like, it's your wife. So like he does things like that, but he also totally allows you to understand who you're seeing during it.
That was the dream sequence where I started to get a little used to what was happening here.
Right. And there's things that happen too with dreams and fantasy, like the scene of like the harem where all those women are in the same place. Like this is obviously a fantasy, but he's like so out of control in his life that he can't even control his fantasies anymore, and they'd like stage a revolution against him. So I feel like it can take a minute. Sorry.
I was going to say that also. I think another strong motif in this film is how the women in his life have influenced him, because there's a lot of most of the supporting characters in this movie are women with different relationships to him, either his wife, or a woman he had an affair with, or his mother, or who there was like an older woman from his childhood that maybe
that danced on the beach
sexually.
That danced on the beach. Yeah. San Granita, something like this. She's one of my favorite characters in the whole thing.
I wasn't really quite sure who she was. As far as I could tell, it just seemed like a woman that he saw when he was younger that sort of maybe awoke him sexually.
Yeah, I would say so, for sure.
Okay.
And that's
also this movie doesn't have any. This movie has some sexually explicit dialogue and stuff, which is was it? I feel like this movie was this made in that. What was the name of that era in American film history where you weren't allowed to show anything sexually?
The Hays era.
Yeah,
like with the Hays
Code.
Yeah.
Wasn't this during that time?
Well, it was an Italian movie.
Right, which is why I think I was thinking, like, I wonder how much of this this sexual aspect of this film was a result of the Hays Code in America, and sort of a, they're not allowed to do this in America, so we're going to do it here, sort of a thing. Or maybe if an American saw this movie, it would be really jarring for them. That sort of thing was kind of going on through my head.
Are you saying because of the, like, sexual dialogue?
Yeah.
Like that they're able to just say it? You mean that?
Yeah, exactly. That's not something I'm used to seeing from movies around this time because of the Hays Code.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this was around the time Hitchcock made... What's that movie Hitchcock made that ends with the famous train tunnel? Do you know what I'm talking about?
North by Northwest.
Yeah, I think that was during the Hays Code, right? And that's why he did that, so that he could be sexual without being overtly sexual.
Yeah, European filmmakers definitely had much more, like, liberty in that kind of stuff, for sure.
And it's a refreshing thing to see, because it's so weird to if you're not used to it, it's so weird to see people being sexually explicit in movies that are this old. You know what I mean? Because
definitely,
it was hidden most of the time in America.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So do you want to go back to, like, the sort of chronology?
Go over. Sure. Yeah, you have much of a clearer memory of this film than I do, so you just kind of walk us through it here. I have the movie up right now on my computer, so I'm kind of scrolling through it as you're talking about it, so I can sort of remember things. So I do want to say real quick that I thought the main actor, what's the actor's name? Do you know it off the top of your head?
He's super famous. Marcello Mastroianni. He was in a lot of movies.
I kept thinking he has Ewan McGregor's head, but George Clooney's eyes.
Yeah, he was a big international star at this time. Okay. He was one of the most famous film actors in the world. But so he's in the spot, and after that whole thing, and that woman kind of, like, she fantasy goes through, he actually, and we're kind of going back to the critic thing, he talks to a leftist critic who essentially is he's given him the script for the movie we're watching. And this critic is essentially telling him it means nothing, it has no coherent ideas, you're just kind of like...
Wait, he literally gives him the script for the movie that we're watching?
Right, that's the idea of it. He's making the movie we're watching, and what that critic is talking about is the movie we're watching. And the critic is saying, I didn't
realize that this movie was going that meta with it.
Yeah, it's because at the end, when they're watching the film screenings, you're seeing the screenings for all the characters you've seen during the movie.
Yeah.
And also, right after that film screening, he's in the car with that actress who was in earlier, who was the floating woman. And he describes the first scene that woman's in, and it's the exact first scene of the movie she's in. So the movie he's making is literally the movie we're watching. It's a complete...
Well, wait a second. I guess maybe the reason why I didn't catch on to that was because I thought that they were making a movie about Martians and spaceships and stuff like that. I thought they were making a sci-fi movie.
He has this idea for a part with a rocket ship, which is, I mean, it's literally in the movie we're watching, right? Like, the way the rocket ship functions in that movie is the way it functions in the movie. It's a big constructed thing with no actual ship. He has an idea, but I mean, it exists in the movie. You know what I mean? Like, it is there. Like, we see it in the movie 8.5. But it is literally 8.5 is the movie he's making. So everything that's being discussed about in that movie with that critic is about the movie. It's like wandering too much. You're sort of just indulging in your own ego. You have no clear political or philosophical message here. You're just like... So he kind of has baked in all of that criticism into his film, knowing kind of like what some people would say about it. That critic character is actually based on, I'm pretty sure it's based on Pier Paolo Pasolini, who's another Italian filmmaker who was his assistant earlier and was a very staunch Marxist Catholic filmmaker in Italy.
Was the critic character the guy with like the comb over and the white suit?
Yeah,
and the glasses.
Who was like telling? Yeah. So the whole way
I remember
through,
enjoying that moment a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's talking about the psychological aspect and the physiological aspect of the film.
Yeah, and he's literally talking about the film we're watching. And then and this is another, like, one of my favorite scenes is when his mistress Carla, she's coming off the train, and the train comes in and it's very like dreamy and sort of foggy and spooky, and he's like a small little part in this big image, and the train comes in and she's not there, and he's like, oh, she didn't come just as well, and he tries to leave, and the train leaves and she's there, and he's sort of like exhausted looking and walks back, you know. But I think a lot of that is told completely visually, you know. He's like very alone in this sort of very like misty atmospheric area, and then you just see the exhaustion when he like realizes she's there.
You know, one of the biggest compliments I can give this movie is that though the artifice is clear, because of the blocking and the lighting and the fact that everything is dubbed, the artifice is clear, but at the same time, there were moments where I sort of forgot I was sort of watching a movie, just because something about it, this film just feels very natural.
And I think Fellini, he just has such a natural control of the craft. I think he just moves so well between fantasy and reality. Like, so for example, there's that scene where there's the medium who can read people's minds, you know?
I was about to bring that up, yeah.
And
that was a very interesting moment.
And he's thinking about this thing that he said with his like cousins and siblings when he was a child. You know, it was like a spell to like protect themselves from like evil people when they went to sleep. And so it takes that and it drifts into this big long childhood memory, you know. It's like so warm in a way, like he has his shirt over his head and he's running around, and like his grandma's complaining a bunch and cleaning, and people are like giving her this, and like it feels so like lived in and real, you know. And it has that very like sad sort of melancholic music over it the whole time. And and there's that painting that is like when all the lights are off, it's the only thing lit in the room, and she like gets up and she's like, he's gonna wake up and like kill you tonight. You have to like say it like ase misi masa, you know. But there's like, she whispers it, and the painting's the only thing lit, and he's sitting up in bed with like a little bit of light on his hair, and she's just like ase misi masa, and the camera's like slowly drifting out. I don't know. And if you don't like it, like that's totally cool, obviously. But there's something about all of these things coming in at once. It's just so like emotionally effective to me. It's just like so like, I don't know, authentic in like this way that it just all the music and the sound and the camera movement, the lighting, like everything works together to really like make you feel something so intensely throughout this whole movie. And that's really why I love it. I just think it's so great at creating these characters and like just like using the form to make you feel all the time.
Yeah, I could definitely feel that something was there, and like I said, I was having a hard time grasping it. I feel like maybe after another watch or two, I think I would be able to connect with it in the way that you were able to. Because how far into your history of watching foreign films did you watch this one?
Ooh, that's a good question. I had probably seen foreign films for a little over a year before I saw this movie.
Okay.
So that's definitely part of it, because if you do get like stuck reading it, you can lose a lot of the like story that's going on in the visuals for sure. And it's also
the moment where I sort of started to realize that Fellini didn't really care about typical rules of filmmaking was during that mentalist scene, because the mentalist literally is reading their minds.
Yeah.
And then he tries to guess what the main character's saying, and does the what's that? The phrase that you just said.
Asamisi masa.
Right.
Yeah.
And out of nowhere, there's a chalkboard in the middle of this courtyard. And there's no reason for a chalkboard to be there, and his assistant writes it down, and at that moment, and then it transitions into the flashback, and at that moment I started to realize, okay, all right, we're doing this sort of thing.
Well, so. and that's like there's that scene where he's driving that actress late at night, and they go in that thing, and suddenly she's like out there, like setting a table, and then they walk out, and there's no table there. Because it's just like showing for a moment his sort of like imagination. It's not, you know what I mean? It's just like he's sitting there and it's just sort of projecting what his imagination is showing for a second, and then you're back to reality. Like he's just gliding through those worlds. And even like that scene where the reporters are talking, you know, by the end it all kind of like encapsulates, it like falls onto itself. But these reporters are talking to him in reality. And his wife dressed as a bride is also talking to him. So it's like the reality of the reporters and the like fantasy of his wife are in the same shot talking to him at the same time. So like the barriers have completely collapsed, you know?
Do you think if this movie and this vision was made in America, those sort of things would have been a little more obvious? Because, I mean, this movie is a great... I really appreciate subtlety, but maybe for the first time for me viewing it, those sort of things were a little too subtle for me to the point where I didn't even notice it. But at the same time, I don't like movies to hold my hand.
Right. So I think if you watch it another
ground.
Time, you'll appreciate how it's made. Because I think that's part of the charm.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is it so elegantly floats between the different like worlds and the different ideas, and even the scene like another imaginary scene when they're in like the theater watching the screenings for the characters that we've already seen in the movie, and he just imagines his like writer friend like getting hung, you know, he like gets the hood over him and they just hang him like right there, and then the very next shot he's like sitting down in him with the theater. So it's like this is just a fantasy, you know.
And the thing is, like, I think certain people are gonna like that and certain people aren't, obviously, because like you could see somebody saying this movie blends reality and fantasy so well that you don't even notice. Yeah. But you could also see somebody saying this movie blends fantasy and reality so much that you don't even notice it. Like, like it could be considered a good thing or a bad thing.
And I think that's part of what Fellini's saying at the end of the movie. You know, he's saying like, because he has that sort of monologue when all those lights are getting set up and the people are about to come in, but he's essentially saying like, I'm going to throw away all this criticism, I'm going to throw away all this pressures, I'm going to try to say something true as myself, as me, and not like worry about this, and I'm going to try to make, like, I'm going to try to capture the confusion and the joy of life as I see it. And I think that's one of the reasons, especially as a filmmaker, I love this movie so much, is because he is not trying to follow any convention but what is in his own head. It's totally about his vision of the world. It doesn't matter what like rules are. It doesn't matter what other people will think. He's just creating something wholly personal that only he could create, and whatever people feel about it, they will. But he knows as an artist, he's created this completely authentic, totally personal thing. And I think it's like one of the greatest gifts an artist can give.
That ties to something I was going to say, where I was going to say this movie feels like you're watching somebody else's dream, but not filtered in a way that you'd be able to understand it. Like, you either understand it or you don't. You know what I mean? Because everybody dreams differently, and this is how he dreams, but it feels authentic. You know what I mean?
And I think, too, the, like, understanding of it, so much of it is... It's like you don't maybe necessarily understand the exact thing going on, but the way that the form makes it, you feel the feeling with it, and that's like enough almost, you know?
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. So I think it's about that.
But more importantly, Jared, this is an Italian movie, and there's a character named Mario and a character named Luigi, and I feel like... I think what that represents is...
it all started here.
As soon as somebody said, that's the kind of deep criticism I have about this film. As soon as somebody mentioned the name Luigi, and I was like, I just want to see Mario and Luigi in the same scene. That's all I want. But also, I would say the most surprising thing that I did not expect to see in this movie is the Ford logo. Why was the Ford logo there?
When is it in there?
I don't remember. It's like somewhere in the middle of the film. They go to some sort of event, and there's a Ford Motors logo, like right in the center of the frame.
Well, it was post World War II, and America was exporting a lot of its stuff to the whole world, especially to Europe. I mean, the Marshall Plan.
Right.
They really did that.
It didn't take me out of the movie. I was like, whoa, hey, there's a Ford logo, because you don't really see any other like products or labels throughout the whole film, and then all of a sudden there's a Ford logo. I just thought that was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, is he making a statement on?
I think.
What's his name? Famous director, last name Ford.
John Ford.
Yeah, I was like, is this a reference John Ford or something? What's going on here?
Another thing I want to say too, and this is like at the end of the movie, at the like procession, it is an extremely personal movie that is like about him, but it's like about him, but also at the same time completely about how everybody in his life means so much to him and how everybody in his life has affected him. Because it's obviously about him and through his vision, but those people are also important. And Carla, his like mistress, says it at the end before they start the circus thing. She's like, I understood what you were trying to say, that like you can't like live without us. And that's like that whole thing. He's inviting everybody into his circus to perform with him, because he's like, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what my coherent vision is, but I need all of you, and I want to celebrate with you, and I want to create with you. And this like circus is like the way we have to be together and live and love and like create together. I think it's such a beautiful, life affirming message.
I did like that ending segment. It's sort of like a celebration, not a celebration of life, but a celebration of this story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's like a celebration of reality almost. It's Yeah, it's beautiful. What else did I want to talk about with this movie? I guess so on the level of form, I'd be interested to have you maybe even watch some scenes with maybe the sound off, or just not looking at the titles at all, and just watch camera movements and sort of see how space is created. Because he has this way, it's really like, it again goes to the blocking, but he'll have like a shot, that like tracks through, and it's like somebody will start it and talking, and in the middle someone will pop up kind of out of nowhere, and by the time the shot ends, somebody else is in close up and like looking at the camera, like the layering things.
I think I wrote a note that just said Spielberg Warner, because Spielberg does that a lot, where he'll do like a lot of these long one shots, but you don't even notice it because it's basically a bunch of standard shots you would see, but sort of tied together.
Yeah. And I think
that reminded me of that a lot.
Yeah. And I mean, all of those people, Spielberg, Scorsese. I mean, Scorsese funded Fellini's last movie. Fellini was like Scorsese's
biggest
idol.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
So there's definitely a lot of things that was like influential on some of those American filmmakers. I also want to talk about Catholicism really quick in this movie.
Yeah, I was curious what you thought about that, because there was definitely a motif of that.
So it's interesting because, so on the level of reality, he is getting this he's getting a meeting with one of the cardinals to talk about the script, because he's also sent the script to the cardinal. So he's almost trying to receive like a blessing from the cardinal, because he's Catholic, probably not a believer from what they've said, because he's kind of said when they're talking and they're walking and talking in that field, he's like, I want to involve the church as this sort of way of, he's trying to affirm something, but he sees the ridiculousness of it all. And it kind of drifts into his fantasy of it. And his fantasy is when he goes to the beach with that woman who dances and has that sexual awakening, he is severely punished by the Catholic Church, who like, they're all out there doing it, right? And she's dancing.
Is that
and
when
in
he's
the
wearing the
background,
dunce? They put the dunce cap on him.
Yeah, but she's dancing on the beach,
Yeah.
and in the background you see the two priests walking up, and it turns into like a silent movie where they're all running like too fast. You know, it's like sped up like a Charlie Chaplin speed.
I got a kick out of that.
And they're like running into each other, and and he goes in. So a lot of it is like meditating on the like Catholic guilt created from that like sexual fantasy, and then he's like putting the dunce cap, and they're in that huge room that's like super like depersonal, and they use all those quick zooms, and he's like comes in and he's like, "Mama," and he like zooms in and he walks over and she's like, "Stop," and he like pauses and it comes back out. Like it's sort of has this very like mystical like strange feeling to it. And then he talks to the cardinal in the like sweat lodge, and they hold that sheet above him, and in like shadowed silhouette behind the sheet he says like, "Who told you need to be happy? Who said happiness was the point of life?" and this stuff. And so I think Catholicism is obviously important to him because he grew up Catholic. It's like a part of his life as a child, and it's also like created all these feelings, and he's exploring Catholicism, not necessarily saying like it's good or bad, but exploring his personal feelings and experiences with it. And it's such an important part of his experience.
The way his character treats his Catholicism is the way I see a lot of Jewish characters handle their Judaism and stuff. It's such an interesting culture that I see that I personally don't understand, where you're not religious, but you follow a lot of the rules, like the cultural and societal rules of that religion, because it's what you do. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking of like, did you ever see The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel?
Yeah.
Like they're not Mrs. Maisel. She's not religious in any sense at all, but she's like, we got to get the rabbi over for dinner. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's like these vague social things you're supposed to do in that religious society. And that's sort of what I was feeling when he goes to meet with his cardinal, because it's like, you got to meet with the cardinal, you know, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, it's like just such a like an integral part of the culture. It's like almost out of respect more than out of like belief kind of thing.
Yeah, which I always find interesting because it's something I have a hard time empathizing with or understanding.
And I think Catholicism, you know, Catholicism is thousands of years old. It's so old.
Yeah.
So the sort of like cultural stance it has is like tied to that ancientness, and Judaism is also ancient, and like there's like such a level of like, you know, the oppression of the group kind of binds them together, and you pay respect for tradition and past, even if you don't necessarily believe it, because it's about like what they've overcome and how long they've lasted. And so I think in those situations it's very unique because there's such a deep root of that culture, whereas some Christian sects are so new, there isn't that feeling of like this thing has been around for forever, you know. So I think that's partially a reason why a lot of people feel that way.
That makes sense. And I definitely know more about Catholicism than Judaism because I was raised Catholic for most of my life, so I understand that sort of thing. And I definitely knew people growing up who weren't religious, but they would like go to confession and stuff, you know, because that's what you do.
Did you ever hear the story? So. You know who? This is like, sorry, a little tangent. We'll get back to the movie after. That's
okay.
You know who Niels Bohr is, right? The scientist. He is like one of the big scientists who like went through like quantum physics.
No.
He was like a good friend of Einstein.
Maybe I do, but maybe I don't know the name.
Yeah, Niels Bohr, good friend of Einstein and stuff, but he's you know, a scientist, very rational. And there's a story, a friend of his goes to his house, and he has a horseshoe over his doorway, and his said, "Why do you have that? You're not superstitious. You're very scientific, and like, what's the point of this?" And Niels Bohr said, and this is a true story. He said, "Well, I know I don't believe in it, but I've heard that these things work whether you believe in them or not." So it's like kind of like that thing, you know, where it's like, I'm just covering my bases here kind of thing.
No.
It works if you believe in it or not, you know.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it reminds me of the thing that some people say. It's like, well, facts are true whether you believe them or not.
Yeah. Is there anything?
Sorry, I have a tangential thing that's sort of related to believe them or not, sort of a thing. One of my roommates, she's younger, she doesn't know better, and she was like, I don't like black and white movies. And I was like, okay, that doesn't mean anything, because black and white movies, it's not a genre.
Right.
She goes, yeah, it is.
Different kinds of movies. I'm
like, that's like saying I don't like movies that are shot on 8mm. And she goes, I don't know what that means. And I go, yeah, exactly. and she goes, well, I still think black and white movies are a genre. I'm like, it's not.
They're not.
It doesn't matter what you think. It's true.
Yeah, there's a million genres in black and white.
Yeah. I just thought that was funny.
One other thing I wanted to talk about with this movie is the musical score. So it's made by Nino Rota, who collaborated with Fellini on almost every single one of his movies, I think. So he created, what he didn't create is kind of obvious. Like everybody knows, like the Wagner tune, da, 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 da. That's not him. But the main theme of this movie, he wrote that. He also wrote,
that was made for this movie?
That was made for this movie.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Nino Rota. He also made that very somber
I've heard that
thing.
a million times.
Yeah. He's a pretty well-respected composer.
I was gonna say I wasn't sure how much of this musical score was borrowed from. I would have guessed that it was all borrowed from classical music. I'm surprised that it was written for this.
Yeah,
movie.
there's some that's written for
impressive.
it. The movie also won 2 Academy Awards. It won the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film, and it also won the Oscar for Best Costume Design in Black and White.
Best Costume Design in Black and White?
Yeah, it was like at that time where like half things were made in color, half things were made in black and white, so they had some separate categories for both.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had literally like best cinematography in color, best cinematography in black and white.
You approach costuming differently if it's black and white versus color, so that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also on the list of the Vatican's 45 greatest movies ever made. So I guess despite all the things with the church in it, the church really likes it. It was in the.
Well, now I'm on board.
Well, it's just interesting because you usually hear how much the Vatican is against things, you know. It was number 10.
You know, I know what their least favorite movie is.
What would that be?
Spotlight.
Oh, yeah. On the BFI 50 greatest movies of all time, in 2012, this was ranked number 10. So it's kind of like that AFI list, but it's for world cinema.
Are you sure it's not 8.5?
Sandwiched right between 8.5 one, yeah. So yeah, those are just kind of some of the awards it won.
I really beat myself up when I see movies like this because I see them at the top of all these lists, and people, you know, it's in like every book of like the greatest movies ever made, and I watch it and I catch myself just being confused and lost, and I think I don't fucking know anything. I think, and also I think like, should I feel ashamed to not like this movie? Is it okay if I don't like it, or am I not reading it properly? You know what I mean? I really beat myself up internally because I'm like when I went and wrote a review of this on Letterboxd, I'm like, I don't even know what I would rate it, because like I didn't thoroughly enjoy it my first time around, but I also know it's not a bad movie. Like it's a difficult thing for me.
I think it's one too where, yeah, it's like so out of the box from what most things are. Some of those things can be hard. Like they're just like how do I approach this?
Well, let me ask you: have you experienced that before? Where you watch a movie and you just don't like it, or you don't get it, but you know it's considered like one of the greatest, and you're
honestly, a lot of like Back to the Future, I kind of feel that way about, and like those kinds of movies. Like I know a lot of people really like them, but to me they're just I don't know. I have a problem. To me, the whole good or bad thing for me is usually like if I'm watching a movie and it's like showing me something I really haven't seen before, or it feels very of its own. Those are the movies I like the most. So like for me, a lot of movies that I know a lot of people really love, but I just like have seen that story a million times, those are a little bit harder for me to like enjoy.
It's interesting that you say Back to the Future, because Back to the Future is always cited as like one of the few like perfect scripts in terms of its structure. Like almost every single thing that is brought up is paid off later. You know, everything is very purposeful like that, and that's like the antithesis of the kind of movies that you seem to really like, where you kind of throw structure out the window. I mean structure in the traditional sense.
Right. Because there is like a very, and I mean, you know, when you think about it from Fellini's perspective, to create a scene where you're drifting from reality into fantasy into dream and back in one shot, that's like hard. And there's a lot of planning and thought that has to go into that. And it's just a different kind of story and a different kind of thing to try to tell to make this versus like a very tight like thriller or whatever. And there's no good or bad, but a movie like this just kind of speaks to me on an emotional level much deeper. And like from the filmmaking craft perspective, I really admire it. That's what I would say, you know, about it.
All right. What would you rate this film out of 5?
5 stars. Yeah, 5 stars. This movie was, I don't think it's in my top 10, but it was just on the cusp of being one of my top 10 favorite movies ever.
It really makes me want to see Tarantino make a movie called 9.5, where he's reflecting on his life and his film career before he makes his last movie. Wouldn't that be great?
There would be like a scene in that where like he's imagining a bloody scene where a bunch of critics gun him down with a machine gun or something. Yeah. That would be really interesting.
It wouldn't be critics. It would be like Huffington Post film bloggers or something like that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, that would be, and there'd be like a lot of flashbacks.
I wouldn't put it past him to actually do that. It seems like something he would do.
That would be so interesting as like a, because it's like also an homage, because it's like, that's always his thing, you know? That'd be weird.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what I rated it, and I'll read you what I wrote on Letterboxd, and maybe that'll be a good way to tie up my thoughts here.
Sure.
I gave it 3.5 stars. This is what I wrote. I said, admittedly, this is not my kind of thing. I do realize there is a mastery at work here, but I'm not quite sure what it all was. I'm still getting used to watching older foreign films. Upon first watch, I was horribly confused from beginning to end, but I still feel like I've got a loose grasp of what was happening. Ideally, I prefer films that are at least a little bit more clear on what's going on, but I understand that this film is doing exactly what it was trying to do. After a discussion with others and a second watch, I'm sure I'll give this a higher rating.
Cool.
So
cool.
I feel like 3.5 stars is a good way for me to say I like it, but I think it wasn't necessarily for me, but I think I'll like it more a second time around.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But I'm glad I watched it for sure, and this discussion is going to help me give it a better context the second time around.
Yeah, and it's important for things like this. It's kind of hard to come in cold. But yeah. I think too, after watching it a second time, you won't be trying so hard to make sense of it because you've seen it, and I think it'll maybe like affect you. It'll on its own terms, you know.
I would definitely want to try to pay more attention to the visual aspects of it, like you were saying. And I feel like this movie felt a lot longer than it actually was for me. Like it was a little bit of a drag to get through, but that was only because I was a little lost in what was happening. I think now it'll probably go along a little bit quicker. And like when a scene goes on for like 5 minutes and you're not sure what's happening, it feels like it's going on for a lot longer than it was. So for me, the first time watching it, scenes felt like they really dragged on for way too long. But that's only because I was a little lost on what was going on.
What was going on? Sure.
Yeah. And like my roommate would come in every once in a while, be like, she'd be like reading the subtitles. She'd be like, "What's happening in the scene?" And I go, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I know. Okay, so before we say what we're going to be talking about next week, share this podcast with other people if you like it. Leave a review on iTunes. It only takes a minute, and it helps us show up on suggestions. And if you have any questions or comments for us, leave a email for us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. So, Jared, for next week, we were kind of talking off mic about movies that we liked a lot as kids growing up. So we're going to do a little bit of a nostalgia special next week.
Yeah.
So we're breaking away from our back and forth format next week. We're going to talk about all of our favorite movies growing up. The good, the bad, the ugly. And we're just kind of gush about them. So if you're about our age, if you were born in the 90s, you're probably going to like next week's episode a lot. What year were you born again? It was the 90s, right?
Yeah, I was born. I was born in 1994.
94. Okay, so we're not too far apart. I'm 91. So, and then we're both gonna choose a movie that we're both gonna discuss we're not gonna talk about a lot of those movies in detail. We're just kind of gonna gush about them. But then we are gonna talk in detail about 2 films next week. We're each gonna choose one, and it's a movie that we loved as a kid, right? But we haven't seen since we were really little. So It can't be like The Lion King or something like that, So why don't you tell the audience what you're picking?
Sure. I'm picking...
And why?
I am picking the movie The Little Giants. I'm going to look it up quick and see who, directed it and stars in it or whatever. But the reason I'm picking
Probably just some working man.
Yeah. So it was actually from the year I was born, 1994. Yeah, Dwayne Dunham, who's like a nobody. Rick Moranis is in it. Ed O'Neill is in it. Shauna Waldron. But I really liked it because I liked sports a lot when I was a kid, and it's about it's sort of like
you played football in high school, didn't you?
I did. I played football all through childhood and high school. So it's a movie.
Oh, the evil team looks like they're wearing the Dallas Cowboys.
They are, yeah.
Uniform.
It's the Little Giants and the Dallas Cowboys. So essentially, what the idea of it is it's like the Little Giants is made up of all of the kids who tried out for the city football team but weren't good enough to make it, and the team that's good enough is the Dallas Cowboys, and they play a football game against each other. And so the movie is mostly about this sort of like ragtag bunch of kids trying to make a football team together. And
yeah,
I'm excited
it's part
for
of a long line. In the 90s, these sports comedies with kids were really popular, and you should do a little bit of research. I'd be curious to see what started that. I'm gonna guess maybe it was the Mighty Ducks or Air Bud or something. I'm curious what started that trend.
The Sandlot, maybe. Yeah, the Sandlot was big.
Maybe. Or there was the Big Green. That was another one.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's interesting. And yeah, I'm excited to watch that because I saw that movie too, and I barely remember anything from that. But yeah, that's going to be a fun discussion. And my movie is also from 1994, I just realized.
Okay.
Directed by a woman, apparently, which was rare back then, as it still is now. The Little Rascals.
All right.
Film remake of the classic Little Rascals. I loved this movie as a kid. I quoted it all the time. And even though I haven't seen it, I probably haven't seen it since I was like in middle school or something. But I bet you any money I'm going to remember every scene. And there's a lot of celebrity cameos in this movie that I think we're going to get a kick out of watching it again. And a lot of really inappropriate sexual jokes too. So it's going to be fun.
For sure.
Okay, so we'll see you guys next week with our nostalgia special, I guess.
Yep. See you next week.
Go.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
All right, welcome to In the Can.
Take 17.
My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And today we're going to have a little bit of a nostalgia special. We're going to talk about movies that we grew up with. And we each chose a movie from our childhood that we loved that we haven't seen since we were little. And
yeah.
It's going to be a fun ride to relive those, isn't it, Jared?
Oh, it's going to be a trip, dude. I mean, just a sneak preview for it, I feel one pick was just so horrible and one pick was really solid. That's like all I'll say right now as far as like how the viewing experience panned out for me.
That makes me so excited to talk about these.
Yeah.
Okay. So how have you been doing, Jared? Father's Day was just around, which is why this episode is a little late. So did you do anything Father's Day? Did you call your dad?
Yeah. So he lives in Oshkosh, and I'm here in Minneapolis, so I obviously can't, visit him at every opportunity. But we had a good, like hour and a half, 2 hour phone call. Yeah, just caught up. We always end up talking a lot about like sports, and there's like a lot of basketball moves this past week, so we were chatting about that, and yeah, it was a good time.
Did you watch Little Giants with him?
No, not quite. I didn't tell him to check it out on his own or anything.
No.
I told him though that
my dad and I.
Oh, I just told him that I watched. I told him that I watched it, and he remembered it. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna talk about Little Giants and the Little Rascals. We both chose titles with "little" in it. So, yeah, my dad and I, we just went to Badger. I think it's called Badger Sports Club or something like that. They have like.
Oh, that place is dope.
Yeah, they have like mini golf, go kart, laser tag, all sorts of stuff. We did a little bit of everything, but he really liked the VR. He'd never experienced that before. They had the HTC Vive, and he was blown away by it.
Oh yeah,
fun.
The thing's cool. Did you do they have the batting cages there, right?
Yeah, I did that. And what's funny is I played baseball when I was younger, and I tried doing the 40-mile-per-hour pitches, and I couldn't hit any of them. And then we went over to the 80-mile-per-hour ones, and I got a piece of almost every single one.
Yeah, there's something about that.
I guess I was just swinging too hard or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you been watching anything? You said before we recorded that you've been busy again.
Yeah, it's been a pretty hefty week at work, so I've just been making some stuff, but I haven't been watching too much.
That's cool. Is there any place online that people can check out your stuff if they're interested?
I mean, they could check out a lot of my company stuff that I wouldn't like put my personal stamp on it. So I work for a media production company called CTV North Suburbs. So you could easily check it out if you looked at it on Facebook, or we have all the social. We have our own website, obviously, and stuff. So like a lot of the short form videos on there I make. All of my private, like personal stuff, I usually screen at showing. So I'm not really like, I don't post things on the internet very much. That's just like not really the space I want to kind of present my work. So
sure, that makes sense. That's respectable. You gotta hide your bad stuff so you can put the best stuff forward.
Exactly. It's all just a shield.
You don't want to show people the experiments,
Right.
It'll make it look like magic. So the only thing I watched is the only new thing I watched is Dark Phoenix, the X-Men movie.
I heard shit about
and I know
that.
I know. And the thing is, it looks like scraps from like the previous X-Men movie. When I saw the trailer, I'm like, oh man, this looks embarrassing. But I had seen all of the other X-Men movies in the theater, You know, some of them are good, most of them are pretty bad. But since this is the last one before Disney bought Fox, I was like, you know what? Let's close it out. Let's just say that I've seen all of them in theater. Let's do it. So I just went and watched it. I was thinking it was going to be a train wreck, and it was a train wreck. But it was a little entertaining for me knowing that it was going to be not very good. So it's pretty bad. It's pretty rough.
Do you think you watch over 12 superhero movies in theaters in a year? Do you think you see one a month in theaters?
No, I would say I see most of them. So I don't know how many that is a month. But I will say, like you know, I'm not a big superhero junkie. I see most of them just to be part of the conversation.
Sure.
Just because I'm interested in that. So that makes me kind of part of the problem, unfortunately. I can't really help myself.
Yeah, you just need to like be in that room.
So yeah.
You need to join the party you don't want to be at.
Part of me really Yeah, exactly. Part of me really wants to have like the restraint to not see the Lion King remake, just to stick it to Disney.
I believe in you, man.
But I know I'm gonna end up seeing it anyways.
Oh, you can do it. You got the willpower. It'll be on their whatever thing later. You could just watch it then. I believe in you.
Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about Disney Plus is that it's gonna be super easy for people to pirate it. Yeah. The one funny thing that it's not, the movie's not even worth talking about. Don't go see it.
Damn.
But one thing that it's like production hell, the movie. But the thing that I found really funny is that so Jennifer Lawrence plays Mystique in these new X-Men movies, and they got her like right as she was becoming famous, so they didn't really expect her to be like the big star. So over the course of these new X-Men films, they've made Mystique like the central character.
Sure.
So the character has become like really inconsistent with how she was portrayed before. But the thing that makes it funny is that it's really clear that Jennifer Lawrence does not want to be in these movies and that she doesn't want to wear this blue makeup all the time because, you know, it takes like 8 hours to put on or whatever.
Yeah.
So there is a Reddit post I saw where it showed like the Mystique's makeup throughout these new movies, and for each one it's like less and less prosthetics. Like it's like, all right, this one only 2 hours of makeup or I'm not doing it.
Yeah, she's like, please, I want to be all CGI. I don't care what I have to wrap me up in those little like ball things or whatever. Like, I'm tired of just sitting here doing this thing I don't want to do.
They didn't do any CGI. It's all makeup. But the thing is, like,
it just gets shittier. She was in, it gets like crummier.
You could tell it's like tons and tons of like prosthetics that are plastered onto her face. But by this one, it's just like one thing plastered onto her forehead. It's pretty funny. And then on top of that, Mystique's character in these new movies is supposed to be all about like mutant and proud. I'm a mutant and I'm proud of it. So she like, there's a movie where she like decides not to transform herself into a human, so because she's proud. But in this movie, she just turns into Jennifer Lawrence for no reason at all, just because it's obvious she just doesn't want to wear that makeup. It's so like thinking about that kind of stuff made the movie so funny for me.
Yeah, the behind the scenes, and she doesn't. I mean,
so yeah, that's
like a movie like that is gonna, you know, it doesn't do anything to her like actual acting legacy, you know. Like, nobody really, like, puts that in the canon of, like, this is a Jennifer Lawrence film, you know? Nobody cares. On the level of, like, her
Well, it
career,
could be that
if
they were any good.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll never know.
I'm glad to see that movie. Yeah, that movie's not doing too well, so that's a little good. The only other thing I saw was, I just got done watching Rocketman again. Rachel and I went to go see it, and it was much better the second time around audience-wise because there weren't old ladies singing along. So that was
yeah, I could imagine that. That would be a tough one to watch live on opening night.
Yeah, that was rough. Okay, so let's get into the discussion. So, Jared, I asked you to reflect back on your youth.
and think about movies that you.
I thought about who I've been.
Yeah, because you know, we all started watching movies at some point, and I think it'd be interesting to kind of reflect on the movies that we liked most as a kid. But first, I wanted to ask you how you watched movies as a little kid. Like, did you have a lot of VHSs at home that you watched over and over and over again, or did you rent movies from the library or from like Family Video?
Sure.
What was the normal routine at your house?
So
did you go to the movies very often? Like,
yeah. So all of the above, really. Actually, reflecting on it, it's weird. Growing up, I never thought about getting into movies as like a career, or I was never one of those kids who, like, when I was 8 years old was like, I want to be a director. You know, I wasn't like the Spielberg thing, like blowing up his toy trains or whatever with a camera. But I was surrounded by movies pretty much my whole life. So, I had a ton of VHSs. Not a ton. That was probably the thing I had the least amount of, the things that we actually owned. But I would go to the library once a week when I was a kid. I would walk there by myself, and I'd pick out 3 or 4 movies, usually the ones I already liked, you know? So I'd pick up Star Wars and Indiana Jones and things like that because I knew I liked them. And then I went to Family Video a ton, and they had like the $1 kids movies, and then every now and then my mom would let me get an adult movie, but she'd usually only let me get the classics, actually, because she knew that they were more tame than a lot of modern ones. Like, content-wise, you know, they'd be, like, less sexually explicit and stuff, so I got to watch older movies.
Sure.
My dad was, like, obsessed with 60s movies, so I watched a lot of, like, old westerns, old crime movies. We did that, and also my dad took us to the theater probably... So, my parents were divorced when I was little, so every other weekend I would be with my dad, and he took us to the movies probably at least once a month. And he took us to all the big movies. We went to movies all the time in theaters with my dad. Yeah.
Nice. I wasn't so lucky. Going to the theaters was a very rare occasion for us. There are very few movies I remember seeing in the theater as a kid. The first movie I remember seeing in the theater was Babe. And that came out when I was like 4, so that sounds about right. So yeah, I remember seeing Babe. I remember seeing this movie called Star Kid that nobody ever thinks about. It's a weird movie where like an alien suit comes to Earth and a kid finds it and he becomes like a superhero and he beats up his bullies. It's like the most 90s movie ever made.
It sounds like a direct to VHS kind of video.
Yeah, very much so. My aunt took me to that one. And then I remember seeing Galaxy Quest, but those are like the only movies I remember seeing in theaters as a kid. So that was like a real luxury thing that we rarely ever got to do. So for me, we had, I don't know how many VHSs we had, probably around 30 to 50. Okay. So I rewatched a handful of movies. Most of them were the Disney white cases that us 90s kids all remember.
Yep.
We also had this VHS that my mom recorded of like old Looney Tunes cartoons and like old animated films from the 30s through like the 70s, and I watched that over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Like old Superman cartoons, Popeye, that kind of stuff.
Did you have the old like the Nickelodeon ones where the case was orange, like it was that Nickelodeon orange?
No.
Oh yeah, like Rugrats and stuff. They had those.
The only time I was ever exposed to anything Nickelodeon was when I went to my grandma's house because we didn't have cable. So pretty much the only channel that I watched as a kid was the WB. So it was all Animaniacs.
Oh, sure.
And Batman the Animated Series. So I never got to watch SpongeBob or Fairly Odd Parents or anything like that.
Okay.
Unless I was at my grandma's.
Like half my childhood we had cable and half the time we didn't. My grandma had a lot of those movies you like a lot, like the Disney Dark Age 70s movies, like Fox and the Hound and that stuff, and Robin
I'm glad
Hood.
you said that. We'll get into that.
Yeah, she had Wizard of Oz.
I love
too.
that art style.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz. Okay. Every single time I went to their cabin up north, I would watch that movie. Loved it.
Yeah. I also remember going to the library a lot, and we would rent VHSs all the time, and I would always choose things that just looked a little odd. So I was feeling nostalgic, which is why I decided to
which is why I thought it would be a good idea to do this episode. And I went on my Letterboxd account and I made like a list of 100 movies from like my childhood. And if you're listening, if you want to check out the full list, I'm not going to talk about all of them here, but you can go to my Letterboxd account. It's just, I think my username is just Leo Costello. If you don't know, Letterboxd is basically like a, how would you describe it? It's like IMDb, but you can make lists and review films and stuff. So
it's like Goodreads for movies. If you know, Goodreads is like for books. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like the exact same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I have these in order of like release dates, so I'll just kind of bring up the ones, and we can go kind of back and forth on movies here.
Sure.
So I guess I'll go first. I'm gonna go in order of release date, and I'll just point out the ones that were like really significant for me. Wizard of Oz, I really liked as a kid. My mom says I don't really remember watching it. Actually, I do. That's a lie. But my mom says that I would walk around with like a funnel on my head pretending I was the Tin Man. And I remember being really scared by the monkeys and the trees. And what's his name? The Wizard of Oz. So that movie has like a real it could be really kind of scary for a kid, but also really magical.
I mean, I watched that movie too, like literally every time I went to my grandparents' house, which was probably twice a year. There's like something about that movie that, and like I didn't like musicals, you know, my sister was way more into that when I was little, but there's something about that movie that just like works on every level, I feel. And like the colors are really cool, and like the witch is really scary, and the like it's like scary, but it's like fun, and it's fantastical, and it's pretty to look at. There's like on that like level of like what you enjoy as a kid, I feel like it checks every box like all the way through, you know?
Yeah, and it still holds up today. I mean, in a weird way, the fact that everything looks like a set sort of makes it timeless, even though it looks super dated.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's a movie that'll never like get old in the way, you know? That's like a canon, like classic of classics kind of movie, sure. You know, that'll just never die. Yeah. I don't think.
I try not to list a lot of Disney movies because, you know, everybody's seen them, but like the ones that really stuck out to me were like Pinocchio or Alice in Wonderland was a big one for me because when I was really young, I forgot how old, I think around 5 or 6, I got pneumonia because I went outside when it was cold or something. And I was in the hospital for a few days or like a week or something. And I remember watching Alice in Wonderland like on repeat because I just found it so odd.
Oh, interesting. There's like a similar, I feel like there's a similar story for like a famous director. I think Martin Scorsese, he came down with like pneumonia or something and like wasn't let out of the house or something, but his dad would take him to the movies every now and then to like get him out, and that's like how he fell in love with movies. So I think it's like a very similar story to like Scorsese when he was a kid.
That might be something we have in common then, because I've been trying to think about what the catalyst of like love for film was for me, and that might be it. I'm not quite sure, but I remember just being entranced by that movie when I was younger.
Well, and I think on like just a larger level, kind of like staying with that same topic, but movies are it's just a huge part of American culture, I think. Like, you know, Hollywood is the epicenter of like movies in the world, and like movies are just so big in America. You know, it's kind of like our medium, like. So I think it's hard. I think it's hard to find any kid, you know, who isn't relatively affected by movies when they're little here, you know?
I would say that it's probably a little bit more rare today because I think a lot of kids' content today is more of a distraction than it is like, you know, really captivating content. And I think a lot of kids today just like, kind of like watch just garbage on YouTube. You know, their parents give them an iPad and they're just clicking buttons.
A lot of kids watch really short things that just kind of keep your like mind busy, but aren't very memorable. You know, they don't give you those images that like the Wizard of Oz would, that like just stays in your brain. You know.
Yeah, and like even the cheapest animated films are still expensive and take a lot of time to make, but like 3D animation, like cheap 3D animation I think is easier to do than like cheap 2D animation, because you can copy and paste like character models pretty easily and stuff, so it makes kids content a lot easier to make now than it was back then, when back then you had to pretty much draw everything frame for frame. Frame by frame. So yeah, I think that makes a big difference.
An interesting difference though too there. Wait 1 minute. An interesting thing for just like as a side part of it, an interesting part of like kids though too for that is I think kids now have access to equipment where they can try to make their own movies at a younger age more easily than ever. So we'll see how that affects things. But
we'll see how TikTok affects things.
Hey, there will be some sort of seismic shift when these Zoomers get to be movie making age, I'm sure. So,
yeah, I'm really curious what happens, for sure. Did you have one you wanted to bring up here? I have a list that I can reference, so it's gonna be easy for me to come up with them. So I don't know about you.
Sure. Honestly, and it's like one of those things again where a lot of them are gonna be, Disney movies, but really like I obsessed over the Lord of the Rings movies big time when I was a kid, because those are kind of getting released like from my age of like maybe 7 to 12 or like 6 to 12. So like I saw those are some of the first like PG-13 movies I saw in theaters, and like I saw a ton of them, and yeah, that's that sort of like mythical kind of thing too, you know, like very strongly designed characters and sort of like very Jungian sort of archetypal type like people, and those movies really stuck with me and really had a profound impact on me when I was a kid. And I mean I had all those like toys too with it, and I like lost all the swords all the time and stuff, but yeah, Lord of the Rings was a huge franchise for me.
We're not too far apart in age, but I guess Lord of the Rings is a good example of how I totally missed the boat on that being part of my childhood, because I mean I watched them. I watched all of them in theaters, but I was like in middle school, I think. Or it's my cutoff age for this list that I made was like 5th grade. So that came out after I was in 5th grade. So I don't really think about that as like a childhood movie. So
yeah, I think the last movie, The Return of the King, came out in 2005 when I would have been 11 years old. So that would have been, yeah, exactly when I was in 5th grade is when the last movie of Lord of the Rings came out. So, yeah.
I kind of want to pair 3 movies together because they're, like you said, I think they're all 3 in the dark age of Disney. I don't know a lot of the detail of the history of Disney, but there was like a dark age where they weren't doing well financially, and some of the movies they made then were a lot cheaper in production. But for some reason, I really gravitated towards those movies. The 3 that I'm thinking of is 101 Dalmatians, The Sword and the Stone, and Robin Hood. I think all 3 of those movies have such a distinct look to them. 101 Dalmatians looks like a watercolor painting from beginning to end, and Robin Hood has such a unique aesthetic and character models and use of color that it's unlike anything else I've ever seen Disney make, and it's still my favorite Robin Hood movie.
The Sword and the Stone is a really good one too, because that has that sort of like Arthurian legend, and it kind of brings in like Madame Mim is a wacky character, and like that brings in a lot of weird stuff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and the music in Robin Hood is also really good, and I love like the thought behind which characters were which animals. The fact that Robin Hood is a fox and the king is a lion, you know, all that sort of I love that kind of stuff, like choosing the right animal for the right character.
Yeah, that's interesting. That was a good one. I remember, see, this is weird. It's like certain images, you know, stick out to you or whatever. But the 2 images I remember from the Robin Hood movie is like, I think there's like a bow and arrow context, and he's like trying to make eyes at the lady fox. And then I think there's another.
And he's dressed up as a stork or something?
Yep, he's like dressed up as a bird. I remember that. And then I think they're in like a prison, and Little John, the bear, like tries to break him out. I remember that too. But those are like the two images.
There
that
are so many
stick.
little moments I remember. I think it's Robin Hood that kisses the king's rings, like as a sign of respect.
Yeah,
but he's really stealing the jewels from his rings as he does it. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's a great scene.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I don't know how old you were when this happened, but for me, like I was little when like Toy Story and Bugs Life and those first computer generated cartoons came out from Disney. So I think I was about 5 years old when Toy Story came out, and Bugs Life was the next year, so I was about 6. And Ants, I think, was coming out around that time too. So that's sort of like...
Oh, the Woody Allen, Sylvester Stallone film.
Yeah, exactly. Woody Allen, the New York Neurotic, and the Anthill. But honestly, that one... I liked Bugs Life more, and I watched Bugs Life more, but some of those like scary images of like the war against the ticks like really stuck with me from Ants.
War against the ticks? Oh, in Ants?
Yeah.
Or Bugs Life?
Like, no, Ants. There's like some big scary like war scene where they go against, they're like ticks or like roly-polies or something scary, but that really stuck in my head. But like,
I don't remember that.
But like,
even as a kid, I remember watching Ants, thinking, "This is a ripoff of Bugs Life."
Yeah, they came out like the same year. I had all the toys for those too. I had like Buzz and Woody, and I had this big giant like Bugs Life like bug ecosystem that all the little like things were in and stuff. But yeah. And I like those. I really liked those short little animated movies. That was kind of when that first became a thing, because the old Disney movies you watched when you were a kid didn't have those. And then suddenly with I don't remember if Toy Story had one, but I know Bugs Life did. And I think they were trying to like experiment with this new computer animation, you know? So.
Mm-hmm. Bugs Life still has one of my favorite ones, Jerry's Game, where the old man is playing chess with himself.
Against himself.
It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, you remember like every single moment of that, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah. That one's great. I guess Star Wars was a childhood film for me, but what's weird is I don't ever remember watching Star Wars for the first time. I feel like I was born with Star Wars in my brain.
Yeah, it's like
it's very weird.
Like spot on. I saw...
Yeah, I have no memory of like watching Darth Vader say, "Luke, I am your father," or anything like that. It's just all already in there. But I know I watched it as a kid, so it must be a kid's movie. But it's not really one that I think about. I watched as a kid because I don't really remember watching it a whole lot, which is weird.
I remember the prequels very vividly. I liked them a lot. You know, I was a kid. You like things like that when you're a kid. But I had, again, it's like all those action figures, dude, they were really selling us on that stuff. But I think it was like my 6th birthday party. It was like a Star Wars themed birthday party, and all of my gifts were like Star Wars toys. And like, yeah, that was like episode 1 coming out. That was a huge deal. And I honestly, when I was a kid, until maybe about the age of like 10, I liked the prequels. Not liked, but I watched them definitely a lot more than the old ones. I would like rent the old ones from the library, but I had way more actual views, I think, of like episode 1, especially when I was a kid.
Yeah, realistically, I should have put episode 1 on this list, but I couldn't do it.
Did you ever collect those?
It's burned me too hard.
Did you ever collect those like Star Wars trading cards when you were a kid?
I've never been a collector of any type. That's never been my thing. I collected Pokemon cards a little bit, but that was just because I think that was partly because other kids were doing it. But I've never been a collecting sort of person. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a few.
For some reason,
like
when I think whenever I think about the Phantom Menace, I think of Taco Bell because I remember Taco Bell advertising it incessantly.
That sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, there was like a thing. I feel like they like somehow like connected maybe those like big fish things into it or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I distinctly remember. I don't know the character's name, but it's the Jedi that doesn't really have any speaking lines. It looks like it's green. It has all the tentacles, like hair going back, and it's got big black eyes.
Yeah,
I distinctly remember it like putting its hand up like this on a big cup of soda or something.
Yeah, that guy like didn't have any scenes in and just got, I think, like cut in half by Emperor Palpatine or whatever in like episode 3. Like they just like existed to get like killed or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. They're just cannon fodder. Another odd animated. This next movie here is like sort of shows exactly the kind of stuff that I looked for as a kid. Because do you remember the movie The Great Mouse Detective?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, it's it has an animation style that looks really unique, and that specific kind of art style is what I really gravitated towards when I was younger, because it looks Disney but just off. The colors aren't very saturated. It's kind of bleak looking, and I really like that kind of stuff.
Were you a lot more?
Was a little. Go ahead.
Were you a lot more animation than you were live action as a kid?
Oh yeah, I watched. I'd say most of these movies are animated. Yeah, but I think I went out of my way. I was the one choosing the movies most of the time, but the ones that I gravitated towards were the ones that weren't like really bright and colorful. Like I don't know, Beauty and the Beast or something. But like The Great Mouse Detective was like really like kind of gritty and like kind of dirty looking, and I really like that sort of thing. And it's an odd movie, but I still enjoy it quite a bit. It's really odd. Vincent Price plays an evil rat.
Oh, interesting.
It's got some adult themes. A lot of the movies I liked as a kid had a lot of adult themes to it and adult jokes that I didn't necessarily understand it as a kid, but I knew that it was like, ooh, this is something deeper than what I'm getting in my other kids' films. That's
right.
I got the sense that there's something going on there.
Speaking of like kind of more adult themed animations, were you super into like the Batman animated series when you were a kid?
Oh yeah, we've talked about this before, but yeah. I watched the hell out of that show. Yeah.
That was my number one go-to when I went to Family Video. Is the first thing I would check is if those were available. I loved watching those.
Yeah, that's such a great, and it's still good. It changed Batman forever for sure, and a lot of what you see in comics and in movies now is still ripped from that. I still think that version of Batman that is like the ultimate Batman.
Oh, I agree.
That is Batman.
Yeah, that's the best version you could possibly get.
Because it's like a perfect blend of like dark and mysterious, film noir, campy, and detective. It's like a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it really hits the beats. It like takes itself seriously but knows when not to, and yeah, it knows the parts of it too that don't take it seriously, which is mostly like the villains and stuff. And yeah, it's like well put together for sure.
One movie that from our childhood that I think you said that you watched when you were younger is The Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah, and I honestly don't have as much of a memory as other people do of it, other than that one like scary scene that I feel like everybody remembers, you know?
There's a couple scary scenes. There's a scary scene where the air conditioner dies, and then there's a scary scene where like there's like a whole song about a car that's being crushed to death.
I just remember the air conditioner scene. I don't remember this car scene.
Yeah, that's got some real kind of messed up stuff in there, and I think that's why I liked it.
Yeah, you got to have the messed up stuff to be brave, you know. Otherwise, the toaster would have nothing to be brave about. So,
and I thought it was just, even as a kid, I remember thinking it was just such an odd concept. Like, let's make a movie about a toaster.
yeah, that may not have been the most like high concept kind of idea coming out. That wasn't a Disney movie, right? That was something else.
No, well, if it was like straight to video. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what production company that was. Another series of films I think we could both share are the Wallace and Gromit short films.
Oh my god, yes. I loved Wallace and Gromit. Those were so charming. And that was like before I even really knew what stop motion was, but I really liked how it looked. Like I didn't know as a kid that those were actual like pieces of like real material, you know, but yeah, they are so fun to watch.
I think I remember my dad telling me that it was all clay, and that's what made me really like it. And also the characters are so well written. And what's your favorite one out of all of them?
The one where who's like the bad guy who comes in? Is it like a chicken that like comes to live with them? And
it's a penguin.
It's a penguin, yeah, and it's like a mean, evil penguin who's like kind of like plotting against him, and Gromit is like in on it, but Wallace is being super like naive about it.
Yeah, he's like, oh, he's just a charming old penguin, and I think what makes that great is that Gromit and the penguin never speak, so it's all like it's all told visually.
Yeah,
and with it's got really good music too.
Yeah,
that one's called The Wrong Trousers. If you haven't seen it, I think you can probably find it on YouTube or something. It's incredible.
I gotta rewatch all of those. I feel
and they really hold up. I rewatched them like I think last year. They hold up really really well. The three best ones I think is A Grand Day Out, where they go to the moon to see if it's made out of cheese. Yeah. And then The Wrong Trousers, which we just mentioned. And then there's one, I think it's called A Close Shave, where there's an evil dog or something.
Oh, I think I remember that one.
It's Aardman Studios. It's called Aardman Studios. Everything they make is great. They made Chicken Run. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a documentary on Netflix about... There's a documentary on Netflix about Aardman Studios. You should check it out. It's really good.
Okay. Chicken Run was a good one. I remember that one when I was a kid. Is that an American company or a British company?
I believe they're British, yeah.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw Chicken Run?
Oh my god, when I was like 8.
Oh my god, Jared. You need to rewatch that. Because I rewatched it and I had like an epiphany. That movie's about the Holocaust.
Is it really? Ooh.
It's about concentration camps.
I gotta check that out again. Yeah. I haven't seen that in
the whole thing is a meta. Like halfway through the movie, I was like, holy shit, this movie's a metaphor for concentration camps, and I never realized it.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 2000. That was 2000 when that came out, so I would have been 6 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It has a 97% rating on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah. The chickens are in captivity. Yep. And if they misbehave, they get turned into pies. They literally get thrown in the oven.
Oh my god. Yeah, I guess that is there.
So that's definitely worth a rewatch. Yeah. And I'm not even reading something into it. I feel like that's definitely what they were going for.
Right. Yeah, I'll rewatch that.
Another odd couple of films with different animation styles was The Rescuers and The Rescuers Down Under.
Rescuers Down Under.
I don't really have a whole lot to say because I haven't seen those.
Those are really good. They're really good.
Yeah, that. Ever since I watched that movie, I've wanted to go to Australia just because it makes it look so gorgeous. I remember that. Yeah, that movie's a real amazing experience.
You can't forget Shrek. Shrek was a big deal when we were little.
I think Shrek was like Lord of the Rings, just like right out of my adolescence.
Oh, really?
But what was that like watching it when you were younger? Yeah,
I just thought it was really funny, and it was
See, that was 2001, and I kind of stopped listing things. Like I don't have anything after 1999.
Yeah, that would have been right on the cusp.
That was like right after my threshold.
Right on the cusp for you. Yeah, I would have been 7 years old when that came out.
Okay.
I thought
that would make me like 10 or something.
Yeah. I thought that one was funny because, like, as I became, like, 12 and 13, you know, people would still watch it and, like, understand the adult humor in it. And I feel like that was just a thing that, like, people kept on quoting into our, like, teen years and high school years. So it was always kind of a thing I think a lot of people held, like, in their memory. And it just has so many memorable moments in it. So...
For sure. I mean, especially as a kid, if your parents are taking you to the library and you're always watching these Disney movies, it's like the first movie that you see that's making fun of something that you recognize.
Yeah, definitely.
So you sort of feel like it's like the first movie as a kid where we felt like we were in on the joke.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the few kids movies that, like, kind of takes up that sort of, like, postmodern satire, that sort of, like, ironic distance to, like, animation itself, right? Because all of those characters that are getting kicked out are, like, stand-ins for Disney characters, you know? So yeah, there's really...
Yeah.
I can't think of a lot of other kids movies that kind of have that built-in sort of, like, wink-wink irony to them.
Uh-huh. And that was, I believe, the first movie to ever win Best Animated Feature Film. That was the first year that they had that category, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. One I wanted to bring up was, did you ever see those Ernest movies?
No, I don't think so.
No?
What were they?
They're pretty bad. It's like, I forgot what his name. It's the guy he does the what's his name? I'm gonna look it up real quick. It's right here. It's Jim Varney. He's the guy who does the voice of Slinky in Toy Story. Oddity, Bob Addy.
Oh, sure.
And I think Ernest was originally a character in a commercial, and they made these movies with that character in it. And there was this movie called Ernest Scared Stupid that I really liked as a kid. It's a real dumb movie, but I thought it was like the funniest thing in the world. It was kind of like Jim Carrey before Jim Carrey.
Okay. Yeah, I do now remember
where he's
that
just
at
making
all.
jokes constantly. Yeah. I almost chose this one for the movie to pick, but An American Tail, Fievel Goes West was a big one for me. Did you ever watch that one?
Oh, yeah. Philo Goes West. That's a classic. Yeah. I don't remember much about it. Didn't stick with me.
I know that there was so much imagery and lines from that movie that I still remember, and I really like the animation in that one as well.
Did you ever see...
There's some really great voice acting in that one.
Did you ever see The Sandlot or Space Jam? 2 sports movies for kids?
Oh, I was gonna get the Space Jam. Space Jam was like my biggest thing for like the longest time. I watched that over and over and over again. So, yeah,
that was
a fun
huge. One. That's a fun one.
Especially since I watched those old Looney Tunes cartoons.
Yeah.
Especially because I watched those old Looney Tunes cartoons. I was like, yeah, they're back.
Yeah, that's good. Did you watch
But
Jumanji?
now it's kind of...
Did you watch Jumanji a lot when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah, I loved Jumanji.
Yeah, with Robin Williams.
Jumanji was the shit.
I got that from the library like every chance I could. That was a good one. That one was good too because it had that one really scary moment. And...
I liked how... I was going to say, I liked how scary that movie got. What was the scary moment for you?
Where he got sucked into the game.
There was a couple of them that really terrified me.
Yeah, he got sucked into the game and his like hands disappeared.
Oh.
That was like so scary to me.
Yeah. For me, the scariest moments was the giant plant that comes out of the fireplace and almost eats him. And then the quicksand thing where the floor gets stuck around their faces and they're just dangling there by their faces.
Yeah, that one was crazy.
Yeah.
Did you remember the movie? We're Back? It's like a bunch of dinosaurs.
Yeah, that was
back.
One of those ones that was on a lot of. Yeah, that was a movie that was on a list of like a lot of like 90s movies, but I think I watched that one once, but it didn't stick with me, but I do remember it.
I remember some moments. There's like some sort of like circus master in that's really scary, and that one I don't remember a ton of, but there were some like pretty spooky images I think I remember from that one. That's like funny how many of the things you remember when you're a kid is like just scary images, you know?
You know what? I think there's an overarching theme that I think movies from when we were younger weren't afraid to scare kids a little bit, and we're not traumatized by it. It really sticks in our memory in a positive way, and I feel like a lot of kids' movies today are just like too tame. Like I find it hard to believe that kids are gonna remember half of the movies that they see, just because they're so, tame. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
Yeah, no, definitely. I can't think of a lot of kids' movies recently that kind of went for it that way.
I think Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is gonna be like a monumental film. If like somebody sees it as a little kid, that's gonna be a game changer for them, I think. Just because it looks like nothing else, and there's some scary moments in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have 2 younger nephews who are, I think one of them now is 12. Not 12. He's got to be younger than that. Or maybe I'm just hoping he's younger than that. Maybe like 10 and 7 they are. But next time I see them, I should ask them what they see and figure out what the kids, like the little kids right now, like what's sticking out to them and what they're paying attention to.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Another big one for me was Hook, the Robin Williams Peter Pan movie.
I hated that movie when I was little.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. And a lot of people criticize that movie for being bad, but that's one of those movies that I'll defend it till the day I die. I think that movie's great.
I always thought the animated Peter Pan was way more fun to watch when I was a kid than Hook was.
I remember liking the animated Peter Pan, but once I saw Hook, I never went back and watched that one.
Interesting. Also,
yeah.
Robin Williams is not like a young-looking person. Like, why is he Peter Pan?
Well, he's Peter Pan grown up. That's the whole point.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It defeats its own purpose, Peter Pan grown up.
No, well, that's the whole point, is that what if Peter Pan grew up? That's the whole premise of the film.
I don't like it.
I love it, and you're gonna. I think it also might be my favorite John Williams score. Believe it or not, I love the score for that movie.
That's funny. I'd have to listen to it.
I love it. It's so good. It's like it might be a little overly whimsical, but I still love it.
Oh, I'd have to listen to it again.
Because your movie is the Little Giants, I was curious what was the first movie to be like to start the trend of like 90s kids sports movies, and I think it was The Mighty Ducks. And I went back and rewatched it this past week actually, and it actually really holds up.
Really? That was shot here in Minnesota.
Yeah. Yeah, because it takes place in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
There's only a couple things that I didn't like about it, but I think it's still great. If you rewatched it, there's one specific scene that should be cut from the film completely because it doesn't make any narrative sense. I won't get into it now, but it's interesting.
Okay.
The Home Alone movies were big. The Muppet movies were a big deal for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Muppet movies were good.
Was Free Willy a big one for you?
I had Batman and Robin, the VHS, when I was a kid, and I only remember Free Willy from the previews before the movie started.
That's funny.
But I never saw Free Willy.
The only thing I remember, I remember a few things about Free Willy, but I think the thing that really made me like that movie was the Michael Jackson song during the credits. I remember watching the credits over and over and over again because I liked that Michael Jackson song.
Do you remember what song it was by him?
I don't remember. I could sing it, but I'm not a good singer.
Don't do it.
But I don't remember I don't remember the name of the song. It goes like ooh.
Oh, you did it. You did it.
That song.
Okay. Good way to paint a picture.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna put all of these movies under an umbrella because Jim Carrey was like
my favorite person ever. I watched all of his movies like over and over and over again. So I have like all of Jim Carrey's movies on this list. So Ace Ventura, The Mask especially was a big one for me.
The Mask was great.
I remember my grandma taking me to the... I remember especially, again, the Looney Tunes thing. There's a lot of Looney Tunes imagery and inspiration in that movie. And I remember my grandma would take me to the video rental store, and every single time I would get The Mask and I would watch it again and again and again.
Yeah, The Mask was good. Ace Ventura was pretty funny. That was like, you could watch that as a kid and there'd be some pretty off-color humor that would be like fun to watch.
Oh yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I especially remember like the rhinoceros butt,
What kid doesn't, especially the second one? Yeah, what kid doesn't like to watch a movie where a guy talks out of his butt?
Yeah.
It's like the ultimate like goofy thing. I remember, do you remember Angels in the Outfield?
Oh yeah. Who's that like old guy who plays the angel? Man, he's got a face. I like remembered that a lot when I was a kid.
Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah.
It was Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah, that's right. That's who that is. Yeah, but he's like kind of like, baseball kid, That one though, I feel like that was a movie like even when I was little,
I imagine
I knew it was like cheesy as fuck, like I could tell.
Oh yeah.
What were you saying?
Yeah. I was gonna say that one probably doesn't hold up very well for me.
I would doubt it.
The Page Master. I was really into The Page Master for a little bit. Sorry about that.
Never saw it. What's it
Remember
about?
The Page Master?
No, what's it about?
Christopher Lloyd's in that one too.
Oh my god, of course he is.
It's Macaulay Culkin. And he gets knocked out in the library, and then the rest of the movie's animated, and he like has to find his way out of the library, and there's these books that come alive and stuff.
Is that before or after Home Alone?
I think it was after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. What other ones were big?
Did you see Casper?
A Goofy movie was a big one for me.
Movie?
I love. Oh yeah, I have Casper on here too.
Casper was good.
Yeah. My roommate just watched that the other day, or like last week. Do you remember Dan Aykroyd like running out of the mansion and being like, "Who are you gonna call? Someone else?"
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, like I said, my roommate watched that like a couple weeks ago, and Casper's like a real creep. Like major creep. You said you didn't watch a Goofy movie?
I do not remember a Goofy movie. No.
There's a character named Roxanne in the Goofy movie, and that was like the first time I remember being like attracted to like a female.
And it was like it's an animated
this animated
animal.
Yeah. I'm like I'm lucky I'm not a furry or something.
Yeah, way to own that, man.
But yeah, I remember having feelings though, for sure.
Wow.
About Roxanne.
Oh, Roxanne. All right.
But I really look her up. She's cute. Anyways.
She cute. Roxanne, she cute.
Hey, she's animated and she doesn't exist, so it's okay. But I really do think a Goofy movie holds up as like a really good like father and son movie though. You know how I said I was too embarrassed to put like the Phantom Menace on the list?
Yeah.
So one movie that I absolutely had to put on there, but I'm a little embarrassed of, is Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. I'm sure you watched those two, right?
I watched them all the time. I had them on VHS for sure.
See, I was really into Batman when I was younger, and even though I loved Batman the Animated Series, those two movies was the reason why I loved Batman.
Yeah. I mean, on the level of like as a kid, I loved watching those movies. They were like fun, they were colorful. Like
yeah.
You just took that as like Batman being fun, not as like being stupid, you know?
But the thing was, I didn't think it was, as a kid, I didn't think it was fun. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Well, I just thought, because you obviously, like, as a kid still, you even watched the Tim Burton movies, and you can tell those are more scary and more adult. But to me, the, like, Batman and Robin and Batman Forever was, like, it was, like, the cartoon version of that, whereas, like, the Tim Burton ones were, like, the scary adult, like, film noir kind of ones.
And the thing is, I don't even remember watching the Tim Burton ones when I was younger. I don't even know if I did. But I know that I watched the Joel Schumacher ones like tons of times.
My favorite one was the Batman Returns, the Tim Burton one with the Penguin and Catwoman. I liked that.
That was always my least favorite one. It was like too, I don't know. There's
it
something
was
about
weird. It was off.
Yeah.
It was like really strange. I liked it.
It was like Tim Burton was like, okay, this time you let me do a little bit more of the stuff I want to do.
Yeah, let me do my thing here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I a lot of people shit on those Joel Schumacher Batman movies, but honestly, I think they're fine for what they're trying to do. Because they're trying to be, it's supposed to be like really campy and goofy. You know?
Well, they're total camp. And I wonder how much of it is like, Batman Begins and stuff was such a hard turn into like realism for Batman that like maybe it just doesn't like correlate to the way it was now, and like you see these Nolan ones and it's like, oh, in retrospect those are like maybe too far on the goofy level for people.
There was this Disney movie I don't hear people talk about much, but it was called The Indian in the Cupboard. Did you ever see that one?
No. What's that about?
It's about this. This is gonna sound like a very 90s premise to you. It's about a kid that has this magic cupboard, and he takes these toy figurines that he has, he puts them in the cupboard, he closes it, he opens back up, and they become alive, like little living creatures. So he takes like an Indian and he puts it in there, and it's like a real Indian, Native American, but it's the 90s, so it's an Indian. He puts a cowboy in there, and they start fighting each other, and like they learn to become friends. And like he puts Darth Vader in there, like all this stuff.
The only thing that reminds me of is like Small Soldiers. Remember Small Soldiers?
Mm-hmm.
Where like the little
toys
it was
come
like alive. Was it like that?
I think it's on my list here.
Was it like that?
No. It's a little bit. No, it's not trying to be like cool and edgy like that one was.
Oh, okay.
It's more like heartwarming. Yeah, it's a very odd premise, which is why I think I liked it. It was such an odd thing. Another odd premise movie that I liked was A Kid in King Arthur's Court. Did you ever see that?
Oh, that sounds so familiar to me.
Yeah. It's a kid. He gets sucked up into the ground during a baseball game, and then all of a sudden he's in medieval times.
Oh, I've had to have watched this movie.
Do you remember this?
It sounds so familiar.
Oh, yeah. And he like introduces them to rock and roll.
Oh, yeah. That sounds good. Well, that's taking a page out of Back to the Future or whatever, Like when they introduce him to Johnny Be Good or whatever. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
The funny thing is, I remember being confused as a kid because he's like in the middle of a baseball game when he gets sucked under. But then he has all of the stuff that he's showing them, and he doesn't have a backpack with him. And even as a kid, I was like, "Where is he getting all this stuff?" Like he has like a boombox.
That's funny. Yeah, like where would it just come from?
All right, there's just a couple more I want to bring up real quick. The Gumby movie was pretty interesting for me. It was another claymation. Do you remember the Gumby movie?
It wasn't just Eddie Murphy. Just like being angry.
No, I am Gumby, damn it.
I would watch that Gumby movie.
No, I think the Gumby movie was like really low budget, but because it wasn't like a big studio or anything, the animation is really odd, and I remember it just being so distinct from everything else. And like even today, like the sound design and the animation is just so unique. Because it's such a small budget.
Nah, I never checked that one out, I don't think.
Okay. That you'll find this funny. That movie has a really funny I rewatched it a few years ago, and I was amazed by what the moral of the story is. The moral of the story in that movie is to not trust banks
Nice.
And don't take money out, and don't trust bank loans.
See, they were way ahead of their time on that one. They foresaw the 08 recession happening.
I mean, that movie was made in let's see, 1995.
So they were foreseeing the .com bubble. Man, this is the movie that the kids should be watching. Put your money in the credit union, kids. Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm. All right. Last one I'll bring up is let's see. Let me pick one more. Okay, two more. Two I absolutely have to bring up. One is Hercules. I was really into Hercules.
Oh my gosh. My sister and I watched Hercules once a week. Like, that might be my sister's favorite Disney movie growing up. We loved that movie. We obsessed over that movie.
That movie is a little tone deaf, but at the same time it has a little bit of everything, which is great.
Yeah.
And it's got such a unique art style. I watched a little video about it, and apparently all of the character designs are based on Greek architecture and vases.
Yep, totally.
Their body proportions and stuff. It's really unique.
And I like that movie a lot too, because as a kid I just liked learning about history and stuff, and I feel like you almost got a little ancient Greece, and that opened that world up to me as a kid. I thought that was really cool. I loved that when I was a kid.
Yeah. The other one of note, Iron Giant, real quick. I just gotta shout out Iron Giant because Iron Giant's amazing.
It's a good one.
Funny thing about Iron Giant is because, like I said, I was raised with those old Looney Tunes cartoons. Iron Giant is Warner Brothers animation, and it takes place during the fall. And I remember seeing the trees in that and thinking that they looked like the trees in the old Looney Tunes cartoons. That art style, it looks like Bugs Bunny could walk right by the screen and he would fit in.
Well, Warner Brothers, right? So it makes sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The other one I wanted to bring up was The Mummy. The Brendan Fraser Mummy.
I was too little for that when that came out to be allowed to watch it.
That's exactly why I brought it up, because I was thinking about what the first R-rated movie I saw was, and my gut instinct is to say The Mummy, even though it's PG-13. For me, that was a big boy movie, and I was like, I really want to watch it. So
that's totally
when
you're
I
not
watched
allowed
that,
to see
it was
that.
a big deal.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to see that when it first came out. But that's a weird thing, because you think about it and it's all you want to do is watch it then, And again, that had the history, ancient Egypt and all that stuff. So
yeah. And I remember just having the biggest smile on my face when I was watching that, just because I was so happy that I was allowed to.
Yeah, that's funny.
Do you have any others that you wanted to bring up?
Oh, I tried a little earlier. I kind of brought it up. But did you see Mulan when you were little?
Oh, yeah, that one really didn't stick with me. I think it was because I don't know what it was. I don't remember a whole lot from it.
I think that was the first animated movie I saw in theaters that I remember.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me check what year that came out quick. 1998.
I don't remember
so
seeing any animated films in theaters.
Yeah, this was the first one, because there's that scene where it's a huge hill, a big snowy mountain, and then suddenly you see this giant army, and it's kind of Kurosawa-esque. That was the first cinematic moment I remember seeing on a movie screen. That just kind of took me away, Oh, and that movie also was the beginning of the Great Wall, so it's that movie had a ton of highly cinematic moments. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say going to the movie theater was such a rare experience for me that I can count on one hand the number of movies that I remember seeing as a kid, and I don't remember seeing any animated ones, which is weird. Yeah, maybe I did, but I don't remember. I remember really wanting to see Tarzan, but I didn't see it in theaters. I remember asking for it for my birthday, and I hadn't seen the movie yet.
I saw Tarzan.
So it didn't even cross my mind. My mind that that movie was in theaters as a kid. I just thought, I think when I was a kid, I just thought that the movies, they came out on VHS at the same time they did in theaters.
Yeah.
Just because I didn't go to the theater.
Yeah, because you didn't go to the theaters
very often.
I saw Tarzan in theaters, and I remember like they had the McDonald's Happy Meals of it, and I kept on getting that dumb like gorilla friend of Tarzan, and I cried at McDonald's because I wasn't
Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah. And I cried because I wasn't getting the leopard, so the like person working at McDonald's gave me the leopard toy, but I was just so sad. That's all
nice.
I wanted. Yeah, it was the cool looking leopard, not the dumb friend. So I got what I needed.
I guess I think a fun way to wrap up this discussion would be what was the first R-rated movie you remember watching?
I feel like I've told you this, and I feel like I should. Terminator. It's the Terminator. Oh. Yeah, for sure. That's the first one. I was like, I had a friend.
The first Terminator.
Yeah, I had a friend named Ty, and I would go to his house, and he was the first friend of mine who I'd stay up till like 4 a.m. with playing. Like we would play like Madden and college football video games and stuff. And he had a DVD of Terminator that his mom's boyfriend rented. So we waited till they fell asleep, and we took the DVD and we watched it. Yeah, it was a double crime. But yeah, that was the first R-rated movie I saw was Terminator.
For me, it was The Matrix, and I didn't even have to sneak away from my parents to watch it, because I remember like begging my parents to let me watch it, and I remember my dad going, "Yeah, that looks pretty cool. We should watch that."
What's that movie rated R for? Did they swear in it?
They swear, and there's a lot of violence.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's more like intense than I remember it being.
I remember they say the word "God damn it" a lot.
Oh.
And I remember that being like, oh my God, they said "God damn it!" Like that was a big one.
Yeah, because it is R-rated.
But I think it was mostly for the violence. Yeah, I think it was mostly for the violence.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that about wraps it up for just like thinking about stuff. If you guys want to see what was on my list, again, go to my Letterboxd account. You can see what else is on there. I could go on for hours about those because it's so interesting to go back and reflect on that kind of stuff. Okay, so we got a 2 for today. We're going to do 2 movies. They're going to be relatively shorter reviews just because we don't want to keep you too long. So you want to do yours first, Jared? Little Giants?
Sure. So Little Giants.
Okay.
Little Giants.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, we're just going to play...
Oh, yeah, a clip.
We got to play a clip from the trailer, Drea.
Jared.
Wow, we're really a mess today. All right, so we're going to play a clip from Little Giants starting now.
When you hear your name called, I want you to go over to Coach Butts, and I want you to pick up your jersey.
Those jerseys are so cool.
For everyone who has waited to be chosen,
Lewis.
but is still waiting.
Rivera.
For everybody who has dreamed of being somebody,
Scanlon.
but is still dreaming.
Walker.
For every person who only wanted that one chance,
For the rest of you,
but never got it.
I'd like to thank you for trying out.
Your day has come.
Let's kick some butt.
Are you ready for a miracle?
You killed him, Icebox.
Look, you berserko Barbie doll.
You can talk the talk, you walk the walk. Somebody call 911.
Warner Brothers and Amblin Entertainment present
Where in the hell do you get off trying to put together another team? Guys like you and kids like that, I mean, they can't help it, they're no good.
Rick Moranis.
Who are you, Vince Lombardi all of a sudden? It's Pee Wee football.
Ed O'Neill.
Oh my God, Coach is a vampire.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich? You'll never get anywhere treating your helmet like a lunchbox, son.
And a cast of small wonders.
Timmy, I'm not sure, but I don't think that goes there.
All right, Jared, why don't you tell me about Little Giants?
All right,
here?
Little Giants. General overview and my personal opinion of the film. So, Little Giants is about a group of a bunch of kids who are bad at football and one girl who's really good at football who don't make the local city football team that's coached by...
It's a Pee Wee
football team that's coached by the city's legendary college player who won the Heisman, and he's also the uncle of this girl who's really good at football. but he doesn't let the kids on who stink because they stink, and he doesn't let his niece on because she's a girl, and his sort of nerdier younger brother, played by Rick Moranis, takes his daughter and these kids and says, like, hey, it's wrong that you're not letting these kids play. This is Pee Wee football, not the pros. We're going to make our own team, and we'll play against you for the rights to be the one Pee Wee team in the town. So it's about this sort of ragtag bunch of losers coming together to take on the mighty Dallas Cowboys. In this movie, I was like messaging you while I was watching it, and I said, one of the things I said was like, it's so generic, and you said it hits all the beats, and I said it is literally nothing but beats. And this movie is so bad. There is not a single scene in the whole movie that isn't just a cliche or a generic thing. Like you meet this one kid who I couldn't even tell you his name, but his character development is he's on the front porch of his house and he's like, oh, Dad, are you going to stay? And Dad's like, got a lot of work to do, son. And he's like sad, and then he just leaves. And then Dad drives by and he's like, just sees his dad leave on business. He's like, hey kid, you need to play? And it's just like, every single moment is like that. It's just like beat after beat
That's
after
all the
beat.
character development. Yeah, it's all the character development you get. Here's the kid who has a deadbeat dad.
Yeah.
Okay, next scene.
And it's like,
here's the kid.
And there's like a fatter kid in the movie, and he just gets made fun of relentlessly for being fat in this movie. The first scene you see of him, he just gets like destroyed on this tackle, and you think he's bleeding, but his helmet comes off, and it's actually a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in his helmet.
That was the one thing I remembered from this movie.
Yeah.
As a kid, like that was the one thing that really stuck out in my mind.
Yeah, and the whole movie too, visually, is the most flat, boring, dull-looking thing to look at. It is so poorly lit, like not in the sense that like you can't see what's going on, but in the sense that like everything is just flat. There's no contrast. Yeah. And it's such a bad movie, honestly. And like there's these scenes in the diner where like, you know, there's this group of old people like, oh, tell us about the championship. And they're like, it's just like every single person in there is just some sort of like fake made up like genre cliche. It's so, it was near unwatchable for me, honestly. What were you going to say?
Yeah. I was going to say that I remember watching this movie as a kid. I didn't really rewatch it a whole lot, but I do remember it. And I was going to say that, like I said before, there was this trend of 90s kids sports movies. And this one feels like it's like, hey, these kind of movies are popular. Let's make one. And they take all the cliches from all those movies and just boil them into one without really any real character development. And yeah, everything is a cliche for sure.
Every moment is a cliche. And John Madden makes a weird appearance with some other Dallas Cowboys and like do this short little training montage of them where they're like, come on, kid, you gotta attack me at the line or whatever. And like, but it's just like, it feels so half put together. It's like got
Well, let me ask you something.
No charm.
You played
What's up?
You played football in high school, right?
Yeah, I did.
So did you play football when you were younger too, like around those kids' age?
Yeah, I played flag football until I was in 6th grade because my dad didn't want me to play tackle until then.
So I'm guessing that's why you sort of connected with the movie.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I love football.
Okay, so here's my one defense for this film.
Okay.
It's a negative criticism that every character is a stereotype. However, the silver lining in that is that because these kids all have like these stereotypes, but they're so specific that I feel like any kid could watch it and gravitate towards one character that they relate to, and then that makes them really appreciate the movie. Like if you're a kid who has kind of like a deadbeat dad and he's always working, you're gonna connect with that character. If you have a kid, if you're a kid who's like kind of chubby and people make fun of him, you're gonna connect with that character. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So that allows kids to latch on to characters a little easier than maybe otherwise. So that could be a positive thing. That's something I was thinking about. Is like, wow, this this movie has like each kid has like personality traits that somebody you can latch onto somebody in some way, which is nice.
Yeah, and that's probably like one of the reasons why I liked it when I was little, you know, beyond it just. But honestly, like I was watching it and I was like trying to remember it, and it's 2 hours long. It's like probably a solid 35 minutes too long. But I think I watched it.
Yeah.
I think I watched it when I was a kid. And I just kind of like half watched most of the movie and just waited until the football game happened at the end. So I really think I was just watching the movie so I could watch a football game. Like I think is when it boils down to it, that's what I was doing.
Yeah, and I think Little Rascals has this a bit, but Little Giants has like the most 90s musical score ever written.
Yeah, and like there's so many moments.
Like, it's like way too like manipulative and like overly whimsical.
Yeah,
and like everything's
and
all the time.
The sound effects are so 90s too. It's like the sound effects are so overdone. It literally feels like, honestly, it's like if you were to give a group of robots, if you were to show them about 100 90s kids movies and you told this group of like robots with no personality or heart to like make a 90s kids movie, this is what they would have created. It's got no like texture to it, no like humanness to it. It just feels like literally machines created it.
It feels like it was machine learning, yeah, for sure. But again, about the score real quick is that even though the score is super cliche and cheesy, I'll take a 90s musical score like this over today's kids movies any day, where it's just like bombarded with pop songs like every few minutes. I'll take that over pop songs any day.
It has some sort of like something like maybe a sort of charm to it. Also, you know, this was made by Amblin.
Well, here's the thing: is like Zootopia. Did you ever see Zootopia?
Yeah, I saw it. You didn't like Zootopia?
Zootopia is a good movie, but then they shove in this shit. Huh?
It's a good movie, Zootopia.
No, I'm saying it's a good movie.
Okay.
I'm just saying the score is good, but then they shove in like pop songs every once in a while, and it takes me out of the movie. You know.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Sure, I can see that. But did you know this movie is made by Amblin, which is Steven Spielberg's company?
I thought it was Warner Brothers.
No, it's
I remember seeing Bugs Bunny at the beginning.
It might have been a Warner, but it was like they might have picked it up for distribution, but it's an Amblin production, like they said at the beginning, which is Steven Spielberg's company.
Weird.
Isn't that wild? So
Weird.
Spielberg.
The copy I watched had that Warner Brothers thing.
Yeah, it can be both. You know what I mean? Like Spielberg produces it, Amblin produces it, and Warner Brothers picks it up as distribution rights. You know what I mean? So it's like both.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just curious why it would show one production company in one and anyways.
No, I saw Warner Production at the beginning too, but like at the opening credits, you see it in that like font.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. There was a funny thing at the beginning that I thought was funny. I don't know if you caught this. In the flashback sequence, there's a scene where like a kid kicks the ball, and then it shows a character like watching it go, and he's looking the wrong direction. Like they break the 180-degree rule.
Yeah. I love that too, because the line before it is like,
did you catch that?
Yeah, I did. But the line before he does it, he's like, someday you and me, we're gonna run this town. He just kicks this football. It's so stupid.
It's gonna be our names up there, you and me.
And then he just kicks it. But it's like such a stupid setup. And it's also, he's like telling his brother that after he doesn't even pick him to be on his own like pickup game football team. He's like, you and me, we're gonna run it. It's so dumb.
Even going back to the machine learning thing, they even have like a Reese's Pieces reference. It's like they're just picking it up from E.T. Like E.T. had Reese's Pieces, we're gonna have Reese's Pieces too.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
I was just gonna say it sort of takes that whole like, I feel like the Goonies kind of does this too, but like it's like a weird group of kids, you know, who are kind of like idiosyncratically getting along, but it doesn't really develop any sort of friendships between them.
It's the losers club.
Yeah, but there's no real friendship between anybody. There's just like a sort of sense of like not being good enough for the Cowboys, but there's no like actual camaraderie, and they fight each other, but you never get the sense that anybody really like. Who could you name me a pair of like friends in that whole group?
Exactly. Can you imagine one of these characters going to another one's birthday party?
No. The only ones that had any sort of setup for that is Icebox and Junior or whatever, and that like romantic interest between the two of them. That's the only like sort of.
How creepy was that, by the way?
It was pretty cringy, dude. It was pretty hard to swallow, pretty hard to watch. Okay, so and they're like, there's that romantic scene, and Icebox, whatever, she's just sitting at the side of like a river or a lake or whatever it is, you know, and there's just like
the
two teenagers just making out. They're just like tongues down each other's throats, making out, and she's just like staring at them from the shore. Like,
yeah, the comedy in this movie is never deeper than like, ooh, kissing, or a girl football player. Ugh. That's pretty much it.
It's so bad.
Also, did you catch that both of the movies we chose have a little girl saying, "What a hunk"?
Yeah, they both do. And there's also a part. Okay, the one sincere, genuine laugh I got from this movie was when that little hypochondriac kid is about to get the ball, and Spike says, like, "I'm gonna take your head off," and he kind of like,
and he goes,
he turtles into his jersey, and then when you see the part where he comes in, he actually knocks his helmet off.
Knocks the helmet off. Yeah, that was good.
That's like an authentically funny visual gag.
The hardest I laughed at this movie, I think it was intended to be funny, but I don't think it was intended to be funny in the way that I laughed at it, because I laughed because it was just it was such an odd line of dialogue. Was Rick Moranis, he's trying to cheer his daughter up. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to say this without laughing. He goes, "Hey, let's go camping in the woods and we'll make moose sounds."
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
We'll make moose sounds.
What an odd line. That had me laughing so hard. That sounds like it was written by a computer.
We will make moose sounds. What does a moose sound even sound like, you think? Is it like,
I don't know.
Oh, it's so good.
I wrote down CGI booger.
Yeah, the little booger that pops or whatever. Right? It's like, yeah.
I thought it was weird that I don't know if little league teams do this in other cities, but I thought it was weird that like the bad team is straight up the Dallas Cowboys.
I feel like it's
they're
because,
straight up wearing their uniforms.
Yeah, like in the 90s, the Dallas Cowboys, they're like America's team, you know, and they won 3 Super Bowls in the 90s, and they were kind of like they're like the
Patriots.
Yeah,
now.
they're like the best team. They just kind of like steamrolled over everyone, and like everybody who wasn't a Cowboys fan like really hated them. Like Patriots now is a perfect analogy. So,
didn't you say that those football player cameos were Cowboys?
Yeah.
Why would they cameo in it if the Cowboys are like the bad guys in the movie?
There's a mix in there. Emmitt Smith. Well, honestly, part of it is because there were just so many Cowboys fans. Like the Cowboys are a very popular team. Emmitt Smith was a Cowboy. Bruce Smith was, I think, a Buffalo Bill at this point, and I actually don't know who the other guy was. And John Madden is like, you know, he was a famous announcer and he was a coach.
One laugh that it got out of me, like intentional laugh, was when the Cowboys bus stops because they're lost, and John Madden gets out and he tries to explain how they got lost, but he's drawing it out like he would like a play, like a football play.
Oh, sure.
I thought that was pretty
on the
funny.
highways.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just so much humor in this, though, that's so, like, it just feels so forced. Like, it just feels like a beat, you know? It doesn't feel like organic comedy. Like, it just feels like so, like, pre-programmed. It just makes you, like, sort of, like, sigh when you see it instead of laugh, you know?
Yeah, there was one thing that I would have laughed at, but then they kind of winked and nodded at it. And it would have been funnier if they played it straight. One of the football players, he goes up to the kid, he goes, just remember, it's 80% mental and 40% physical. And then he winks at the kid. It would have been funnier if he just played it like he's like a dumb guy and doesn't realize that he's not adding it up right.
Definitely.
I did like, I forgot what the actor's name is, but the voiceover guy is one of the Simpsons voice actors. Did you catch that?
Voiceover? What part?
The game at the very end of the movie.
You mean announcer?
Yeah, the announcer.
I was wondering who that was because they kept on cutting to him like he was like a famous person. I couldn't figure out who that was.
He's one of the Simpsons voice actors. He does like Principal Skinner and the Priest. He does a bunch of characters.
Oh, okay.
Also, it's super obvious that they recorded him on a completely different day on a completely different set because you never see him and the football players in the same
they're just
shot.
like kind of
It's
always
like,
cutting to his little booth or whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. It definitely doesn't does not hold up too well.
It's a pretty shit movie, I would say.
There was another line that I laughed at where there's a kid named Spike, and he knocks over a character, and there's a line where he goes, "Whoa, Spike knocked him back to the 2nd grade."
Yeah, because he like gets up and he's like saying he's like, "I'm ready for the test, Mrs. Whoever." Yeah, it's like, and there's like, but they do the thing in that where there's like the divot of his body in the dirt, which like almost kind of negates the joke, you know.
Another Looney Tunes thing.
Yeah, totally.
This movie, it did make me tear up at one point, and I think it was just, I can't tell if it was because I genuinely teared up or if it was just the music manipulating me, but it was when the kid ran to his dad in the end zone and he made the touchdown.
Yeah, that made you tear up?
It did, but I think it was partially just because of the music.
I'm thinking it was the music.
Like, it made me tear up, but I was like, it's not earned. I shouldn't be crying.
Absolutely. Yeah, because the development of it is like, it's like that scene I said before, and then they're at that party, the unveiling or whatever, and he's like, hey, I really thought I was going to meet your dad. And he's like, yeah, he's not here. It's like...
Yeah. It's like there's not enough...
But I don't even know what that kid's name was. He was just like kid without dad, you know?
I can't think of a single character's name other than Icebox.
Yeah.
Which is a great nickname, by the way.
Yeah. No, and that's the reason I remember this movie, I think. Because I remember the name Icebox.
It's such a cool nickname.
Definitely. It sounds super tough.
Okay. So, looking back on this movie now, what would you give it as a star rating?
Half star.
Half star?
Yeah.
I'm a little more lenient. I'm gonna give it 2 stars. I'll give it a little bit of a pass just because I think kids can latch onto it. I mean, we still remember it to this day, so there's something there for kids.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not junk food. It's not absolute trash. There's a little bit of something there.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's not.
Yeah, I'd say there's about a half star or something there.
Okay, should we talk about the Little Rascals? I feel like we'll have more to say about that.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do it.
Okay, so we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting now.
Throughout history, men have formed secret societies based upon loyalty, fraternity, and one unbreakable rule.
No girls allowed.
Now, one such institution
We're heathen woman haters.
is in serious jeopardy.
You are so beautiful. No.
The Little Rascals. Universal Pictures and Amblin Entertainment invite you to meet Alfalfa,
Figaro, Figaro.
Spanky,
Let her in.
Darla,
You have the sophistication, my lady, of a woman of 12.
Buckwheat,
Quick, what's the number for 911?
Froggy,
What's the high sign? Wrong sign, Porky.
Stymie.
If you were my kids, I'd punish you.
If we were your kids, we could punish ourselves.
And Petey. These kids their differences. But when love is in the air,
This is a song about a tragic romance. I'm gonna put that fool out of his misery.
they all have what it takes to be little rascals.
All right, Jared, I've been wanting to rewatch this movie for such a long time.
Yeah.
Because I watched The Little Rascals so much as a kid, and we're not gonna even talk about like the original Little Rascals, like those short.
Our Gang.
I think they were like old shorts about like kids during the Great Depression or something, about a bunch of poor kids or something.
Yeah, those poor
I never
kids.
saw them or anything.
No, me neither. I know they have like some like special copies at libraries or whatever, but I've never taken the time to check them out.
Pretty much the only thing that has stayed true in this movie is like the characters and like the way they would like wave their hands and be like and like little catchphrases and things. That's about it.
Yeah.
But I remember even though I haven't seen this movie since I was a little kid, when I rewatched it, I was amazed that I remembered almost every single shot in this movie.
Dude.
Not just every single scene. Every single shot.
And like all those lines just like kept on coming back to me as I heard them. I was like, oh my God, I used to say that for years after I watched this movie.
So did you watch? You watched it as a kid too?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh totally.
So yeah, this movie is like super quotable, and I was really not looking forward to watching this because I thought it would be like really embarrassing and cringy and bad. But oh my God, this movie holds up
it's
so
so
well.
Good. Honestly,
Yeah.
Kayla and I were laughing the whole time we were watching it.
Me too, man. And I was laughing at all of the jokes I did as a kid and more.
And there's like such a like all of the charm that wasn't in the Little Giants is in the Little Rascals. There's like little things, you know, like the part where where they're like boys have this and girls have this. There's a part where he's like boys have cooties and he breaks the fourth wall and he goes, "No, we don't." Like he can hear what they're saying. It's
No,
so
we
good.
don't.
And there's just like every single little moment, like all these like frames are kind of there's little details and frames that kind of make it feel like it's like life, and like
this movie has just so much character to it. I guess we should just introduce what this movie's about real quick.
Sure.
Little Rascals, if you don't know, it's about this gang of kids, and they're called the He-Man Woman Haters Club, which I love.
So funny
because it's not the girl hating club. It's they're always. One thing I love about this movie is that the kids act like they're adults.
Yep.
They're always describing themselves as men, and they're always talking about women. They're never talking about girls. They're always saying women, even though they're little girls. And there's this race derby coming up, and Alfalfa accidentally burns down the clubhouse, and they lose the car, and they some shenanigans happen because Alfalfa's in love with a girl named Darla, and the other members are having a tough time with that because they're supposed to be woman haters, and then so they have to they eventually have to win the race to get money to build the clubhouse again. And the movie is littered with all these characters and littered with awesome cameos, and it's so fun, just like from beginning to end.
Yeah, it's hilarious. And like also all of these kids seem like they're such good friends with each other all the way through.
Yeah, there's a blooper reel during the credits, and it's obvious that these kids were just having the time of their lives making this movie.
Yeah, there's a scene like towards the end where I'm gonna mess up the names, but Buckwheat, who's Buckwheat's friend?
There's
not Spanky.
Buckwheat and Porky. Those are my two favorite characters.
Oh,
They're
they are
so
by
fun
far
together.
the best characters. But there's a part where they're like running down. I forget what they're even doing, but Porky just starts like screaming like "wee," and he's just like reminds me of every time I'm with kids or I see kids in public who are just having a blast. And it's not in the script, for him to like sound like he's having so much fun, but there's just like unbridled joy in his performance in that shot.
There's probably a ton of stuff in this movie that wasn't scripted. Like there's a part where Buckwheat's holding a pickle and he just starts going, I got 2 pickles, I got 2 pickles, I got 2 pickles, hey, 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 hey. And he just makes up this little rhyme.
He's like, I give you a pickle for a dickle.
I just get the sense that, like, the cameraman was like, that's going in. Or the director.
Well, the first time you meet them, they're fishing and their hooks get caught to each other, and one gets like more and the other one goes like almost all the way down, and like they defy gravity, you know, and they should be falling in, but they're just like parallel to it, the lake.
And then they get the note from the dog, which is like telling them where to meet for the meeting. And he looks at the note and he goes, "We gotta learn how to read."
It's so good.
This movie is so damn quotable. I wrote down like a ton of notes, as I normally do, and I knew I was gonna be writing down like quotes and cameos. And towards the end, like the last, I have like 2 pages of notes that's just quotes and cameos. Like that's all it is.
That's so good.
Just 'cause, yeah.
And like there are scenes.
And I think, like I said, I think what makes this movie so great is the tone. Because, like I said before, the kids really act like adults. And for the most part, the adults treat the kids like adults as well. Yep. Except for a few. Which is fun. And it's just... this also... The movie kind of opens with them having this He-Man Woman Haters meeting. And it sets up the tone brilliantly because they're kids, but they have this highly structured way of running their meetings. And like there's a kid who's like taking minutes, and everything is like highly structured, which is hilarious. And there's the kid who just says the word uh-huh.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, he's the one who takes the notes. Who takes the minutes for the meetings. Yeah.
They're like, uh-huh, are you taking the minutes? And he goes, uh-huh.
Yeah, it's so good. And it's one of those movies, too, where, like, I didn't remember a lot of scenes going into it. But as each scene started, it was like, oh, yeah, I totally remember this. Oh,
that's...
like the scene...
That's sort of the whole reason why I wanted to do this episode, is that feeling of digging all that stuff from your subconscious back to the surface is so strange.
Yeah, it is.
And such a good feeling.
Like the ballet scene, like totally was one. Or that scene where it's Alfalfa's dream and they're on the edge of the cliff. That just like came back to me in a rush. Like,
and they're wearing Viking helmets, and Buckwheat and Porky are playing bagpipes.
Yeah, it's so good. But see, and that's like a thing where like all of those scenes just they feel so thought about and so intentional, and there's like layers of jokes in it, and everything feels so curated. It honestly, a lot of it almost feels like a Wes Anderson movie without the aesthetic, in the sense that it's like it's like totally classically shot like it would be in Hollywood, but it has that sort of attention to detail in this like sort of childish world.
Yeah, and it's not shot flatly like Little Giants is. The camera has a perspective and a point of view and a voice.
Yeah,
most
and
of the
contrast, and like it just looks good.
I was looking at like who wrote this movie, and there's like 6 writing credits, which is usually a bad sign, but it doesn't feel like it was written by like a committee at all.
It like feels, I feel like it does a really good job of sort of going between like the spontaneity of kids, but also this sort of very like juvenile based humor, where it feels very like put together and very like too proper for kids to ever be, you know? So it really balances well between that sort of like proper humor and the joke and that, and also just like kids being kids and the like humor in that.
The part I wasn't looking forward to in this movie is like the really lovey-dovey stuff between Alfalfa and Darla, like him singing "You Look So Beautiful to Me." And I was like, that's going to be so cringy. But then I realized it's meant to be cringy.
Totally.
Like, that's the whole point.
Totally.
And I think the only thing that maybe doesn't hold up is like the weird boner jokes with his hair.
Yeah.
That's a little
and
off.
I think the only scene I was watching that I wasn't really enjoying myself watching was the talent show. That was the one scene in the movie where like it had to be there and you couldn't cut it, but it just wasn't executed with the sort of joy of the rest of the movie.
Were you saying? Is it the one where you're singing with the bubbles?
Yep.
Yeah. The music in this movie is also really, really good. Like it has that 90s it has that 90s whimsy to it, but it also has the classic Little Rascals theme in there, and it really sets the tone really well.
Yeah, and that's like a general thing I feel like from this time period is a lot of things that work are things that are like adapting something older, you know? They're like taking on the spirit of something. This is postmodernism again, you know, but they're like able, when they have a foundation of the past to build on, that it feels more like put together.
There was a Little Rascals movie made a few years ago. I showed you a trailer for it. Did you happen to watch it?
The trailer or the movie?
The trailer for like the trailer for this, for I think it's called like The Little Rascals Return or something, or Save the Day.
Yeah.
Did you see that trailer?
Yeah, I did. I don't remember it very much, but
so the only reason why I showed you that is because there was a Little Rascals movie made like a few years ago. It's like a really cheap straight to TV thing, and it's exactly what this movie could have been, which is why I sent it to you, because it's like it's super cheap looking, and almost every scene is like, look how cute these kids are. You know what I mean? And the kids don't act like adults, they act like kids. And this movie rarely feels like, look how cute these kids are.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it takes their like lives seriously, you know, as much as they can, you know.
You got to play it straight, because as a kid, you're watching it and these kids act like adults, and I think subconsciously as a kid you're watching it thinking like, this is what I want to. This is how I want to be a kid. You know?
Yeah, they're like my role models for kids. Also, one of my funniest, I think probably the funniest part of the movie for me was when they dress up to get a loan, and Mel Brooks is the bank teller, they walk out and there's two guys who look just like their costume about to go in, and he's like, "Good luck" or whatever. Like, they're brutal in there.
Yeah, it's because it sets in your mind that it's going to happen again, and Mel Brooks is going to pull on these real guys' beards. Are they dressed like Hasidic Jews?
Yeah, that's
is that the
totally
joke?
what we were what we were thinking when we were watching it.
and then Mel Brooks just plays it completely straight, and he's like, "What is your account number?"
7.
Like, 7?
And then he just says 8.
Try 8.
It's so good.
Yeah, and that was me seeing Mel Brooks before I knew Mel Brooks. I remember when I saw Mel Brooks in like Blazing Saddles, I remember thinking, that's the guy from Little Rascals.
That's funny. Is he the first big cameo in this movie?
I believe so.
I think he is.
Or maybe it's the guy from no, it's the guy from Cheers.
Oh yeah, when he's like giving they give him like pennies and like washers, and he gives him like a little piece of wood.
Yeah, they're trying to buy lumber to build the clubhouse, and they give him like a lot of
he's like
pennies out of their pocket. But the thing that makes that scene so funny is he gives him like one piece of wood, and he goes, paper or plastic.
Yeah. But he gives him they give him like the currency or whatever, and he's like, where will this get us, my good man?
And I think some of that dialogue comes from the original Little Rascals, because they sort of talked like adults, but it works so well.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does.
And just even the little things of how, like, when the characters first meet other characters, they're always like shaking each other's hands.
Yeah,
like, that just sets like the tone, you know.
Yeah.
There's and the meeting at the beginning of the movie, like I said, they always refer to girls as women, and there's like just the idea of like a little boy saying the line, "Women make men miserable." It's like so funny to me. And then Buckwheat gets up, and they're talking about this race, and they have this go-kart called the Blur, and Buckwheat goes, "That car has won every race since the beginning of time. 5 years."
Yeah.
That's like the kind of joke that I didn't really get as a kid.
Right.
But it makes me laugh so hard now.
That kid is such a good actor. I think he was my favorite character in the whole thing, Buckwheat.
When I was a little kid, I thought Buckwheat was a girl, and I was always confused why Buckwheat was in the He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Because Buckwheat has long hair. Is that why you weren't?
That's probably
you didn't know
honestly.
You didn't know what like braids were, or dreads.
One thing I thought of early on is the gang has a dog named Petey.
Yeah.
And Petey, in a way, is the audience surrogate, because like Petey will like go and like be like, oh geez, this is embarrassing, or something.
Totally.
I thought that's a really interesting choice.
Petey also has like an eyebrow drawn on the side where he has the circle around his eye, which I thought is a funny little touch.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay. I just have like a few quotes that I wrote down that I think are just so funny. I always thought the rich kid character was annoying as a kid.
Yes.
But now I find him just so funny. He's like hitting on Darla, and he goes, "You have the sophistication of a woman of 12." And then the one line that made me laugh really hard was Alfalfa is trying to like flex on this rich kid, and he goes, Darla and I are doing a duet at the talent show together. And he goes, how redundant.
And Alfalfa just goes, thank you.
And then like one of Darla's friends goes like, his father just bought the oil refinery in town. And then Darla goes, that's why he's so refined. And Alfalfa goes, yeah, and so oily.
Such a good line.
Yeah. And then there's the scene where Darla and Alfalfa have like a date in the clubhouse, and he's trying to like smooth her over, but the gang is like sabotaging it and putting like kitty litter in the sandwich. And it causes Alfalfa to accidentally burn down the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And then I love how for some reason they all have like little firefighters outfits prepared in case of a fire.
Well, he puts the hose on it. They go to like call 911, and they're like, "What's the number for 911?"
Quick, what's the number for 911? They're right across the street from the fire department.
But he says, "I don't know," and they wait like a beat. And he just drops the phone and goes back. It's so good. The timing of that scene is so well done.
Yeah. He goes, I don't know. They drop the phone, pan over, and the fire department is just right there. And I just love how like the actual fire department never shows up. It's like, this is a kid's world. It's their responsibility.
Right, to get it. It's so good.
And then Alfalfa is trying to like apologize. And he starts pleading. And then there's like this zoom of Buckwheat's face, and he goes, pretty good pleading.
Yeah, it zooms in. Pretty good pleading. That's such a funny setup on the scene. Yeah. Also, there's like the scene where Buckwheat and Porky are like sitting in the car, and the duck comes by with $1, and that bad kid's like, nothing like a duck and a buck or something.
No, he says nothing beats a duck and a buck.
It's so
yeah,
good.
We didn't even mention the bully characters. There's like these two bully characters, and it's never really established why they don't like them.
They're just kind of like generic bullies, I feel. They do an interesting thing, though, where like in most kids' movies, the bully is the thing to be overcome. But in this movie, the bullies are the idiots. And the kids you're cheering for are already the smarter kids, which is kind of an interesting reversal of what a lot of kids' movies do with bully characters.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you would think that the movie would end with them like joining the club or something, but nope, they just toss them in a bunch of mud.
Yeah, it's good. I like that like sort of setup where it's not, that like generic, like, ooh, these kids are picking on us. It's like these kids are picking on us, but we're like better than them, I like that.
And I also love how the resolution of the movie is just a semantic argument. You're like, wait a minute, The only reason why we're called the He-Man Woman Haters Club is because the club is called the He-Man Woman Haters Club. We could just call it the He-Man Woman Lovers Club. Hey, that works for everyone.
It's so good.
Did you catch, without looking, but before you got to the credits, did you catch that the girls at the slumber party were the Olsen twins?
Oh, absolutely.
I was like, hey, it's the Olsen twins.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you saw them, and I said it out loud, I think. I was like, the Olsen twins. Well, they were kind of at the height of their popularity around this time.
Yeah. Okay, I was writing down the cameos as they came, and they were the first cameo, and then Norm, and then Mel Brooks.
And then Daryl Hannah? Or no, the ballet recital.
We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there. And then there's the scene where Alfalfa is writing a love letter to Darla, and he sends Buckwheat and Porky as the messenger. And he's because he knows they can't read, he writes this love letter, but he says it out loud. But the thing he says out loud is I'm gonna say it from memory just because I've heard it so many times. He goes, "Dear Darla, I hate your stinking guts. You make me vomit. Your scum between my toes. Dear Alfalfa."
And it's really like, I love you, I need you, and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but of course, Porky like blows his nose on it. And then they happen to remember it, so they recite it to Darla, and she gets pissed. That's like perfect. That's like comedy 101 right
That's
there.
like set up when you like see it coming when Buckwheat's like, "That's okay. I remember what it said."
Yeah, the "Ote" thing is like that's a leftover from the original Little Rascals for sure.
They do the sort of like arm motion with it, and then they do the hello underneath their chins.
Yeah, it reminds me of like Three Stooges almost.
Totally. Well, similar era.
Wait. I remember the punchline for this joke, but I forgot the setup. They say something about the number 2, and then Buckwheat goes, "What's number 2?" And then Porky whispers in his ear, and he goes, "No, not that number 2."
Yeah. Yeah.
But I forgot what the setup was, but that was a good joke.
I can't remember. I think it was like they were given instructions, like to like watch over Alfalfa, and it's like, number 1, we can't let you out of sight. Number 2, what's number 2?
That's what it was. Number 2 is no, not the. Yeah. Okay. So then the Alfalfa ends up in a tutu with Spanky. Because they're at the ballet recital with Darla, and Leah Thompson is the teacher. She's the mom from Back to the Future.
Yep.
Yeah. She's also in Beetlejuice, I think.
Totally. Yeah, I remember her from the 6 foot, 7 foot scene in Beetlejuice. Yeah, she's definitely in that.
Yeah, I before this movie, I just remembered her carrying them by like the ears, and like throwing them out, and then the bullies think that they're girls, and then Spanky's walking away wearing the tutu, and one of the bullies goes, "Hey, you got a burger to go with that shake?"
He has a really good one-liner in there. I can't remember what it is, but he's like, I feel like he's like trying to distract them so Alfalfa can escape, and he's like, "Going my way, boys," or something.
Yeah,
it's just,
"Excuse me, going my way, boys." They put on like a southern accent for some reason.
To be the belle of the ball.
Okay, one thing I thought that was weird as a kid, and still doesn't make a whole lot of sense now, is he's at the ballet recital with Darla, Alfalfa is, and then the bullies chase him, and he ends up in his underwear at Darla's pool, like she teleported.
Oh, yeah.
Or was he just running around for that long?
I think you gotta read it that way, right?
Yeah, I guess so. And then he's like naked in front of Darla and Waldo.
Waldo.
It's the rich kid.
Yeah, it's such a good
and then
name.
Darla's like, "Alfalfa, this is a side of you I've never seen before." Like, they're totally just like written like adults. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, it is. It's really good.
And then there's the great montage of them building the new go-kart out of like a washing machine and a bunch of shit. That's so cool. I always thought that was like the coolest thing ever, is that they were able to make this go-kart out of like a bunch of just household supplies. My favorite joke in this whole movie, it made me laugh really hard because I didn't understand it as a kid, and I was looking forward to the scene because I was wondering if I would get it, and I was laughing at how much I didn't get the joke. It was when they're trying to raise money at this carnival, and they like set up this tent, and they're like, come on, give us $5 and see the crazy man eating chicken. And it's like one of the kids is in there dressed as a man, and he's just eating the bucket of chicken.
Yeah.
And as a kid, I was like, do they really think that's gonna work, like a kid eating chicken? But now I'm thinking, okay, they're scamming people.
Yeah,
because they think they're gonna go and they're seeing a chicken that's eating people. Like a man eating chicken. I didn't realize that before. It was so funny.
It's funny.
Oh man. And then there's Miss Cradbury, who is one of their teachers, I assume.
Yeah.
They never really establish it. They just call her Miss Cradbury.
Yeah, it's very much like a teacher-student relationship. You can kind of tell.
Yeah. And that's Daryl Hannah, right?
Daryl Hannah.
Mm-hmm. And she's like the one voice of reason who like treats the kids like respectfully. She's like, you can't scam these people out of their money.
Yeah.
But then they convince her to put the stolen money as like prize money for the go-kart race.
Yeah, she's like, we can't hand them all out one by one. There's like 20 people behind them. It's like, would be super.
And I love how the way they got the money was just by setting up a sign that just says admission $3, just like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, not in the middle of nowhere,
Buckwheat's
just like at a concession stand that they weren't running.
Yeah, Buckwheat's like, we just put the sign up and they gave us money.
So this movie does do a cliche that I usually hate in movies, but I give this movie a pass.
Okay.
And that's the cliche of like two main characters breaking up and then coming back together like
right away. Later. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But the only reason, because Alfalfa and Spanky have an argument that's all based around Darla pretty much, and then they break up and they're sad separately, and then one of their friends comes and convinces them, you guys were together like Batman and Robin, Bert and Ernie, Millie and Vanilli.
That Millie and Vanilli line was so funny.
Yeah. But then they get back together. But the reason why I give it a pass is because throughout the entire movie, they were kind of butting heads. So it makes sense for them to break up. So, I give it a pass. And I assume you liked the fact that Alfalfa's dad looks exactly like Alfalfa.
Yeah, and Spanky's dad.
And Spanky's dad.
Exactly like Spanky.
Just like Spanky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of reinforces the idea that these kids are adults pretty much. There's also Reba McEntire cameo. She announces the race, and she turns out to be the as a way to, because they're He-Man Woman Haters Club, and like the twist of the movie is that this racer that they love turns out to be a woman, and that sort of changes everything.
Yep, AJ Ferguson.
AJ Ferguson.
Yep.
Yep, and that sort of changes Spanky's whole deal that, you know, maybe girls are cool. And we can't not mention the best cameo in the movie, Jared. And that's the President of the United States of America.
Oh my god. Yeah. That's the one.
How great is it though? How great is it though that he plays the dad of the villain, the rich kid?
I know. It was already there. It was in the tea leaves. Yeah, and he's like, what does he say? He's like, you're the best son money could
you're
buy.
the best son money could ever buy.
Yeah. God.
Thanks, Dad.
And he's got eyebrows the size of like caterpillars on steroids. Those things were huge.
Yeah. And this was like peak Donald Trump in terms of just being a pop icon and not being what he is today, obviously.
Yeah.
Like people are just like, oh, he's the rich guy.
Yeah, exactly. He was just famous for like being wealthy.
Yeah. And then we got Whoopi Goldberg as Buckwheat's mom.
Yep.
And what I love is Buckwheat goes, "Hey, look, it's my mom." And Spanky goes, "Whoopee."
And it's Whoopi Goldberg.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
That's such a good play on words. Whoopi. Yeah. And it's her.
I also just love the entirety of the go-kart race itself. It's just like such a child fantasy to have like a go-kart race like that, where it's like dangerous and fast, and everybody has their own unique.
Yeah, there's
go-karts.
like a ragtag put together go-kart, and there's a super futuristic one, and there's the stolen one like repainted for the bully, and and there's like
that's great.
And there's like the fuse. Like not the fuse, the flare, and there's like all these like shenanigans. And
is it a flare or is it like a smoke bomb?
I thought it was a
flare.
flare.
I thought it was a flare too, but a flare has like a bright light. That's like the whole point of the flare.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's a smoke bomb.
It like is built like a flare. Whatever it is, man, it got in their way. And that's a good like reversal too, that it's actually Darla and not Waldo.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Aldo?
I said Waldo. Not Aldo, like the
okay.
shoe company or whatever.
Another random line I wrote down is one of the bullies. He goes, "Finders keepers, losers suck."
Which I feel like I've said my whole life and forgotten that that's like the origin of it.
Yeah, this is seriously like one of the most quotable like kids movies ever. Also, there's just like a lot of good stunts in general for like kids. Like, I don't know how they did some of this stuff, especially like the go-kart stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder if they like had some like forced perspective shots with like adult stunt people or something.
Yeah, that could be it. Also, another thing with this movie is the pacing is so good. Like, scenes never drag on longer than they should. It feels very quick. Like, you still understand everything.
Yeah.
It's a very well-paced movie.
This movie is what I call a tight 90. Tight 90 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just shy of 90
minutes. The Little
minutes
Giants
too.
could have learned from it. Yeah, and you feel it. It feels totally like put together and
sure.
tight, and like it's like good to watch for that. The Little Giants could have learned from that.
I think the last cameo is Raven Simone from That's So Raven. Like when she's young. Like before
when she's a kid.
That's So Raven.
Yeah, that was like way predating.
Yeah, she must have been on some show because she's credited. She must have been on something
Simone.
though, because she was credited in the credits as Raven Simone. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then
I don't really remember.
so then the movie ends, and then there's like great blooper reel.
Yep.
The movie ends and there's that great blooper reel where you could see that the kids are just having a blast the whole time.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny seeing them like working.
I was not. Oh yeah, I would love to see like a behind the scenes of this movie.
Oh, for sure.
For sure. Just it's like it seems like lightning in a bottle almost, because nothing about this movie should work, but it does so well.
Yeah, it totally does.
And I think most of it probably has to do with it was directed by a woman named and as you know, kids are hard to work with.
Yes.
Like you've said in the past. So it's hard to direct kids, and this movie is directed by a woman named Penelope Spheris. She directed Wayne's World.
Oh, interesting.
Beverly Hillbillies. She hasn't done a whole lot. Black Sheep, but not a whole lot. But she just did such an amazing job here, because I think a lot of the success of this movie relies on the script and the directing and the performances. And with kids, a lot of the performance is based on the director.
Oh, definitely. Well, it's funny because you hear her voice when Darla keeps looking into the camera. She's like, "Sweetie, stop looking into the camera." There's like 6 scenes in a row where you hear her telling her to stop looking into the camera.
And there's one time where she says it where it sounds like she's about had it. Most of the time she's like, "Stop looking at the camera, stop looking at the camera." But then there's like one where she's like, "Stop looking at the camera."
Yeah, it's a really well directed movie.
Yeah. I gave this movie 4 stars. I think it's terrific.
Yeah, I would give it the same. Right after watching it, I said 3. Not for any like I didn't like it reason, but just because it's like, it's just like a light, easy movie to watch. It's not like got huge ambitions or anything. But I think after listening to it and just like how good it really is for kids, its intended audience, I would give it 4 stars.
Yeah, for what it is and what it's trying to do, it totally just nails
Absolutely.
it. 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because I think there's no reason why kids' movies can't be a 5-star film,
No.
It all depends on what it's trying to do.
I think a 5-star kids movie, though, would probably have to try to tackle a bit deeper themes. This is like a solid 4-star kids movie, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was pleasantly surprised by this, for sure. Okay. All right. So before we tease what we're going to be talking about next week, if you like this episode, share it with others. Let other people know, and leave a review if you have a second. It just only takes a minute on iTunes. It helps us out quite a bit. Our 20th episode is coming up, and that's going to be a bit of a big one for me, because the previous podcast I only did 19 episodes, so 20 is going to be a big deal for me.
Yeah, this is a milestone then.
Yeah, when we get to that point, I'm going to read some reviews that we have. We only have 2 right now, so if you want to say something nice or maybe something not so nice,
whatever you want to say,
leave a review.
Leave it there so it'll be
but just be honest.
There in perpetuity. You will have your moment on our podcast.
Yeah, and if you have any other ideas for episodes for us or things that you would like us to talk about, let us know. Send us an email at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. We'd love to hear your ideas.
Yeah, we're desperate.
I think it'd be fun to do another... Yeah. It's hard to come up with something every week.
It is. I mean, we're not desperate. Don't worry, but...
Right. We'll always come up with something, but I like the idea of doing episodes like this where we focus in on something and we each choose one. I mean, it's not something that we should do every week, obviously, but it's fun.
It's interesting.
All right, so it's my pick, isn't it?
I believe so, Leo.
Okay, so I'm gonna do something a little different. I'm gonna do two genres that we haven't done yet on this episode. I'm picking a musical and it's also a romantic film. It won an Oscar. It was made in 2007, and it had a micro budget of, let's see, this is actually really interesting. Where is it? It had a budget of $150,000.
Wow.
Jared, you could probably take out a loan to make this movie today.
Yeah, I could. I think if I had a loan and some very generous donors, I could put that together.
And it was also shot in Ireland, I believe mostly guerrilla style. I don't think they got permits to shoot in public places. It's a movie called Once. You might have heard of it. And I love this movie. It's really good. You said you haven't seen it. And it's one of my favorite romantic films. And I consider it a musical. That's up for debate. We can talk about that when we get to it. But if it is considered a musical, then it's probably my favorite one.
Yeah, I've definitely never seen this.
Yeah. It's I think it's really something special. It's very light. It's really easy to watch. But it's very, very good.
It won an Oscar, you said?
Yep, it won an Oscar for original song. You've probably heard the song before, but I wouldn't look it up before.
Okay, I won't. Yeah, I'll go into it blind.
Yeah, it's written and directed by a guy named John Carney. He also did this movie in 2016 called Sing Street, which is my favorite movie of that year. We'll eventually get to that movie on this podcast, eventually, because that's also very, very good. But I feel like I couldn't talk about Sing Street with you before talking about Once.
For sure.
So
I'm looking at it right now on IMDb, and the camera they shot this movie on is just a camcorder. So that's cool.
Yep, it's very cheap looking.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, we'll see you guys next week with Once.
Yep, see you next week.
Here we go. You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
Welcome to In the Can, Movies Podcast.
Take 18.
My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And today we're going to be talking about John Carney's movie Once. But first, we're going to talk about some re-releases. I think that's an interesting topic to talk about. Avengers Endgame is being re-released this weekend with new footage, but the real reason is so that they can make another $60 million to beat Avatar.
Yeah, well, they haven't beat Avatar yet.
They're like 40 to 60 million away. Ooh. It's like naked. It's like, I mean, that seems like a lot of money, but when you're talking about billions, that's nothing.
Right. It's peanuts.
Yeah.
What do you think's in those extra? I mean, it's not like the original release wasn't long enough. What do you think is in the extra stuff?
I assume they're gonna have an after credit sequence and maybe one or two more like small sequences.
Oh, that's the after credits. Did I tell you when I actually went to it? You know, I went to it in the Dolby thing, and like the whole group behind me was waiting for the after credits, and I was like, whatever, I'm here. It's like 11 at night. I'll wait for the after credits too. And this guy's like, wait, just wait for it. And it goes all the way, and there's no after credits, and his whole friend group just explodes on him. And he's like
they were angry at him?
They were super angry at him, yeah. And he was like, well, you just had to see it for yourselves. And he's like, we asked you if there were, and you said yes. But they're just like going off on him. But it makes sense that there weren't.
I always, in my mind, in an ideal world, I would stay to the end of the credits just because that's part of the movie. You know, even with movies that don't have an after credits, it's respectful to do that. But, you know, I don't always do it. But I have an app called After Credits that tell you whether or not there's something after the credits.
I love it when I go to movies, like an A24 movie or something that is obviously not going to have after credits. And there's like just people who you just go to movies, like normal movies usually, and they're staying. And I'm like, it's not that kind of picture, guys. Like, no. It's not going to happen.
Well, speaking of A24, Midsummer is coming out next week. So 2 weeks from now, we'll have a review of that. And when we break the format to do a review for a new release, we're going to call that Mutual Reviews.
Mutual
movies that we
Reviews.
both want to see. Yeah, new releases that we both want to see. I like that name.
Me too.
And is A24 a production company or do they just do distribution?
Ooh, that's such a good question. Dude, I couldn't honestly tell you.
Do they just find projects that no one else? I'm curious if they approach movies that have already been made.
Yeah.
Or are they funding?
Or are they funding?
I don't know.
I think they might be in the funding business now. But also, I don't know if, because like Annapurna is usually connected to them. Let me do some research on that. I'll come back on the next podcast and kind of tell you the breakdown of that. Maybe there's a funding company that usually makes the movies that they distribute, or maybe they're doing distribution, or maybe they're doing funding now. But I know they started out as a distribution company. They would pick up things at like Sundance or whatever.
We can talk about that during our Midsummer review.
For sure.
Yeah. Have you been watching anything this past week?
I finally saw Under the Silver Lake on the flash drive you gave me.
Yeah, what did you think?
It was fucking weird. It's my favorite. That means a lot coming from you. It's my favorite 1.5 star movie I might have seen in a while. Like, I wouldn't give it a very high rating at all, but I would also say I really liked the experience. Partially.
Why'd you give it such a low score?
I just don't think it's a very it's not like a good movie, I don't think. But it's like it was not interesting isn't the right word. I didn't know what was happening from scene to scene, and I always like that feeling. So I enjoyed that aspect of it, and I enjoyed its risk taking, but I don't I'm gonna have to actually listen to you and your professor breaking it down, because just on the level of certain things. But it was very interesting on this level of like an idea of like a city that's like made basically of like rich billionaires and like just hedonistic young people, and kind of the like intersections of those two things and like how that city operates. I think it's really interesting. I
said on the podcast that I talked about it with Dr. Murphy was that I think it's a movie about how Hollywood chews up and spits out its female it's women essentially, and how like the elite sort of live on this other level, and pop culture isn't there for what we think it is, that kind of stuff. I thought all that kind of stuff is really
and it's definitely there, and there's definitely like a Marxist view you could take of it. It's funny because I always had a joke that like Elon Musk is just trying to build spaceships so he can like fly away to Mars with a bunch of Instagram models, and this movie is like the actual feature-length film of that idea. So like, who knows? Me and this guy, we had the same thought for like however long, I always thought that was going on, but
did you like the score though, that Bernard Herrmann-esque score?
Well, and I was great. Like wondering as I was watching it, because there's that scene where he's following those three girls around in the car. Was that actually the music from Vertigo? Because it's shot the exact same way of when he follows her, Kim Novak, around.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the whole score is pretty original, and it's the same guy who did the score. Girl, I think pretty sure it's guy who did the score for It Follows, which was a very different kind of score, but still really good.
Oh, that's interesting. How old is that director? Do you know?
He's pretty young, I think.
Okay.
Here, let me look it up.
Yeah, because It Follows is his debut. Would you call this a horror movie?
No, it's like a film noir satire almost.
Yeah.
David Robert Mitchell, he was born in 1974. Oh, I guess he is. For some reason, I thought he was.
So he's 45?
So he's 45 and has only made a couple movies. So
Dude,
he
gives
got
me
into
hope.
the film. He got into the film business really late, actually.
Gives
he only
me
has
hope.
he only has like 4 writing credits, 4 directing credits, 2 producer credits. So he's a new guy, even though he's a little older.
I think of that sometimes, and it's like, Michael Haneke. The guy who made The White Ribbon, he started in feature films. He was in TV for a while, but he started when he was like 48. I think he made his first, and now this guy did. So I'm gonna keep on prolonging how long I could possibly call myself a failure.
There's been a trend lately of just like really, really incredible first-time directors, like It Follows and Hereditary, a few others, but people have just been knocking stuff out of the ballpark.
Jordan Peele,
right? Yeah.
No, and I'm glad, because I feel like there was a while.
By the way.
There was a while where it felt like all the like directors you were excited to see the movies of were all old heads. It was like Linklater, Tarantino, Scorsese. It was all people who kind of started in the 90s, and I feel like we're finally getting a few directors from Greta Gerwig. Like we're starting to get a few people from our generation who are like just starting, that we can finally get excited for their movies when they come out.
Sure.
So I'm
Bo
excited
Burnham
for that.
too.
Yeah, Bo Burnham. Well, we'll see if he makes a second one. I hope he does.
I think so. I could see Bo Burnham being an EGOT winner someday.
Yeah.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Where you win like an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony.
Oscar. Yeah. Grammy, yeah. Mel Brooks has one. Whoopi Goldberg has one. And Audrey Hepburn. Those are the 3 I know.
Mel Brooks and Whoopi Goldberg. So 2 EGOT winners were both in the Little Rascals.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
They only picked the best of the best talent in there.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. That's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny how looking at like where really good directors come from, a lot of directors get their start in horror, I think, because horror is usually a little bit easier to produce.
It's one of the cheapest genres where you can get the most affect, like the most reaction to what you're doing on the limited amount of resources you have in horror.
Also, there's a lot of really big name directors that started out working with music videos, like David Fincher.
Yep.
And Michel Gondry.
Yep.
And Spike Jonze also. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really great directors who all started with music videos. Did you watch anything else?
Well, wait, would you recommend Under the Silver Lake? I would recommend it, but only to a very small group of people.
Yeah, I would recommend it to people who like movies, for sure. If nothing else, just so I could hear what they have to say and kind of kickstart a discussion. I don't know if I'd recommend it in the way of like, oh, this is such a good movie, but I would like recommend it in the way of like, you got to see this and we got to chat about it and let me know what you think, because it's like weird.
Did you get a chance to see The Last Black Man in San Francisco?
No. It's still in the like one of the independent theaters around here. So I'm hoping to catch it sometime soon, but I haven't been able to check it out.
You told me about
yet.
that. I was off my radar, and it's a limited release, so I can't see it around here, but it looks really good. I've been kind of seeing kind of pretty good and mediocre movies lately, and when I watched the trailer for that, I had a moment in my head where I was like, oh yeah, this is what movies look like.
Yeah, because they can look
it's
pretty.
so gorgeous looking. Yeah.
Like
every frame of that trailer is just beautiful.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look showy either. It's just like clean.
It's like lived in clean. And it's like the director and the lead actor, they both are from that area, and they said like a lot of it was just kind of like how they feel like real world experiences, seeing like their city kind of be changed by the incoming wealth and seeing neighborhoods they grew up with and things they always knew kind of going away slowly because of the influx, especially of Silicon Valley wealth. So
yeah. You know what's funny is last semester I had to enter a competition where I had to make a logo for something that's in San Francisco. So a lot of like San Franciscan imagery is like burned into my head because I would like spent hours and hours just looking at iconic places in San Francisco. So I feel like when I watched that trailer, I was like, oh, this all seems familiar to me.
Right? It's like a bad
like I just took a trip there or something.
Well, I mean, what a place to take a trip, San Francisco.
Yeah,
it's the place for a trip.
Is there anything else you saw this week?
I don't think so. It's been dude. I'm taking a vacation next week. I'm heading to Yellowstone for the week, and do I need a vacation? Like, I feel like the past 5-6 weeks I've just been wacky busy. So I'm really glad to be able to kind of slow down a bit here, but I really haven't been able to see too much. I'm gonna try to make it a thing though where I see at least one other movie every week besides the one that you recommended to me, so I can see at least 2 movies a week is my hope. So what else what did you see this past week?
I speaking on that, I've been going to the movies regularly every week for like a past month or so. So I've been trying to I specifically asked off on Tuesdays so I could take that $5 Tuesday deal at the theaters around here.
That's a good call.
I didn't see anything today though. There wasn't really anything I thought was interesting. I mean, the closest thing, other than the stuff I've already seen, was Child's Play, and I don't want to see that. That's so stupid.
You need to move to a bigger city, dude, so you can see some of these limited release movies.
Yeah, that's the first priority as soon as I graduate, is move to a bigger city. I want to find a job somewhere big, so...
For sure.
I'm guessing I'm going to end up in Milwaukee or Los Angeles or something. I don't know. We'll see.
If anybody has a couch for Leo, that was the email us at
inthecanmovies@gmail.com for a couch in a big city.
My man's got a dream.
I saw a couple things. I saw Toy Story 4. I wasn't spoiled on this movie, but I got on the hype train a little bit too much because I saw an early review on Letterboxd that was like, people are going to be... It said something like, people are going to be writing their psychological dissertations on Forky. So, like, in my head, I was thinking, whoa, this film is going to go total existential. Like, what does it mean to be a toy? What does it mean to be alive? Why are we sentient? I'm like, I want to see this movie. And it turned out not to really go there.
Surprise.
So I was a little, But, I mean, I was like, okay, so if they're the third one was a pretty good way. Did you like Toy Story 3?
Yeah, I did. It seemed like a perfect way to end those movies.
I agree. So I was thinking, okay, if they're making a fourth one, they better have a good reason. They must have something up their sleeve, which is why I thought it was going to go in that direction. But it was still enjoyable. They do something interesting with the characters, which is nice. yeah, I think I gave it like 3.5 stars. It's a good movie.
Okay.
It's just I just wish they would stop and just make something new.
Is it the do you think it's the best kids movie you've seen this year? Like that's been released this year?
I haven't seen a whole lot. Would you say no, Shazam isn't really a kids movie. It's more of like a teen film. I guess so. Yeah, I haven't really seen a whole lot of kids movies. I mean, not I haven't seen any new kids movies.
Sure.
Let's see. Dumbo was bad. Detective Pikachu was not great. Aladdin was awful. So yeah, it is. I was hoping that we could do like a roundup of our favorite movies of the year halfway through, but there isn't. I haven't seen a whole lot actually.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty bare bones list for me. This summer better be good.
This summer has been pretty bad so far. Well, like the summer movie season kind of starts in May.
This midsummer better be good. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I hope it is. I've been hearing so many good things about that. So, yeah, I usually end up seeing the bulk of my movies of the year like a month or two before the Oscars come around.
Yeah,
that's when the better movies come around to the theaters that I'm in.
Yeah,
like something like The Last Black Man in San Francisco. That's something that'll pop up in Appleton for like a week or two, and then come back around during Oscar season if it's nominated. So, we'll see.
Yeah.
Toy Story 4 I'd recommend. I think it's the best looking Toy Story movie. I mean, not in terms of like its aesthetic, and I would say like WALL-E is maybe, but just like the level of polish and detail is like incredible of the levels that they've gone.
Yeah, I saw that one like still photo of that cat, and I saw that on my phone, and I legitimately thought it was a picture of an actual cat. Like it was crazy detailed.
Yeah. And anytime there's not a sentient being on screen, like a human or a toy, it looks like a shot of a real place. There's this opening scene that's a flashback, and I feel like the whole point of it was to show off how good their shit is, because it's like Woody rescuing RC, and he's being flushed away in a gutter because it's like downpouring outside and it's nighttime. And it looks real. Like, if you take RC out of the frame, it looks like they're filming, like, an actual storm. It's crazy.
Oh, that's so cool. I might want to check it out just for that. But I don't know if I'd want to check out in theaters for that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not a huge theater goer with, like, newer stuff, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. The one thing that kind of is starting to drive me a little nuts with Toy Story 3 and 4 is that it sort of has become not what it used to be. Like, I mean, yeah, the first one is all about like, you gotta be Andy's toy, but it was more about like Woody being jealous of somebody who's taking over his place. That's where a lot of the drama came from. But like with 3 and 4, they like focus too much, I think, on like the toys' loyalty to their owners, and like there's too many scenes with what I really liked in like Toy Story 1 is that they always tried their hardest not to show human faces because they couldn't do it very well.
Right.
So kind of like in Dexter's Laboratory, where you never see like the human faces, it really makes you feel like you're watching the movie through the toy's perspective, which is really cool.
Good point.
And it's an example of many of like where limitations make it more interesting, because they might not have thought to do that if they could show the humans. And I think the movie's better for that. So, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And then the only other thing I watched was Jessica Jones season 3. I'm guessing you've never seen that show.
No, you saw a whole season this week?
Yeah. Well, it's a Netflix show. It's only 13 episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I binged it in 2 days, so it wasn't that bad. But if you've never seen Jessica Jones, it's one of the Marvel shows on Netflix.
Oh, sure.
I've checked out a few episodes of the other ones, and Jessica Jones is like the only one besides Daredevil that's really solid. And even if you don't like Marvel or comic books or anything, I would highly, highly, highly recommend season 1 of Jessica Jones. It's really incredible. It doesn't even feel like a comic book show. And I think a lot of that has to do with David Tennant, who plays the villain. David Tennant plays a villain, and his power is that if he tells somebody to do something, they do it. It's like he has mind control.
Oh.
So he's like, raise your right hand, and you raise your right hand.
Is that what he usually uses it for? Things like pick your nose, raise your right hand, cut a piece of your hair off. He's like a petty criminal.
There's no, but for instance, there's like a scene where he's trying to cause a distraction. So he's at like a newspaper stand in the middle of the city, and he just looks at somebody, he goes, pick up that coffee, and he picks it up and he goes, throw it in your face. He goes, ah, and then he just walks away.
A classic. Kind of thing. If the Three Stooges were villains.
No, but that season 1 is so good because they use that power because he was like controlling Jessica Jones in a relationship and stuff. So the whole season is like a metaphor for like getting out of an abusive relationship, like physically and emotionally, that kind of stuff. So that's really interesting. Season 3 is also good, but the villain's not nearly as interesting. It's just like a serial killer. But I would only recommend season 2 and 3 if you like season 1 enough. Like if you really like the characters in the show. But if you weren't incredibly attached to the characters, I would suggest stopping after season 1. But yeah, season 3, it was an interesting idea to like take back, like not have as many like super powered people and just have her face off against a really smart serial killer guy. Which is interesting because like her whole thing is like she doesn't go by the book, she goes against the rules. But in season 3, she's trying to do like the proper superhero thing, and like lock people up instead of just beating the death out of them. Beating them to death.
I'll beat you back to life.
Beat you back. I'll kill you, then I'll bring you back to life.
Just so I can kill you again.
So I can beat you some more. No, but yeah. Yeah, that's all I watched though, so it's good.
Cool.
All right. Let's talk about re-releases. So like I said, Avengers Endgame is being re-released with some new footage. So that sparked an idea in my head to talk about moments in history where directors have gone back and either edited things or remastered things, and what you think about the ethics behind that are. So I think a good place to start would be with the obvious example, which is Star Wars. When George Lucas did the 1997 re-releases, it included a bunch of CGI elements that weren't there. So what do you think about that specific instance?
The specific Star Wars instance?
Or what do you think about the sort of retouching things or adding things as a whole?
Oh, I'm totally for it. Like, I think
you are.
Yeah, I think film is one of those mediums where you can totally like go back and like adjust things or change things. Like Terrence Malick does this with almost all his movies. I have the Criterion version of The Tree of Life of his, and he added like 50 minutes of it, most of it from like the Brad Pitt's like father's storyline, and I think it's great, and I'm really glad I got to see it. He did that too with the New World. He just like made a bunch of different editions, and there's like 3 different versions, and I don't know, I like it. I think it's interesting. I think like it's not like a painting where you have to hang it up and stop. Like the footage is always there, and you could always go back to it. I'm honestly not
necessarily though, Jared. Not necessarily.
I think it's different with Lucas, where he's taking the new things he can do 40 years later and adding to it.
So is that where you draw? Where do you draw the line, though?
I don't know if I'm drawing the line. Another thing you got to think of in this too is like Orson Welles. You know, a bunch of his movies were like butchered by studios. So like when that's a thing too, it's like, well, the studio made me release this version. Ridley Scott with Blade Runner too, and the directors are like, well, let me release my version for like Blu-ray or whatever. I think that's great because then you can see all of these creative decisions the director had in mind that the studios wouldn't allow. So I think it's really interesting. What do you think about it?
I'm honestly kind of on the fence about it. Ethically, I'm kind of against it in general because once it's out there, it becomes, in my opinion, a part of like the public owns it in a way, and because a movie, like you and I both subscribe to the auteur theory, where like the director is responsible for the final product, even though that's not necessarily the case. But there's hundreds of people that work on a movie. So Star Wars, for instance, the new releases, I would say that the new release of Star Wars with all of the changed stuff isn't the same movie that won all those Oscars back in the 70s. It's not the same thing. So I'm against that in general. However, with cases like Blade Runner, where the studio was interviewing and Ridley Scott wanted to do his own thing, I'm in favor of that. That makes sense. The point where I draw the line is where the director says, this is the proper version, only watch this version, and doesn't include the original along with that version. That drives me crazy. Like, if you're gonna re-release a film and put it on the Blu-ray, put the original on there as well. I'm fine with George Lucas doing whatever the hell he wants. It's his right to do so. But it's really shameful, I think, that he never properly released like a Blu-ray version of the original Star Wars cut.
And I can agree with that. Like, you should get it. You're probably getting it in a box set or whatever, and have like the original, and put the date on it, the original 1977 version or whatever, and then say the updated version. Because there's a bunch of movies that I could see like wanting to do that. Like, I could see Jurassic Park with like updates to how some of the dinosaurs, like computer parts or stuff and stuff like that. Like, I could definitely see a reason for it.
I'm guessing you're against colorized films from back in the day.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, I feel the same way about that as all of the other stuff.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's fine. Do what you want to do, but give me the original as well.
That's interesting, because to me, color film is almost a different medium. You light color film. You light color movies a completely different way than you light black and white. Like, you light black and white for contrast. You light them with weird colors so you can get certain things to pop. You have people wear weird clothes so they look right. Like, there's a lot of decisions you make in black and white movies that you would never make on a color movie. So in that way, that's literally like it's working on like a different paintbrush, or like in a different like pastels versus oil or something. Like,
yeah. Well, on the opposite spectrum, you had George Miller, who released the black and chrome edition of Mad Max Fury Road along with the original version. Like, hey, this movie looks really gorgeous in black and white, so here's the option to do that. You know what I mean?
That's cool, I think.
Basically, I'm fine with it as long as the option is made available and there's not a push to make you prefer one over the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, I know this is George Lucas again, but with like THX 1138, it's almost impossible to find the original version of that movie. And there's like, in the version of the movie that you watched, there's a lot of really bad looking CGI elements that were put in there in like 2004. And I think that sets a bad precedent, because like George Lucas, along with the Star Wars movies, he claims that the reason why he did that is because he would have done it if he had the technology to,
right?
But now he does. Okay. What is he going to do in 10 years when we have even more technology?
Right.
He's going to add in more stuff. Like, that's like a slippery slope. You know what I mean?
How do you feel? I think, what if George George Lucas came out tomorrow and he was like, THX 1138, I love the story. I never got to do it the way I wanted to do it back then because I didn't have the money. But now we're starting pre-production on an updated version. I'm going to reshoot the whole movie and tell it the way I want to with existing technology. How would you feel about that?
I'd be like, I guess do what you want, but the original movie is great. You know what I mean? It won awards,
Yeah.
The limitations is what makes it great. Like what I was just saying about Toy Story. They were limited with what they do with human faces, so they didn't show them very often.
Right.
What if John Lasseter was like, hey, we didn't have the technology to show human faces more, so we have this new cut of Toy Story where it's all about the humans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what they wanted to do. It's like, well, that's not what you made.
So it seems like there's kind of like, there's like 3 different ways to do this. there's like the Ridley Scott Orson Welles way, where it's like the studios and outside influence messed up my movie. I want to present it to you as I envisioned it before like the producers got in the way. There's like a Terrence Malick kind of thing of like, I just shot all this great footage and I had to cut it down for like runtime's sake. But if you want a less filtered version with more stuff that I shot, here's the like almost uncut, unfiltered version. And then there's like the George Lucas, like I just couldn't do all the techie stuff, or I found like this new cool techie stuff I can do. So I want to add parts to my canvas. So that seems to be like the three big ways. And you primarily don't like it where it's just like the director's like, oh, suddenly I have the ability to do this thing, let's try it out kind of thing.
Well, and also like this doesn't happen so much anymore, but like when after Avatar, when the 3D was a big craze, they started re-releasing movies in 3D, like Titanic in 3D. It's like, who cares? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the only instance of re-releasing that I'm like 100% for is like HD remasters. You know what I mean?
Or like 4K Blu-rays or whatever.
Yeah, bump up the quality. However, if the low fidelity of something is what made it unique, then I would still want the option available. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if they took like a really old film that was like really grainy looking, and part of the charm is that grain, I would want to still see the original. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. You don't want to see like the Lumiere brothers like 4K Ultra HD version of like train stops outside a factory or whatever. You wouldn't want the like Man on the Moon by George Millet or something like that. Like
or even like, I mean, this is sort of an old example because this doesn't happen anymore, but like the jump from VHS to DVD was huge because everybody was getting either the TV, quote unquote TV version, or the pan and scan version, which is just awful.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and you're
So,
not
like,
really seeing the movie either way that way. So almost in a way, there's like, see, and I think that's worse. Like the limitations of like home video literally cutting off like 60% of the screen, I think is way worse than like adding some things later, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think pan and scan is even worse because it changes the entire flow of the film.
Yeah.
There's a famous example of Ghostbusters where they're in the elevator and they turn on their packs for the first time. And the shot is really wide and they're in the elevator and the placement is very specific. They're at the edges of the screen. And back during the standard TV times, they could either squish it so that physical space wasn't even there anymore and it made the joke not funny, or the pan and scan versions would like pan from Egon over to the other guy.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah.
And it just doesn't work nearly as well. Somewhat related to this, apparently a whole bunch of music videos are being remastered in HD on YouTube, and I saw some people online that were like freaking out over it because they're like, you know, the original, it was a quality, it was a product of its time, let it have its charm. We don't want to see this. It's like uncanny valley to watch like David Bowie in the 70s like he's right in front of you. You know, there's something odd about it.
Oh, definitely. I kind of love it though. I think it's really interesting. But there are some things like they made choices, like David Bowie is a really cool example. Like he has all that makeup, you know? And they like just do his makeup like knowing they're going to shoot it for the like fidelity of film in that time. So what digital does is it kind of shows you all of the like the makeup lines, the cracks, the crevices. It makes the actual work of like makeup and hair people look a lot shoddier because they never worked with the intention of that fidelity and resolution when they were filming that or creating that look, you know?
And that's the other reason why the original Star Wars should still be available in its original version, because like if you watch the Blu-ray version of Star Wars, they still add a bunch of stuff, but like even the stuff that they don't touch looks off. Like the matte paintings really stand out in the Blu-ray version. You can see like thumbprints and like dirt on Darth Vader's helmet and stuff. You know, it's not as pleasant to the eye as it was back in the day.
Right, yeah, because film forgave some stuff. Although I gotta admit, I was watching like The Empire Strikes Back on Blu-ray when I was on May the 4th like party. They were playing Star Wars. on Blu-ray, and I thought it looked nice. Like I thought it was cool to see something so like tech heavy be like kind of shown. But that's also Empire, not A New Hope, so it had a bigger budget. It was like a much different kind of thing.
I think that one had the least amount of changes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's so good already.
You can pirate HD remaster of the original version of Star Wars that people have stitched together themselves from like Laserdisc or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People have taken upon, and it wouldn't take a lot of effort. I mean, it would take effort, but there's not a lot of red tape to go through to make that actually happen for real. George Lucas is just stubborn about it, and that's the worst aspect of it for me. Like you said, like Blade Runner and Brazil, the Terry Gilliam
Brazil
movie.
has a million. Dude, you never know which version of Brazil you're watching. That movie has so many different versions.
Right, but the thing is, if you like get the Blu-ray or most versions of the DVD, you know, you get all the versions.
Yeah, the Criterion Collection gets all the versions.
Terry Gilliam isn't telling you this is the version you should watch. You know what I mean? And like, what was the Orson Welles like?
Touch of
Evil.
Evil.
Still interesting to go. Touch of Evil. That movie is still interesting to go back to before making those changes, just so you can see what changes were made.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
You have to see the original to know what's different.
Yeah. So yeah, in general, I think it's something that it's a practice that I don't think should be done, because once you're, like I said, there's hundreds of people that work on a movie. So if you change anything, you're discrediting the work of all those other people, kind of, in a way.
Yeah, I can see that.
Unless you're just remastering it,
right?
You know what I mean?
You're just
even then, maybe the makeup artists would be like, "Oh, they're making my work look worse because it wasn't supposed to be like this." You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, like okay, let's suppose you made a movie, and then after it. Also, another thing to think about is that there's no other artistic medium where this is really acceptable. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
You don't see what's a popular. Give me a pop song.
Beat It by Michael Jackson.
You see Michael Jackson be like, "Oh, I wanted to change the bass line to Beat It. This is what I meant it to be. So I'm gonna go back. This is the new Beat It. Okay, you can't listen to that. Like that would never happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it would be pretty dumb.
What if Van Gogh came back and was like, "Oh, I wanted to put add something here." You know what I mean? They're like, "No, screw you, Van Gogh."
Yeah, no, it's true.
Go back in your crypt.
People.
I assume he's in a crypt of some sort.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a sarcophagus. I'm pretty sure that was like what they did back in the day, right? That was standard in Europe in the 19th century. But I don't know. That's what like Terrence Malick was. I was like reading the thing or whatever when I got my Criterion, and they had the new version of Tree of Life, and he kind of loved, and he was talking about how like digital is able to like preserve these files, you know. And after the movie was released, before he ever had the idea of like sending it out, sometimes he would just like go back and just like play around with the edit for fun, and it like came back to him. And the way he said it was like, by the end of it, if you're putting enough and taking some ways, you're almost able to get like 3 or 4 movies out of one shoot, which I think is kind of interesting, because you can literally almost make it could be like Tree of Life
interesting as an
book
experiment.
1, Tree of Life book 2, book 3. And I think as an experiment, you're right. I think that's fascinating to be like, yeah, I got like 4 movies out of this. I think that's really an interesting thing that and then that's the whole problem of like, well, at that point, is the original just the thing that was like released first? I guess that's what original means, but it might not end up being the best movie.
Like I said, the Blu-ray version of Star Wars that you pop in your DVD player or Blu-ray player and watch isn't the movie that won the Oscar for best editing.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not the same movie. It's just not.
That's very true.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, how do you think the crew and cast of a movie that you made would feel like if you went back and changed stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think there would be like, they wouldn't be mad necessarily, but there would be a sort of feeling of like, why did that get changed or whatever?
Yeah. the things that I'm 100% for in general is HD remasters and director's cuts from films that had a lot of studio interference. That I understand, because sometimes a studio can meddle with your film so much that it just becomes a pale imitation of what it was supposed to be in the first place.
Yeah, definitely.
Most of the time it's not even something that could be done in editing. I was just watching an interview with the creator of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how he was pitching the show to a bunch of different networks, and none of them wanted to get it because it was too risky, it was too edgy. And like they shot it on like a VHS camcorder, so it was like really low fidelity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they brought it to the show was originally about like struggling actors in Los Angeles, and them. It was still the same characters and premise, but they were actors in Los Angeles. And they were pitching to FX, and they were like, hey, we got a lot of shows about actors and a lot of shows set in Los Angeles. What if they had another job where they had a lot of free time on their hands? And like, we're thinking about doing a show in Philly. And he's like, Philly will work, whatever will get you on our network. Well, yeah, whatever will get us on your network will work with us. So, I mean, they changed that huge part about their show.
They literally changed the title, literally.
Yeah, yeah. So things like that can happen where like that's not something you'd be able to fix on a director's cut, you know what I mean?
But that's almost a good thing, because that movie, I think that show would be a lot more boring if it was just actors playing actors, and it would have this sort of like it would have a very narcissistic feel to it. Like,
sure,
I like.
I mean,
that.
It still does.
Yeah,
that's sort of the point.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, but it's nice to see them not.
People would compare it to like Entourage or something like that, you know?
Right.
You know what would be a funny Funny or Die sketch is like a behind the scenes featurette of like how like the original Wizard of Oz, the sepia tone, they didn't have the budget to do color for the whole film, so we went back and we colorized the entire film for your viewing pleasure. Just completely not understanding the point of
just like not getting the artistic decision. Yeah.
That's
funny. No, but coloring, I mean, you can get out of here with coloring. Like, I would never want to see like Casablanca in color or like Citizen Kane in color. There's just like no point to that.
Yeah, the only point is to make dumb people watch more old movies.
But I think
there's a lot of people who are like, I don't like black and white movies.
Right. I think film is in a precarious place with this, because film is one of the few artistic mediums that has such a large technological aspect to it. Like the means for writing a book don't change really, right? It's like the written word, and you would never say like, oh, when I had a typewriter, I could never write it the way I wanted to with a computer, you know, like. The technology doesn't really influence the aesthetic of the form in any other art form quite the way it does in film. Yeah. So film kind of brings up these questions of like, how can technology change or alter the aesthetic of the movie in a way you would never get with painting or with books. So I really think it's uncharted territory to sort of judge these artists on if they're able to meddle with their original creation, because these artists have technological advancements in a way that other art forms don't. So I think maybe there is a reason to give filmmakers a different standard in this arena that you wouldn't give to other ones just because of the nature of the medium. Does that make sense?
I guess so, yeah. And that falls in line with the whole remastering thing, but not much else. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, one thing I would be in favor for is like Toy Story is still a great movie, and it still looks damn good for how old it is.
It does.
But I would be in favor if Pixar was like, hey, we're gonna filter Toy Story the original through the technology that we have now. We're not gonna change a single frame of it. We're just gonna make it higher resolution. I'd be like, I'd pay to see that, but I still want to have access to the original.
Right. Don't get rid of the original just because it's of a lower quality. Like, give it its time and its place, because that was like part of the decision to create it.
Yeah. And there are some shots in Toy Story that still look completely flawless. Like, the only major difference now is lighting. That's pretty much it.
And textures, like the dog and that.
Yeah, textures too.
Textures really changed.
Yeah. But the thing is, the whole reason why they made Toy Story about toys is because they could render plastic and wood and materials really, really well.
Absolutely.
So scenes with just the toys still look incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. One other thing I wanted to touch on real quick is that awful looking Sonic movie that's coming out. So there was a lot of backlash about the design of Sonic, even though that movie looks like it has a lot more problems. But they said that they're going to be pushing the release schedule back, and they're going to redesign Sonic from scratch to make him look more like the video game. So I'm just curious what you think about the idea of re-releasing something before it's even been released, like taking feedback early on and making changes. Like, what do you think about that? Because that's something that that's a new thing where people can get immediate feedback on something that they show out there and make changes.
Right, and they have the ability to do that. The only thing, so they've done that with architecture a lot now, because, you see those old, like, 70s buildings in, like, the brutalist style, and everybody hates those. They're just, like, big slabs of stone and concrete that have, like, no shape or character to them.
Yeah, you're describing, like, all of the buildings on campus at UWO.
Exactly, yeah, that, like, ugly brutalist stuff. But now that they have such great computer renderings, they'll, like, render what it'll look like, and they'll get feedback from the community before they put it in.
Yeah.
And they've seen a much more overall like enjoyment of people's like community and the way it looks, because you're able to get this feedback. And so I think the same thing applies with movies. Only though, one minute. Sorry, one more thing.
Sure, go ahead.
It only applies to like the Sonic big studio things that's existing only to sort of like
to make money
for audience. I think if an artist did that, they'd be weak.
Yes, I agree. I was about to back you up 100% on that, because it's something that only a big studio would do, to be like, we need to appeal to the largest common denominator, and they're not liking what this is, and we have the budget to change it. Let's do that so that we make more money. But if an artist is out trying to tell a specific story, it would be ludicrous and shameful to change it.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like if Ari Aster put out the trailer for Midsommar and a bunch of people were like, a horror movie in the daylight, that looks like the dumbest thing in the world.
And Ari Aster's like, oh, okay.
You know what? We gotta turn down the lights.
We'll color correct it. We'll reduce the exposure by 50% and color correct everything blue. It's night.
Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah, that's interesting, because that's a new phenomenon that we're just starting to get into. For sure.
Yep.
And I'm sure that happens all the time, and we don't even know it. Like with Star Wars movies or with Marvel movies, where people backlash about something and they change things.
Every movie's been doing that. There's a story of like Wes Anderson when he was showing Bottle Rocket. Even a movie on that level, when he was releasing it, it had like audience preview nights where a select few would go in, watch it in a theater. They would write little note cards with feedback.
Well, that's different though, because you're specifically looking for feedback there.
That's true. Yeah, you're not just getting it like on Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's different when you're not asking for it.
Yeah.
And there's some people who think there's a conspiracy that they intentionally released a bad version of Sonic so that it would get a lot of buzz, and they had another version of him in their back pocket, but I highly doubt that.
Yeah, they're not smart enough over there in La La Land. No way.
Yeah. I would maybe understand that theory if the movie actually looked decent, but no. Yeah. I watched some visual artist people like react to that trailer, and one thing that they pointed out that I never even thought about when looking at special visual effects is that like the lightning that he has is like bright blue, like the cartoony lighting. But if there was actually lightning like that, the camera wouldn't capture it the way it is because of the way that it's exposed. It would just be really blown out.
Oh, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's
so, like,
interesting.
Yeah, like if you're filming like a fire at night, the fire's gonna look really blown out if everything else is lit properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Trust me.
That's
yeah.
that's a good way to spot like bad visual effects is when the exposure of the visual effect is different from what's on screen. And I never really thought about that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to say about re-releases or remasters? It's a thing that you condone, but would you do it yourself?
Absolutely.
Okay. Interesting. But you would put the original along with it, though, wouldn't you?
Just for you, Leo. Just for you. I would make sure to date it and everything, just so you could have the purity of the original.
Yeah. Yeah. It's less about the purity of the original more than it is about the original was the thing that was released, and that's the thing that everybody else worked on.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. I see it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Should we talk about... how many times did you watch the movie that we are talking about this week?
I watched it once.
All right. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about once. Man, I really butchered that joke. I could have sold that a lot better. Okay, we're gonna play a clip from the. We're gonna play a clip from the trailer starting now.
I have responsibilities. I spoke to my husband last night. He's coming over. We'll try to make it work.
See, you're just like everyone. So what are you gonna do?
I don't know.
What's the check for Do You Love Me? So, will we show?
All right, so that's a clip from Once, movie made in 2007 by director John Carney. It is a musical, let's say music genre, romantic film. This was my pick, and the reason I chose this movie for this week is because I'm not a big fan of romance films or musicals, and I think this is an exceptional version of both. This movie really, really touched me the first time I saw it. So on an emotional level, I just wanted you to experience that, hoping that you would get that out of it.
Sure.
I also thought this would be interesting because it is a very small budget movie. It has an estimated budget of only like $150,000. So as a beginning filmmaker yourself, I thought it would be interesting for you to see this quality of a film. And it's a really great example of how you can make a great movie with not a lot of money. And there's really no excuse not to make a movie these days, especially now with iPhones. And this was right before the cell phone age. So I think it's really interesting for that fact. It's all about where you place the camera, the story that you tell, the performances, the editing. That's all stuff you can do without any money at all. So that's also why I chose it.
I would say, just really quick though, the one thing with that is I do think ethically you should at least have enough to pay your co-workers, like your co-creators. Yeah, you should be able to pay your actors and stuff. So you should at least have enough money to do that, I would say.
Or if you're just doing short films, I think paying actors with food is just fine.
It's to a certain level.
Like if at a certain level. But like one thing that I looked up a bunch of trivia about this movie because I thought you'd be really interested in it, so I can go to that whenever. But he financed the movie with let's see. Okay. It says produced on a shoestring, about 75% of the budget was funded by the Irish Film Board.
Yep.
Plus some of John Carney's own money. The director gave his salary to the two stars and promised a share of the back end for everyone in the film if it was a success. So instead of paying a lot of them, he gave them back end money, which is a great way to do
points. Oh, that's definitely a good way to do it. And there are some actors who, even on movies that are a little more well-funded than this, they'll defer their pay for back end points just because they want to do the project so bad. So there's definitely ways to get around that.
So if you're listening and you don't know what that means, that basically just means instead of getting paid up front to do the movie, you get a percentage of the earnings, essentially.
Yeah. And
I talked about that once with Rushmore. Bill Murray was really passionate about the product, and he probably would have done the movie for free if he could, but because he's part of the Screen Actors Guild, he had to get paid to scale.
Right, SAG. Yeah, I'm actually, it's like really funny that you're bringing this up right now, but I'm actually applying for a grant right now for the Minnesota State Arts Board, so a very similar sort of organization than the one that like did this, and I had to do a budget for it, and so I had to like figure it out, like, okay, my actors are at scale wage, my extra people are at scale wage, my cinematographer and stuff, so I was like kind of going through that whole process just recently.
And obviously a lot of states have those kind of programs, but I really like that in a lot of foreign countries, especially European ones, the country itself has like a fund for like the tax money goes towards arts, which is really neat, I think.
Yeah, the U.S. has the National Endowment for the Arts, but especially with film, it's not enough to like run ones the way it is in like Britain. Like in Britain, the lottery is what pays for the British film.
Yeah,
money.
I heard of that. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a great way. I think it promotes...
Scratch off a ticket and see a movie.
I think it promotes interesting films to be made, and you get less like generic copycat ones like you do here, because it's just large companies trying to have the least amount of risk and make the most amount of money. So I think having the state support artists is better than producers supporting laborers, really.
Yeah. Also, this is a great example of a movie that had a really tiny budget but was wildly successful. So, like I said, the budget was only $150,000, and it made an estimated domestic gross of $9.4 million and internationally $20.7, which is crazy.
So domestic for Ireland, it made over...
I think domestic means U.S., which is why it made it a lot more internationally.
That makes sense.
But yeah, can you imagine making a movie, making $20 million off of a movie with 100? That's just amazing. And I know movies really are more about making money, but this is just a great example of how you can be really successful without having a giant studio to back you up. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And also, we're gonna be talking about this a lot throughout the review, but this movie is another great example of making artistic decisions because of your limitations. Like, they only had one camera, so there's not a lot of cutting, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And, like, getting ready for shoots, you should, and you're a lower level, like, don't watch, like, Star Wars or whatever. Watch movies like this. Watch movies that are shot on a low budget. Watch, like, the Lars von Trier Dogma movies. Watch movies made in, like, Thailand and the Philippines and, like, Zimbabwe. Because those are people who are, like, working with similar means than you have,
Yeah, and watch Tangerine, which is a movie shot entirely on an iPhone and is a pretty great movie. So,
yep.
Yeah. I think the most, I saw on the trivia that the most expensive part of the entire shoot was hiring a crane for the final shot of the movie, or one of the final shots of the movie.
Yeah, there are two crane shots right at the end that I really are there. Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's introduce the plot of the movie, and then I'll hear your reaction. So the movie is about a street performer, a guitarist, who's down on his luck because his girlfriend cheated on him, basically, and she moved to London. So he's kind of heartbroken, and he's in Ireland. This movie it's an Irish film. It's shot in Ireland, and he befriends a girl who turns out to be married, but is sort of separated from her husband, and they form a relationship and they make music together, and it's very sweet. It's a very small film, very short. It's just under an hour and a half, and it goes by real fast. So what did you think of the movie?
I thought it was really nice. Like, I like the pacing of it. I liked the characters in it. I think it made solid, strong decisions just all through the narrative. There was never a moment that I felt like was too cheesy or that like went over the top, or it never tried to be melodramatic. I think it really kind of took the moments for what they are and like kind of strung them together in a really nice way. It never tried to make something fake out of this like very like authentic thing they had going. They like really played into the low budget like camcorder quality and allowed the acting to be very natural and sort of feel loose. It reminded me of like a John Cassavetes movie. It reminded me of like not in the way of like the actual story, but the way it was shot and the way it looked. It reminded me of those like Dogma 95 von Trier movies, just a little bit lighter in subject matter. But it was like this very like nice, fun to watch movie that really didn't, I think it knew what it was and it didn't try to be more than that. And by doing that, it became very successful.
Yeah, I think story-wise, if the two characters didn't have prior relationships, if they were both single, I don't think this movie would have had an impact as it did. I think that's what makes this film really interesting plot-wise. It's because if they were both single and they fell in love playing music and it was happily ever after, this would be a very melodramatic, cheesy film. But that puts them having a relationship puts a wrinkle in it that adds a lot of interesting drama.
One of my favorite. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was gonna say one of my favorite ways they bring in their past relationship is she has a daughter
through song,
and he just.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to guess.
No, she has a daughter, and he walks in her apartment, and like she's just there. And it's like one of those moments where it's like such a thing life kind of just throws at you and it doesn't get built up and it isn't a big punchline or reveal. It's just like a little spot of reality kind of just thrown in there. And I really liked that.
The reveals, everything is revealed in such a unique way and interesting way in this movie. Because the reveal for having a daughter is he follows her to her apartment because... she asks him over for dinner or something, and she's not like, I should warn you, I have a daughter. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They just walk in, and she's like saying hi to her daughter, and it shows his face, and he has a look on his face like, oh man, what did I get myself into?
Yeah, but it doesn't one shot too. It like shows the daughter and just kind of like pans up to him. It isn't this like overly processed like shot, reverse shot, blah, kind of thing.
Yeah, there's not a single. Yeah, like I said, there's only one camera, so anytime they cut, it's probably because they had to. Yeah. And then the other reveal of her having a husband comes a little later when they're taking the motorcycle ride, and it's not like the scene doesn't go exactly how you would expect it to be. The scene opens with him going, "You're married," like it cuts in the middle of the conversation, which is great.
There's no build up; it just kind of like is right in there.
Because the movie is smart enough to make you figure that out, so you don't need that conversation.
The whole way through, and I was thinking about this at the piano scene when they first sing together. Because the movie doesn't have these huge lighting setups and it doesn't have these huge things, it actually embraces the freedom, and it's a very small camera, right? Camcorders aren't big. It embraces the freedom of the 1 minute. It embraces the freedom of the lack of weight to the whole thing, and it embraces the lack of this rigorous setup, and it allows freedom of movement and like freedom of the acting. So there's never a moment like the camera just moves and cuts kind of just to find expression and the emotions of the scene. It doesn't feel like this big drawn out stage blocked out thing. It's like purely there to capture the emotions of the thing that's happening, which I think is really good.
It makes it feel like the action is actually happening, like for real, especially because through most of the songs, what you're seeing is them actually singing. There's very few songs where they're lip syncing to something. So with that scene in particular, where they're singing Falling Slowly at the piano in the piano store, it feels as if you're watching two people have a moment, and it's like you were there with the camera and you're trying to capture it the best you can. That's what it really feels like. And that's the song that won them the Oscar for this movie. It won an Oscar for Best Original Song.
Oh, interesting. That's cool.
Yeah. And this is one of those movies that I think the Oscar buzz is what... I assume this movie had incredible DVD sales because that song exploded after the Oscars. And
nice.
It was everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah. So let's talk about. I kind of want to go a little chronologically through this film, so we don't miss anything. I kind of go through it. So
sure.
But before we go into really detailed stuff, I would recommend this movie, obviously. Would you recommend it?
Yeah, I would recommend it.
Okay. So, the movie is shot guerrilla style, which basically means that they didn't get any permits to shoot in public locations. Most of the locations are like friends' houses and stores where they allowed them to shoot inside. But, so I'm sure you noticed this because you're more of a lens guy than I am, but the opening shot is like, and all of the shots where he's performing on the street, they're shot with a super long lens so that they don't distract people that are like walking by. The extras probably don't even know they're being filmed. But the movie opens with this great long shot of the main actor. His name is Glenn Hansard. He's not an actor. He's more of a musician. And he's singing this really incredible song. And you see him attempt to get robbed by, I assume, a drug addict or a drunk. And I think it's hinted that it's his brother, right?
Yeah. So
what you think of that opening shot? And we didn't even talk about the music. Do you like this? Do you like the music in here? Because I think it's just incredible. It's like folk and bluegrass kind of.
So let me start with the opening shot.
Sure.
So, yeah, I think it was great and telling its own little story right out of the gate, which I think that's a really good way to introduce a character, is just kind of show them in one little slice of life. And I love how it escalates from he's there, he's you better not steal that, and he keeps on going. He's like, oh, I'm not gonna steal that, and of course he does.
I'm just tying my shoelaces.
Yeah, he's just tying his shoelaces, and he obviously is about to make the run for it. But he does it, and they catch up, and he catches them, and he's like, why'd you do that? Why'd you make me run after you? And they apologizing, and then they're all really friendly with each other. So it's this nice reversal, and it doesn't feel very forced in any way. So I feel like it really set up that sort of cinema verite, kind of fly on the wall. Nothing's gonna be very forced here. Nothing's gonna feel overly dramatic. Even a dramatic thing being robbed, which is cool. And as far as the music goes,
you're gonna get a kick out of this. Oh, sorry. You're going to get a kick out of this. On the trivia, it said that during the filming of the opening scene, because it was shot with a long lens and without the public knowledge, a bystander attempting to be a hero accidentally injured the thief as he was running away, kicking him in the groin.
Oh, that's funny.
So somebody thought there was actually a robbery going on.
Yeah. Well, and the way the long lens works, so kind of just going into it for people who may not be on sets or know what this is.
Yeah.
So your lens length.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So your lens length is in millimeters. So the one that approximates field of view is between a 35 to a 50 millimeter lens, and that's what a lot of movies are shot on. So those are called regular focal lengths, and then your wide lenses are usually 20, 28 and lower. So if you see The Revenant or Lubeski or something, they shoot on 14 and 12 millimeter lenses, and that's where you get that big distortion in the face, and it almost looks close to fisheye and stuff. And long lenses are
for people who I'm just beginning to tell the difference just by looking at it. It's a really hard thing to learn, I think, if you're not used to shooting. But the way I can usually tell wide angle lenses, the easiest, is if there's a wide shot and there's straight parallel lines. If they curve a little bit, then you know it's a wide angle, right? Is that right?
Usually, sometimes anamorphic lenses, even if they're 40 millimeters, because they have twice the field of view of regular ones, just the way they stretch out the image, they'll always kind of be a little bowed. So sometimes you might be looking at an anamorphic lens, but yeah, usually it'll kind of give a curve all the way around to the shot. And then the long lens you're talking about is maybe 100 millimeters plus, and those are lenses that they don't get used a lot on film sets because it's very hard to block out a lot of movement because they have very shallow depth of field, so they don't get a lot in focus at once. But camcorders like this always have a really long depth of field because it's just the way the sensors are in the camera. And so when they're using long lenses in this movie, they're just kind of zooming their camcorder in as far as they can, and then they're trying to be as far away from the subject as possible. So like you said, they don't get seen and they don't look like a film set. So that's kind of what we're talking about with long lenses.
In the film's quality in terms of its like resolution is a lot lower than what most people are used to. I mean, it looks fine, but it's definitely not HD. But I think you would agree that the audio quality is really great. And I think for this movie in particular, it was very important to them to have high quality audio.
Well, absolutely.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they spent more money on the microphones than they did with the camera.
Which is smart, especially when you're doing such a sonically based story with all of the music in it. And really, I mean, 80% of your shot is going to be the sound. Like, you need to get rock solid sound before you even really care what your image looks like. Like the top shelf Hollywood movies with the most beautiful equipment in the world, if the sound sucked on those, like, you would notice.
Oh yeah, people are definitely more forgiving of bad visuals than bad audio, because if you see something that doesn't look bad, if you see something that looks ugly, you don't physically feel pain, but you can physically feel pain if the audio is really bad.
Audio is wrong. They do a really smart thing too in the middle of this movie. Is he's like singing a song and doing flashbacks to all of these times he had with his girlfriend, and the images for that are on an even shittier camcorder. So by the time you're back into the regular story, the camcorder they're shooting on looks really nice.
Looks great. Yeah.
It's a really smart little thing they did by just like, okay, we have kind of crummy quality, but we'll show you like real crummy quality, and then you'll come back and we'll look like freaking like Panavision to you or something. It's a really good move. It's a good idea.
Yeah. So what were you saying about the music?
Oh, it's like very like, was this 2007, right? Like mid 2000s? Yeah. My stepdad, or my old stepdad, he was super into Irish music. Yeah, not Tim, not your dad. He was super into Irish music, so the music of this like really took me back to a lot of that. But it's like very emotional. It's got that like folksy feel to it. I really like it. Kind of like just like kind of breaks into emotion, and it's kind of like growls and sounds at some points. I really like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Rachel, my roommate, compared it a lot to Mumford and Sons, which is a modern band.
Yes.
But it's just, most of it is just an acoustic guitar and Glenn Hansard's incredible booming voice. That dude has like iron lungs.
Did he write songs for this movie, or were they already like in his oeuvre? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Glenn Hansard, he might have written some previously, but Glenn Hansard and Marketa Irglova, I think that's how you pronounce her name, they wrote these they're musical artists. They're not even actors. So they did the music for this movie 100%. And because of the success of this movie, they formed a band together and they toured for a while. And they were in a relationship after this movie for about a year or so.
Were they famous in Ireland before this movie came out?
I don't think so.
That's interesting.
I read somewhere that the original plan for this movie was to sell DVDs at gigs, like on their merch table.
That's wild. And it went to Sundance, right? And it got a really good reviews and got picked up. That's what happened to it.
I think so. Yeah.
Talk about just like getting lucky. It's funny that so many things on like that level become really successful when the people making it aren't trying super hard to be super successful.
Well, I think what made this movie so successful is, one, the music, and two, just the emotional aspect of it. Like, I don't know about you, but I was like a puddle of tears by the end of this movie, and we'll get to why. I know. Yeah, I cry. You're looking at me like I'm not capable of
Leo,
that emotion,
I've never seen your sensitive side, Leo.
Yeah, I know. But okay. Here's the question of the hour, Jared. Is this a musical? I know this is a semantic argument, but I'm curious what you think about it.
I would say yes. I would say it's not a generic musical, but it is.
It's not a traditional musical.
Right. It isn't. It doesn't follow along the traditional genre lines of what a musical is, and it doesn't break out into song kind of randomly to explain the feelings of the characters the way musicals tend to. But I think the songs are kind of used at points to explain the feelings of the characters, and I think music plays a key part of the narrative element. So in that way, I would call it a musical. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say, because the music in here, I'm not a big fan of musicals, and I think a big part of it is because the music is usually non-diegetic. You know what diegetic and not... Okay, if you're listening, you know what that means. If you don't know what that means, diegetic music just means that it's happening within the universe of the movie. So a non-diegetic musical would be where like they break into song, and then after the song, it's like it didn't even happen. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and also this doesn't happen with every musical, but in a lot of musicals, the ones I can't stand, there'll be a scene where something happens, and then there's a song about what just happened, and then the movie continues. Like, the songs could be completely cut out, and it doesn't change
Right,
the
they
story
don't actually tell the story, they just, like, reiterate what you exactly saw.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, whenever I see a musical, I'm like, okay, I understand what is happening. Can we move on, please? But in this movie, the music is diegetic, so it feels more purposeful, and even though the songs are... In the universe of the movie, they're just songs that this guy is singing, but the lyrics always correspond to what's happening in the story, tangentially, and so the music tells a story.
It supports the story. I would say it supports the story. Yeah.
Yeah. It adds new elements to it, like the way that we get told that of what happened to his girlfriend is through song. He makes up like a little jingle in the bus.
Right. Right.
And there's a lot of music as well, and the musics are sung from beginning to end. I'd say like a good 40% of this movie is just music. Like there's like a whole half an hour where it's just like back-to-back songs.
Yeah, it's a good amount of it. Do you know if was the director friends with this musician beforehand, and was he intending to kind of make it like a musical?
I don't know. I didn't find any information on that.
Okay.
I did read that John Carney. This is actually really interesting. John Carney. This is all from the trivia on IMDb, so it's not 100% credible, but I'm going with it. He wrote this movie because he was heartbroken because his girlfriend left him and moved to London. Very similar to the main character here. And apparently he wrote the script like really quickly. And it said on this is crazy if it's actually true, but he wrote this movie because he's heartbroken. And then the film segment where it shows like his girlfriend in London, that footage that you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Apparently that was the director's girlfriend at the time.
Wow.
So imagine being somebody's girlfriend and your boyfriend's like, okay, I'm making this movie about how I'm heartbroken about this other girlfriend, and I want you to play this ex-girlfriend.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's so weird.
You gotta make it work.
But I would say it's a musical because it tells the story. I mean, it's definitely non-traditional, but it feels just really organic. And also I really like that there's only like maybe 2 or 3 songs where they're lip syncing and you're not seeing them actually perform it. And I think the only times they do that is when they weren't able to. There's a song where I also like how the characters just called the guy and girl. I don't know if you saw that in the credits. They don't have names.
Yeah, I was wondering that as we were talking. I was like, shit, did I forget their names? But I couldn't, so I just kept on saying he and she, and I'm glad I wasn't totally wrong on that.
No, you're not. It's just guy and girl.
Huh.
Yeah. So there's a scene where the girl sings a song, and the camera follows her as she's walking down the street, and I'm sure they probably would have wanted to record her actually singing it, but because, cars going by and wind and stuff, it just wouldn't sound good. So the only times where they do lip syncing, I think, is for technical reasons.
Smart.
Yeah. I also really like a nice little detail is how beaten up the guy's guitar is.
Yeah, it's got a huge hole in it.
It's got a huge hole where his pick goes.
Yeah.
And I watched some live performances of Glenn Hansard, and it's his actual guitar, so that's actual wear and tear.
I liked how it looks. Do you know anything about guitars? Does that like affect the sound?
No.
It's got to affect the sound of it somehow.
I assume it affects it a little bit, but not much. Probably not a noticeable degree.
I mean, it sounded fine in the movie, if that was like the movie that was recording with.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I would assume that the hollow part in the middle is meant to mostly amplify the sound, but if you have a little hole, it's not gonna completely ruin it. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not like busting a hole in a drum skin or anything.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just like a little bit of a bigger hole almost at that part anyway, because it's an acoustic guitar. So
one of the motifs of this movie is kind of about being poor and happy, because both the main characters are both very poor, and the fact that he's a street musician and he works at a Hoover shop and he has that beaten up guitar just tells visually like how passionate he is about guitars, how long he's been playing it, and how he can't afford to get a new one.
Well, and it's interesting too, like, I was right on this, right? His dad owns the Hoover shop and he still lives with his dad, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she still lives with her mom too. So that's like an interesting part of it. They both live with their parents still in some way.
Yeah, well, she's a lot younger than he is, so it's a little more understandable for her. Because in the movie, I think she's supposed to be 19, and in real life, she was 17 when they filmed it.
Really?
Yeah, she looks a lot older,
I thought she'd be maybe like late 20s.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be 19 in the movie, because, I mean, how old is that kid? Probably a toddler, right? Like 3?
Yeah. She's a young mom, for sure.
Ooh,
Either way.
Just a sidebar here. So she's Czech, right? She's from the Czech Republic in the movie?
I think it was
Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia.
Oh yeah, sorry,
Czechoslovakia
right.
hasn't been Czechoslovakia for decades.
That shows how much I know.
Yeah, you got to know your geopolitical European history, Leo.
Whoops.
So she's Czech, and in the background in one shot, there's a shop that has the name Kafka on it, and Franz Kafka was Czech, and I just like, it was just a nice little touch, just a total sidebar thing, isn't part of the story, but I just like that little touch in the movie to choose that location.
Yeah. So he's playing the song at night, this really incredible song, and she's saying how he should play his original songs during the daytime because she really likes it, and he says no one would listen. He only plays like popular songs. And there's a part later in the movie. I didn't catch this until this last time I saw it, but there's another song he's singing, and it cuts to a montage of him playing during the day for people, but it's over the music that he was playing from the last scene, and it's a clever way to show him playing popular songs without having to hear them, so they don't have to pay for licensing.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Huh.
I thought I didn't really realize that's why they did that.
That's clever.
That point. Yeah. What did you think of? So, Glenn Hansard and Markéta Irglová, they're not actors. So, what did you think? And you really like to focus on performances.
Absolutely.
So, what did you think of their performances here?
For amateurs, non-professionals, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
To get like nitpicky, I think that he sometimes overemphasizes what he's feeling, especially when he's trying to look a little dumbfounded, and she's a little flat sometimes.
Yeah.
I would say
I think they're kind of just playing themselves, because if you watch footage of them in real life, they're just extended versions of themselves. I mean, she's very quiet and timid in real life.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And this is probably just because it's her personality, but she doesn't, unless there is a sort of like banter thing, she doesn't really play off other people much. She kind of sits there sometimes, and he's very like his, it might just be his face too, and the way his like face is shaped and the way his like features are, but he looks like overly expressive sometimes. But he has that very sort of like slopey, droopy sort of Irish face, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think overall, considering, they're not professionals and the type of things, I think it lent itself well to the way it was filmed, and I never felt distracted by the acting.
Yeah, I think one scene that I really liked of Glenn's performance is he says that he fixes vacuum cleaners, and she brings a vacuum cleaner over to his place, and she goes into his room, and then there's like a scene where he's like, stay the night, and you can see in his eyes just all this sadness and desperation, and he's just so lonely, and he's able to say that line while making you feel sympathetic for him and not making him look like a creep, even though he it may not have been a natural thing to do there, and he beats himself up for it a second later. But the look in his eyes when he says that, I think is really nice. And she just goes, "Fuck this, I'm going."
Yeah. I think that's funny when she just said "fuck this" and she left.
Yeah. There's a lot of like lines that she says, and just the way she says them is really funny. There's a scene later where he gives her the CD player to play some songs that he wrote, and she opens it up and the batteries aren't working. She goes, "Fuck you, batteries."
Yeah, she's good.
We skipped over the scene, one of the more pivotal, one of the most important scenes in the movie where like I said, they're both poor, so she shows him this music repair shop. She can't afford to play the piano, even though it's like her favorite thing to do. So she goes to this music repair shop just to play the piano, and they sort of Glenn has this song written called "Falling Slowly," and she plays the piano to it, and it's like a really long take, and it's a scene where they start to sort of, for the lack of a better term, fall in love with each other, and that was like a really emotional scene for me. So how do you think that scene sort of worked? Because there's a lot of things going on there, I think.
So that was
like the fact that it's at a music shop adds a big element to it, I think.
That was my favorite filmed. The way it was filmed, it was my favorite like aesthetic put together scene. You have this long shot, and I think it's cool that they went handheld for this. You get a little bit of a shake, but the operator isn't afraid to come close to them as the emotion comes up. And it's got this nice thing where it doesn't feel like a documentary like a lot of things that are filmed this way do. It just sort of feels like the camera is totally liberated to be interested in what it's interested in, and the actors just they're just there. Like it's almost like the camera is like a angel or something. It's just able to go wherever it wants and see what it wants to see, and the people have no sort of awareness of it. It kind of just floats around, and it chooses a place to find the best way to sort of tell visually the emotions happening between them.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Well, also it's just a great song and a great performance too. I'm just curious how many takes of that they did.
Well, they're
such talented musicians. I imagine they didn't have to do it.
They had it covered from at least 3 angles, because they had behind the piano one, they had one from the side, and then they had one from another side. So they had at least 3 positions, and I don't think it would be that hard to do. You just do it three times over, and they're musicians, they know how to perform.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm pretty sure that they only had one camera, so those different shots I think are different
takes. Absolutely. Yeah. They're absolutely different takes, just from different angles, but they got a little bit of coverage on it, I think.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And then they take a bus stop together, and that's where you learn about his past. And again, I love that little. Apparently, that was improvised and was not meant to be in the movie. That little song he has, which is a great little.
Yeah,
moment.
I'm not surprised that was improvised. It felt very off the cuff.
Yeah. And then it's like, I'm just a broken-hearted Hoover fixer guy. This is like a great little moment. It's a great way to show that he's like heartbroken, but he's trying to like be happy about it. So we sing a little song.
Yeah, he's trying to be humorous. I think it's good too, in that, like, again, it's another one of these scenes that sort of develops and shows character, but doesn't feel totally affected and fake. It doesn't.
It doesn't feel like here's the exposition.
Exactly.
Scene.
It like totally integrates a person's past and doesn't treat it as exposition. It treats it as character development, which
also
is
I like that they're
important.
not just sitting in the room. They're on a
Bus.
on a moving bus.
Yeah.
Which isn't, you know, anytime you do exposition, it's always a good idea to do it in an interesting place. You know what I mean? Or tell it in an interesting way, and this does both. And then I just like how she's so even though she's married, she's so intrigued by him. You know, you can tell she's attracted to him because she keeps on asking about his girlfriend. It's almost as if like watching it the first time around, you're like, they're falling in love with each other. But watching it the second time around, it's more like she's like, he clearly has the capacity to love someone. I'm curious what happened. You know, I want him to be able to love again. That's sort of what it feels like. Like, what happened to her? You should go after her because you clearly are in love with this person. You know?
Right.
And she's just so fascinated by that. I find that just so interesting. It plays really differently the second time around once you know what happens.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I like the part where she's like, "Are you gonna go get him?" And he just goes, fuck her, she's gone for it. You know, he's doing another guitar riff.
Yeah.
Good
It's
stuff.
like a metal guitar riff.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about the kid reveal. So then he asks her to write some lyrics, and then we get her first solo song where she's singing. And I was gonna mention this earlier. Because of the camera they're shooting on, there's like that one song that she sings is at nighttime, and it's really dark and hard to see because they didn't have proper lighting. But there's a couple other shots at night, and I think they do day for night in a couple shots. I noticed where it's clearly daytime, and then they color corrected it to make it look like nighttime.
Which scenes did you think that happened?
It was like one shot where he like goes over to her apartment. I don't remember when it is, but I distinctly remember going, "That's day for night." I can tell.
Okay, I'll have to double check on it.
Yeah. I can usually tell that kind of stuff because, you know, there were shadows on the ground. Let's put it that way.
And I think the only shot where I saw the cameraman in the shot was that really long scene where she was singing those lyrics she wrote.
Singing.
You
Yeah,
see,
I was looking at like the goofs on IMDb,
Yeah.
and it said that multiple times during that song you could see the cameraman.
Yeah.
And there's not much they could have done though, to be honest.
No, not with the shot they were getting. I was also trying to think of how they were lighting that, and I think they might have had a car driving, shining the headlights on her. I was trying to think about that.
Yeah. I also like in that song, it's her first solo song, and he's giving her a track that has no vocals because she's writing the song, and the lyrics to the song that she wrote was like, "If you want me, satisfy me," or something like that. Basically showing that, you know, what she's feeling about her husband that's separated at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
But what I really like is towards the end of that song, you start to hear the guy's vocals backing her up, but there's no vocals there. So it's like she's imagining in her head him backing up her tracks, which is really interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I liked that scene too. It was an ambitious take. It was bold. It was very long.
Absolutely. Especially when you know what they were working with. You know, it wasn't on a track or anything like that. They're just walking backwards,
Obviously.
probably.
Yeah. From what I saw, in the shadow, they had like kind of, it's called like a Merlin stabilizer. So it's like kind of like a pole that's shaped down that gives it a little bit of support, but it's not like we're talking about like a full Steadicam rig or something.
Is that it has like a counterweight at the bottom, right?
Exactly. It's essentially a Steadicam rig without the like monitor and the vest and the like balancing things between the vest. So everything that makes it expensive. It's like the most bare bones.
You can buy those. You can make those pretty easily if you know how to.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing. Yeah. We have one at work, and it's only like a $200 thing. It's not expensive.
One of my favorite songs comes up after that, which is the song during the montage of his
his girlfriend. And it's the song "Lies," and I just think that that was a really emotional song for me, because just the way he performs it is so great, and you see all this great art footage, and then it's the first song. I think it's the only song that has like an orchestra backing it towards the end of it.
That sounds right.
Which I thought was interesting. And then the second half of the film is they decide to record some songs together. And I had a working theory that I think probably isn't true, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was. My theory was that the people who made this movie wanted to record an album, but they couldn't afford it, so they decided, let's film it and make a movie around it, and then we can make our money back that way. Because that's what it's I feel like the recording sessions were actual recording sessions.
Right. Yeah, they were
that's
just
what it
like
feels like
actually at a studio, and they're like, all right, this is like our time to get this studio time in, like it's in the budget for the movie.
Mm-hmm.
They had to like make the backup band like, you guys be homeless guys, and like play along with it, And
then right before they do the recordings, they have this it's not really established whose place. I think it's his place. They have like a get together of a bunch of friends and family, and they're all singing around the table. I thought that's one of my favorite scenes in the movie. You get the sense that he's just surrounded by music.
For that. Is it just like other street performers that are kind of there, or like what was the thing?
That's what I think it is. I think, if I had one complaint about this movie, it would be that scene didn't really have any context.
It had no setup
at all.
Yeah, it had no setup.
And I think I wouldn't cut it because it did have a little bit of a purpose, because it shows that they're living in this community filled with music, and it's just like music is like the bringer of life in their lives.
Right.
But I think it's like friends and family and other local musicians celebrating before they do like a recording.
It literally just seemed like it was like other street musicians, and it's like, hey, we get together once a week, and like I'll like support you guys with some drinks and a little bit of food, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. And I assumed that was like the crew's like friends and family, and I was right. I saw like the main actor's parents were in that scene and stuff like that, which is nice.
You use what you got, man. You use what you got.
Yeah. But I like how like one of the guys at the party is like, if you can't sing, you're not invited. Like everybody has to sing. And I also love that the song that they sing during that scene is called Gold, and it's all about how like the lyrics are like, and I love her so I wouldn't trade her for gold, which is supporting this idea about being like poor and happy, which is like a running motif throughout the film, which is really nice.
Right.
Yeah,
you like love, like that is more important than like the like wealth.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And then one of the funniest scenes in the movie, and I think you would agree, is when they go to the loan officer.
Yeah, and he pulls out his own guitar and plays the song he wrote for them. I did. That was like the one scene where it kind of captured that sort of like awkward humor, and like it was really good. And then I like how they like had him play his song, and then over the song still playing, you see him approving the loan for him.
Yes,
like there's that bridge.
Yes. It gives you this feeling of like, oh, thank God we got lucky. You know what I mean? This is gonna happen. You know?
Right.
It really makes you feel like those characters at that moment. Like, wow, we really caught a lucky break here. Because they're trying to get money for this album. And they're like, so do you think we could make this work? And it lingers on the loan officer's face for a while. And then it smash cuts to like him playing at the guitar like, hey, I'm a musician too.
Yeah, it was really good. It was a well played out scene.
Yes, absolutely.
A thing I liked about this movie too, just to kind of go on a sidebar with this, is I feel like a lot of movies on this level with this type of stuff, they try to make a very intense movie where something really bad happens at some point. And I'm glad that this movie never went there. Like, I'm glad
it's
it
not
never...
misery porn, no.
Exactly. I'm glad nobody ever, like, died or got hit by a bus, or, like, the tapes never got destroyed or lost, or... I'm really glad they never decided to, like, make that movement where some big catastrophic thing happens to him. That was really refreshing to me.
My favorite feeling at the end of a movie to get, and I feel the same way with music, my favorite songs are music in movies that make me feel incredibly happy and incredibly sad at the same time. And I think this movie does that perfectly at the end, and we'll get there. But I think it's equally as sad as it is happy. And if you're able to pull that off in a movie or a song, I really like that. Like, a lot of my favorite songs you can listen to when you're sad and it'll sound like a sad song, and you can listen to it while you're happy and it'll sound like a happy song.
Yeah.
So then if you're filming in Ireland, you gotta shoot near the ocean, because Ireland is just so gorgeous. I mean, they're in that small city for most of it, and then they take that trip to the ocean. It's just like a dramatic change of scenery.
Yeah,
and it was
beautiful.
such a great idea to. It was such a great idea to play one of the more dramatic scenes at that location. You know.
Yeah, it's
nice.
nice.
It's the first scene where they It's the first scene where they're kind of talking about, like, what are we gonna do with this relationship? Because, you know, he finds out that she's married, and, you know, but
yeah, it kind of sets up too. I'm like glad it like kind of set up for a more romantic thing to happen, but it totally undercut your expectations, which I really liked. Like, it never gave you the beats you ever thought you were going to get. No.
They never kiss in the entire film. He pecks her on the cheek. You know what I mean?
At the end, yeah, but they never kiss.
But it's more. This movie it's a love story, but it's more about, like, the real kind of love that you don't see in film very much. It's not lust. You know what I mean?
It's a love story, but it's
truly love each other.
Yeah, it's not necessarily like a romance film. It's like something else.
I would say they love each other, but they're not in love with each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and that I love that most of the story is told through music, and there's not a lot of, like, really quotable lines, but I really like that scene by the ocean. This is another great exposition scene, because he's trying to figure out how she feels about her husband, and there's that great line where he's like, what's check for? Do you love him? And she says what that is in Czech, and then he repeats it to her. So he's asking her if she loves her husband, and then she responds to him in Czech. So he never gets the answer, and neither do we.
Right. Yeah, we never know what she said. Yeah, we never get to hear what she said.
Yeah, I just thought that was just, like, a really, really great way to write that scene. Because she's sort of leaving him on the edge too, because maybe she's not sure exactly how she feels about him. We know that his girlfriend cheated on him, which is why they're separated. But did we ever find out why she separated from her husband? It's kind of vague.
We just know that she moved without him, but she never really goes into the details, and we never really know why. Because he comes, like, I don't know. We'll get there. Whatever. But he is like.
Yeah.
The movie's ending with him coming back as her husband comes back as he is leaving for London. So whatever happened, they do come together at the end.
He eventually asks her to come with him to London, but she declines. But he ends up going to London to both get back in touch with his girlfriend and try to get a recording deal with the music that they recorded. But I'm curious what you thought about the recording session, because it includes a cliche that you see in a lot of musical movies where the tech guy's like, oh, I don't know about these guys, and then they start playing.
It's like, ooh, they're gonna be terrible. Yeah, and he's like, oh, that was pretty good. I mean,
but I think the way it's done here, is executed here, is really great.
It feels different, and it it feels different than like the way it is sometimes, and it builds, and it makes more sense with this story because it's not about some like super famous band we know about. There actually is some suspense in it because it's literally just a bunch of people off the street. So I think it
and also you
plays
see them
better.
fiddling with stuff a little bit too.
Yeah, they're all like
hey,
warming up separately.
To do this with the
and-
drums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he has like the drummer has no idea that he has to get mic'd, so that kind of opens up the reason why he's so skeptical of him.
Yeah, he's like, we got to get the drums set up. He's like, yep, they're all set up. No, I mean, we have to put mics on them. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a good way of playing that.
I just love seeing this group of musicians like experiencing recording for the first time. Like they're trying to make their dreams come true, but they just have no idea what they're doing.
Right. But they're good, and I like that it like goes so late. They're like up till 4 a.m. or whatever, like making the songs, and it really made me miss that like place when you're really just like working and you're in the zone totally, like that flow state. I really miss that sometimes.
And then the fact that like when they're not recording, they're like just hanging out and having fun together.
Yeah.
Like it really makes you feel like you're watching something special happen.
Yeah.
Like you're really experiencing these characters have like a really special moment in their life.
Yeah, like she brings her daughter into the studio and they're all just kind of like it's such a great feeling of like camaraderie and like fraternity. Yeah, it's super cool.
It's great. Mm-hmm. And there's also a lot of little moments that help with that scene of the tech guy like coming over to them, because there's this part where he's like on his phone or talking to somebody, and then he hangs up, and the guy looks at him. He's like, "Are you done? Are you sure you're done? Can we record now?" Like he's like, he could tell that the operator just like doesn't have any confidence in him.
Right.
And yeah, I think you would also I assume you appreciated the fact that the first song that they play there, you heard them rehearsing it before. In his home, with his father.
In his little apartment, yeah.
So you see them. I think you hear that song like 3 or 4 times throughout the film of like him working on it progressively, which is really neat. And then they do the car test where they listen to it in the car, and that's another great camaraderie moment for everybody as well. Yeah. Good stuff.
Definitely.
And then there's the when they take a break, there's that grand piano in the back, and she plays a song of her own on there, and you can tell that she's heartbroken as well. And they have a nice little moment there. That I think that scene's really important because like it's like a scene where it's the first scene where they really like they finally have a mutual agreement that they have feelings for each other, but they also have a mutual feeling that they can't really be together because they have these other prior obligations.
Right. They have other like life kind of going on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, it kind of feels like they met at summer camp and they have to go away.
Right. They have to go back home for school year. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very much that kind of scene. And then there's a scene. And then when they leave, he asks her to come over, and she's like, if I just go over there, it's just gonna be hanky panky.
Yeah,
I can't do that. It's just gonna complicate things if I go over there right now.
And he's kind of like, well, I wouldn't mind that,
So yeah, it really makes you, feel these compelling thoughts, and then there's that great scene where he plays the music that they recorded to his dad, and you think he's gonna be like disapproving or something, and then he just goes, "It was fucking brilliant."
Yeah, he just loves it.
A great moment.
I thought he would be though. Yeah. He seemed like a pretty good character all the way through. He seems supportive and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. The only hints that you get of him being like not supportive is when the guy is fixing up her vacuum cleaner. She comes in and she goes, "Your son is very talented," and he goes, "Yeah, I trained him myself." And she goes, "No, I mean the songs."
Yeah. Not like the Hoover like fixer or whatever, the repairman.
Yeah. And then we get to the ending of the movie, which is my favorite part of the whole movie. And this is the reason why I loved it so much, is the way it ends. Because in any other movie, you would expect them to get together at the end. But the fact of the matter is that she has a kid and a husband, and he has a girlfriend that he's still not over. So they have these chances to live a life that they had already set up, and they ultimately decide to go their separate ways and try to make those work. But they still love each other.
Yeah.
And the ending of the movie is he goes into that piano recording, the music repair shop, and he buys her a piano. And like the second to last shot is that crane shot of her coming out of the door and seeing the piano being delivered to her, and then it cuts to him at the airplane terminal, just like the biggest smile on his face. And the reason why I love this movie so much is that act of him buying the piano throughout all the setup of the movie is like one of the purest forms, one of the purest acts of like true love I've ever seen on film. Like he can't really afford it. You know what I mean? He probably had to spend all of his money to buy this piano. He knows he's not going to end up with her. He's probably not going to see her for a long time.
He like does it for her joy, kinda.
He does it for her, and that's it. You know, just because he knows that she would love it that much.
Yeah.
You know, and he knows that she goes to this music repair shop all the time to play this piano, and she can't afford it. And he knows how great of a musician she is, and he knows that during these trying times of trying to rebuild this family, it's going to be an emotionally hard time with her, and having a piano to play is going to make that so much easier. And when I saw like her, like the first frame that you see the piano and that crane shot, I was like a puddle of tears when I first saw this movie.
Yeah, it was a good moment. What did you think about that last crane shot?
What was the
it's
last
like her at the
screenshot?
window, her in the window, and it pulls out to like the whole thing.
Right. I think the movie would have been maybe better if it hard cut to credits.
Yeah.
With him with the smile on his face.
You think that crane was money well spent?
I think so, because I think the whole buildup of the movie is it's a romance film because these two people have a connection, and the payoff is that piano, and to show the audience that this is an important moment, the crane helps. I think
definitely
show that this is what we've been building up to.
Definitely,
is this scene right here.
Definitely,
yeah. And it does it without like being like, you know, there's a million different ways they could have shot this and had it be really cheesy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
it works.
The way it shows it is like, it's like the director is like spreading out a sense of like, this is it. This is why I made this movie.
Yeah.
Is for this moment right here. And like I said, it's a happy and sad ending. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think this is a really fascinating movie because usually the reasons why I like a film is not for the reasons why I like this film. Like, the main reasons why I like this movie is because of the story and the music. And usually it's for technical reasons, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or how it makes me feel, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the music and the story is what really makes this movie special for me.
Yeah.
And the quality definitely helps. If this was shot with like a 4K digital camera,
it wouldn't feel the same.
I don't think,
it would feel flat.
No.
It would feel a lot flat. It would feel a lot less raw, and it wouldn't feel as like emotional. And yeah, how many stars would you give it? What would you give it?
I think I gave it 4.5.
Oh,
I really love this movie.
Yeah, you really gave it one. Cool.
Yeah, I give a lot higher. I give a lot more 5 stars than most people. Like, if I don't have any issues with it, I give it a 5 star. Like, even if I think there are issues with a movie, but it was very effective for me, I'll still give it 5 stars.
Cool.
Yeah, I think the only reason why I would give it a half star is, probably just for some technical reasons, but that's it. And the lack of setup for that one scene. But yeah, overall, I think it's brilliant.
Cool.
Did you have a hard time hearing anybody in terms of accents?
Oh my gosh, yeah. That first scene when they were talking to each other, I could barely make out what they were saying. The rest of the movie was pretty okay, I would say, with accents. And obviously, all this stuff in Czech isn't subtitled, so I obviously didn't know what they were saying then. But that first scene was a doozy, and the rest of it was fine.
File I have. That might be the file I have, but I'm pretty sure on the DVD that the Czech dialogue isn't subtitled either, because it works. There's nothing that's said in Czech that you don't understand what they're saying.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and even that first scene, not knowing what they were saying, I didn't like miss the emotional beat on it or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also the first time you hear them speak Czech is when he goes over to her apartment, and them speaking a different language to each other helps with the feeling of like, whoa, what did I get myself into? Kind of a feeling.
Definitely.
So I have a couple more trivia things I wanted to mention, because there's some interesting stuff here. Bob Dylan was such a big fan of this film that he had the two leads open for him on his world tour.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And, did you ever see that Bob Dylan movie, I'm Not There?
A long time ago. Yeah, I saw it like in college.
There's a lot of covers from different bands in that movie of Bob Dylan songs, and they did a song called You Ain't Going Nowhere, which is a great cover. You should look it up on YouTube.
Okay.
Steven Spielberg said he was like a big fan of this film. There's a quote where he said, "A little movie called Once gave me enough inspiration to last the rest of the year."
Wow. It feels like Spielberg would like this movie. It's kind of like light, and I could see that.
Okay. I have the director's reasoning for why the movie's called Once, but I had a different reading of it. So if you had to guess why the movie is called Once, what would you say?
Because
I'm guessing that's a question you were asking yourself at one point.
I guess I wasn't like overthinking it. Maybe just like they just had this like moment. They kind of met in time once, and they had this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Yeah, that's close to the reading I got. Also, maybe the idea of you only truly fall in love once. So if you already had these prior obligations, that you've got to stick with it or something like that.
What did the director say?
Well, first of all, there's a song called Once that plays at the very end of the credits, which if you're used to watching big movies, the credits in this whiz by so fast. It's crazy.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Like I think like 40% of it is just like special things. On IMDb it said the title refers to the many talented artists John Carney knew who put off their career by saying once they get this and that's sorted out, but never succeed because they've put it off for too long.
Sure. Yeah, like, oh, I'll do this. Should I put this off a few months? Should I do that? I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Cool.
And just out of curiosity, I looked up the script of the movie and searched for the word once to see if there's like a pivotal scene where that is said. And the only one I could find was the scene in the bus where he's singing about what happened. There's a line where he says, "One day I'll go there," and "One day I'll go there and win her once again."
Oh, okay.
But until then, I'm just a sucker of a guy.
Huh.
Which ties into that theme, ironically, even though that was improvised.
Yeah. Well, so I
guess that's
you're like,
maybe just a happy coincidence.
Sometimes when you like vibe with the character and understand the story of the character, you can just kind of do that, and it plays right.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, what would you give this as a star rating?
So, I would give it 3 stars. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I don't know if I had quite the emotional connection you did with it, but I think it was like really solid for what it was, and I would definitely recommend it. But it wasn't something that like blew me out of the water. But it's definitely a solid movie. Yeah.
Yeah. This is one of the movies I would recommend to everybody for sure. Whenever I recommend this to people, it's funny that you said what you said a second ago, because usually when I recommend this movie to people, I was like, if you can get through the first scene, you'll be fine. Because a lot of people they hear that the drug addict guy, and his Irish accent is so thick you can't hear a word
you
of
don't
what he's saying.
understand the whole thing.
So you might, if you're watching it for the first time, you might be thinking, oh no, is the whole movie like this? But no, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally
What's that
doable.
one movie with Brad Pitt where like the whole point is that you can't hear what he's saying. Is it Snatch?
Oh.
He's like, what are the first?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and it's just like, it sounds like the Swedish Chef is just like gibberish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I think it's either Snatch or Blow. I always get those two confused for some. I haven't seen any of them, but I think it's one of those. Okay. So before we tease what we're going to be talking about next week, leave a review on iTunes if you have a chance. If you like the show, we're going to be reading some reviews that we've gotten on our 20th episode, so you still got time. It only takes a second if you're on the iTunes app. And if you don't want to do that or have any feedback for us, give us an email at inthecannedmovies@gmail.com. We'd happily answer any of your questions. Hey everyone, I had to record over Jared's suggestion because we realized after recording that he's actually going on vacation for a week, so he's not going to be available for next episode. Also, we've been uploading later than we normally want to. Ideally, we want to upload every Thursday through Sunday, but we've been uploading on Tuesdays. So to make up for that, we're going to get back on schedule, and it's going to be an archived episode of my previous podcast called Inflate Your Ego. If you're not familiar, it's not a podcast that was film-centric, but I did some episodes that were film-related, so I'll choose one of those. So there will be something to listen to soon, but it's not going to be the normal show, and Jared's not going to be there, but I hope you listen. It should be good, and then we'll be back to our normally scheduled program the week after next. So, we'll see you then.